Chapter 1. Is being handsome useless? Yet the school belle called me when she was pregnant. In Yunqing, within the confines of a Mishuai city shop, a stunning woman with cascading golden waves and a curvaceous figure scornfully berated Xie Jinnian. You, a mere delivery boy, what else do you have to offer besides your looks? My friends warned me against being with a poverty-stricken loser like you, but I refused to listen, believing you would eventually achieve greatness. Who would have thought you would end up delivering takeout? Do you realize that because of you, I can't hold my head high in front of my friends? Now, they either drive Rolls-Royces or Maybachs, flaunting designer handbags. And what about me? I can only ride your shabby electric bike for deliveries. I've had enough. The disdain in her voice was palpable as the onlookers displayed expressions of intrigue. Xie Jinnian found himself at a loss. This was the phone he had saved up for 2 months of delivery work to buy. The woman snatched the phone, glancing at it with contempt before scoffing. Xie Jinnian, do you really think I need you to buy me a phone now? Open your eyes and see what this is. It's the latest model of the Apple phone with 1 terabyte storage. Ever seen one? But then again, it's understandable that a country bumpkin like you hasn't. With an air of arrogance, she hurled the phone to the ground. Who cares about your pathetic phone? I want to break up with you. She had no desire to linger with him for even a moment longer. After delivering her harsh ultimatum, she turned on her heel and departed. As the crowd of onlookers murmured and shuffled, she continued to berate. What are you staring at? Make way for this princess. The startled bystanders quickly cleared a path. Xie Jinnian stood frozen in disbelief. What has happened? Had he truly been dumped? Coming back to his senses, he realized it was indeed true. His Xiaomi phone, known for its durability, remained intact despite the fall. He picked it up, contemplating how he had intended to deliver it to his girlfriend after completing his current orders. He had never anticipated such a shocking surprise from her. After all those years of affection, it had ultimately succumbed to the harsh realities of life. Being an emotional person, Xie Jinnian felt a tumult of feelings after such an unexpected event. It seemed as if he had been rejected for his lack of ambition, his dignity trampled upon. Thus, the world gained another solitary soul. After finishing his remaining deliveries, he found himself devoid of motivation to continue working. Changing his clothes, he went to a bar to drown his sorrows in alcohol, drinking to the point of inebriation. The next day, he awoke, still under the influence, only to discover he was not in his school dormitory, but rather in a hotel room. As he attempted to turn over, he felt a tingling sensation in his arm. Upon glancing beside him, he was astonished to find a woman lying next to him. Her raven hair flowed like clouds, and her fair skin, paired with long eyelashes, made her resemble a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. Xie Jinnian was taken aback, wondering how this woman ended up beside him. Just as he pondered this, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and then she let out a piercing scream. The sound was akin to thunder, jolting Xie Jinnian into complete awareness. She bolted upright, her face visibly reddening at an alarming rate. What are you staring at? Close your eyes. Xie Jinnian promptly turned his head away. In a fleeting moment, he sensed the woman rummaging for something, her movements frantic as she donned her attire. After a while, Xie Jinnian inquired, "Are you ready?" Receiving no reply, he turned slowly after another minute. The woman's face still bore a rosy hue, tinged with a hint of coyness. "Still looking," she exclaimed, prompting Xie Jinnian to avert his gaze, his ears unwittingly flushing with warmth. The woman seized her bag from the table and departed without a backward glance. Xie Jinnian picked up the clothes scattered on the floor and, after dressing, was about to leave when he noticed something gleaming at the corner of the table. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a necklace. Having been well acquainted with such luxurious items due to his ex-girlfriend's fondness for them, he recognized its worth to be in the tens of thousands. A year later, Xie Jinnian embarked on his senior year at university. With fewer classes, he continued to deliver takeout. 8:11 in the evening, he prepared to conclude his last order before heading back to campus. This delivery was for baby supplies to a maternity hospital. What? The name, Lin Guanzhi? To his astonishment, the order was placed by her. After that night, Xie Jinnian discovered that the woman he had shared a bed with was actually a fellow student. Moreover, she was the campus belle Lin Guanzhi. Puzzled, he wondered what she needed these items for. Was she purchasing them for someone else? Suddenly, An unsettling feeling of apprehension washed over him. Arriving at the hospital, he wasted no time and hurriedly ascended the stairs to the third floor. At the door, he knocked nervously. "Hello, your delivery has arrived." From within came a sweet voice. "Could you please bring it in for me?" As he entered, he asked, "Where would you like me to place your items?" Upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback to find Lin Guanzhi lying on the bed. She was visibly pregnant, seemingly on the verge of giving birth. Witnessing this scene, Xie Jinnian's heart sank, inexplicably filled with a sense of loss. Simultaneously, Lin Guanzhi recognized him as the man from a year ago. Their eyes met, and the air was thick with unspoken emotions. They stood there, silently gazing at each other, neither willing to break the silence. Suddenly, a nurse entered, snapping them back to reality. "Miss Lin, you can now contact your family to sign the necessary documents. It looks like you will be delivering either tonight or tomorrow." Her words jolted Lin Guanzhi back to the present. Contact family? Was there really such a procedure for childbirth? Caught off guard, she hesitated, her voice trembling as she awkwardly asked, "Nurse, my family isn't here I can manage alone." The nurse frowned. "You cannot do this alone, you're carrying multiples. Childbirth carries risks, and without family consent, we cannot proceed with the surgery. Childbirth can be perilous. We need to arrange for the medical staff to prepare for the procedure and be on standby in the delivery room. Please contact your family promptly." Lin Guanzhi was expecting multiples. Xie Jinnian was taken aback. What shocked him further was that she was about to give birth without a single family member by her side. Or her parents? Her husband? Observing this lost and helpless woman, Xie Jinnian felt a sudden pang of sorrow in his heart. Just as he was contemplating what to do, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. A parental relationship between the host and the Sun Toba-born child has been detected, initiating the binding of the daddy system for the host. The daddy system? Xie Jinnian glanced around, unable to locate any audio equipment. From whence did this voice emanate? "The system is currently binding. Please hold on 10, 30, 50, 90, 100. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the daddy system." Xie Jinnian was perplexed during moments of boredom. He occasionally indulged in novels and had some understanding of systems. The daddy system? Among the myriad of sophisticated systems in the literary realm, why was it specifically the daddy system? Moreover, it had been a year since he had last held a woman's hand. Chapter 2. Am I a father? Activating the system, joyfully welcoming triplets. How could this be linked to a paternal system? Xie Jinnian found himself utterly bewildered, attempting to engage in a mental dialogue with the system. "System? Can you hear me?" "Host, I am here. How may I assist you?" "I would like to inquire as to why it is a paternal system." Xie Jinnian was perplexed. Could it be that Lin Guanzhi's child was his? He dared not entertain the thought. After all, she was the epitome of beauty, a peerless campus goddess. If she truly bore his child, what would become of him? "System, please hold on. Information is being loaded." Upon completion, the system confirmed. After analysis, it has been determined that the baby in Ms. Lin Guanzhi's womb is indeed yours. Stunned by the revelation within his mind, he stood frozen in place. Could it be true that the child Lin Guanzhi carried was genuinely his? His mind was a chaotic storm of thoughts, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, based on his experiences from reading novels, the emergence of a system could not be fabricated. Was the child truly his due to that one fateful night? Was he truly that potent? Xie Jinnian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, tears of anxiety threatening to spill. Witnessing her distress, his heart ached profoundly. Stepping forward, he declared, "Nurse, I am her boyfriend. I am here to sign." At his words, the room fell into an immediate hush. Lin Guanzhi's head snapped up. How could he know the child was his? Was he merely attempting to extricate her from a predicament? The nurse regarded Xie Jinnian with suspicion. "Are you certain you are the child's father?" Xie Jinnian affirmed with conviction. "I am certain. I am a child's father." The nurse, still skeptical, questioned, "Didn't Ms. Lin state that her family was not present? How did you suddenly appear? Moreover, I called for a family member to sign earlier. Yet you remained silent." Xie Jinnian quickly fabricated an explanation. "We had a quarrel recently, and she wouldn't allow me to sign." The nurse glanced between Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian, shaking her head. "I don't understand you young people. Never mind, come and sign." As he looked at the consent form for the cesarean section, Xie Jinnian felt as if he were in a surreal dream. Was he truly about to become a father? And to Lin Guanzhi, no less. Even more astonishing was the imminent arrival of the babies. Suddenly, he found himself eagerly anticipating their birth. After signing, he handed the document back to the nurse. She informed him, "The pregnant woman is preparing to give birth. If we are not here, please be attentive. If Ms. Lin experiences any complications, press the button at the head of the bed." Xie Jinnian nodded, assuring her that he would keep a watchful eye on Lin Guanzhi. Once the nurse departed, silence enveloped the room. Lin Guanzhi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she contemplated what to say. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her abdomen. Lin Guanzhi gasped in agony, her complexion paling instantly. Glancing down, she realized her water had broken. Contractions began rhythmically, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain, leaving her once radiant face devoid of color, her lips bloodless. Noticing her distress, Xie Jinnian rushed forward, concerned. "Lin Guanzhi, what's wrong?" "Xie Jinnian, I think I'm about to give birth. Can you please call a doctor?" Xie Jinnian pressed the button beside the bed, soothing Lin Guanzhi's emotions. As the contractions grew closer and the pain intensified, Lin Guanzhi began to break into a cold sweat. "Lin Guanzhi, relax. I have summoned the doctor, and they will arrive shortly. You are safe with me. Both you and the baby will be just fine." Xie Jinnian grasped Lin Guanzhi's hand tightly, instructing her to breathe deeply, yes, deep breaths. Lin Guanzhi looked at Xie Jinnian with panic in her eyes, her emotions spiraling out of control. "It hurts. I am scared." "It's all right. The doctor will be here soon." As the doctor did not arrive promptly, Xie Jinnian became anxious. "Guanzhi, stay here. I will go fetch the doctor." He hurried out, calling, "Doctor! Doctor!" Before long, Xie Jinnian returned with the doctor to the ward. After assessing the situation, the doctor instructed the nurse. "The patient is having multiples. She is about to give birth. Quickly, prepare the operating room." The nurse wheeled Lin Guanzhi away toward the operating room, with Xie Jinnian following closely behind. He continued to comfort her as they walked. "Guanzhi, relax. I will be waiting at the door. You and the baby will be all right." Hearing Xie Jinnian's tender words, Lin Guanzhi struggled to turn her head to look at him. At that moment, she was in so much pain that she could hardly speak. She never imagined encountering Xie Jinnian in such a scenario, almost wanting to imprint his image in her memory. As the operating room door closed, Xie Jinnian felt a tumult of emotions. Excitement mingled with apprehension. Although it seemed surreal, the truth was that his own flesh and blood was about to enter the world. What would the babies be like upon their arrival? Would they resemble Lin Guanzhi or himself? Amidst his anxious thoughts, over an hour slipped by. Xie Jinnian remained steadfast outside the operating room, uncertain of what was transpiring within, deeply concerned for Lin Guanzhi, praying for her safety. Perhaps every expectant father shares a similar experience to Xie Jinnian's. The maternity ward was located on the same floor, where the fathers awaiting news maintained a shared silence, their expressions mirroring one another. Some paced back and forth, while others silently offered prayers. Another half-hour passed, and then the doors of the delivery room swung open. A nurse emerged holding a chart. "Who is the family member of Ms. Lin Guanzhi?" Upon hearing the nurse's voice, Xie Jinnian jolted upright. I am a father." His voice trembled with excitement, words tumbling over one another, yet no one in the room laughed at him. Perhaps it was the shared empathy of fatherhood. Everyone wished for the safety of their wives and children. Both mother and children are safe. Congratulations to this gentleman on the birth of triplets, 2 lovely boys and a precious girl. You may follow me to see the babies now. Wow, triplets! Congratulations! The room erupted in joyous exclamations. You've been blessed with both sons and daughters. Truly remarkable. Brother, you are fortunate. Your wife has gifted you 3 children at once. After expressing his gratitude to everyone, Xie Jinnian followed the nurse into the ward. Inside, rather than rushing to see the babies, he first inquired about Lin Guanzhi's condition from a nurse. The nurse, observing the worried expression on Xie Jinnian's face, smiled and reassured him, stating that the mother was now out of danger and that the doctor was inside stitching her wounds. Unless something unexpected occurred, she would soon be out. Upon hearing this, the heavy burden that had weighed on Xie Jinnian's heart could finally be lifted. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a baby's cry pierced the air, reminding him of the little ones. He inquired of the nurse, "Where are the babies? May I see them?" Amused by Xie Jinnian's cautious demeanor, the nurse replied, "The babies are over there. Let me take you to them." Chapter 3. Triplets. Are you my daddy? The newborns were tiny and wrinkled, their skin covered with a fine white membrane, their faces flushed and reminiscent of little monkeys. The nurse proceeded to share details about the infants. All were in good health. The eldest was a brother weighing 4 pounds and 8 ounces, while the second was also a brother, weighing 4 pounds and 6 ounces. The youngest, a sister, although a girl, weighed just over 4 pounds, all within the normal healthy range for newborns. Their heart and lung development was excellent, eliminating the need for incubators. Xie Jinnian gazed at the little ones before him, filled with immense joy and excitement. He could hardly believe that he suddenly had children. Their mother was not only the campus beauty, but had given birth to triplets. This news was more exhilarating than winning 50 million. It felt like a dream. As Xie Jinnian reveled in his happiness, the sounds of the baby's cries echoed around him, emanating from the stroller. Their cries were loud and infectious, rising and falling like a symphony. In the past, he might have found the sound of crying children bothersome, but now, as a father, he felt nothing but affection. The nurse speculated that the babies might recognize their father and asked if he would like to hold them. A wave of emotion surged through Xie Jinnian, yet he hesitated. After all, it was his first time being a father, and he lacked experience in holding infants, especially since they had just been born and their bodies were still fragile. Standing a height of 189 centimeters, with a tall and sturdy physique, complemented by his routine of delivering food and working out at the gym, he was indeed a strong man. Nonetheless, he felt anxious, fearing that he might inadvertently harm the delicate babies. The nurse discerned his apprehension and assured him, "The babies are not as fragile as you might think. Allow me to teach you how to hold them." She explained that before handling a newborn, it was crucial to ensure one's arms were clean, as the infants had low immunity and were susceptible to bacterial infections. After washing and drying his hands, he could proceed to hold the baby. He was instructed to support the baby's neck and head with one hand, as their necks were still quite soft, and to use the other hand to support the baby's bottom and waist, thereby ensuring a stable hold. Xie Jinnian attentively absorbed the instructions, wishing he could jot down notes. Finally, taking a deep breath, he cautiously lifted the eldest baby. The little one felt incredibly light in his arms, appearing especially delicate, akin to a newly born kitten. Irresistibly adorable. The eldest squinted, curiously surveying this new world, and after a moment of restlessness, he ceased crying and gazed up at Xie Jinnian with wide eyes. Xie Jinnian found himself momentarily entranced. The nurse found it astonishing. Has the baby truly recognized his father? Look. As soon as he was held by his father, he ceased to cry. The little one, suckling gently, lay obediently in Xie Jinnian's warm, sturdy embrace. At this moment, the infant, carrying the blood of his own kin, felt a surge of excitement and joy. As he gazed at the baby in his arms, Xie Jinnian felt his tough heart nearly melt with affection. Before this, Xie Jinnian had been learning to hold a child alongside the nurse. Meanwhile, Lin Guanzhi was wheeled out from the operating room. Exhausted, she lay on the bed, her forehead and hair damp with perspiration. Due to the cesarean section, Lin Guanzhi remained in a state of unconsciousness. Observing her pale, exquisite face, she appeared exceedingly frail, stirring a wave of tenderness in Xie Jinnian. He couldn't help but marvel at the greatness of motherhood. This delicate woman must have endured much to reach this point. Xie Jinnian quickly inquired of the doctor, "Doctor, how is Guanzhi doing? When might she awaken?" The doctor replied, "The patient is now stable. She is simply too fatigued and has fallen asleep. We will keep her here for observation. Once she regains consciousness, she can be moved to a regular ward." Xie Jinnian let out a sigh of relief. As he looked at the sleeping infants and Lin Guanzhi, an uncanny feeling washed over him. He had ordered a single takeaway, and now he was a father of triplets, no less. The mother of his children was none other than the campus belle. If he were to tell others of his newfound fatherhood and wife, not a single person would believe him. Half an hour later, Lin Guanzhi awoke, roused by the cries of her babies. Throughout this time, Xie Jinnian remained steadfastly by their side. Upon awakening, Lin Guanzhi instinctively sought her children. "Where are my babies? How are they?" In her current state, Lin Guanzhi's emotions were highly charged and prone to volatility, likely a manifestation of postpartum anxiety and concern. Xie Jinnian stepped forward to soothe her. "The babies are all right. Rest assured, they are healthy and doing well. Guanzhi, you are remarkable. You have given birth to triplets." Despite her frailty, Lin Guanzhi strained to rise and search for her babies, taking the risk of straining her wounds. She looked at Xie Jinnian and asked, "Can I see them?" Understanding that every mother longs to see her children, Xie Jinnian brought one of the babies over, his expression filled with concern. "Are you able?" he inquired. Lin Guanzhi nodded, her voice soft and gentle. "I can." The little ones, bursting with vitality, cried lustily upon their arrival. Xie Jinnian introduced the first baby. "This is your second child, a boy weighing 4 pounds and 6 ounces. Look, his nose resembles yours, and his mouth too." Lin Guanzhi took the baby in her arms, her heart overflowing with tenderness as she spoke. "Do not cry, my baby. Mama is here." Seemingly sensing his mother's presence, the second baby quieted after a few soft whimpers. Lin Guanzhi wiped away his tears. The little one slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Guanzhi. Suddenly their eyes met. The baby might have recognized her as his mother, joyfully nudging his little head against her. Lin Guanzhi looked at her second child, his rosy cheeks adorned with fine hair, resembling a fuzzy peach. Listening to Xie Jinnian speak, Lin Guanzhi felt a warm glow in her heart as she realized that Erbao's nose and mouth bore a resemblance to her own. She gazed at the adorable little ones, their eyes blinking as they looked at Xie Jinnian, expressing her desire to see the other two babies. Xie Jinnian brought Debao and Sanbao to the bedside, introducing them. "This is Debao, our son, weighing 4 pounds and 8 ounces. And this is Sanbao, our only little princess, who also weighs 4 pounds. The nurses all praise Sanbao for her beauty and charm." Debao and Sanbao nestled into Lin Guanzhi's embrace. Initially, they whimpered softly, but as they sensed their mother's warmth and presence, their cries gradually subsided. The two little ones, much like Erbao, peered at their mother through slitted eyes, nudging her with their tiny heads. After the doctor assessed Lin Guanzhi's condition and confirmed that all her indicators were satisfactory, she was clear to be transferred to a regular ward. Chapter 4. A Grand Reward. "What, Brother Nian, you become father?" Upon returning to the ward, it wasn't long before the babies fell asleep. The nurse instructed Xie Jinnian to handle the payment. "Take this payment slip to the second floor. Also, be sure to prepare items for both the babies and the new mother. It seems you might be short on supplies. Triplets require more than the average newborn." Only then did Xie Jinnian realize that they indeed seemed to lack sufficient baby supplies. Considering Lin Guanzhi had undergone a cesarean section, she would likely need to stay in the hospital for several days, and having ample necessities for the little ones was essential. He was unsure of the total costs involved in childbirth. Fortunately, he had saved a bit from his delivery job over the past 2 years. If it proved insufficient, he would have to ask his parents for assistance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard the system's voice in his head. "Ding! Congratulations on the safe arrival of the babies. A cash reward of 200,000 yuan has been issued. The reward has been transferred to the host's bank account. Please check it. After adjustment, the source of funds is secure, and the host may use it at their discretion." 200,000? My goodness, such a sudden windfall. Xie Jinnian could hardly believe it. To earn that much from delivering food without eating or drinking would take at least 2.5 years. He opened his phone, and indeed, the bank account reflected an increase of 200,000 yuan. Stunned, Xie Jinnian stood still, astonished by the system's generosity. With this, he could cover the surgical expenses and the supplies needed for the babies. Once the payment was settled, he felt uneasy leaving Lin Guanzhi alone with the babies in the hospital. After some thought, he decided to call his roommate for assistance. Nowadays, university students generally had a relaxed schedule, often staying up late playing games or binge-watching shows. He dialed his roommate Fu Zhou's number. The moment the call connected, Fu Zuan answered promptly. "Brother Nian, what is up? Why haven't you returned yet? Did something happen?" Fu Zhou, being quite sociable, got along with everyone. So a late-night call might have raised concerns. I need you to help me with something. Fu Zhou jumped off his stool, eager. What is it, Brother Yan? Hurry and tell me. Please go to the 24-hour supermarket and buy some things for me. I'll send you a message shortly. Fu Zhou was taken aback. At this hour? Brother Yan, seriously, what is going on? Xie Jinnian didn't explain further. Just hurry. You'll find out when you arrive. After the call ended, Xie Jinnian sent him a shopping list and transferred the money. Upon receiving the message, Fu Zhou glanced at the list. Diapers, formula, baby bottles. He wondered what Jinnian needed these items for. Shaking his head, he decided to set aside his curiosity and focus on completing the task assigned by Jinnian. He then grabbed his coat and car keys to head out for shopping. 40 minutes later, Fu Zhou arrived at the maternal and child hospital, panting. Shortly thereafter, Xie Jinnian came downstairs. Fu Zhou, intrigued, asked Jinnian, "What is the purpose of buying these things at this hour?" Xie Jinnian replied candidly, "You might not believe it, but I'm going to be a father." Fu Zhou, in disbelief, clasped his mouth and took a few steps back. If Jinnian had claimed that distant relatives were having children, he might have accepted it. However, to hear that Jinnian himself had a child was utterly unbelievable. Fu Zhou's mouth fell open. Is this for real? Xie Jinnian nodded, affirming. Indeed, and you know the mother. She is our school's beauty. She gave birth to triplets. Fu Zhou's pupils widened as he processed the shocking news. A child? The beauties? Triplets? Jinnian, you're not joking, are you? From our school? Lin Guanzhi? In their school, the beauty and handsome boy were always prominent figures, and Lin Guanzhi was no exception. With her long, dark hair, she often appeared in a high ponytail or flowing tresses. Her radiant smile and sparkling eyes exuded an air of grace and charm. She possessed a slender, elegant figure, moving with an effortless confidence that captivated all. Xie Jinnian nodded, accepting the items from Fu Zhou. The image of Lin Guanzhi flickered in Fu Zhou's mind as he gazed incredulously at Xie Jinnian. Wow, Jinnian, you've really done it. Such a monumental event, and you didn't say a word to me? Do you not see me as a brother? This is a long story, and I will tell you all about it later. Thank you for coming out tonight. I owe you a meal, Xie Jinnian replied. It's getting late. You should head back. Be careful on your way home, and send me a message when you're at school. Fu Zhou, unwilling to leave, expressed his desire to see the babies and their mother. Jinnian, can I go up to see the babies and my sister-in-law? However, Xie Jinnian gently pushed him out of the hospital, saying, It's too late. The babies are asleep. We can do this another time. With his persistent nature, Fu Zhou clung to Xie Jinnian's arm, shaking it and pleading, Come on, Jinnian, just let me take a quick look. I promise I won't disturb the babies. Eventually, Xie Jinnian relented and brought him upstairs. As they reached the door of the ward, the curtains were drawn, and Fu Zhou couldn't catch a glimpse of anything. Soon, he was nudged back by Xie Jinnian. All right, this is enough. Go back and get some rest. No, I have not yet seen it. Before I could utter a word, Xie Jinnian had already covered my mouth, reminding me that we were in a hospital and to speak softly. He suggested we return first and discuss matters later. After sending off Fu Zhou, Xie Jinnian returned to the ward. Once he had set down his belongings, he proceeded to check on the babies. They were sleeping soundly, their tiny chests gently rising and falling with each delicate breath. Their plump little faces resembled ripe peaches, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. As I observed Xie Jinnian bustling about, I felt an unprecedented warmth in my heart. Shortly after, a nurse arrived to assess my condition. She inquired if I was experiencing any discomfort. I shook my head, responding that I was all right, although the incision site did cause some pain. The nurse reassured me that it was normal for the pain to return once the anesthesia wore off and that I should not worry. She advised me to rest well and to inform the nursing staff if I felt unwell. I nodded in acknowledgement. Before leaving, the nurse cautioned Xie Jinnian that a postpartum mother must wait 6 hours before consuming any fluids. Due to the spinal anesthesia used during the cesarean section, the gastrointestinal motility of the mother would be somewhat suppressed, and the gag reflex would be diminished. Drinking water could risk aspiration into the trachea, leading to choking or even suffocation. After 6 hours, I would be able to sip small amounts of warm water. The nurse continued, stating that I should only eat once I had passed gas, starting with light foods like millet porridge. Gradually, I could introduce more variety while ensuring a balanced nutrition for a quicker recovery. Xie Jinnian listened intently to the nurse's instructions. After the nurse departed, Xie Jinnian silently committed her words to memory. Over the years, Lin Guanzhi had endured so much alone, while he had remained oblivious, leaving him with a profound sense of indebtedness to her. He vowed to treat her and the babies with double the care moving forward. As the night deepened, the two exchanged a few words before Lin Guanzhi dozed off. Xie Jinnian lay in the adjacent bed, managing to rest for a short while, too anxious to fall into a deep sleep for fear that the babies would awaken and require attention. Thus, he kept vigil over Lin Guanzhi and the babies throughout the night, grateful that they all slept peacefully. As dawn broke, Xie Jinnian rose early. After a brief wash, he was greeted by the system's voice. "Congratulations, host, for diligently keeping watch over the babies. You have unlocked the skill. I possess excellent culinary skills and a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. The cash has been credited to your account. Please check." Excellent culinary skills? Could this be related to cooking? Since entering middle school, Xie Jinnian had scarcely stepped into the kitchen, his cooking skills being rather mediocre. If this skill could enhance his culinary abilities, then Lin Guanzhi and the babies would surely enjoy delightful meals. He felt satisfied with the skill, yet he pondered how to utilize it. Regardless, his priority was to care for Lin Guanzhi and the babies. Emerging from the bathroom, I stirred, groggy and disoriented. At that moment, the nurse arrived to examine my incision. As she pulled back the covers, I let out a startled scream, unsure whether to cover my face or retreat beneath the blanket. Finally, Lin Guanzhi chose to cover her face. The anesthesia in the operating room had yet to wear off, and, with the aid of a pain pump, she felt no sensation from her waist down. Uncertain of the specifics, Lin Guanzhi concealed her flushed face, wishing fervently to disappear into a hole. Nearby, Xie Jinnian inadvertently witnessed this scene and quickly turned away. It was his first encounter with such a situation. The nurses were amused by the antics of these novice parents. The child had just been born, yet they were still shy. Xie Jinnian hastily explained, "This is our first time being parents." He then redirected the conversation, asking the nurse, "What should we feed the baby now?" The nurse replied, "You can give them some warm water, and later you can prepare some formula, though breast milk is the best option. By the way, does the mother have any milk yet? If not, we may need to stimulate lactation." Stimulate lactation? What does that entail? The nurse, noticing his youthful appearance, reassured him that it was quite normal not to understand. It's essential to have milk, otherwise, how will the babies feed? If there's truly none, you'll need to express it. Once there's milk, you can let the babies feed. If they still can't access it, you might consider purchasing a breast pump. But I recommend allowing the babies to latch on themselves. Although they are small, they possess remarkable strength and are inherently skilled at this. If all else fails, you can seek assistance from a lactation consultant. After all, breastfeeding is beneficial for both the babies and the mother. However, be aware that lactation consultants can be quite assertive, so having the baby's father present can be helpful. Upon hearing this, both Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi suddenly felt shy. Xie Jinnian's mind was a tangled web of thoughts, chaotic and overwhelming. There was too much to process. He needed time to sort it all out. The nurse began tending to Lin Guanzhi's wounds. Sensing her embarrassment, Xie Jinnian drew the curtain and found an excuse to fetch water for the baby. "Miss Lin, how are you feeling now?" Lin Guanzhi replied, "I'm all right, just a bit of pain at the incision site." The nurse reassured her, "Pain is normal. Don't worry about it. It will be more intense once the anesthesia wears off." The nurse lifted the gauze to apply iodine for cleaning. Then, she pressed gently on Lin Guanzhi's lower abdomen. "What do you feel? Is it painful?" Lin Guanzhi shook her head. "No, but it feels a bit bloated." The nurse responded, "That's normal. It aids in gas expulsion. Have you passed gas yet?" "Not yet." The nurse instructed, "Even if you're hungry, you must wait until you pass gas before eating. Understood? Start with some liquids and gradually introduce other foods." Once the examination was complete, she pulled back the curtain. Xie Jinnian returned after fetching the water. The nurse asked, "Did you hear what I said earlier?" Xie Jinnian nodded. "I did." "Good. The medical pad needs to be changed. Your wife needs to expel gas. Don't forget to change it frequently. Given the hot weather, avoid wrapping too tightly, as it can hinder wound recovery and increase the risk of bacterial infection." Suddenly, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi's eyes met. Lin Guanzhi's face had turned warm, from her neck to her entire visage. As the embarrassing scene from earlier resurfaced in her mind, the discomfort was unbearable. Now the nurse delivered yet another blow. After all, she was the campus belle. Was it necessary to feel such humiliation? It felt as though her identity and image were being relentlessly ground into the floor. After the nurse's instructions, she proceeded to check on another patient. Thus, the two of them stood there in a daze, words failing to escape their lips. When Xie Jinnian finally regained her composure, she suggested, "Shall I help you change to a new mattress?" Lin Guanzhi bit her lip, nodding helplessly. "All right. That would be much appreciated." At present, she could only move her upper body. Otherwise, she would have managed to change herself. Lin Guanzhi was quite a renowned figure at Yuncheng University, having dominated the campus forum's hot topics for years. Not only was she the campus belle, but she also held the title for 3 consecutive years. Her academic performance was exceptional, earning her the distinction of outstanding student for 2 consecutive years. Ultimately, during her 3rd year, she took a leave of absence, with rumors circulating that it was due to health issues. Now the truth was revealed. It was because she was pregnant. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi were not even in the same department, and yet separated by the vastness of the galaxy. These two seemingly unrelated individuals now found themselves together. Who would believe such a tale? When a woman is pregnant, if the baby is positioned towards the back, the pregnancy may not appear as pronounced. Conversely, if the baby is positioned forward, it becomes quite evident. As the baby stretches the mother's belly, stretch marks begin to emerge. Regardless of positioning, stretch marks are an unavoidable reality for every expectant mother, appearing densely and often frighteningly. This is among the reasons many women dread childbirth. Xie Jinnian glanced at Lin Guanzhi, noting that her stretch marks were minimal and faint. To ease the awkwardness, Xie Jinnian remarked, "Your stretch marks aren't very noticeable." Lin Guanzhi explained, "That's because I started applying olive oil when my pregnancy began to show, so they're not very prominent now." "How do you know so much?" she inquired. It was a fair question, but Xie Jinnian hesitated to reveal the truth. I just guessed." Lin Guanzhi pursed her lips. "Oh." The atmosphere lightened somewhat. Once they had finished changing and tidying up, Xie Jinnian went to fetch some warm water. Before leaving, she added, "By the way, while the babies are still asleep, I'll help you with nursing later. Otherwise, it'll be too late when they get hungry." Chapter 6. The campus belle's determination to evolve. Lin Guanzhi could only move her upper body slightly. Even with her hands free, it was quite inconvenient. Thus, she had to rely on Xie Jinnian's assistance. Currently, she was dressed in a hospital gown, which made things a bit easier. After wiping herself down with warm water, the two hesitated for quite some time, neither daring to cross that invisible boundary. Yet, upon reflection, what was meant to happen had already occurred, and the child had even been born. It was not such a significant matter. It was inevitable. Xie Jinnian, possessing a thicker skin than Lin Guanzhi, suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. "Oh my goodness! No wonder you are the campus belle." Lin Guanzhi hurriedly covered her face, shooting a glare at Xie Jinnian. Her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over her. Xie Jinnian quickly averted her gaze, hastily clarifying, "I have no ulterior motives. Indeed, our little one will surely enjoy a life of abundance, destined to be nurtured plump by you." It was after that incident at the hotel that Lin Guanzhi discovered her unexpected pregnancy. Initially, she was bewildered, unsure of how to navigate this unexpected turn of events. Being a student and a prominent figure at her school, she pondered how her classmates would react if they learned of her situation. One day, while scrolling through Douyin, she encountered an inspirational video. Ultimately, she resolved to bring the child into the world, reasoning that the innocent should not bear the consequences of adult mistakes. She had prepared herself to embrace the role of a single mother. Fate has a peculiar way of intertwining lives. Who would have imagined that they would cross paths again, especially during Lin Guanzhi's delivery? Fortunately, he appeared. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss regarding the signing process. After a prolonged period of hesitation, they finally completed the necessary formalities. At this moment, Lin Guanzhi had yet to recover her strength and was unable to eat. Soon, she drifted back into a deep slumber. Less than 30 minutes later, she faintly heard the sound of a baby crying. Initially, she thought it was a dream. However, as she regained her senses, the reality struck her. She had a child. Startled, she opened her eyes to see her baby crying. Instinctively, her first reaction as a mother was to find her child. "Baby, my baby, what is wrong?" At that moment, her little ones were in the crib, wailing loudly. Xie Jinnian had been trying to soothe them for quite some time, but to no avail. Lin Guanzhi also wished to see her child. Xie Jinnian brought the baby closer to Lin Guanzhi, and despite their efforts to calm the little one, they remained unsuccessful. Concerned, they wondered if the baby was unwell. Xie Jinnian rushed to summon a doctor. Upon exiting, he encountered a passing nurse conducting rounds. "Nurse, what seems to be the problem with the babies? Are they uncomfortable? Why won't they settle?" After observing for a moment, the nurse replied, "It seems the babies are hungry. They likely desire to be fed. Has milk been produced? Is there any colostrum?" Lin Guanzhi hurriedly responded, Yes. I started producing milk during the later stages of my pregnancy. Healthier pregnant women often experience the onset of colostrum in their final trimester. Lin Guanzhi had previously consulted the nurses during her prenatal checkups and was reassured that this was a normal occurrence, advising against manual expression to prevent loss. Colostrum is rich in protein, vitamins, minerals, and particularly high in immunoglobulins, which bolster the baby's immunity and aid in combating infections. The doctor had also stated that since she had colostrum, the babies would have no issues with nourishment. The nurse instructed Xie Jinnian to use a warm towel for cleaning and then to hold the baby for feeding. How do I feed this?" The nurse couldn't suppress her laughter, saying, "Allow me to demonstrate." Soon, however, her amusement faded. The act of nurturing is indeed an art. Some individuals are blessed with favorable circumstances from their first birth, working harder than anyone else. Observing this novice mother, whose beauty was evident and who had given birth to triplets while maintaining her figure, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. The nurse stifled her envy and began earnestly instructing Xie Jinnian on how to hold the baby for feeding as he brought over the eldest. The infants all resemble one another to a considerable extent. To be candid, even Xie Jinnian struggles to distinguish which is the firstborn and which is the second. He has to rely on the swaddles to differentiate between them. That's right, just like that, hold here. Perfect. If the expectant mother is adept, she can even feed while lying on her side. It is possible to nurse both infants simultaneously. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Jinnian resolves to follow the nurse's instructions. Lin Guanzhi, reclining on the bed with her arm cradling the firstborn, begins to nurse. Meanwhile, Xie Jinnian tends to the secondborn. Initially, the secondborn seems unable to locate the source of nourishment, vigorously nudging with his tiny face, which causes Xie Jinnian to feel a pang of anxiety on his behalf. Ultimately, with Xie Jinnian's assistance, the infant finds the correct direction. "Ah!" Lin Guanzhi exclaims, startling Xie Jinnian. "What happened?" A glance at the happily feeding secondborn reveals, "This little one bit me." It is well known that newborns lack teeth. Perhaps he's been hungry for too long and is overly eager. Xie Jinnian gently reassures her, "Guanzhi, you are doing wonderfully." In that moment, both parents set aside their shyness and concerns, earnestly attending to the nourishment of their children. Once the firstborn has had his fill, Xie Jinnian cradles him back into the crib, only to be met with the wails of the thirdborn, who is eagerly awaiting his turn. The nurse advises that after feeding the infants, they should wait a few minutes before burping them. Xie Jinnian blinks in surprise. "Burp them?" The nurse elaborates that burping aids in expelling air from the baby's stomach, reducing the likelihood of spitting up or reflux and minimizing the risk of aspiration. Given that infants have horizontally oriented stomachs and limited capacity, they are prone to ingesting air while feeding, which can lead to spitting or reflux. She instructs them to place a cloth on their shoulder, hold the baby upright, resting his head against the adult's shoulder. One hand should support the baby's bottom, while the other gently pats the baby's back in a hollow shape, ensuring the baby is securely held. The novice parents attentively absorb the nurse's explanation, and then she demonstrates with the firstborn. The patting should be focused on the area above the waist, executed gently and with controlled pressure. It is essential to soothe the baby's emotions. Conversing with him, regardless of whether he comprehends, primarily serves to capture his attention. Patience is key, as the patting may need to continue for 3 to 5 minutes. The nurse's movements are practiced and precise, and before long, the baby emits a satisfying burp. Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian watch the nurse's every action with rapt attention, their expressions tense. Is it truly safe to pat such a tiny infant? Upon hearing the firstborn burp, their anxious hearts finally find relief. They exchange a glance filled with admiration. At that moment, the couple's focus is entirely on the nurse, completely oblivious to the fact that the second and thirdborn are still nursing. The babies, akin to perpetual motion machines, seem unaware of whether they are full or not. Lin Guanzhi suddenly exclaims, "Why is he spitting up?" Xie Jinnian turns to see that indeed, the second-born has vomited. Chapter 7. So close, he is handsome, she is beautiful. Seeing the second-born in distress, Lin Guanzhi feels a deep pang of compassion. Xie Jinnian tends to the second-born, ensuring he is comfortable before returning to clean up. Gently cleanse with a warm towel, repeating the process just once suffices. Afterward, he found himself utterly exhausted. A glance at the clock revealed that merely an hour had elapsed, yet felt interminable, as if a century had passed. Once Xie Jinnian finished tidying up, he looked down and realized it was time to dispose of the urine bag. At present, Lin Guanzhi was unable to rise from bed, necessitating Xie Jinnian's assistance with many tasks. Once he completed the chores and washed his hands, he finally had the opportunity to gaze upon the infants. They were diminutive and cherubic, exuding a delightful scent of milk. Xie Jinnian felt a surge of tenderness and cautiously reached out to touch the hand of the eldest child. He was now awaiting Lin Guanzhi to pass gas. Only after that could she partake in nourishment. Just as this thought settled in his mind, a series of soft sounds emanated from the hospital bed. Xie Jinnian exchanged glances with Lin Guanzhi, whose face flushed crimson. To release gas in such a public setting would be mortifying for anyone, let alone for her, the campus belle. Over the past couple of days, she felt utterly humiliated, having been repeatedly pressed down and rubbed against the ground, as if she could no longer face anyone. Yet, Xie Jinnian did not mock her. Such occurrences were beyond one's control. Anyone in her position would react similarly, and there was nothing humorous about it. In that moment, Lin Guanzhi covered her blushing face. Too shy to meet Xie Jinnian's gaze, he reassured her, stating there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Every new mother experiences this. Passing gas was a positive sign, indicating she could soon eat something. He maneuvered the crib beside Lin Guanzhi, seizing the opportunity while the infants were asleep to fetch her some food. If anything should arise in his absence, she could simply press this button to summon the nurse for assistance. Understood? Lin Guanzhi nodded. After securing the room, Xie Jinnian set off to procure a meal for her. Along the way, he called his parents, inviting them to the hospital. "Mom, have you been busy these past few days? If not, could you come be in city? I am currently in the hospital." Upon hearing hospital, his mother's heart leapt in her throat. "Jinnian, why on earth are you in the hospital? Is something wrong?" "I'm fine, but please hurry if you can come. I'll send you the location shortly. Just follow it." With that, Xie Jinnian promptly ended the call. He couldn't shake the worry of leaving Lin Guanzhi and the babies alone in the ward. What if the child cried? Lin Guanzhi was still struggling to move, and it was impossible for her to lift the baby. Not straying far, Xie Jinnian returned shortly after purchasing some millet porridge and carrot soup. Meanwhile, Lin Guanzhi gazed at her peacefully sleeping babies with a heart full of tenderness. Watching other families pass by with their loved ones, she pondered how she would manage alone without Xie Jinnian's support. In the future, how would she explain this to the children? Upon his return with the steaming millet porridge, Xie Jinnian noticed Lin Guanzhi lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. "The doctor advised only liquid food, so I brought millet porridge and carrot soup. Even if it's not to your taste, you must eat a little. It will aid your recovery." Lin Guanzhi remained momentarily stunned, struggling to regain her senses. Xie Jinnian approached and gently tapped her forehead, pondering what had captivated her so deeply. If a child were stolen, would she remain oblivious? Lin Guanzhi, regaining her senses, could only grasp the phrase "stolen child" echoing in her mind. "Child? Where's my child?" Xie Jinnian smiled and reassured her, "The child is still here. Nothing is amiss." I've been back for a while now. Did you not notice? What is you so lost in thought? Lin Guanzhi shook her head, her mood seemingly subdued. In your current condition, most foods are off limits. You can only manage a bit of millet porridge. As he spoke, Xie Jinnian ladled out some porridge to cool it down. Once you feel better, just tell me what you'd like to eat, and I shall procure it for you. He scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it gently, and naturally offered it to Lin Guanzhi's lips. They were close enough to hear each other's hearts racing. Lin Guanzhi felt her heart flutter, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue. I can manage on my own. This porridge is quite hot. Are you sure you can handle it? Lin Guanzhi glanced at the steaming bowl in Xie Jinnian's hand, instinctively shivering. It seemed her shyness was fading. During the feeding, they remained in close proximity. In that moment, Lin Guanzhi caught a glimpse of Xie Jinnian's profile. His facial contours were sharp and distinct, strong yet gentle, with a high, straight nose. His long eyelashes cast delicate shadows on his eyelids, fluttering slightly, adding a touch of softness to his otherwise austere demeanor. Lin Guanzhi could sense Xie Jinnian's tenderness as she observed him caring for her with such attentiveness. A peculiar feeling stirred within her heart. At one point, Xie Jinnian mentioned that his parents were coming to Yun City. Lin Guanzhi nearly choked on her porridge. Ah, when are they arriving? I'm not prepared, Xie Jinnian replied. I just called them. I'm not sure when they will arrive. You're a new mother now. Why fret so much? I worry I won't be able to care for you and the babies alone. With them coming to assist, you and the little ones will have a more comfortable time. Just moments ago, Lin Guanzhi had felt sorrow for the babies lacking family companionship. She never imagined their grandparents would be arriving soon. After finishing her meal, Lin Guanzhi fell asleep shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, Xie's mother received a message from her son indicating he was at the Yun City Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Without further thought, she notified Xie's father to pack their belongings promptly and hurriedly set out. Before leaving, she took the family's savings with her, just in case. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xie's mother finally processed the information. The Yun City Maternal and Child Health Hospital? Isn't that a place for childbirth? Why would her son bring her here? Even if he were unwell, he would not be admitted to such a facility. Suddenly, a torrent of thoughts flooded her mind. Could it be that he accidentally collided with a pregnant woman? Or perhaps her son had gotten someone pregnant and was now at the hospital for a procedure. Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion. She understood her son well. He was sensible and knew his limits, unlikely to engage in reckless behavior. Could it be that he had acted heroically, delivering a pregnant woman in labor while working as a courier? This is simply impossible. Why would one need to call their parents for acting heroically? Xiamu's heart raced with anxiety, wishing she could appear before her son immediately. She took out her phone and dialed Xie Jinnian. Upon answering, Xie Jinnian stepped outside. Mom, you're here? I can't leave right now. Can you come up by yourselves? Just head towards the inpatient department, and the first building will be it. We're in rooms 12 and 13 on the 3rd floor. All right, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Xie Jinnian pondered how his mother would react upon witnessing the scene. Would she be pleased, angry, excited, confused? Perhaps she would slap herself in disbelief. Chapter 8. The Arrival of Father and Mother Xie. Mom and Dad, you're going to be grandparents. After a moment's reflection, Xie Jinnian waited at the stairway for their arrival. Upon meeting, Xiamu scrutinized her son, relieved to see he was unharmed. Jinnian, what on earth happened? Why did you urgently call us here? Are you hurt? Her barrage of concern left Xie Jinnian uncertain of how to respond. Mom, I'm fine, don't worry. I'll explain everything later. How could parents not be anxious when their child suddenly ends up in the hospital? Later? You're keeping us in suspense. Xiefu was furious, demanding, what is going on? If you don't tell us soon, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Xie Jinnian felt a twitch in his eyelids. Although he had prepared a statement, he found himself at a loss for words. Dad, Mom, well. Xiemu, being rather impatient, cut him off. Just spit it out already. Why are you stalling? Xie Jinnian rubbed his hands together. Well, you're going to be grandparents. Xiefu. Xiemu. Upon hearing Xie Jinnian's words, both parents were left dumbfounded. They gazed at him in utter shock. Xiemu had considered countless possibilities, but the idea of her son having a child had been dismissed from her mind. Xiefu asked for clarification. Repeat that. Xie Jinnian solemnly reiterated, you're going to be grandparents. Once Xie regained his composure, he exclaimed, "What? I'm going to be a grandfather? You have a child?" Xie Jinnian nodded. "Yes, you're going to be a grandfather." Xie found it hard to believe. The situation had unfolded too abruptly, and she felt her son must be involved in some trouble. Yet, observing Xie Jinnian's serious demeanor, she sensed he was not joking. A chill ran down her spine. Could this boy be serious? After a brief moment, she finally calmed herself, only to unleash a torrent of reprimands. "Is it that Su Xin who has a child? How many times have I told you to be careful in everything? You must take precautionary measures. Now look, you're having a child out of wedlock. What will that girl do? You're both still students. What will you do about your studies once you have a child? Are you just going to abandon them? I don't even know how to express my disappointment. You're usually not like this." She was aware that her son had a girlfriend at university, but the extent of their relationship remained unclear to her. Without inquiring about the current status of his relationship with his son, Xie Jinnian remained silent. Su Xin was Xie Jinnian's girlfriend during his freshman year, but a year ago, she publicly humiliated him at Mishui City and ended their relationship. Xie Jinnian did not disclose their breakup to his parents, leaving them unaware. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head and exclaimed, "Mom, it's not Su Xin's child. I broke up with her over a year ago." Xie's mother appeared as if struck by lightning. If it's not Su Xin, then whose child is it?" She fretted, lowering her voice as she urged Xie Jinnian, "No, Xiaonian. If it's not Su Xin's child, whose child is it? Speak quickly. You're making me anxious. You don't know them. I'll introduce you later." Xie's father was baffled. "You must clarify what is going on right now." Xie Jinnian was drenched in sweat. This is a long story. I'll explain when I have time." Xie's father discerned that his son was hiding something, and his expression darkened. Could it be that his son was a keyboard warrior? Was Xie Jinnian a mere placeholder? That was utterly impossible. He could never be a placeholder in this lifetime. Xie's mother asked, "Where's the child now? I want to hold it against you now, but I'll deal with you later when we return. I lack experience in caring for children, so I asked you to come help. The babies are in the hospital room. I'll take you to see them shortly." In the hospital room, Lin Guanzhi furrowed her brows, feeling nervous at the thought of meeting Xie Jinnian's parents. She couldn't help but worry. After all, she had never anticipated encountering Xie Jinnian again, let alone meeting his parents. As they approached the window, the couple stole a glance into the hospital room, their eyes locking. "I must say, the daughter-in-law our son has chosen is truly beautiful." When the door opened, Lin Guanzhi was greeted warmly by the two individuals behind Xie Jinnian. "Hello. You must be Lin Guanzhi. We are Xie Jinnian's parents. Xiaonian only informed us today, and we didn't have time to come earlier to care for you. We sincerely apologize." Xie's mother, in her 40s, looked young due to her early motherhood and diligent skincare routine. She appeared amiable and approachable. Lin Guanzhi quickly responded, "Hello, Uncle Xie, Auntie Xie. Thank you for coming all this way. It must have been tiring." There's fruit on the table. Xie's mother naturally pulled up a chair to sit beside the hospital bed. Gazing at the gentle and graceful Lin Guanzhi, her heart swelled with joy. Not only was the girl beautiful, but she also cared about others. Turning to her son, her expression darkened. "Look at her, and then look at yourself. She is far more considerate." At that moment, Xie Jinnian was pouring water for his parents. Ever since receiving his son's call, the couple had hurried to Yun City without pause. Throughout the journey, they felt anxious, their hearts racing. The worry and nervousness left them breathless. Upon arriving at the hospital, they still hadn't calmed down when reality dealt them another heavy blow. After finishing her water, Xie's mother began to inquire about Lin Guanzhi's situation. "Mr." Xie sat quietly beside them, listening without uttering a word. "Has the milk been prepared?" Lin Guanzhi nodded, affirming that it had, and that the babies had already taken their first sip. "That's wonderful. Breastfeeding ensures their safety and health, and promotes intelligence." She continued, "They've passed gas, haven't they? Have you eaten? Good to hear you've had something to eat. After giving birth, it's akin to a month of confinement. One must take good care of oneself to avoid lingering health issues." Lin Guanzhi could sense that Mrs. Xie was an amiable person, as she had been attentive to her since they arrived at the hospital. Gradually, Lin Guanzhi relaxed her nerves and engaged in conversation with Mrs. Xie. After discussing matters with Lin Guanzhi, Mrs. Xie shifted the topic to the babies. How are the children? Are they all right? May I see them now? Upon hearing about the children, Mr. Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, I am now a grandfather. Where are my little grandchildren? Lin Guanzhi responded. The babies are over there. Following her gesture, they looked in that direction. No, no, no. Mrs. Xie rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she was seeing double. Chapter 9 Lin. The school bell. What if they do not like the babies? The nurse announced, Congratulations to you both. Your daughter-in-law has given birth to triplets. All 3 babies are healthy. 2 boys and 1 girl. What a splendid outcome. Triplets? Mr. and Mrs. Xie exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Tears of excitement welled up in Mrs. Xie's eyes. Old Xie, we have triplets. The Xie family will be lively from now on. Mr. Xie, filled with exhilaration, reiterated, It truly is triplets. The nurse continued. Miss Lin's first pregnancy resulted in triplets. The pain during contractions is quite unbearable. She only felt some relief after receiving an epidural. Your daughter-in-law is remarkably strong and capable. During Lin Guanzhi's routine checkups at the hospital, the nurses had been observant of her. She always came alone, without her parents or husband accompanying her. Now, seeing so many people by her side, the nurses felt relieved and happy for her. Mr. and Mrs. Xie joyously bent down to interact with the babies. Hello, my little grandchildren. I'm your grandmother. Can you see me? She said. I apologize for arriving late. Your grandfather was too eager and forgot to bring you toys. Next time, I promise to bring you something. The little ones seemed to sense someone addressing them, squinting their eyes to gaze at Mr. and Mrs. Xie. The nurse remarked, Look, the babies have heard you speaking. They are watching you now. Old Xie, look, it's true. Mr. Xie, intrigued by this phenomenon, leaned in closer. Indeed, the babies were squinting their eyes at them. After checking on Lin Guanzhi and the babies, the nurse prepared to leave, reminding them that it was time to bathe the babies. Once the nurse departed, Mr. and Mrs. Xie continued to circle around the little ones. Mr. Xie introduced the baby's details. This is the eldest, a boy, weighing 4 pounds and 8 ounces at birth. This is the second, also a boy, weighing 4 pounds and 6 ounces at birth. The one on the far right is Sanbao, a little girl weighing just over 4 pounds. The nurse assured that all of them are in good health. To be honest, newborns look quite similar, resembling little monkeys. Xie Jinnian is able to distinguish them by the patterns on their swaddling clothes. Xie gazes at the baby before her, growing increasingly fond. She gently inquires, Have the babies been named yet? Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi exchange a knowing glance and shake their heads in unison. Not yet. Xie insists. How can a child be without name? How about this? You choose a name for the baby. In truth, Lin Guanzhi had contemplated names during her pregnancy. She had a few options in mind, but with Xie Jinnian's arrival, she wished to consider his thoughts and opinions. Lin Guanzhi looked at Xie Jinnian. You may choose the name. Xie Jinnian countered. Is it acceptable if the surname is Xie? Until now, they had not discussed the future of the babies, leaving him uncertain about Lin Guanzhi's feelings. She nodded with a sweet smile. Of course, you are their father. One must admit, Lin Guanzhi's smile is truly beautiful, akin to flowers blooming in spring. Xie Jinnian thought to himself, given the hardships she endured during her pregnancy, perhaps she should be the one to name them. Lin Guanzhi then proposed, How about Xie Xiyuan, Xie Xija, and Xie Sahan? Xie Jinnian expressed no objections. Xie Mu and Xie Fu exchanged glances. The names Xiyuan, Xija, and Sahan roll off the tongue beautifully, clearly chosen with care, and sound delightful. Xie Mu further inquired, What about their nicknames? Lin Guanzhi scratched her head. I thought of some casual ones. Little Sponge, Little Rice Grain, and Little Puff. What do you think? If you don't like them, I can come up with others. Xie Mu, cradling the soft little grandchild, couldn't suppress her smile. Any nickname is fine, as long as the babies grow up healthy and strong. Both their formal and informal names are lovely. Xie Jinnian realized that Lin Guanzhi's ability to think of names so quickly indicated that she had pondered this long ago, and she truly cherished them. Then it settled. Little Sponge, Little Rice Grain, and Little Puff, he declared. Xie Mu, overwhelmed with affection, continued to hold and tease the babies, barely able to contain her excitement. Babies, you have names now. Your parents have named you. Are you happy? The eldest is called Xie Xiyuan, with the nickname Little Sponge. For now on, Grandma will call you Little Sponge. The second is Xie, with a nickname Little Rice Grain. And our little princess is Xie, with a nickname Little Puff. Do you understand? Do you like them? Grandma loves them very much. In the future, our Little Sponge, Little Rice Grain, and Little Puff must be obedient and listen to your parents, okay? Xie Fu's smile remained unchanged. The babies are still here. Do they really comprehend all this? He questioned. Xie Mu shot him a glance. It's none of your concern. I'm delighted. Little Sponge, we shall ignore Grandpa. Lin Guanzhi observed the scene before her. Xie Fu and Xie Mu possessed wonderful temperaments, and Xie Jinnian was considerate towards her. At this moment, she felt that circumstances were not as dire as she once thought. Time passed, and suddenly Little Rice Grain, lying in the crib, appeared distressed. In the next moment, the soft sounds of crying began to fill the air. Soon after, the eldest and the youngest joined Xiaomi in her lament. Xie Jinnian hurried over to investigate, but despite his attempts to soothe them, nothing seemed effective. Lin Guanzhi grew anxious as well. Just moments ago, the babies had been so well-behaved, interacting sweetly with Xie's parents. What could have caused this sudden uproar? She worried that Xie's parents might think the babies were too difficult to manage and grow fond of them less. However, Xie's father and mother reassured her that she was overthinking, seeing that her efforts to calm them were futile. Xie's mother speculated that perhaps the babies needed a diaper change. Upon inspection, her suspicions were confirmed. The little ones had indeed soiled their diapers. Xie's mother opened the bag and inquired, "Is this all the diapers and baby supplies we have?" It was evident that these were insufficient for 3 babies. Suddenly, Lin Guanzhi recalled that she had stocked up on diapers at home, but had forgotten to bring them. The takeout she had previously ordered for Xie Jinnian also seemed inadequate. Xie Jinnian rummaged through the cabinet and pulled out several packs of diapers. "You bought more?" he asked, to which Xie Jinnian nodded. "The nurse mentioned that we might not have enough baby supplies, so I asked a friend to get some." With the weather being warm, the babies were dressed lightly, making diaper changes more convenient. As Xie Jinnian looked at the tiny babies, he felt at a loss. They appeared so fragile, and he worried that if he mishandled them, he might cause them harm. "What are you standing there for?" Xie's mother asked, recognizing her son's confusion. "Come, let me show you." Knowing her son well, she knew just how to guide him. "First, hold the baby like this," she instructed, demonstrating how to support the baby properly. "It's all right. Babies aren't as delicate as you think. When your father changed your diapers, he was just as clumsy, and look how healthy you turned out." Xie's mother continued, "Do you see the ears of the diaper? Pull them apart and lift the baby's legs." Xie Jinnian was sweating profusely with anxiety, turning to his mother with uncertainty. "Mom, is this really how it's done? Will lifting the baby like this be safe?" Lin Guanzhi's heart tightened. Yet she couldn't help but smile at Xie Jinnian's naive demeanor. Xie's mother chuckled, reassured him, "Babies are not that fragile." She demonstrated in the air, guiding him, "Hold the baby like this, and just be a little gentler." He cautiously followed her instructions. Suddenly, Xie Jinnian noticed that the baby's stool was green. He anxiously asked, "Mom, why is the eldest stool green?" Startled by his question, Lin Guanzhi exclaimed, "Green? Why is it green? Is something wrong with the baby?" Their concern for the child warmed Xie's mother's heart, and she explained, "The stool of a newborn is naturally green. It's called meconium. As the baby feeds, it will gradually change to yellow-green and eventually to yellow." "Isn't that right, Lao Xie?" "That is how it was with Xiaoyan," she added, looking at Xie's father, who nodded in agreement. After listening to Xie Jinnian, Lin Guanzhi felt a sense of relief. Xie's mother inquired whether warm water had been prepared for the baby's baths. Upon noticing the mess on the eldest, he realized he had forgotten. Xie's father quickly fetched a basin of water. After washing and changing the diaper, Xie Jinnian was drenched in sweat. He felt this was more exhausting than running a marathon. Having changed the eldest, there were still the second and third to attend to. With Xie's father assisting in fetching water and Xie's mother guiding, they repeated the process they had just performed for the eldest. The diaper needed to be fitted properly, or else the little one's messes would overflow, and it should not be too tight, as that would cause discomfort for the babies. Once the diapers were changed, the babies appeared lively, and Xie Jinnian believed that regardless of how tiring the process was, it was all worthwhile. Noticing the time, Xie's mother declared it was time to take the babies for a bath. seeing their son drenched in sweat. Both Xie's father and mother planned to accompany the babies. At the maternal and child health hospital, numerous babies were born each day, and at this hour, bathing required patience in queue. Ahead of Xie's parents stood a middle-aged woman, also cradling her grandchild for a bath. During the wait, the woman turned to engage in conversation with Xie's parents. "Wow, you have triplets?" she exclaimed. Xie's mother smiled and nodded, confirming, "Yes, 2 boys and a girl." The woman then inquired, "And yours, are they boys or girls?" She sighed, "They're boys. My first was a boy as well. I hope this time for a girl. But it's another boy." Xie's mother offered her comfort. "Whether a boy or a girl, it's all a blessing. It's destined to be this way. Just let fate decide. Your grandchild looks healthy and chubby. He will surely bring you fortune." Yet the woman remained troubled. "Having 2 boys means my home will be lively. But when they rebel, how will I manage? Plus, I need to prepare 2 sets of housing and dowries." Xie's mother maintained a positive outlook. "That is 2 blessings indeed. We also have 2 boys, and our expenses are even greater than yours." The woman visibly felt better upon hearing this. Suddenly, the conversation took a gossipy turn. "Speaking of triplets, I heard just a few days ago a female university student gave birth to triplets. It seems she delivered them at night. When the doctors confirmed it was triplets, they asked her to call family members to come and sign. Naturally, a cesarean would be required for triplets. However, when the nurses requested her to notify her relatives, not a single person showed up. When a nurse inquired about the situation, she said her parents were not nearby and could not make it. She asked to notify her husband, but fell silent. It appeared that the baby's father was also a university student and likely unaware of the situation. Later, a young man arrived claiming to be the father, and he assisted with the signatures, though it remained unclear if he truly was the father. "But that shouldn't be taken lightly, right? I understand that," Xie's mother remarked. "Who knows? This gossip might just come back to touch my own son," she thought, finding no humor in the situation. The woman sighed again, lamenting, "Today, as university students seem to care little about their studies, indulging in reckless behavior instead. Why abandon a good education to bring a child into this world? Don't they have any concern for their parents? Parents work tirelessly to support their children through university, and this is how they repay their parents?" Xie's expression has improved since earlier. What regulation states that university students cannot have children? It is quite normal for 3rd and 4th year students to become parents. If they possess the means and their parents consent, why should they not have children? Furthermore, the state encourages childbirth, and universities have even introduced a system where couples can earn credits for registering their marriage. The woman appeared astonished, quickly comprehending the situation. After a couple of awkward laughs, she turned away in silence. Xie's mother smiled and gave Xie's father a thumbs up, as if to say, "Well done, my husband." The babies were bathing in a large water pool, working in pairs. One nurse washed the infants while another dressed them, displaying remarkable skill and coordination. The entire process, from bathing to dressing, took less than 5 minutes. The parents waiting nearby watched in trepidation, each too afraid to speak. At one point, a bystander expressed concern that the nurse's rough handling might harm the children, only to be firmly rebuffed by the head nurse, who asserted that they wash hundreds of babies daily, and it is impossible for them to injure a child. Xie's parents watched anxiously as the nurse requested clothing. They nervously complied, their apprehension evident. Sensing their worry, the nurse reassured them with a smile, "Do not fret, we will not harm the babies." On their way back with the infants, 2 women approached Xie's parents for a chat. They appeared to be a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who had just returned from bathing their own babies. "Wow, you have triplets," they exclaimed, filled with admiration. "Congratulations." Xie's mother replied with a beaming smile, "Yes, they're triplets. What about you?" The grandmother, cradling her child, clearly cherished her granddaughter, remarking, "She is such a little princess." Xie's parents exchanged congratulations with them, admiring the little girl's beauty. Xie's mother glanced at the new mother, noting that she was already able to get out of bed. "Your daughter-in-law must have had a natural birth to recover so quickly," she commented. The grandmother affirmed, "Indeed, she regularly exercised and practiced yoga during her pregnancy, so her recovery was swift." Chapter 11. The Ultimate Reward. How could a little boy fear a needle? Upon returning to the hospital room after their bath, the little ones seemed lively and spirited, and Lin Guanzhi felt warmth in her heart at the sight of the adorable babies. Remembering that their vaccinations were due, she decided it was the perfect time to take them. Xie Jinnian sought out the doctor to record the baby's essential information, as they needed their birth certificates to proceed with the vaccinations. The paperwork was completed swiftly, and the doctor handed the certificates to Xie Jinnian. All right, now you can take the babies for their vaccinations. Pushing the stroller, Xie Jinnian led the little ones to receive their shots. Initially, the babies squinted at their surroundings. As they stepped into the corridor, the bright lights startled them, causing their eyes to flutter shut. Xie Jinnian held up clothing to shield them from the light, gently whispering, "Is the light too bright for you? Fear not, for your father shall shield you, and your precious eyes shall remain unscathed," Xie Jinnian cheerfully reassured. Regardless of whether the little ones comprehended his words, in the vaccination room, the queue was short, and soon it was Xie Jinnian's turn. Vaccinating the children typically required the coordination of 2 nurses. To his delight, upon raising his gaze, he beheld 3 adorable cherubs, their cheeks a delightful shade of pink. How enchanting they are! Whose children might they be? How wonderful it would be if they were my own. The moment the nurse laid eyes on the triplets, her heart melted. She waved at them, and the 3 little ones gazed back with their beautiful, large eyes. With each blink, the nurse felt her heart soften further. Her gaze then fell upon the adults. Goodness, is this their father? So youthful and handsome. The nurse observed the family intently before returning to her task of recording the triplets' names and cradling the little ones to remove their clothing, revealing their delicate arms. Meanwhile, another nurse prepared the vaccines. Xie Jinnian gently lifted the little sponge, afraid to exert too much pressure lest he cause the baby discomfort. The little one stirred slightly in his arms, smacked his lips, and drifted back to sleep, blissfully unaware of the impending ordeal. The nurse began by disinfecting the little sponge's arm and swiftly administered the injection. The baby flinched, his features momentarily contorting, before he began to wail. Xie Jinnian, applying a cotton swab to the arm, soothed him. "Oh, it's all right, it's all over now, little sponge, don't cry." The nurse chuckled. "Who said it's finished? There's still the BCG vaccine." Xie Jinnian, heart aching as he observed the tears glistening in the eldest's eyes, gasped, "Another shot?" The nurse nodded and indicated for him to expose the other arm. As the needle pierced the skin, the eldest could not contain himself, letting out a heart-wrenching cry, tears streaming down his cheeks. Xie Jinnian stood, cradling him gently. There, it's truly over now, my dear, no more tears. Father is here, no need to cry." Thankfully, after a few sobs, the little sponge began to calm, his tears as tiny as pearls, looking utterly pitiful. In their infancy, they were consumed solely by the need to eat and sleep, indifferent to all else. After a mere 2 minutes of comforting, the little one succumbed to slumber. Next was the second child, the little grain of rice. He squinted at Xie Jinnian, who regarded him with sympathy. The nurse was swift and efficient. "Oh, quite the little trooper, our brave boy," she exclaimed. In quick succession, she administered the second injection. This time, the little one reacted. The pain elicited a loud wail from the second child. Xie Jinnian soothed him in the same manner, and soon the cries began to subside, replaced by intermittent sniffles. Finally, it was time for the little princess, the puff pastry. Given the trend of the previous 2 injections, she was expected to cry the most. Despite her diminutive size, her voice was resoundingly strong. Xie Jinnian cradled her, gently rocking back and forth until she settled down. After a considerable time, he placed her back into the stroller. The 3 little ones successfully received their first vaccinations. After filling out the necessary information, the nurse handed the vaccination booklet to Xie Jinnian, advising him that this booklet is essential for the babies. It will be required for their enrollment in kindergarten and primary school. Without it, registration would not be possible. The booklet clearly indicates which vaccines are to be administered and when, so all he needs to do is bring it along at the appropriate times. This time, they received the hepatitis B vaccine and the BCG vaccine. For the next 24 hours, the injection sites must not come into contact with water to avoid bacterial infection. Additionally, he was advised to ensure the babies stay well hydrated. They would need to wait here for 30 minutes for observation, and if the babies showed no adverse reactions, they could go home. After 30 minutes, the babies appeared to be fine. Xie Jinnian pushed them back to the ward. This time, he had learned to be clever. Before leaving, he took something to shield the babies from the light, only to remove it once they returned to the ward. Upon their arrival, Lin Guanzhi was still asleep. Time passed indistinctly until the babies began to whimper, likely due to hunger. Seeing Lin Guanzhi sleeping soundly, Xie Jinnian hesitated to wake her and instead drew the curtain, cradling the baby to feed him himself. When the little sponge took his first bite, Lin Guanzhi jolted awake, startled. She groggily inquired if the babies were hungry. Xie Jinnian nodded, explaining that he didn't want to disturb her slumber. Hearing the soft sounds of Xiao Mi Li and Xiao Bao Fu outside, she perked up, saying, "It's all right, I'll take over. You can fetch the other two to feed." Uncertain of her fatigue, she recalled feeling shy while nursing the babies before. But now her face showed no signs of embarrassment, nor did her heart race. Xie Jinnian supported Lin Guanzhi's arm, assisting her in holding the little sponge properly. Meanwhile, Xie's parents were outside, soothing Xiao Mi Li and Xiao Bao Fu. Noticing Xiao Mi Li crying quite intensely, Xie Jinnian brought him inside first. Each baby was fed on either side, and thankfully, Lin Guanzhi had the stamina for it. Had it been someone else, they might not have managed. It seemed the babies were nursing vigorously, and Lin Guanzhi gradually became more alert, her cheeks reddening once again. Before long, the little sponge was satiated. Xie Jinnian then brought in Xiao Bao Fu. Once all the little ones had finished their meals, he took them outside to let Xie's parents assist in caring for them, while he went to fetch hot water to warm the baby's formula. With a bit of hot water remaining, he inquired if she needed help with a sponge bath. The postpartum mother was running a high temperature, and with the oppressive summer heat, the ward's air conditioning couldn't be set too low. Lin Guanzhi, after lying down for a short while, began to sweat profusely, feeling quite uncomfortable. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, choosing comfort over appearances, she said, "Then I'll trouble you." Once everything was tidied up, Lin Guanzhi felt significantly refreshed. Xie's parents engaged her in conversation while Xie Jinnian went to the restroom to clean up. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the vaccination for the babies. You are rewarded with a set of housing in Tianrun community and a cash prize of 50,000 yuan. The relevant documents and keys have been placed in your backpack. Please check. Tianrun community? No way. It couldn't possibly be the same community he was familiar with, could it? In the past, when he delivered takeout, he had been to that neighborhood. At that time, the security guard did not allow him entry, and only after the property owner made a phone call was he reluctantly permitted to enter. Thus, he held a profound impression of that community. Could it be that the system's reward was a residence there? After tidying up, he checked his backpack and, indeed, found an extra document and a key within. Chapter 12. The Power of the System. Deliciousness beyond compare unbeknownst to him. The time had slipped to 10:30. Lin Guanzhi and the little ones were sound asleep. Xie Jinnian, noticing that his parents had driven all day, urged them to return and rest. "Mom and Dad, I have booked a room for you at a hotel near the hospital. You should go back and rest. I am here, so there is no need for concern. Rejuvenate, and come back to see the little ones tomorrow." Before departing, Xie's father and mother called Xie Jinnian to the corridor. Xie's mother then pulled a passbook from her bag and pressed it into his hand. "Xiaonian, you're now a father of 3. You will have expenses everywhere. Our family is not well off, and we do not even own a house in the city. A girl might feel insecure following you. This is the money your father and I brought from home today. Though it is not much, it should suffice for a down payment on a house. When you have time, select a good location for a home, make the down payment, and in the future, your father and I will help you repay the mortgage." Feeling the love of his parents, Xie Jinnian's heart ached. They had toiled for many years in the village, rising early and toiling late just to save this amount. The fact that they were offering all their savings to him brought tears to his eyes. "Mom and Dad, I cannot accept this. I have already bought a house. You need not worry about me." Since his freshman year, Xie Jinnian had been working part-time. After the second semester, he had not asked his family for money again. He not only supported himself through part-time work, but also sent money home each month. Xie's mother understood her son well and was aware of the funds he possessed. She spoke earnestly, You should take this from us. Besides this, your father and I have other savings in our bank account. Do not worry about us lacking funds. Xie Jinnian firmly replied, Mom, truly, it is unnecessary. I can manage the housing situation. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xie's father. If your mother gives it to you, just accept it. Why are you arguing so much? We know you have money, but you also need to care for Guanzhi and the little ones. Besides taking good care of them, you need to resolve your living situation. Renting indefinitely is not a viable solution. Although our family is of modest means, we can afford the down payment on a home. You will have expenses everywhere. Keep this money, and if it is insufficient, we will provide more. After a tug of war, Xie Jinnian could not resist his parents' insistence and ultimately accepted the passbook. He thought to himself that he would hold on to their money for now, intending to return it to them when an opportunity arose. Once his parents left, Xie Jinnian approached the crib to observe the 3 little ones, who were sleeping soundly. He then returned to the bedside, preparing to rest. During the night, he groggily heard what seemed to be a new pregnant woman being moved into the adjacent bed. After ensuring everything was safe, he drifted back to sleep. The following morning, thanking both his father and mother for bringing breakfast, Lin Guanzhi's condition had stabilized considerably, and the babies were still asleep. Seizing the opportunity, Xie Jinnian concocted a reason to inspect the property awarded by the system. Upon entering the community, he was greeted by a crystal-clear artificial lake, adorned with a central fountain. The lake's surface was devoid of any debris, while fish gracefully navigated through the water. Lush greenery and blooming flowers, along with meticulously trimmed shrubs, created a delightful aesthetic. The community boasted comprehensive and sophisticated amenities, and Xie Jinnian found the garden's environment utterly satisfying. Following the system's direction, he proceeded to Building 2, Unit 801 on the 8th floor. As he approached the entrance, curiosity piqued about the nature of the system's reward. With a click, he opened the door and was astounded by the house's elegance. Its decor embraced a light luxury style, predominantly featuring a creamy white hue, complemented by champagne gold accents. The velvet-textured sofas and soft lighting exuded a warm and refined atmosphere. The entire residence was custom-designed, showcasing arched doorways and artistically carved frames, harmoniously paired with exquisite wall lamps, which adorned the space with a touch of sophistication and nobility. Spanning over 140 square meters, it comprised 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, fully furnished and equipped, allowing for immediate occupancy. What captivated Xie Jinnian the most was the master bedroom, boasting an impressively large bed, an ensuite bathroom, and a walk-in closet. Stepping onto the balcony, he was met with a breathtaking view of the renowned Shui River that flowed through Cloud City. The gentle breeze from the river was both comfortable and refreshing. Truly, it was no wonder the property commanded such a high price in this prime location. After exploring both the interior and exterior, Xie Jinnian felt thoroughly satisfied. Entering the kitchen, he admired the fully equipped appliances and checked the time, realizing it was time to prepare lunch. Remembering the skill awarded by the system, his culinary prowess, he was eager to test its effectiveness. The refrigerator was nearly empty, prompting him to search for nearby markets. Fortunately, they were not far away. Upon returning with a bounty of fresh ingredients, he communicated with the system, activating his culinary skills. A flurry of cooking techniques and methods flooded his mind, encompassing everything from Western and Chinese cuisines to nutritious baby food and postpartum meals. Xie Jinnian felt an exhilarating sense of power, eager to showcase his newfound abilities. Half an hour later, bolstered by the system's skills, an array of delectable dishes emerged. The aroma was so enticing that he could hardly resist indulging. Yet he managed to restrain himself. Returning to the hospital just in time for lunch, he found the pregnant woman who had moved in the previous night enjoying her meal. Observing her relish in the food, Lin Guanzhi's stomach audibly protested. Xie Jinnian arrived at the ward just in time to witness this scene. How could this be allowed? How could he permit the mother of his child to go hungry? Heart aching, he apologized profusely. "I'm so sorry, Guanzhi. I was delayed on the way and just arrived. This meal is personally prepared by me. Do give it a taste and see if it suits your palate." A meal crafted by Xie Jinnian himself? Before her stood a thermal food container, and Lin Guanzhi was taken aback, She never anticipated that Xie Jinnian could cook. As the lid was lifted, a wave of enticing aromas wafted through the air. Nurses and family members passing by outside were utterly captivated. "Goodness, whose meal is this? It smells heavenly," they exclaimed, their mouths watering. "I've never encountered such a delectable fragrance. Is it possible that this meal was prepared in the hospital cafeteria? Could it have been brought from a five-star hotel? I've had the fortune to dine in one before, yet it never smelled this exquisite." The corridor was filled with hungry passers-by. Meanwhile, within the ward, Lin Guanzhi was rendered speechless. It was unbelievably fragrant. She had thought Xie Jinnian had merely prepared a simple meal for himself, but she was astounded to discover his culinary prowess. Tears welled up in her eyes. Could this truly be made by a human? The pregnant woman in the adjacent room, upon catching a whiff of the delightful aroma from the meal box, suddenly found her own food unappetizing. Just moments ago, she had been enjoying her meal, but now her appetite had vanished. Her gaze filled with longing directed towards Lin Guanzhi's side. On the other side, Xie Jinnian scooped a spoonful, gently blowing on it before bringing it to Lin Guanzhi's lips. In a soft voice, he said, "Guanzhi, this is brown sugar millet porridge. The nurse mentioned you can only consume liquid food for now, so I made you millet porridge, shrimp and tofu soup, and stir-fried yam with black fungus. For the time being, you'll have to make do with this, but as you recover, I shall prepare other dishes for you." Lin Guanzhi could hardly wait to take a bite, and her eyes instantly sparkled. "Oh my, this is the first time I've tasted such delicious food," she exclaimed. A bowl of millet porridge had managed to evoke the grandeur of a full banquet. Lin Guanzhi savored the moment. The flavor was exquisite. "I've never eaten anything this delightful." Xie Jinnian sighed in relief, reassured that the taste was to her liking. He thought to himself, "This skill from the system is truly remarkable. If you enjoy it, I shall cook for you and the little ones every day." Observing the scene before him, Xie's parents were in disbelief. How could it smell so divine? It defied all reason. They knew their son's culinary abilities all too well. Back in high school, Xie Jinnian had nearly blown up the kitchen, and it was only thanks to the neighbor's timely intervention that a disaster was averted. Since then, Xie's mother had never allowed him near the kitchen again. And now their son was cooking? Moreover, the aroma was tantalizing enough to make one salivate. Could it be real? Had he purchased it from somewhere? Yet, seeing the earnest expression on their son's face, it hardly seemed plausible that he had bought it. They understood their son's character and knew he would never deceive them. As Xie Jinnian tidied up the food containers, Lin Guanzhi was left wanting more. Unfortunately, due to her physical condition, she could not indulge too much and had to refrain. Utilizing the system's cooking skill for the first time, Xie Jinnian had prepared a substantial amount. In addition to what he made for Lin Guanzhi, he had brought several portions for his parents as well. Upon opening the containers for them, Xie's mother took a bite, her expression akin to that of discovering a new world. "This is incredibly delicious." After high school, he hadn't stepped foot in the kitchen, making it hard for her to fathom that such a delightful flavor was crafted by her son. Xie father and Xie mother were captivated with each delectable bite, each dish more exquisite than the last, leaving them unable to cease their indulgence. Xie Jinnian took a moment to satiate his hunger as well. Upon noticing the last portion remaining, Xie mother caught sight of a pregnant woman next door, her expression brimming with longing. With a warm smile, she turned to the young woman and offered, "Dear, we have one more serving here. Would you care to try it?" Just as her in-laws were about to interject, the pregnant woman exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, Auntie. Oh my, I saw how delicious you were eating. You were so kind." With eager anticipation, she picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. Delicious. Unprecedentedly delicious. The moment she tasted it, the flavor overwhelmed her senses, and tears of joy began to cascade down her cheeks. "Oh my goodness, this is the best meal I have ever had in my life, bar none." Lin Guanzhi felt an undeniable joy swell within her as she heard praises directed towards Xie Jinnian. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Xie Jinnian's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for cooking for the mother of your child for the first time. Reward: one Lanta Dreamer Kuanping Edition Nanny Vehicle." The Lanta Dreamer? The Kuanping Edition? Wasn't that the latest model of nanny vehicle released this year? Xie Jinnian was exhilarated. He was about to acquire a car. He had a slight understanding of this vehicle, knowing it was priced at no less than 600,000. Thank you, system. I adore you. This car arrived at the perfect moment, making outings with the baby incredibly convenient. After the meal, Lin Guanzhi engaged in conversation with Xie's mother before drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, the babies also succumbed to a drowsy slumber. With their parents nearby to assist, Xie Jinnian felt less fatigued. He thought about how Lin Guanzhi and the babies would be discharged in 2 to 3 days, yet they had not purchased essentials like cribs, strollers, and mosquito nets. These preparations needed to be made in advance. Being a man of action, Xie Jinnian resolved to take charge. After instructing his parents to care for Lin Guanzhi and the babies, he set off. Watching her son depart, Xie's mother reflected on how he had grown. Establishing his own family and knowing what he needed to do, Xie Jinnian recalled that near Tianrun community, there was a large shopping mall where baby products were likely available. Upon arrival, he indeed found several baby supply stores, yet none met his expectations. The materials were either subpar or they lacked suitable options for triplets. Left with no choice, he decided to explore other avenues. Ultimately, he paused in front of a branded store. The proprietress understood his needs. Triplets, what a coincidence. We have just what you need. Approaching Xie Jinnian, she greeted him warmly. Handsome, are you looking to purchase items for triplets? We happen to have a stroller that fits 3 perfectly. Feel free to come in and take a look. No obligation to buy. Encouraged by her hospitality, Xie Jinnian entered the shop, embracing the opportunity with a sense of curiosity. The proprietress, with a friendly demeanor, continued. What are you looking for? A stroller or a crib? We have everything you need. Is it for a friend or a relative? Asked the shop owner. Xie Jinnian replied softly. It's for my own children. The shop owner, incredulous, responded. Your children? You seem so young. You look like a university student. She had never imagined that he was already a father. Regaining her composure, she apologized. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone who was buying for friends or relatives. She was astonished to learn that Xie Jinnian was not only a father, but also the parent of triplets. From the moment she first laid eyes on him, the shop owner was captivated by his charming, sun-kissed demeanor. With exquisite features and an alluring physique, who could possibly resist such appeal? If she were a few years younger, she would have certainly been tempted to pursue him. Becoming a father at such a young age, you are truly fortunate. You should express your gratitude to your wife for the arduous task of bringing 3 children into this world. Childbirth can be perilous. I remember when I gave birth to my eldest daughter, I nearly lost my life. It was only after a complicated procedure that I survived. Childbirth is indeed a painful experience for women. Xie Jinnian listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement. The shop owner, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled and said, I apologize for my chatter. Follow me. She continued, over here we have items for triplets, including cribs and strollers. There are 2 sizes of cribs. One can be attached to an adult bed, ensuring the child's safety while providing ample space. The babies can roll without fear of falling. The other is a smaller, independent crib that can be easily moved around the house, allowing you to keep an eye on the little ones from any corner. I personally recommend these 2 models as they are from the same brand, crafted from European-grade beech wood imported from 47 degrees north latitude. The wood is dense, with clear grain and exudes a natural essence. The raw wood is free from paint, formaldehyde, and unpleasant odors, ensuring a healthy and eco-friendly environment. What I particularly appreciate is the adjustable guardrail, which makes it easy to place the baby without straining your back. Moreover, all edges are rounded, smooth, and devoid of sharp corners. These 2 models are the finest in our store. It's up to you to choose. From the owneress description, it was evident that she held great confidence in her products, and Xie Jinnian couldn't help but agree that they were indeed impressive. However, upon researching the brand online, he discovered that the shop owneress prices were significantly higher, exceeding the online listings by over 1,000. The total for both cribs came to 4,599 yuan. Not wishing to rush to a conclusion, he requested the shop owner to recommend a stroller for him. As a seasoned salesperson, the shop owner, noticing Xie Jinnian's hesitance, continued to introduce other options. Are you also looking for a stroller? We have these models available. I highly recommend these too. By the way, how many months old is your baby? Xie Jinnian replied, just a few days old. The shop owner exclaimed, congratulations, handsome. Since your baby is just born, this model would be perfect. It's a detachable stroller for triplets, suitable from birth to 3 years. It can be used for sitting, lying down, or reclining. It features an independent ventilation design, multiple roll-up breathable windows, reversible seating, and can be effortlessly folded with one hand, making it easy to manage even when you are alone. The vehicle is compact, capable of adapting to various situations. It features robust rubber wheels with 8 durable axles, designed to withstand wear, puncture-proof, and explosion-proof, providing excellent traction to navigate diverse road conditions with ease. In terms of pricing, it is slightly more expensive than others, with the triplet priced at $13.88. Its cost is justified. While other triplets exist, they do not offer the same comprehensive functionality, leaving the choice to your preference. After a thorough comparison online and offline, Xie Jinnian expressed satisfaction with the various aspects, though the price seemed excessively high. Unfazed, Xie Jinnian inquired, "Boss, could you possibly lower the price a bit? I noticed on the official website that it is at least 1,000 less than your price." The proprietress responded calmly, "Honestly, let me tell you, our purchase price is only slightly more than 100 lower than the original price. Additionally, we offer home delivery and installation, and those labor costs must be covered. We cannot match the pricing of online retailers, can we?" Understanding the challenges of any profession, Xie Jinnian pondered before proposing, "How about this? If I purchase all 3, how much of a discount can you provide?" The proprietress sincerely asked, "And how much do you think would be reasonable?" The total original price for 3 amounts to $59.87. "What do you think of 5,400? If that works, I will pay immediately." The proprietress found this price acceptable, but asked, "Could you possibly add a bit more? Our total purchase cost is quite similar, and I need to make a small profit. With the current rarity of triplets, I have been holding on to this stock at a loss, so I truly cannot reduce the price further." Xie Jinnian felt conflicted. I'm still a university student, and managing 3 children is no small feat. Could you lower it just a bit more? I genuinely wish to make this purchase. The proprietress took a step back. "All right, let us consider it a gift for your children. If you ever need more baby products, you must come back here, and I will give you a discount." Chapter 14. Xie's mother. My son is a planner, yet he claims he has purchased a house. After finalizing the price, Xie Jinnian did not rush to pay, confirming, "Boss, you will deliver and install at my place, right?" "Of course. Is there an extra charge?" No. Let me tell you, this line offers free delivery and installation. You can ask around and see that others charge for it." Having visited numerous stores, Xie Jinnian found the proprietress's claims to be accurate. With a smile, she said, "Please send me your address, and I will arrange for the workers to deliver it right away." Xie Jinnian replied, "Tianrun Community, Building 8, Unit 801. You could just follow me there." The proprietress was taken aback. Tianrun Community. That is a well-known trendy neighborhood in Yunqing. I've heard it is home to many prominent figures, each worth no less than millions. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been so accommodating. The staff worked efficiently, completing the installation in under 10 minutes. The delivery and installation at the community took less than half an hour. Xie Jinnian offered them 2 packs of cigarettes, acknowledging the challenging employment environment, particularly for those engaged in manual labor. Initially hesitant, the staff soon accepted the gesture. Xie Jinnian asserted that he does not smoke. If they chose not to accept, there would be no option for a refund. Upon hearing his words, the workers collected their belongings and departed. Observing the assembled baby stroller, Xie Jinnian felt a sense of satisfaction, giving it a gentle shake to confirm its sturdiness. He captured several photographs to share with Lin Guanzhi, eager to know her opinion. Upon returning to the hospital, he discovered that Lin Guanzhi was still in slumber. His gaze fell upon the triplets, who had awakened and were now fussing on the bed. Lin Guanzhi, in a state between dreams and wakefulness, could faintly hear the cries of the babies. Instinctively, she opened her eyes, and upon awakening, realized the infants were indeed crying. As she and Xie Jinnian endeavored to soothe the babies, a sudden commotion erupted from the adjacent hospital bed. "I believe my water has broken. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Quick, call the doctor." Immediately summon the doctor and nurses. "Hurry, lives are at stake. What are you waiting for?" Your wife is going into labor. The family in the next bed frantically called for medical assistance. Soon, doctors and nurses arrived to escort the woman away. Lin Guanzhi watched the expectant mother being wheeled off, her heart filled with concern. Having experienced childbirth herself, the thought of the pain associated with it caused her heart to tighten. She fervently hoped for the safety of both mother and child. An hour later, the grandmother from the adjacent bed returned, joyously cradling a newborn. She enthusiastically announced to everyone she met that she was to become a grandmother. Her son supported the woman, who followed closely behind. Due to the natural delivery and the mother's good health, she was able to walk shortly after giving birth to a baby girl. In the hospital room, Xie's mother was peeling an apple for Lin Guanzhi when she observed the grandmother rushing back. With a smile, she remarked that was swift. Is it a little princess or a little prince? The grandmother beamed, unable to contain her joy. It's a little princess. Xie's parents offered their congratulations, celebrating the arrival of a new little princess, which would surely bring liveliness to the household, whether a boy or a girl. They wished for all the babies to grow up healthy. The triplets were only a few days younger, and they would soon have opportunities to play together in Yunqing. Indeed, when time allows, let us arrange a meeting between our families, they agreed. Upon the return of the mother to the ward, she glanced at her own baby and then at the triplets, pondering how such a small difference in birth timing could result in such varied appearances. The neighboring baby boasted rosy cheeks, sparkling eyes, and smooth skin, while her own newborn daughter appeared wrinkled and yellowish, reminiscent of a little monkey. Nonetheless, to each mother, her child is the most adorable and beautiful. She hoped her daughter would one day possess the same charm as the triplets. The triplets, hearing the sound of a baby crying, curiously looked around. Their bright, expressive eyes blinked as they nibbled on their tiny hands, their innocent gazes melting hearts. The adjacent bed was bustling with family and friends visiting the newborn girl, gifts piled high, and the air filled with well wishes. Watching their joyful gathering, Lin Guanzhi couldn't help but think of her own parents, her expression turning somber. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day since the baby's birth. The doctor assessed Lin Guanzhi's recovery, finding no significant issues, allowing her to proceed with the discharge formalities. Although Lin Guanzhi appeared frail, her overall physical condition was remarkably good, with a commendable recovery. Upon examination, no abnormalities were detected. Before their departure, the doctor advised her that as she had undergone a cesarean section, it was imperative to keep the incision dry and clean, avoiding any contact with water. Should she notice any redness, swelling, or discharge from the wound, she must promptly return to the hospital. In terms of diet, a light and balanced intake was recommended, emphasizing high-protein foods while avoiding overly greasy or spicy dishes, as these could hinder milk production and impede healing. A follow-up appointment was scheduled approximately 42 days postpartum to assess uterine recovery and pelvic muscle function. If any discomfort arose during this period, immediate medical attention was necessary. Xie Jinnian diligently committed the doctor's instructions to memory, and his earnest demeanor brought a smile of satisfaction to his parents, who felt reassured that their son had indeed matured. After the doctor departed, Xie Jinnian proceeded to complete the discharge formalities, while his parents assisted in gathering their belongings. At this point, Lin Guanzhi was able to rise from her bed and walk. Upon Xie Jinnian's return, his parents were discussing transportation arrangements, contemplating hiring a nanny vehicle so the family could travel together to Lin Guanzhi's residence. Hearing their conversation, Xie Jinnian interjected, "Mom and Dad, there's no need to arrange for a car. I have everything sorted." After being discharged, he had already pre-booked a ride-sharing service instead of heading to Lin Guanzhi's rented accommodation. His parents were taken aback, not expecting their son to be so organized. However, they were puzzled about where he intended to take them, if not to Lin Guanzhi's place. Could it be that he had actually purchased a home? The couple exchanged glances, filled with curiosity. They recalled having handed over their savings to him for a down payment on a property, only for him to insist that he had already secured a house. "Did you really buy a house?" inquired Xie's mother. With a serious expression, Xie Jinnian replied, "You will see when the time comes." Aware that his words might not be believed, he resolved to personally show them. His parents remained skeptical, uncertain about what scheme their son was concocting. Nevertheless, Considering his usual demeanor and competence, they felt a sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, as Xie Jinnian gathered their belongings, he communicated with the system. Shortly after, a voice resonated in his mind, indicating that as the host was being discharged today, a vehicle would be arranged to arrive at Yunqing Maternal and Child Hospital before 9 a.m., expected to reach them in approximately 20 minutes. A vehicle to the hospital? Xie Jinnian was pleasantly surprised by the system's thoughtfulness. With the nanny vehicle, their journey home would be considerably more convenient. Chapter 15. Xie's parents in bewilderment. Has my son robbed a bank? Once everything was packed, the family descended the stairs in high spirits. Xie's parents pushed the baby carriage ahead, while Xie Jinnian supported Lin Guanzhi from behind. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, the elderly couple scanned the surroundings, yet saw no sign of the ride-sharing vehicle their son had arranged. Given Lin Guanzhi's recent childbirth, her physical recovery was still ongoing, and Xie's mother grew concerned that standing for too long would cause her discomfort. Xie Jinnian was also on the lookout. Where's the promised nanny vehicle? Just as he was about to communicate with the system, a black nanny vehicle slowly approached them, eventually coming to a halt right in front of them. The vehicle is impressively large, adorned with 34 chrome strips of varying thickness, exuding an air of luxury and grandeur that captures the attention of passersby. Just then, a man in a suit alights from the car. Mr. Xie, greetings. I am Xiao Li, the automotive delivery specialist. This is the Lawn to Dreamer Kunping edition you purchased from our dealership. The vehicle has been delivered, and I invite you to accompany me for a thorough inspection of its exterior. If everything meets your approval, I shall present you with the relevant documentation. Xie Jinnian followed Xiao Li for a cursory examination of the vehicle before settling into the driver's seat to savor the experience. Although he had only researched the Lawn to Dreamer online, he had never before had the pleasure of experiencing it firsthand. The ergonomically designed seats provided an unparalleled comfort, enhanced by a massage feature that effectively alleviated travel fatigue. After confirming the vehicle's condition, Xie Jinnian affixed his signature, thereby completing the handover. Gazing at the luxurious vehicle before them, along with the earlier conversation between their son and the staff, Mr. and Mrs. Xie stood in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that their son had genuinely purchased a car, and a luxury one at that. The Lawn to Dreamer was a model they had only seen on television, with current market prices ranging from 400,000 to 600,000 yuan. They wondered how their son could afford such an extravagant purchase, as their savings certainly did not amount to that figure. Initially, they thought it might have been a jest, but the reality was undeniable. How could he possibly have acquired such funds? Mr. and Mrs. Xie remained speechless, grappling with the idea of their son purchasing a vehicle worth tens of thousands of yuan so casually. In the eyes of the older generation, buying a car paled in comparison to purchasing a home. With the rapid advancement of technology and the myriad of transportation options available today, they believed real estate to be a more prudent investment. Their son had clearly made an impulsive decision. Lin Guanzhi was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that Xie Jinnian would purchase a vehicle. Through their time together, she had gleaned some insight into the Xie family's financial situation, which could only be described as typical for a rural household. How had Xie Jinnian suddenly acquired enough funds for a luxury vehicle costing hundreds of thousands? A wave of confusion washed over her. She suddenly wondered if perhaps he had bought the car for the sake of their baby. The vehicle was equipped with safety buckles, allowing them to transport the baby without needing to hold him. Once everything was stowed, they set off for home. Mr. and Mrs. Xie examined the interior features of the car with wide-eyed awe. The most striking advantage was the expansive space. Immense indeed. The ceiling was upholstered in suede, and the seats were crafted from infant-safe materials, offering a soft, skin-friendly touch that blended luxury with comfort. The rear seats boasted an oversized display screen and a refrigerator, elements that surely outclassed many other vehicles. They never imagined they would ride in such a splendid car, especially one purchased by their own son. This was a top-tier model, a vehicle worth over 600,000 yuan. How impressive it would be to drive it home. Reflecting on their son's earlier claims of buying both a house and a car, the couple had been skeptical. Yet now, the car stood before them in undeniable reality. Had their son perhaps sold his house as well? Throughout the journey, their minds were filled with unanswered questions. Half an hour later, they arrived at the grand entrance of Tianrun Community. As they beheld the imposing gates, Mr. and Mrs. Xie couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. Such an upscale community. Can one enter freely? Is this the house that my son mentioned? Waves of emotion surged within them. Upon arriving at the base of the building, Xie Jinnian parked the car. He assisted Lin Guanzhi, who gazed at him with curiosity. What are we doing here? Are we going to live here? Xie Jinnian smiled and nodded. Yes, we will reside here from now on. This is the new home I have purchased for you and the little ones. Let me show you around. Upon hearing that Xie Jinnian intended to take her and the children to see their new home, Lin Guanzhi felt a special sensation in her heart. The group ascended to the 8th floor, room 801, in an impressive manner via the elevator. Xie Jinnian skillfully produced the house keys. With a click, the door swung open, revealing an ambience of refined luxury. The interplay of cream white and champagne gold created a striking visual impact that was truly captivating. The warm French-style decor, intricate furnishings, and wall sconces fostered a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Xie Jinnian earnestly stated, Guanzhi, this will be your new home with the children. Though it may not be large, rest assured that I will strive to provide you with a better and more spacious house in the future. I will take good care of you and the little ones. Lin Guanzhi gazed at Xie Jinnian, her heart racing. The size of the house mattered little to her. All she desired was to be by the children's side, watching them grow joyfully. However, she never anticipated that Xie Jinnian had actually purchased a house. That nanny van had already left her in awe. But now he had bought a residence as well, an abode in the prestigious Yunqing Tianrun Community. Tianrun Community is renowned in Yunqing, situated in a prime location where many influential individuals reside. When it was first launched, it was quickly snatched up. Xie's parents stood in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping as they surveyed the exquisite decor. Such a beautiful home was something they had only seen on television. It was hard to believe that their son had acquired such a luxurious and refined property. Having grown accustomed to village life, they were unaware of how city dwellers indulged in such comforts. Seeing that Lin Guanzhi and his parents were pleased with the house, Xie Jinnian quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the sound of soft whimpering emerged from the baby carriage. Perhaps the unfamiliar environment had unsettled the little ones. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi hurried over to the carriage. Mom and Dad, please explore on your own for a moment while I check on the children. Xie's parents snapped back to reality from their delight. Their son had actually purchased this house. The couple joyfully commenced their tour of the home. Upon entering from the foyer, they found themselves in the living room. The custom-made television cabinet housed an enormous screen, while the coffee table, with its glossy surface resembling marble, was encircled by champagne gold accents, an exquisite combination that exuded sophistication. The sofa was upholstered in premium leather, offering a luxurious tactile experience and a delightful bounce when sat upon. After touring the living room, they proceeded to the kitchen, which boasted an array of appliances: a refrigerator, dishwasher, coffee machine, bread maker, pasta machine, and more. In this kitchen, there was nothing one could imagine that wasn't available. The couple meticulously inspected the range hood and the gas stove, identifying potential hazards. They expressed satisfaction with the kitchen, appreciating the efficient use of space. Upon entering, even those averse to cooking felt compelled to showcase their culinary skills. Chapter 16. Radiating Charm. How can one be so alluring? Next, they explored 3 additional rooms. The 2 guest rooms, while differing in layout, featured beds and wardrobes of similar design, with the kitchen and living room as their foundation. They held great confidence in the furnishings throughout the house. Xiemu gently reclined on the bed. How delightful! It was simply exquisite. It felt as though she were lying on a cloud, the softness enveloping her skin. Within moments, her taut nerves began to relax, every muscle proclaiming comfort, urging her to remain still and savor the moment. The master bedroom boasted a private bathroom and a walk-in closet, with a generously sized bed, complemented by the baby stroller purchased by Xie Jinnian. Together, they created an almost absurdly spacious arrangement. Surrounding the bed were guardrails to prevent the little ones from falling. The room was also equipped with a projector, allowing for leisurely movie nights while lounging in comfort. What sheer bliss! Finally, they ventured to the balcony, which offered a splendid view. Clear and wide-angled, they could see towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic alongside the meandering river, resembling a verdant ribbon winding across the landscape. The couple lingered on the balcony for a while, with Xie taking out his phone to check the property prices in the area. His eyes widened in astonishment. The price was $18,000, estimating the total area of the apartment to be at least 150 square meters. It dawned on him that the entire unit must be valued at over $2 million. In their minds, what did $2 million represent? Such astronomical figures were beyond their wildest imaginings. With that sum, they could likely purchase several homes in their town. Meanwhile, Xie Jinnian cradled his second child, who was sobbing softly. "What's wrong, little one? Daddy's here. Is it a lack of security? Don't worry, this will be our home from now on. Mommy and Daddy will always be here, watching you grow." He checked to see if the child needed a diaper change. Not a diaper change? Then perhaps it's just an adjustment to the new environment. After comforting the baby for a considerable time, the little one finally fell into a deep slumber. Upon returning to the living room after their tour, Xie and Xie glanced at the clock, realizing it was time to prepare dinner. Earlier, while inspecting the kitchen, Xie had noted there were vegetables in the fridge. Just as she was about to rise to cook, Xie Jinnian emerged from the bedroom. "Mom, are you satisfied with the house?" "Absolutely. We must be satisfied. If we weren't, would we be floating in the air?" Xie's heart was still racing, filled with questions for her son, yet she recognized that now was not the moment. Checking the time, she thought of Lin Guanzhi, who must be hungry, and resolved to prepare a meal first. Seeing his mother heading towards the kitchen, Xie Jinnian interjected, "Mom, let me handle it. You both should rest. I'll take care of dinner." Although Xie wished to engage him further, he swiftly turned and entered the kitchen, leaving her to watch his retreating figure. Suddenly, Mother Xie recalled her son's remarkable culinary skills and decided to observe his cooking process. Xie Jinnian donned an apron, rolled up his sleeves, and began his preparations by retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator. With the benefit of a system-enhanced culinary talent, every time Xie Jinnian encountered these ingredients, his mind, akin to a printer, would vividly display an array of delectable dishes. He meticulously washed the ingredients, and soon, rhythmic chopping sounds resonated from the kitchen. Listening closely, Father and Mother Xie felt the atmosphere was indeed quite convincing. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Guanzhi emerged from her bedroom, making her way directly to the kitchen. For the past few days, she had been savoring the dishes prepared by Xie Jinnian, finding them exceptionally delightful. Once a picky eater, she now claimed to enjoy every dish he created. She was no longer a choosy person. With eager anticipation, she sampled each dish, relishing the flavors. Curious, Lin Guanzhi wondered how Xie Jinnian managed to make the food so delicious. So engrossed in his cooking was Xie Jinnian that he failed to notice Lin Guanzhi, who stood at the kitchen entrance like an inquisitive child. At the stove, Xie Jinnian held the chef's knife firmly in his right hand while gently pressing down on the ingredients with his left, his movements fluid and precise, devoid of any excess. The blade fell with a rhythmic thud against the cutting board, producing a delightful symphony of culinary sounds. Soon, translucent slices of carrot began to cascade down with such speed that they seemed to blur into motion. Lin Guanzhi could hardly believe her eyes. Initially, she shared the thoughts of Father and Mother Xie, believing that among college students, there were indeed some who could cook. However, finding someone who cooked this well was exceedingly rare. Embarrassed to be caught observing, she found herself face-to-face with Xie Jinnian. With the ingredients ready, just as Xie Jinnian was about to heat the oil, he finally noticed Lin Guanzhi's presence. His eyes sparkled with warmth. "Are you hungry? The smoke here is quite intense. Why don't you go sit in the living room for a bit? I'll have everything ready shortly." Feeling the weight of his gaze, Lin Guanzhi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she bashfully retreated, her mind swirling with thoughts of Xie Jinnian's impressive cooking demeanor. Goodness, how could someone look so dashing while cooking? Was that merely chopping? It felt as though each slice was cutting through her very heart. Not wanting Lin Guanzhi and her parents to wait too long, Xie Jinnian first set the soup to simmer, knowing it would be nearly ready by the time he finished the stir-frying. In the interim, He also washed some fruits for Lin Guanzhi. He then continued to heat the oil, adding the ingredients once it was sufficiently hot, swiftly stirring as the meat changed color. As he tossed the ingredients, the muscles in his bare arms flexed, and the flames cast a captivating glow upon his chiseled features, exuding an irresistible charm. Father and Mother Xie occasionally glanced toward the kitchen, catching fleeting glimpses of their son immersed in his culinary tasks, the sounds confirming that something delightful was indeed underway. Half an hour later, enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen. Lin Guanzhi watched, entranced, as he orchestrated the entire cooking process, each moment more captivating than the last. It was nothing short of spectacular. Now, she is utterly convinced that Xie Jinnian is the finest cook in the world, gazing upon the table laden with exquisite dishes. Each a feast for the senses, she finds the temptation irresistible. It turns out that the meals they consumed during those days in the hospital were indeed prepared by their son with his own hands. Initially, when their son claimed he had cooked, they harbored doubts, suspecting he might have ordered takeout. It was only upon witnessing the culinary delights firsthand that they realized their earlier short-sightedness. The adage, absence sharpens the eye, proved to be true. What astonished the couple even more was that since finishing middle school, their son had not set foot in the kitchen. How had his culinary skills skyrocketed after entering university? Could he have secretly enrolled in a cooking course? Even if he had, the transformation was astonishing. Though Xie's parents had never dined at a five-star hotel, they were confident that his cooking would rival any they might find there. Chapter 17. The family comes together. Xie Jinnian beckoned the three of them to join him for dinner, serving each a bowl of soup. As Lin Guanzhi had just given birth, he was careful to avoid overly greasy dishes. The vegetables are prepared, as usual, Mom and Dad. If the flavors do not suit your palate, please make do with what we have. These are the only ingredients left in the fridge. We can go out this afternoon to buy more. Just let me know what you'd like. Curiosity piqued, they sampled the dishes. As always, the flavors were delightful. They had sung praises too many times to count. The deliciousness was beyond words. After their meal, the four of them settled in the living room for a cheerful chat, the atmosphere warm and inviting. After a while, the sound of babies crying broke the tranquility, signaling that they had awakened. Judging by the time, it was likely they were hungry. Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian returned to the bedroom to feed the little ones. The second baby was particularly voracious, competing for food like a little piglet, much to their amusement and concern. Xie Jinnian watched with a heavy heart, feeling a deep pang of empathy. Once the babies were satiated and had been burped, they placed them on the bed to play. Looking at the three chubby infants before her, Lin Guanzhi felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Each day, the little ones were growing, and as a mother, her heart swelled with pride. After a hearty meal, it was easy to succumb to drowsiness, and with her body still recovering, Lin Guanzhi unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. Xie Jinnian gently covered Lin Guanzhi and the babies with a light summer blanket before quietly stepping out of the bedroom. Upon exiting, he found his parents still engaged in conversation. Not wanting to interrupt, he turned and entered the guest room to tidy up. For the past few days, his parents had devoted themselves to caring for the babies and looking after Lin Guanzhi, arriving at the hospital before 8 in the morning and leaving well past 10 at night. After finishing the chores, Xie Jinnian urged them to rest. Lying in bed, his parents suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. The changes in their son over the past few days were remarkable. How could he afford the extravagant car and house without hesitation? Surely, he wasn't involved in any illicit activities. But soon she dismissed that thought. She knew her son well. He would never resort to wrongdoing. However, the other party purchased a house and a car without any prior indication. And since they paid in full, it is only natural for the parents to feel concerned. The couple engaged in a lengthy discussion, but ultimately succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. In the afternoon, the weather was splendid with bright sunshine. Xie Jinnian recalled the doctor's advice upon his discharge from the hospital, reminding him to give the baby a bath once home. The weather was indeed quite pleasant. Leaving no time to waste, Xie Jinnian resolved to bathe the babies later. Without delay, he set out to buy groceries and the necessary bathing supplies for the little ones. Bathing an infant requires a multitude of preparations, a combined bathtub and shampoo body wash, gentle cotton towels, a thermometer, bath towels, moisturizing oil, and anti-chafing powder. Upon returning home, the adorable babies remained asleep. Xie Jinnian seized a moment to search online for tutorials on bathing infants. Although it appeared simple when the nurses bathed the babies in the hospital, it was far from easy when it came to his turn. An hour after feeding, the room temperature should be maintained between 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, while the water temperature must be kept at 37 to 38 degrees Celsius. The bathing duration should not exceed 10 minutes. After 4 o'clock, Xie Jinnian sat beside the crib, deciding that whichever little one awoke first would be the first to bathe. However, he overestimated his judgment. The babies, having been born not long ago, exhibited a regular sleep quality and routine. Regardless of the activity, they tended to synchronize their actions, with intervals rarely exceeding 3 minutes. Soon enough, the little ones began to whimper one after another. Upon inspection, Xie Jinnian discovered the cause. They had soiled their diapers. After tidying up, the babies appeared lively, blinking their sleepy eyes at him, their gaze sparkling with a hint of greeting. Since the babies had just awakened, it was advisable to allow them a moment to adjust before bathing. Timing everything perfectly, the entire family mobilized. Xie Jinnian took charge of disinfecting the bathtub and filling it with water, while Lin Guanzhi adjusted the air conditioning and searched for the infant's little clothes. Once preparations were complete, Xie Jinnian gazed at the obedient little sponge lying on the bed. It was your turn. Despite watching instructional videos for over an hour online, he felt a sense of uncertainty when it came to practical application. This was his first time bathing a baby, and he felt as if he had forgotten how to hold them properly. Having cared for the babies in the hospital for so many days, he knew that they were not as fragile as they appeared. Yet, the thought of washing every inch of their delicate limbs made him anxious about applying the right amount of pressure without causing harm. Noticing his hesitance, Xie's mother quickly stepped forward to offer guidance. Having raised him, she was more than capable of assisting with bathing the babies. First, she placed the baby on her lap, then used a cotton towel dipped in water to gently wipe their eyes and face, followed by the ears, behind the ears, and neck. After washing the face, she dampened the hair with warm water, remembering to fold the little one's ears towards the face to prevent water from entering. A small amount of shampoo was squeezed on her hand, lathered up, and then gently massaged into the baby's scalp before rinsing and drying their hair. Just rub gently until there are no more drips, she instructed. Xie Jinnian carefully followed the methods demonstrated by his mother, gently cradling the little treasure in his arms. The child seemed to sense what was about to unfold. During their time in the hospital, he had relished the bathing experience. Yet, as he anticipated the enjoyment, he soon realized that the technique was amiss. As Jinnian began to wash his face, the little one whimpered and squirmed, protesting against the unfamiliar handling. In the hospital, the child had responded so differently. Why was it that under the nurse's care he was perfectly content, yet now he was struggling in his father's grasp? Jinnian held the little sponge tightly to prevent him from slipping away, soothing him with gentle words. "Oh dear, little sponge, do not cry. It is merely that father is not yet skilled. Bear with me for a moment. I promise to improve my technique, and soon I shall wash you and your siblings daily, making you all fragrant and clean. Look, what is this? A toy, isn't it? It floats on the water. Would you like to greet it?" Distracted by the toy, the little one's attention shifted, allowing Jinnian to wash his face and hair in that fleeting moment. Next, it was time for the little sponge's bath. He began by dipping the child's feet into the water, allowing him to acclimatize to the temperature. Once the little one adjusted, Jinnian covered his belly with a soft towel to prevent chills, occasionally pouring warm water onto the towel to maintain its warmth. He then gently massaged from the arms and small hands, proceeding methodically from the thighs to the calves, paying special attention to the tiny hands and feet, ensuring to cleanse the crevices thoroughly. He was equally vigilant around the armpits, joints, and folds, never allowing himself to falter. Each step was taken with utmost care, fearful of causing discomfort to the little sponge. Gradually, the child seemed to adapt to Jinnian's rhythm, allowing himself to float contentedly in the water. The next step was to wash his back, guided by his mother's instructions. Turning the little sponge over, he lay on Jinnian's arm. He was reminded not to forget the importance of a thorough cleansing. His mother's voice echoed once more, yes, indeed, after washing. Dry off the water and wrap him in a towel. Apply some moisturizing oil or talcum powder, and finally, dress him in a diaper. A freshly bathed, fragrant baby will emerge. Chapter 18, Double Rewards. It's time to consider marriage. Next came the lively and cheerful second child. Initially, the mischievous little millet clung tightly to Jinnian's finger with his chubby hands. Jinnian poured water over him, and perhaps due to the tickling sensation, the little one wriggled like a slippery eel. Lin Guanzhi and Xie's parents were amused by the antics. After bathing the first child, Jinnian had become quite adept. He presumed that washing the second child would be a breeze. However, the little one showed no cooperation whatsoever, bursting into tears. Jinnian embraced him, saying, "Little millet, crying one tea help. We must bathe. If we don't wash away the dirt, you'll become a stinky baby. A stinky baby is not lovable, and then father and mother may not like you anymore. Do you want to turn into a stinky baby and lose your mother's love?" The second child, however, remained indifferent, as he was too young to grasp the implications. Having just stripped him of his garments, the little fellow unexpectedly released a stream of urine that splashed onto his face. Xie Jinnian was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the mischievous assault from Bao. After a hearty laugh, he mused on the distinctive personality of his little one at home. Once he entrusted Bao to his mother, Xie Jinnian washed his face and continued to tend to the spirited little rascal. Fortunately, after little Millie finished her business, she exhibited a marked improvement in behavior, allowing Xie Jinnian to swiftly clean her up. Another fragrant little darling emerged, fresh and delightful. Next came the turn of the timid little puff. As soon as he cradled her in his arms, she began to whimper. Observing this, Xie's father promptly carried little Sponge and Millie to the living room, aware that the sound of a child's cries could easily spread. Given the current situation, it was likely that Bao and Bao would soon join in the chorus of wails. Little Puff's face flushed crimson, evidently bracing herself for a grand proclamation. Sure enough, a resounding wail pierced the air. Xie Jinnian gently comforted her. "Be good, my dear. Daddy will give you a nice bath. There's nothing to fear. Look, Mama and Grandma are here, and they will protect you." Lin Guanzhi joined in the soothing words. "Oh dear, the little one is crying with such a sense of injustice. It's all right, Mama is right here." Regardless of whether the little cotton-padded jacket could comprehend, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi continued their soft reassurances. Every cell in little Puff's body resisted the situation, flailing her tiny hands as she cried. Her heart-wrenching sobs were utterly pitiful as the little princess kicked her legs. Exerting all her might, Xie's mother, meanwhile, prepared clothing for little Puff, cheerfully remarking, "Children will inevitably stumble and cry. It's perfectly normal. Let them cry, as it promotes respiratory development and increases lung capacity." After bathing all three children, Xie Jinnian realized that nearly an hour had slipped away. It wasn't the bathing that was troublesome. Rather, it was the energy expended in pacifying the babies. Stretching his limbs, he stood up to tidy the baby supplies, only to discover that sitting for too long had left his legs numb. As he stumbled, Lin Guanzhi instinctively steadied him. Their eyes met, drawing them closer together. Lin Guanzhi could distinctly see the sweat glistening on his cheeks and forehead. The contours of his profile were strikingly defined, his Adam's apple prominent. He was undeniably handsome. Lin Guanzhi swallowed hard, her face flushing a deep red. "You must be tired. Here, take this," she offered, handing him a tissue to wipe his face. Initially puzzled by the sudden redness of the school belle's cheeks, Xie Jinnian soon realized that she was simply feeling shy. It amused him to see that the mother of his children remained as easily flustered as ever. After tidying up, Xie Jinnian finally sat down to rest when a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of bathing the baby. You have unlocked the ability I have great stamina, and the reward is a fully furnished apartment in the Happy Garden community. Relevant documents and keys have been placed in your bag. Please check. I have great stamina. The system continued is now recorded. Would the host like to activate it? The phrase suggested an enhancement of physical strength. Xie Jinnian responded with enthusiasm. Activate. Activating skills, please wait. Activation successful. In the next moment, Xie Jinnian sensed an extraordinary force coursing through his body. As the warmth flowed within him, he realized he was imbued with immense strength, almost terrifying in its magnitude, akin to boundless vitality. This time, the system had bestowed upon him 2 rewards. In addition to enhancing his physical attributes, he was unexpectedly granted a residence. Just after receiving an apartment in Tianrun community, he was now presented with another in Happiness Garden. He vaguely recalled this community, as it seemed to be in close proximity. Upon opening his backpack, he discovered a file containing the property deed and keys. Xie Jinnian examined the details and found that Happiness Garden, specifically Unit 303 in Building 5, spanned a total of 98 square meters, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room. He deliberately searched for the distance between Tianrun Community and Happiness Garden on his navigation app, discovering it was merely 2 or 3 kilometers apart. He also looked up relevant information about the community on Douyin. As its name suggests, Happiness Garden is primarily designed around a garden theme. The community boasts impressive greenery with a diverse array of plants, including trees, shrubs, and flowers, rendering it a vibrant spectacle throughout the seasons. Conveniently located nearby is a park perfect for morning jogs, enjoying the blossoms, fishing, or playing chess. The acquisition of yet another residence filled Xie Jinnian with delight. Later that evening, after dinner, Lin Guanzhi was in her room tending to their little ones. Xie's father and mother summoned Xie Jinnian to the guest room for a discussion. The couple deliberated for quite some time before deciding to inquire about his newfound wealth regarding the house and car. Why had their son suddenly become so affluent? With purchases of both property and vehicle, the unexpected fortune left them feeling unsettled. Xie's father was the first to ask, "Xiaonian, please be honest with us. How did you come by such a substantial sum to buy a house and a car? Where did this money originate?" As anticipated, the question had indeed arisen. Xie Jinnian maintained his composure, having already prepared his response. Rubbing the back of his head, he replied, "Mom and Dad, I've been quite fortunate. Recently, I encountered a senior willing to mentor me. He possesses vast experience in investment and extensive connections in Yin City. I partnered with him on some investments and earned a considerable profit. As for this apartment, it was sold to me at a lower price by that senior, who initially intended to live there, but later decided to pursue opportunities abroad. Since we had a good rapport, he sold it to me at a bargain." Xie Jinnian had rehearsed this explanation numerous times in his mind, speaking with a steady heart and unflinching demeanor. A mentor willing to guide him and a house sold at a discount? The couple remained skeptical. Could such good fortune truly exist? Xie's mother, still doubtful, pressed, "Xiaonian, please tell us the truth. Where did you acquire so much money?" Xie Jinnian replied confidently, "Mom and Dad, I assure you, I am speaking only the truth. I have not deceived you." Xie's father and mother scrutinized his eyes intently. After a prolonged silence, unable to discern any inconsistencies, they tentatively accepted his words. The questions regarding the house and car had found temporary resolution. Subsequently, Xie's mother shifted the conversation to his relationship with Lin Guanzhi. Given that they now had children, it was time to consider marriage and formalizing their union, especially since Lin had bravely given birth to triplets. They could not continue in such an ambiguous relationship indefinitely. What are your plans with Guanzhi? Do her parents know about your situation? If you are aware and the other party has no objections, please proceed to obtain the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Mother, I have yet to discuss this matter with Guanzhi. You need not worry about the certificate. I can manage it myself. Mother Xie understands that her son is a person of determination. Very well, as long as you young people can resolve it on your own. What about the child? Would you like me to stay and assist you in caring for them? Chapter 19. Stunned. My son has purchased another house? Regarding the matter of caring for the baby, Mother Xie feels quite conflicted. She fears her son may struggle to manage alone. Yet she is apprehensive about imposing on Lin Guanzhi. If the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law becomes strained, her son might find himself caught in a dilemma. Xie Jinnian shook his head. No need, Mom and Dad. I can handle it myself. If I find it overwhelming later, I will call you for assistance. After a moment of silence, Mother Xie added, Would you like me to hire a postpartum caregiver? That way, you can find it a bit easier. In Yun City, an average caregiver costs around 6 to 7,000 a month, while a better one is about 12,000. Over the years, she and Father Xie have saved a bit of money from their work in the village. Though it may not be a fortune, they could certainly afford to hire a caregiver for the baby. Xie Jinnian shook his head once more. No need for a caregiver, Mom. I can manage them on my own, so please don't worry. The idea of entrusting such a small infant to a stranger was something he could not accept. Caring for them himself would allow him to learn and actively participate in their growth. What could be more rewarding? He turned to his parents. So what are your plans? What plans could we have? We will certainly return home. The chickens and ducks are waiting for us to feed them. During their prolonged stay in Yun City, they had entrusted their neighbor, Aunt Zhang, with the care of their chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and cows. It felt inappropriate to continue imposing on her. Mother Xie contemplated how to express their gratitude upon returning home. Having toiled in the village for so many years, Xie Jinnian wished for them not to return to such arduous labor. Now equipped with a system and some savings, it was time for them to enjoy a more comfortable life. He wished for them to remain in Yun City. Upon hearing this, Mother Xie immediately expressed her discontent. The older generation has differing views from the younger. She feared that her presence might cause tension between her son and Guanzhi. Xie Jinnian noticed his mother's concerns and recalled the recently rewarded house from the system. Although modest in size with only 2 rooms, it was a well-decorated residence. If his parents were unwilling to live with them, there was an alternative option. Mother, I understand your worries. If you prefer not to live with us, you can stay in another unit. Another unit? Both Father and Mother Xie were taken aback. What? There is another house? Has our son purchased yet another property? The home in Tianrun community and the nanny van have already astonished us. Now he claims there is yet another house. How on earth has he managed this? The couple found it increasingly difficult to comprehend their son. Xie Jinnian continued, It is not far from here, only about 2 to 3 kilometers away. In the future, if you miss the babies, it will be very convenient for you to visit. However, that place is a little smaller. I wonder if you would be willing to stay there. The housing prices in the Tianrun community are exceedingly high, and it is reasonable to assume that nearby properties will not be significantly lower. My son has purchased a new home, and it is estimated that the price should exceed 10,000. Could it be that he intentionally bought a house for himself? Contemplating this, Mother Xie felt her eyes welling with tears, her heart brimming with emotion and pride. Xie Jinnian, understanding his parents' disposition, knew that if they were merely left here with nothing to do, they would certainly feel restless. Thus, he expressed his intentions. Mom and Dad, I plan to open a fresh produce store in Yunqing soon, selling local specialties from our hometown. Given that I will be occupied with both the children and the store, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in managing the shop and taking care of the kids. In today's world, as technological advancements continue to elevate living standards, many individuals resort to the misuse of banned pesticides, excessive use of fertilizers, and the illicit application of hormones to enhance yield. Although these methods may expedite the maturation and increase the output of fruits and vegetables, they result in products that lack flavor and nutritional value. They may even disrupt the human endocrine system, posing a threat to health. Currently, countless urban dwellers have developed a penchant for rural products, whether it be meat or fresh produce, which are exceedingly popular. However, these highly sought-after items are often scarce, and even those with financial means may find them difficult to procure. The market is unable to meet the demand. And Xie father and mother have heard murmurs of urban residents' affection for rural agricultural products. The vegetables and fruits that are sold cheaply in the countryside can fetch prices that are several times, or even 10 to 20 times, higher in the big city. If they could bring village products to Yunqing, the prices would surely be substantial. Many villagers cultivate vegetables and fruits, yet they struggle to find good markets, often selling their goods at meager prices. Xie father was taken aback. You intend to open a fresh supermarket in Yunqing, selling products from the village? Xie Jinnian nodded. There is a significant demand for agricultural products in the city, which is why I plan to start this venture. However, I cannot manage it alone, so I hope you can stay to assist me. Helping their son manage a store in the city would undoubtedly be more comfortable than toiling in the fields back home. Yet, they had grown accustomed to their life in the village. Xie father and mother fell into contemplation. They understood their son. He was broaching the subject of opening a store at this critical juncture, hoping they would stay. Their child had indeed matured, considering their needs. As parents, they would undoubtedly support him in his entrepreneurial aspirations. However, before proceeding, they decided to return to the village first. Xie Jinnian, as your parents, we will certainly support your entrepreneurial journey. However, this matter cannot be rushed. We will first return to the village to conduct some research. Hearing this, Xie Jinnian felt a surge of happiness. Since his parents now supported him, the likelihood of them staying in Yunqing was greatly increased. Please rest well. I will take you to view houses tomorrow. After Xie Jinnian left, Xie father and mother buzzed with excitement. Their son had indeed transformed remarkably. Upon returning to his room, it was already 11 o'clock. After settling the children, he embraced his pillow and small blanket, speaking to Lin Guanzhi. I shall retire to the guest room for the night. Should anything arise with the little ones, please do not hesitate to call me. Just as fortune would have it, at that moment, Mother Xie awakened to use the restroom and happened to pass by the master bedroom. With the door ajar, she approached and overheard their conversation. Quickly, she stepped forward and inquired, with a pillow and blanket in hand, "Where do you intend to sleep? The babies have only just been born, not even a month old, waking intermittently throughout the night. If you leave, who will care for them? Moreover, Guanzhi has just given birth and is still quite frail. How can she manage alone? You should stay here. Should the babies awaken, you will be able to attend to them promptly. Guanzhi has not expressed any discontent towards you, so why would you run off?" With that, she gently pushed her son back and closed the door behind him. Listening to Mother Xie's words, Lin Guanzhi found them quite reasonable. If Xie Jinnian were to be absent at night, she would be utterly incapable of managing the babies on her own. Chapter 20. A proud moment for my son. After spending several days with Xie Jinnian, Lin Guanzhi had come to understand him well. This man was gentle, handsome, meticulous, and organized in all matters. It was impossible for her not to develop a fondness for him. Previously, she had never anticipated encountering Xie Jinnian again, having prepared herself to raise the babies alone. Yet, unexpectedly, he had re-entered her life. Perhaps this is what fate intended. Once she had gathered her thoughts, she softly suggested, "Perhaps you should stay after all. The bed is spacious enough for two." Xie Jinnian was taken aback by her proposition. During their time at the hospital, he had always slept on the bedside, close yet separate. However, sharing a bed at home felt oddly different, leaving both of them feeling somewhat bashful. "I suppose I could sleep on the floor instead," he offered. Lin Guanzhi frowned. "Wouldn't that be even more uncomfortable? Considering how attentive you've been to me and the babies during our hospital stay, I can only imagine how sore you must be after sleeping on that small, hard bed for so long." This thought tugged at her heartstrings. Sleeping on the floor could lead to catching a cold. "You've worked tirelessly these past few days. It would be a shame. Let us share the bed." If Annie were to walk in, it would be challenging to explain. Xie Jinnian felt the warmth of Lin Guanzhi's concern envelop him. They lay side by side, perfectly still, able to hear each other's heartbeats in the serene silence. It seemed that her body had not yet fully recovered, for before long, Lin Guanzhi dozed off. In the middle of the night, the babies stirred softly. Xie Jinnian checked on them, discovering they had soiled their diapers. After tending to them and soothing them back to sleep, a while later, the little ones began to cry again. This time, it was likely due to hunger. Throughout the night, they awoke 3 or 4 times. It was only with the first light of dawn that Xie Jinnian managed to steal a few moments of sleep. Fortunately, with the support of his system, he felt no fatigue, remaining invigorated despite the night's labors. The following day, Xie Jinnian rose early. After completing his morning routine, he began preparing breakfast. Following 9 o'clock, family members gradually awakened. After finishing breakfast and feeding the little ones, the clock struck 10. Xie Jinnian planned to take his parents to view a property. Concerned about leaving the 3 babies alone at home, Lin Guanzhi decided to bring them along. After gathering their belongings, they set off for the happiness garden. Upon arriving at the entrance of the community, they were greeted by a park-like atmosphere. Flowers bloomed abundantly, trees flourished, and sunlight streamed down, creating a mesmerizing Tyndall effect. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Not far away, a group of individuals engaged in various forms of exercise, playing chess, enjoying poker, and practicing Tai Chi, revealing a life of serene contentment. A gentle breeze swept through, filling the air with floral fragrances. Xie's mother exclaimed about the exceptional air quality. And look at the greenery, the fountain. It's absolutely stunning. Old Xie, come here and take a picture for me. I'll share it with my friends later. Xie's father and mother led the way, while Xie Jinnian pushed the babies along with Lin Guanzhi trailing behind. It was his first visit to this area, and he was pleasantly surprised by the delightful air and scenery. Taking a deep breath, Lin Guanzhi felt her spirits lift significantly. She inquired, "Did you buy a house for uncle and aunt here?" "Indeed," replied Xie Jinnian. "I purchased it without their consent. The area isn't as spacious as that of Tianrun community. I wonder if they will be satisfied." He then shared his future plans. "I intend to open a fresh produce supermarket in Yin City. The products will be sourced from our hometown. Most of the inhabitants, they're elderly or left-behind children, lacking income. They cultivate their own vegetable gardens and raise chickens and ducks. The vegetables are grown using organic manure, resulting in exceptional quality. The meat from the poultry surpasses that of farm-raised counterparts." Xie Jinnian spoke earnestly. Lin Guanzhi listened quietly, admiring his entrepreneurial spirit and his desire to aid the villagers. As she gazed at the profile of Xie Jinnian, a sense of inexplicable significance stirred within her. After hearing his aspirations, Lin Guanzhi felt quite impressed and vowed to support him wholeheartedly. Upon reaching the property, they opened the door with excitement. Xie Jinnian was uncertain about the interior's decor, but considering it was a reward from the system, it was likely a well-furnished home. As the door swung open, the interior was revealed. The overall design embraced a modern minimalist style, predominantly in black, white, and gray. The harmonious color scheme created an inviting atmosphere, ensuring maximum comfort. The flooring featured soft gray tiles, while the walls were painted in a diamond white hue. The furniture and appliances were fully equipped, designed simply yet elegantly, with meticulous attention to detail. The living room boasted a black pixelated sofa paired with a coffee table, complemented by a light-colored wool carpet that elevated the aesthetic appeal of the space. The television cabinet was custom-made, focusing on storage, with a large television embedded in the center. The kitchen and bedroom followed the same black, white, and gray color scheme. The cabinetry in the kitchen and bedroom exuded sophistication and grace, accentuated by the predominant gray tones. The residence features a spacious, independent balcony, where both the washing machine and dryer are conveniently placed, allowing for easy drying of clothes. During leisure time, one can enjoy a cup of tea here, bask in the sun, and relish the picturesque scenery. After a thorough tour, both Mr. and Mrs. Xie found themselves enraptured in joy. Oh my, yet another exquisitely decorated home, a dwelling that tugs at the heartstrings. It is so beautiful it could bring one to tears. Who knows how many people dream of owning such a place? Their son purchased it expressly to remain in Yin City. The geographical location and the decor style aligned perfectly with their preferences. The couple beams with joy, unable to contain their smiles. Securing a property in Yin City, even if it were a bare shell, would elicit excitement for years, let alone a fully furnished one. Who wouldn't be elated? Mrs. Xie took out her phone to record a video, turning the camera to capture a lovely photo alongside the house in the background. In an instant, she shared both the video and the photo in the family group chat. She even included images of the Tianrun community residence and a luxurious lawn-to nanny van. As soon as the message was sent, the chat erupted with excitement. Even the usually quiet members began to chime in. Wow, little sister, whose house is so stunning. It's incredibly luxurious. Where is such a beautifully decorated home located? Surely this cost a fortune. Indeed. Where have brother and sister-in-law been gallivanting off to? How could they not bring us along? So inconsiderate. That vehicle is astonishingly large and flashy. It must be a delight to ride in. I've never experienced such luxury. I've only seen cars like that on television. Chapter 21. Identity revealed. The school belle's pregnancy cannot be concealed. Mrs. Xie observed the flurry of messages in the group, her smile unwavering. The first property is situated in Tianrun community, spanning approximately 140 square meters. The second one is in Happy Garden, slightly smaller at 98 square meters. The vehicle was also purchased by Xie Jinnian, reportedly costing over 600,000. They hadn't gone out to revel. They merely came to Yun City to visit their son. As the conversation progressed, the group became increasingly lively. Witnessing the house and car, relatives and friends expressed their envy. Xie Jinnian has truly made something of himself, buying a house and a car before even graduating from university. Indeed, Xiaolan, how has Xie Jinnian managed to earn so much money before graduation? Do share. Mrs. Xie, whose birth name is Huang Xiaolan, is affectionately referred to as Xiaolan by relatives and friends. As soon as one relative spoke, others chimed in, yes, do share. Perhaps we can collaborate. Xie Jinnian is quite impressive, buying a house at such a young age. My child is struggling, despite being away for so long. He hasn't sent any money home. Ah, your situation is far better than mine. My son claims he no longer wishes to work outside and wants to return home to rely on me. I have no funds to support him. If only he could exhibit half of Xie Jinnian's ambition. Xiaolan, would you be willing to share a bit with us? If possible, could you take my child under your wing? Upon reading the messages in the chat, Huang Xiaolan cheerfully responded, Xie Jinnian plans to open a fresh produce supermarket here in Yun City soon. He intends to source agricultural products from the village. If anyone is interested in collaborating, let us discuss it further. He would appreciate a long-term supplier. Upon receiving the message from Mrs. Xie, Aunt Xie Jinnian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xie Jinnian was about to open a fresh produce supermarket. In the village, her family cultivated the most vegetables and fruits. While there were indeed buyers coming to the village, they offered paltry prices, squeezing the margins to the bone. After a year of toil, little profit was made. She pondered whether supplying to Xie Jinnian might yield better prices. She silently resolved to discuss this with Xie Jinnian's parents upon their return to the village. But that was not all, Mrs. Xie revealed yet another sensational piece of news. By the way, Wenlu and I have become grandparents. Xie Jinnian's father, Xie Wenlu, was affectionately called that at home by Huang Xiaolan. Grandparents? What could that possibly mean? Upon seeing the news, the family group was left in utter bewilderment. Huang Xiaolan chuckled and proceeded to share photos and videos of the babies. These are Xie Jinnian's children, triplets, 2 boys and a girl. The Bao and Air Bao are the boys, while Xiao Bao is the girl. Xie Jinnian, a father now, he has a set of triplets? Relatives and friends were taken aback. This was utterly unexpected. Xiaolan, you're not joking with us, are you? Mrs. Xie laughed heartily. Do I appear to be joking? Xie Jinnian has truly surprised us with this news. Knowing Mrs. Xie's character, the relatives and friends understood that she would not jest about such matters. And it was most likely true. They quickly sent their blessings, congratulating them on the arrival of triplet grandchildren. What? Becoming a grandmother so soon? Jin Shun is only 26 or 27 now. In a couple of years, he'll be nearing 30. He hasn't even mentioned a girlfriend yet. Triplets. The CF family will be lively from now on. Will you bring the grandchildren back? When do you plan to hold a celebration? With a smile, Mrs. Xie replied, we haven't settled on a date yet. Once we do, I will inform you all in the group. Xie Jinnian observed his mother's unceasing smile as she picked up her phone, choosing not to intrude. It was only after she cheerfully set down her phone that he approached her. Mom and Dad, here are the property deed and keys. Please keep them safe from now on. After giving his parents a brief tour, Xie Jinnian prepared to take Lin Guanzhi and the babies home, allowing his parents to experience their new house for the night. Once Xie Jinnian and the others departed, Mr. and Mrs. Xie stood frozen in place, keys and property deed in hand, utterly unable to believe the reality of the situation. Mrs. Xie turned to Mr. Xie. Old Xie, pinch me. This is all happening too suddenly. I can't believe it's true. Hurry, pinch me. Mr. Xie was equally stunned, unable to respond. They remained in a daze for quite some time, gazing at the substantial property deed in their hands. He was certain this was indeed real. However, how could he bring himself to pinch his wife? He clasped Mrs. Xie's hand, bouncing with the glee of a child. It's real, my dear, it's real. Our son has grown up and is earning a good living. The joy of their son's flourishing life filled their hearts with happiness. On their way home, Lin Guanzhi found herself captivated by the beauty of the park's scenery. Xie Jinnian recalled that since entering the late stages of pregnancy, Lin Guanzhi had not ventured outside. The picturesque scenery of the park beckoned to him. With a surge of affection, he halted the vehicle, intending to take Lin Guanzhi for a leisurely stroll. Given that she had yet to complete her postpartum recovery, a gentle walk would greatly benefit her health. The park was bustling with visitors, yet Xie Jinnian guided Lin Guanzhi and their little ones to a quieter area. In this fresh environment, adorned with such splendid views, the children appeared vivacious and lively. As they meandered, fate had it that they encountered an alumnus from Yun City University. Lin Guanzhi, renowned as the school's celebrated beauty, was an enchanting sight wherever she went. The alumnus recognized her instantly. Upon seeing Lin Guanzhi accompanied by a man pushing a stroller, her eyes widened in astonishment. The combination of a park, a beauty, a man, and a stroller seemed to unveil a momentous secret. Should she share this scene in the university's group chat, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Stealthily, she maneuvered behind the couple and captured the image of them strolling with the baby. In an instant, she clicked send to the Yun City University group chat. As anticipated, chaos erupted upon the video's release. Before she could even draft a caption, someone had already identified Lin Guanzhi. That familiar silhouette could only belong to their beloved campus goddess. But why was there a man by her side? And a stroller? What could this possibly mean? Who could elucidate this situation for them? As Lin Guanzhi's identity was unveiled, the group chat buzzed with increasing fervor. Many who had previously remained silent now emerged to express their astonishment. Within a minute, the chat displayed an influx of messages. Voices clamored from all sides. Some were supporters of Lin Guanzhi. Others chastised her for her perceived moral failings, while yet others simply wished to witness the unfolding drama. The atmosphere was more vibrant than a festive celebration. Wait, isn't that Goddess Lin? After over a year, she has resurfaced. Oh no, why is there a man and a child with her? She hasn't had a baby, has she? Goddess, my goddess, please no, I've been waiting for you. Lin Guanzhi's admirers were left heartbroken, tears spilling as they mourned their shattered hopes. They prayed she was still single and childless. Yet, there were always those unkind enough to add salt to their wounds. Many were envious of Lin Guanzhi's beauty. How could Lin Guanzhi be so reckless? She hasn't even graduated yet, and a child has already arrived. Clearly, she was distracted by a man. I always suspected she lacked decorum. Now her true colors are revealed. To have a child before graduation. Perhaps she is an unwed mother, tarnishing our school's reputation. Upon witnessing such venomous curses directed at their goddess, Lin Guanzhi's admirers rose to her defense, weeping and protesting. Please, refrain from such baseless slander. Our goddess is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted and academically accomplished. Do not spread malicious rumors about her. What kind of person resorts to defamation simply because they don't measure up? Even if you persist with such unfounded claims, I shall never be swayed to your side. Chapter 22. The Arrival of My Best Friend. The enraged Su Xin as the video gained traction. The chatter regarding Lin Guanzhi within the group intensified. I was perplexed about her year-long hiatus from school. It turns out she had gone to have a child. Indeed, some claimed she had returned home for health reasons. Yet who would have imagined the school belle would indulge in such frivolities? It is utterly scandalous for a university student to bear a child, and one wonders which affluent patron has taken her under their wing. Isn't it a bit harsh to speak of her in such a manner? The child may not even be hers. Have you not observed her frail demeanor? Moreover, the two appear to be quite jovial, their gestures and mannerisms intimate. How could that not be evident? Have you all lost your minds? The images and videos are already glaringly apparent. Do I need to spell it out further? The evidence is irrefutable, and yet you still defend her. Suddenly, someone in the group flooded the chat with a barrage of shocked emojis. This man seems to be from our school. I've seen him around. He appears to be from the computer science department, named Xie Jinnian. What? He is from our school? How utterly heart-wrenching that this insufferable fellow has beaten us to the punch. Is it because I am not charming enough? My dear Lin, when will you divorce? I will be delighted to take the child as surname. Upon the revelation of Xie Jinnian's identity, Lin Guanzhi's admirers erupted in fury. Secretary, quickly, within a minute, I demand all information on this insufferable man. I must confront him and understand how any ordinary person could have elicited such devotion from the goddess Lin, to the extent of fathering her child. In less than half an hour, the news of Lin Guanzhi having a child spread throughout the school. Even students from neighboring institutions were aware of the situation. The following day, Xie's parents returned to their village after a night spent at Happy Garden. During this period, the little ones grew rapidly, changing almost daily, adorably plump and delightful. The relationship between Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian flourished, growing ever closer. One day, Lin Guanzhi was in the living room, playing with the babies when her phone rang. To her astonishment, it was her best friend, Su Xin, calling. Meanwhile, Su Xin stood at the entrance of Yun City University, fuming with indignation. She had intended to surprise her friend with a visit, only to find herself blindsided by unexpected news. Just as she was about to call Lin Guanzhi, she overheard a conversation nearby. Have you heard? Our school has been buzzing with gossip about Lin Guanzhi. They say she has had a baby. How incredible is that? Of course I've heard. The rumors are rampant. Who doesn't know her story at this point? Even my friends from a neighboring school are talking about it. The impact is substantial. Indeed, it seems her husband is from our school. Husband? They're married? I'm not entirely sure, but the latest news is that they have registered their marriage. However, many claim they have already tied the knot. The tale surrounding Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian grew ever more outrageous. Su Xin, upon hearing the gossip, was left utterly bewildered. What on earth? Lin Guanzhi has a child? And she is married? As a childhood friend and confidant, how could I possibly be unaware? Surely what they say cannot be true. Yet if the gossip circulating is indeed accurate, Su Xin is determined to confront Lin Guanzhi with fervor. To ascertain the truth of the matter, she approached her classmates engrossed in rumor. Hello, everyone. I overheard your discussion about Lin Guanzhi. Are you referring to the campus belle of Yuncheng University? Upon seeing Su Xin's unfamiliar face, the gossipers presumed she was from another institution and nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's right. What about it? You mentioned that she has a child and is married. Is that true? One classmate, eyes alight with curiosity, confirmed, absolutely. The news is spreading like wildfire across the campus. Producing her phone, she displayed images and videos. Look, this was captured by a fellow student at our school. Just look at them, laughing and clearly in cahoots, and the man is even pushing a stroller. Take a good look. Such intimacy. If there is nothing going on, I'll eat my words. Su Xin took the phone, her eyes widening in disbelief. What in the world? How could you, Lin Guanzhi? I'll have your head for this. The rumors were shockingly true. Her childhood friend had a child. After viewing the video, she was left in a whirlwind of confusion. This simply couldn't be right. The Lin Guanzhi she knew was aloof and reserved, beautiful yet reticent, hardly the type to engage in romantic entanglements. Moreover, they had both agreed that during their university years, neither would date. Anyone who did would be considered a fool. To her astonishment, it turned out that Lin Guanzhi had indeed embarked on such a journey, and to think she hadn't even informed Su Xin of such monumental life changes. As her closest confidant, to learn of this from others infuriated her. This cannot go unchallenged. She swiftly dialed Lin Guanzhi's number. Meanwhile, on the other end, as Lin Guanzhi answered the video call, she was met with Su Xin's piercing scream. Lin Guanzhi, where on earth are you? Feigning ignorance, Lin Guanzhi replied. What do you mean, where am I? I'm at school. Don't play games with me. I'm literally at the entrance of your university right now. Get out here immediately. Well, I'm out shopping with friends and can't return so quickly. Lin Guanzhi, are you aware that you have a glaring tell? Whenever you lie, your eyes wander restlessly. Just look at yourself. Lin Guanzhi knew she couldn't hide anything from Su Xin. They had grown up together, inseparable, starting each day by seeking each other out. However, upon entering university, their differing academic interests had led them to separate institutions. You already know, don't you? Su Xin glared at her, filled with indignation. Of course. Lin Guanzhi chuckled sweetly. You're impressive. Nothing escaped your notice. How could you keep such a significant event from me? If I hadn't come to Yuncheng to find you, how long were you planning to keep this from me? Well, I didn't manage to keep it from you, did I? Someone as astute as you would eventually find out. Su Xin glared at her. Stop your nonsense and tell me, Where are you right now? Lin Guanzhi placated her. Oh, please don't be angry. Just calm down. Chapter 23. A friendship not worth keeping. Su Xin felt that all the years of friendship had been squandered. She turned her head away, refusing to look at her. All right, I'll tell you. Just send me your location in a bit. But under one condition, don't tell my parents. Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin had grown up together, and their relationship was devoid of pretenses. You're coming to see me, and it would be rude to arrive empty-handed. I'm craving grapes. Could you bring me some fruit? Goodness, now I have to bring fruit when visiting my best friend? This is getting ridiculous. Lin Guanzhi continued unabated. Regardless of Su Xin's response, I don't need much. Just give me a deluxe fruit basket. Besides grapes, pick up some other fruits I like. Oh, and flowers, since we haven't seen each other in so long. You must bring me a bouquet for our beautiful reunion. Su Xin opened the location Lin Guanzhi sent. You only think about eating. You might as well be a glutton. Lin Guanzhi played coyly. Oh, mind your own business. Besides grapes, what other fruits do you want? Hurry and tell me. Lin Guanzhi lamented. Su Xin, you've changed. You don't even know what I like anymore. Su Xin rolled her eyes again. What else with this aloof goddess persona? Beautiful yet taciturn? You're just a drama queen. It's a pity you're not pursuing acting. I won't chat with you any longer. I have things to attend to. All right, come over for lunch. Don't forget my fruits and flowers. Love you, Ma. With a sharp click, the call ended. Lin Guanzhi briskly walked into the kitchen, informing Xie Jinnian about Su Xin's impending visit. Jinnian, my best friend, is coming over for lunch. Xie Jinnian paused, surprised that Lin Guanzhi's childhood friend would suddenly drop by. All right, I'll prepare more dishes. Should we tidy up the guest room and get toiletries ready? Lin Guanzhi replied. Let's not jump to conclusions. She just arrived in Yin City and might not have booked a hotel. We'll see what she needs when she arrives. Okay, let me know if you need any help. Got it. After saying this, Lin Guanzhi skipped away, only to be called back by Xie Jinnian. Guanzhi, come here for a moment. Seeing his serious tone, she wondered if it was something important. What is up? Xie Jinnian said earnestly. Now that we have a baby and live together, don't you think it's time we change how we address each other? It wouldn't be appropriate for others to hear us calling each other Jinnian when we have a child. Right, my dear? He smirked. Come on. Call me hubby and let me hear it. Lin Guanzhi's heart skipped a beat. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. That son of my dear caught her off guard, and his smile and gaze were undeniably flirtatious. The food in the pot is about to burn. You focus on cooking. The babies are in the living room, and I'm worried. I need to check on them. With that, Lin Guanzhi felt dizzy, her retreating figure resembling someone fleeing in panic. Xie Jinnian, however, remained unhurried. After all, there would be many days ahead. Lin Guanzhi entered the living room and sent a message to Su Xin inquiring about her whereabouts. Just then, a delivery code notification popped up on her phone, indicating that the soft towels she had ordered for the baby had arrived. Gazing out at the sweltering summer day, she felt too lethargic to go downstairs to fetch them. Suddenly, a bright idea struck her. This is the perfect opportunity for my best friend to lend a hand. Since it was on the way, it wouldn't be too much to ask her to pick up a package, would it? The more she contemplated, the more delighted she became. She called Su Xin, and upon connecting, she found Su's tone utterly unperturbed. What is up? Oh, nothing much. Just checking in on my dear friend. Buying flowers. Buying fruits. The temperature in Yunqing had soared to 36 degrees Celsius that day, especially during the midday hours when the sun blazed down mercilessly, leaving the streets almost deserted. She had intended to look for a nearby flower shop or fruit vendor. But after 10 minutes of wandering, either they were closed or the proprietors had stepped out for lunch, nearly driving Su Xin to the brink of exasperation. What an unfortunate situation. What kind of best friend would make her traverse the streets in 10-centimeter high heels on such a scorching day? Lin Guanzhi chuckled. I knew it. My dear friend is the best. The total came to 528 yuan. We are best friends sharing the same pair of pants. It would be quite disheartening to ask for money. I've already planned it out to express my gratitude. When you get home, I'll give you a big hug. A hug filled with love. How's that sound? Su Xin looked at her in confusion. Perhaps you should refrain from that. Let us keep it normal. Lin Guanzhi. Something unusual is afoot. Lin Guanzhi mused cheerfully. If you don't want my embrace, it's your choice, but it doesn't concern me. Since you refuse my hug, Could you please help me pick up a package from the delivery station on your way? It's convenient, after all. I've sent you the pickup code. Su Xin's mind was flooded with 100 questions. Are you trying to kill me? I consider you a best friend, yet you treat me like a mere errand runner. Lin Guanzhi laughed heartily. No way. How could I possibly harm my dear sister? Just look at you, so slim and frail. You need to exercise. Besides, I'm helping you. More exposure to photosynthesis is beneficial. Wouldn't you agree? Su Xin suppressed her irritation, fearing she might flip the table in frustration. Before she could finish her thought, the call ended, leaving her silently melancholic. What sins had she committed in her past life to deserve a friend like Lin Guanzhi? She must be heartless. Yet, the two were equally matched. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come together at all. After taking a taxi to the foot of the apartment complex, Su Xin held flowers in one hand and a fruit basket in the other, striving to maintain her elegance under the blazing sun. Upon reaching the delivery station, she recited the pickup code Lin Guanzhi had sent her. The proprietor, assessing Su Xin through dark-framed sunglasses, noted her long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders. Though her features were obscured, her poise and figure revealed her beauty. The individual, holding a medium-sized package, inquired, "Is it for a Guanzhi?" Su Xin chuckled softly, "Yes. That's the one." Now, with an additional package in hand, she felt even more awkward. After wandering around for a while, she muttered to herself, "Where on earth is building 2? At this rate, I'll be completely drained from the sun. Why is there no annotation? Am I not the human navigator? When I become successful, I will buy out the entire neighborhood, believe it or not. Is there no justice left? Who will come to my rescue? Lin Guanzhi is bullying me, and the neighborhood is doing the same. I can't go on like this." As Lin Guanzhi waited for her friend, she stepped onto the balcony to take a look. In a moment of distraction, she spotted a figure below. Squinting for a better view, she recognized the elegant demeanor and attire. It was indeed her dear friend. Yet, her expression seemed rather forlorn. Could it be that she was unable to find the address? Chapter 24. So, you've taken my friend away? Lin Guanzhi hurried back to the living room to message her. Just move a little forward and then turn right. Do you see the row of roses in front? That's the building. Take the elevator to the 8th floor. Following Lin Guanzhi's directions, Su Xin finally located the sign for Unit 2. The moment she stepped into the elevator, a significant weight lifted from her shoulders. Lin Guanzhi, just wait for me. A notification popped up. Remember to be polite when you arrive. Looking at her disheveled reflection in the elevator, Su Xin chuckled to herself, readying for the encounter. You're begging me now, aren't you? With a chime, the elevator doors slowly opened. Su Xin whispered to herself, 8th floor, 801. She glanced at the door number, only to turn and see Lin Guanzhi standing at the entrance, arms crossed, dressed in casual home attire, showing no intention of helping her with her belongings. My dear sister, it's been ages. Before her arrival, Su Xin had considered that Lin Guanzhi must have endured quite a hardship. She hadn't confided in her parents, nor mentioned anything to Su Xin, silently bearing all burdens alone. Perhaps she had become gaunt, fragile like a dragonfly, easily swept away by the wind. Now, seeing Lin Guanzhi looking radiant and plump, all her worries seemed unfounded. Clearly, she was living quite well. Otherwise, how could she have gained such weight? Su Xin handed her a bouquet, only to be surprised when Lin Guanzhi reached out to take a package instead. Thank you, my darling. Come princess. Su Xin scrutinized her friend with a teasing smile. Wow, you've certainly filled out since we last met. How much rich food have you been indulging in? Filled out? When did my childhood friend become so blind? Noticing that Su Xin was lagging behind, Lin Guanzhi entered the house first. Don't forget to close the door. Carrying her bags inside, Su Xin took a deep breath to maintain her composure, silently reminding herself not to get angry. After all, what good would it do to let anger take hold? However, she was taken aback by an unexpected fragrance wafting through the air. Glancing around at the home's decor, she found it quite charming, fitting Lin Guanzhi's refined taste. Placing her things on the entryway cabinet, she removed her beloved yet dreaded high heels, slipping into a fresh pair of slippers. Suddenly, she noticed Min's shoes in the shoe cabinet, momentarily forgetting the revelation about Lin Guanzhi having a child. Men's shoes? Men's clothing? Just as Su Xin was about to confirm the reality of this situation, a magnetic voice echoed from the kitchen. "Honey, is your friend here? The meal is almost ready." Soon after, she caught sight of a tall, handsome young man, clad in an adorable cartoon apron, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of dishes. His tousled hair fell casually, exuding a blend of lethargy and vitality, presenting an aura of a devoted homemaker. Most importantly, he was astonishingly handsome, beyond compare. If Su Xin had not misheard, this gentleman was Lin Guanzhi's husband. Presumably, this young man was the one who had captured Lin Guanzhi's heart. Frankly, she was quite pleased with Xie Jinnian's appearance. After all, in all her years, she had seldom encountered men as striking as him. It seemed his culinary skills were commendable as well. Perhaps Lin Guanzhi's delightful meals were a testament to his prowess. Su Xin, with her long black hair, high nose bridge, and delicate features, sported a slim figure dressed in a black gown with thin straps, radiating an easygoing charm. She was the type of person who could strike up a conversation with anyone, anywhere. Throughout their years together, she had always been there to support Lin Guanzhi, resolving any issues that arose without requiring Lin Guanzhi to step in herself. Upon entering, while Su Xin assessed Xie Jinnian, his gaze also fell upon Lin Guanzhi, his childhood friend. After setting down the items, Lin Guanzhi introduced them. Xin, this is Xie Jinnian. Jinnian, this is my childhood friend and dear confidant, Su Xin. The terms husband and wife had not been mutually agreed upon. They were merely Xie Jinnian's unilateral declaration. Moreover, in Su Xin's presence, she could not bring herself to utter the word husband. Xie Jinnian flashed a radiant smile and warmly waved, "Hello, I am Xie Jinnian." Upon seeing the man before her, Su Xin raised an eyebrow and cheerfully replied, "Hello, I am Su Xin, a friend of Guanzhi since childhood." Their initial encounter left both with a favorable impression of one another. After a brief conversation, Xie Jinnian suddenly recalled the dishes simmering in the kitchen and hurriedly excused himself. "Wife, I must return to the kitchen to check on the food. It might burn." "All right, you go ahead. You've worked hard." Su Xin pouted politely. "What? How considerate of you. Just now, I was the one carrying flowers and fruits and fetching your packages. Yet I never heard you say you've worked hard." After all these years, she had never witnessed such enthusiasm from him. Lin Guanzhi pulled her to the living room couch. "You've worked hard too, come. Have some fruit and tea to refresh yourself after your journey." Observing Lin Guanzhi's feigned sincerity, Su Xin pretended to be annoyed. "Fine. So our decade-long friendship has gone to the dogs." "Not at all. Our bond remains unchanged." They sat cross-legged on the sofa, Lin Guanzhi unboxing a package while Su Xin surveyed the surroundings. "Your home is quite beautifully decorated. Is it rented or did you purchase it?" Witnessing Lin Guanzhi's contented lifestyle sparked her curiosity about whether she had truly found love. "What's going on here? Has the iron tree finally bloomed? Throughout your life, so many boys have shown you affection, yet you never even glanced their way. Do tell me, what exactly is happening? What is his family's financial standing? Where are they from? Is he an only child?" "Hello, Guanzhi. I'm discussing something important with you. Please disregard your delivery issues." Lin Guanzhi set aside her tasks and led Su Xin into the bedroom. Inside the room, the two stood before the crib. With a smile, Lin Guanzhi exclaimed, "Not just one child, but triplets." This unexpected response was nothing short of astonishing. When asked if Xie Jinnian had any siblings, she delivered a bombshell by showing off her own children. For the next 3 minutes, time seemed to stand still, enveloped in a haunting silence. Gazing at the adorable little ones before her, Su Xin suddenly recalled the rumors about her best friend having a baby. Initially, she had thought there was only one, never imagining there could be 3. Before her were a pair of irresistibly soft triplets. Su Xin's jaw dropped as she looked at Lin Guanzhi in disbelief. Three? In the next moment, she leaped with excitement. "Oh my goodness, Guanzhi." Lin Guanzhi, noticing the baby's flinch, immediately felt a pang of sympathy. "Could you keep your voice down?" Su Xin, recovering from her shock, lowered her volume. "So, you had 3 children? Triplets are incredibly rare. You are truly remarkable." Her face radiated astonishment and admiration. Lin Guanzhi nodded with a smile. Su Xin marveled. What a clever move, quietly giving birth and then stunning everyone. Just as she was about to introduce Su Xin to the babies, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Upon checking the infants' diapers, she discovered that the little darlings had made a mess. In Chapter 25, is my best friend fake? How could she treat me this way? Lin Guanzhi smirked mischievously. She said earnestly to Su Xin, lean closer to the babies and take a deep breath. Su Xin, unaware of Lin Guanzhi's playful intentions, followed her instructions. After inhaling deeply, her brows furrowed. It seemed rather odorous. Su Xin sniffed again, finding the scent peculiar. Lin Guanzhi bit her lip, confirming, indeed. That's because the babies have soiled their diapers. Soiled? Is that feces? Su Xin shuddered, feeling slightly nauseated. Her expression was one of utter disbelief. Lin Guanzhi, you did this on purpose. How could you make me smell something so foul? Is this even humane? Lin Guanzhi grinned mischievously, looking at the three little ones in the crib with a satisfied expression. Surprisingly, they had not yet begun to cry. However, her relief was short-lived, as the baby soon began to whimper and squirm uncomfortably. Next to the crib was a changing table, adjustable for adult convenience. She instructed Su Xin to assist her. Please, go to the bathroom and fetch that pink basin and draw some warm water. There's a small cloth on the windowsill. Bring that too. Su Xin, having never encountered such a situation, paused momentarily before quickly responding, "Oh, okay, right away." The table featured an open display case stocked with diapers, soft wipes, and baby powder, all easily accessible to Lin Guanzhi. She first laid a diaper pad on the countertop and then brought over the little sponge, preparing to change his diaper. As Su Xin emerged from the bathroom, holding a small basin of warm water, she was greeted by an astonishing sight. Lin Guanzhi was intently inspecting a soiled diaper, her expression remarkably serious, as she examined it with both her nose and hands. Each time the babies made a mess, they meticulously checked to ensure everything was normal and to see if there were any signs of diarrhea. Lin Guanzhi casually handed the dirty diaper to Su Xin before taking the warm water from her hands to wash the elder child. Su Xin nearly shy, as if holding a dangerous explosive. Pinching her nose, she spun in place, exclaiming, "Where's the trash can? Lin Guanzhi, where's your trash can?" Disposing of the diaper, she dashed into the bathroom to wash her hands. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Lin Guanzhi expertly changed the little sponge's diaper before moving on to the next child. "Come over and help," she urged. Do I have to handle another dirty diaper? I don't want to touch that mess." Lin Guanzhi sighed. "I had a cesarean section when I had the babies, and my wound hasn't healed well yet. Please help me out." Su Xin was torn in her thoughts. Lin Guanzhi handed her a basin, instructing, "Pour this water out and fill the blue basin with warm water. Remember, it has to be warm." Su Xin pulled a wry smile, conceding, "All right, considering how hard you work to have the babies, I'll lower myself to help you." Though she said this, she was essentially finding an excuse for herself. When Su Xin returned with the water, she found Lin Guanzhi skillfully changing the baby's diaper. She marveled at the greatness of maternal love. Soon, another round, swollen diaper was handed to her. "Please throw this away." Su Xin's face fell. No. It's all dirty. You do it." She protested vehemently. Lin Guanzhi shoved it in her hands, stating, "You're talking too much. Just take it and throw it away." Lin Guanzhi, you're too much." Thus, the cycle of changing water and disposing of dirty diapers repeated 3 times. Su Xin goomba. But as the 3 little ones were her friend's children, she could only comply. When she finally washed her hands and re-emerged from the bathroom, she found Lin Guanzhi lying on a bed, a peculiar pillow-like object behind her. Curiously, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Feeding the babies," Lin Guanzhi replied, positioning the babies on either side of her while she reclined in the middle. "What are you waiting for? Come help," she urged. "Come here and support the babies. They want to be able to drink without support." Su Xin was taken aback by such a grand setup. She nervously navigated around, flustered. "How do I support them?" Lin Guanzhi, like this. Once the situation stabilized and the babies began to drink, Su Xin's eyes widened in awe, revealing a look of envy. Your babies are so fortunate. Their nourishment is exceptional. Lin Guanzhi glanced at her. You're not so bad yourself. You still have your charming little buns. Su Xian's face darkened. It was a sensitive topic for her. The babies looked incredibly adorable while drinking, their tiny hands opening and closing like little paws. Her heart nearly melted at the sight. To speak candidly, there is hardly anyone who does not adore charming little angels, especially when they take the form of a cherubic infant with a plump little face that one feels an irresistible urge to nibble. Guanzhi, what exactly is the nature of your relationship with Xie Jinnian? Lin Guanzhi recounted the entire saga of her affair with Xie Jinnian to Su Xin. Su Xin leads then Li. Her thoughts swirling. Goodness, the tale of her childhood friend and Xie Jinnian is as melodramatic as a novel. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Knowing Lin Guanzhi as well as she did, she could somewhat anticipate the circumstances that would lead her to intoxication. Yet, she never envisioned that events would escalate to such a degree. Su Xin's expression turned serious. So, when you are with him, is it for the sake of the child, or because you genuinely love him? Lin Guanzhi candidly replied, it is a bit of both. I have seen how well he cares for the babies. He is a good person, and the children deserve a complete family. Moreover, he has been by my side, diligently looking after both me and the babies during these days. After spending time together, I truly believe that Jinnian is someone worthy of a lifelong commitment. Su Xin felt her friend was being rather impulsive. But you have known each other for less than a month. Lin Guanzhi understood her concern. Time reveals a person's true nature. A month of kindness does not signify much. During her recovery after childbirth, Xie Jinnian had been unwavering in his support, attending to her every need without a hint of complaint, often sacrificing his own rest. Deep within, Lin Guanzhi felt assured that he was the one she had been searching for. Prior to this, she had prepared herself for the prospect of single motherhood, resigned to the possibility that the biological father might not accept the child, harboring no resentment towards Xie Jinnian. However, she would not reject the idea of co-parenting should he choose to embrace that responsibility. Previously, you often inquired about my preferred type, didn't you? Now I can tell you. Xie Jinnian embodies precisely the qualities I admire. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, with deep-set features, a pronounced nose, and a slightly sharp jawline. He emanates an air of cool detachment. Each time Lin Guanzhi encountered him, her heart would flutter uncontrollably. As they spent more time together, she realized he was a veritable treasure of a man. Who wouldn't he be enchanted by such a remarkable individual? Even Su Xin, with her discerning taste, could not help but place Xie Jinnian on her list of exemplary gentlemen upon their first encounter. Guanzhi, regardless of the choices you make or the decisions you reach, I will always support you. I sincerely hope your choice proves to be wise. Should he ever dare to let you down or act in a way that betrays you, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall confront him on your behalf. Chapter 26. What? Can your cooking be divine? Lin Guanzhi was taken aback when Su Xin did not scold her openly, but instead chose to support her from behind. A wave of warmth washed over her. I thought you were going to argue with me. Thank you, Su Xin. The die is cast, the child is born, and we are cohabitating. What more can I do? If I were to say that you two are incompatible, would you be willing to part ways immediately? Moreover, given how much effort you have expended in articulating your thoughts, is it not to soothe my anger and encourage me to accept him? I, Su Xin, am not foolish enough to believe that I am akin to a 3-year-old child. With a sigh, I acknowledge that given the average conditions, you might endure hardships in the future. Lin Guanzhi, however, did not share this sentiment, proclaiming that she felt quite content. The current house and car were procured by him for me and the children. You mention his humble origins, devoid of resources and connections, and that he has yet to graduate from university, yet he has managed to buy a home and a car through sheer effort. I firmly believe that our future will only brighten. Furthermore, I have financial means. If necessary, I shall support them. At this juncture, Su Xin considered Xie Jinnian to be quite commendable and brimming with potential. She was surprised to learn that his parents lived in a village, without any background, And yet he had managed to secure such an impressive residence in Yun City through his own endeavors. A truly remarkable feat observing the small woman before her. Utterly smitten and exuding happiness, it seemed unnecessary to voice any discouraging remarks. As for the matter concerning his parents, when do you intend to inform them? They have no time to concern themselves with me, and should I broach this topic with them now, they would undoubtedly be displeased, perhaps even enraged. They merely wish for me to adhere to the life they have meticulously planned for me. As for when to discuss this with them, that can be postponed. For the time being, I intend to take one step at a time. Lin Guanzhi vividly recalled that evening when her parents had invited his family for dinner. It was at that table that she discovered her parents desired a union between her and their son. However, she had no intention of forming a family with someone for whom she felt no affection. The thought of living a life akin to that of a puppet, muddling through existence, was suffocating. Su Xin laughed, saying that her parents also refused to acknowledge her as their daughter daily. Look at me. I don't let it bother me, and I still live my life freely. Watching her childhood friend laugh without a care, Lin Guanzhi found herself uplifted by her joy. Joining in the laughter, Su Xin offered her comfort, asserting that her parents were indeed a bit hasty in their approach, seeking to find her a partner out of genuine concern for her well-being. Now that she was a mother herself, she ought to show some understanding. However, their anxiety over her romantic pursuits was indeed unnecessary. After all, who is Lin Guanzhi? She is the renowned campus belle of Yun City University. With just a wave of her hand, countless suitors would flock to her, eager to win her favor. Recently, my aunt even called to inquire about how she was faring. Upon hearing this, Lin Guanzhi felt a chill in her heart. She then warned, "Let me make myself clear. If you dare to divulge my personal matters, I shall sever our friendship." Su Xin was incensed. "How dare you threaten to end our friendship? After that day, you left without a word, disregarding even me, your closest friend. When your parents couldn't reach you, they turned to me for information about you. I did everything within my power, utilizing all I've learned to speak well of you. And now you have the audacity to threaten me. Lin Guanzhi, you are truly insufferable." In the kitchen, Xie Jinnian prepared several more dishes. As the meal was ready, he noticed the two had not yet emerged. He wondered if they were perhaps hidden away, sharing whispers. He then knocked on the door. "Darling, it's time to eat." The one who opened the door was Su Xin. "Guangxi is currently nursing the baby and will eat later." When Xie Jinnian entered, he found that the little one was already well fed. He picked up a towel from the bedside and draped it over his shoulder while retrieving a new milk pad. Xiaomili is quite the hearty eater, devouring his food with remarkable gusto. Consequently, he is more robust than his older siblings, possessing greater strength. A few minutes later, Xie Jinnian began to burp the baby. The technique and posture for burping are paramount, as infants cannot be held upright yet, making it challenging for those lacking strength. Lin Guanzhi glanced at the little sponge and said, "Big brother, look, your little brother is finished eating. Shouldn't you put in some effort too?" She added, "And little Puff, your sister has eaten faster than you. Hurry up and channel your brotherly spirit." Each time they burped Xiaomili, he would spit up milk. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi initially thought something might be wrong with the second child, and even consulted a doctor. After their inquiry, they realized they had been overly concerned. The doctor revealed that Xiaomili simply had eaten too much, observing the baby's feeding habits. It was evident that the second child was indeed a hearty eater, relishing every bite. Truly, he is a natural-born foodie. Even his nickname seems destined. Having finished burping the second child, the older siblings also completed their meals. After a few minutes, they could be burped as well. Xie Jinnian turned to Lin Guanzhi and said, "Dear, you can take Su Xin to eat first. The meal is ready. I will handle the burping for the babies." Lin Guanzhi shook her head, stating, "No hurry, I'm not hungry. We can eat together later." After saying this, she went to the bathroom, wiped herself down with a warm towel, and changed into clean pajamas. Su Xin wore a look of grievance. "What does this mean? I'm a guest here, and my stomach is growling. Is no one concerned for my well-being?" After Lin Guanzhi emerged from the bathroom, Xie Jinnian had also finished with the children. Once the babies were settled, the three sat down to eat. Xie Jinnian served soup to Lin Guanzhi while saying, "Since the babies still need milk, The food is rather mild. I'm unsure of your taste preferences. If it doesn't suit you, I can cook something else later. The table was adorned with a splendid array of dishes. Su Xin gazed at the fragrant and visually appealing delicacies before her. The aroma was delightful, and the presentation exquisite. It surely must be delicious. Her admiration for Xie Jinnian grew. Lin Guanzhi placed a piece of meat in Su Xin's bowl, smiling as she remarked, "She is not picky. She's been a voracious eater since childhood, enjoying everything. To call yourself a foodie is quite excessive." Lin Guanzhi, I offer you one more chance to rephrase that. Su Xin shot her a threatening glance. Lin Guanzhi responded with an equally challenging look. Are you not a foodie? Annie says that at home, all you do is eat and sleep. She has raised a 100-pound foodie. Su Xin gritted her teeth in response. This friend of mine is utterly unbearable. Indeed, I am not particularly picky. I eat everything. I must be a foodie, after all. However, truthfully, she was genuinely curious about the taste of the dishes prepared by Xie Jinnian. Chapter 27. Lin Guanzhi has changed, and not for the better. Lin Guanzhi possesses unwavering confidence in Xie Jinnian's culinary skills. She could already envision the expression on Su Xin's face as she took her first bite. As the dish entered her mouth, Su Xin's brows instantly relaxed, and her eyes widened like saucers. My goodness, what a divine delicacy this is. It's utterly delicious. Su Xin eagerly picked up another dish and tasted it. Clearly, her expression remained exaggerated, as if she had never encountered such flavors before. Lin Guanzhi chuckled to herself, feeling quite pleased. How easy it was to please this woman. Oh my, what a heavenly delight this is, simply exquisite. She raised her hands in triumph, declaring, I announce that this is the most delicious dish I have ever tasted, bar none. Suddenly, Lin Guanzhi jolted, hastily covering her mouth and signaling for silence. Keep it down. The little ones are still sleeping. Su Xin chuckled awkwardly. I'm sorry. The food is just too delightful. I couldn't help myself. Hearing her best friend praise Xie Jinnian, Lin Guanzhi felt a surge of pride. His culinary skills could only be described as exceptional, rivaling those of a five-star hotel chef, if not surpassing them. If he were to participate in a culinary competition, he would undoubtedly take first place. Just look at my complexion. It's all thanks to the dishes he prepares. So radiant and glowing. Su Xin felt a pang of envy. How infuriating that they were flaunting their affection so blatantly. Had they considered her feelings as a single woman? She turned her head, unwilling to watch them. Yet, Lin Guanzhi was not one to let her off easily. She continued to serve Su Xin, come, try this beef. It's incredibly tender, and this shrimp and these ribs are equally delightful. The flavors are superb. You must sample them. This tofu and Crucian carp soup is one of Jinnian's signature dishes, exceptionally fresh and delicious. And this cold dish is quite tasty as well. Do give it a taste. What was this reluctance towards her friend's affection? All right, I can manage on my own. In her desire to showcase herself beautifully in the summer, donning lovely little dresses, Su Xin had been on a 2-week diet. She even made time for morning runs and workouts. It had taken significant effort to lose a little weight, and she feared that indulging in such feasts would undo all her hard work. After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to throw caution to the wind. Such exquisite flavors were not something one encountered every day. If not now, then when? Thus, Su Xin relished her meal, thoroughly enjoying nearly 3 bowls of food. Afterward, she rubbed her belly and let out a satisfied burp. She walked out to the balcony to digest, reflecting on her recent grueling workouts at the gym. All for the sake of losing a single pound, she felt a wave of despair. After one meal, it seemed all her efforts had been in vain. Tears welled up in her eyes. She truly wanted to cry. Seeing her friend's distressed expression, Lin Guanzhi couldn't help but laugh. Did she not know her best friend well enough? Surely, she was fretting about her figure again. Su Xin, when the little ones have their full month celebration, as a sister who has grown up alongside them, you will have to take the stage as a special guest and give a speech. There will be many relatives from Jinnian's side attending, and you must look your best. Don't tarnish my reputation. Although it's a celebration for the babies, I permit you to steal the spotlight. Goodness, taking the stage as a special guest, having to speak, and also bringing honor to her friend. Su Xin understood that knowing someone for many years is not necessarily a blessing. Upon her arrival in Yun City, she was immediately tasked with numerous responsibilities. Were it not for the fact that the other party was still in confinement, Su Xin would have truly wanted to slap her. And would I then be expected to bestow a red envelope upon your child? If not, would you arrange for me to speak on stage? Huh! Merely to witness your contribution. Lin Guanzhi's gaze was mischievous, having set the stage for this moment. Lin Guanzhi, after such a long absence, I've noticed your audacity has grown significantly. Do you even reflect on what you say? Does your conscience not ache when you utter such words? Lin Guanzhi chose to disregard her remarks. With your capabilities, you ought to be generous. Su Xin quietly observed her theatrics, eager to see what Lin Guanzhi would conjure next. Oh, what do you deem appropriate? Given our relationship, at least 6 figures, wouldn't you agree? Once the funds are secured, I will ensure they are deposited in the bank, thereby guaranteeing that the baby's worth surpasses 100,000 upon their first month. This is all thanks to their godmother. Rest assured, when the children grow up, I will extol your virtues to them. Xie Jinnian emerged from the kitchen, noticing the 2 childhood friends engaged in lively conversation. As nap time approached, Lin Guanzhi mentioned her intent to rest. What about you? Are you returning to the hotel? Su Xin gazed outside at the sweltering heat, unwilling to endure the scorching sensation again. I traveled such a distance to see you. Surely, you can arrange a room for me to rest? Lin Guanzhi chuckled, pointing to the sofa. Sleeping in a bedroom would be extravagant. You should take the sofa. Su Xin began to doubt Lin Guanzhi's compassion. Despite her words, Lin Guanzhi ultimately prepared a room for her. The babies were taken back to the master bedroom by Xie Jinnian for a nap. As Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin had not seen each other in quite some time and wished to have a heartfelt conversation, seeing your current state brings me peace. You are entirely different from the Lin Guanzhi I once knew. You are much more cheerful. I can see how much you cherish this relationship, the babies, and this home. It is evident that you are truly happy. Lin Guanzhi smiled. Having previously believed that marriage was a form of bondage for women, a moral constraint imposed by traditional views. Yet now, I realize how crucial it is to marry the right person. Although our acquaintance has been brief, Su Xin could discern that Xie Jinnian managed every aspect of their household with great care, and her dear friend radiated genuine happiness. She felt a sincere joy for her. After their afternoon nap, Xie Jinnian began preparing dinner. Su Xin suggested a light meal of vegetable salad accompanied by some fruit, foregoing rice. Lin Guanzhi, due to her breastfeeding, naturally gained weight and had completely abandoned concerns regarding her figure. She ate whatever Xie Jinnian prepared. She would focus on losing weight once the babies were weaned. At dinner, Su Xin delighted in her desired vegetable and fruit salad and a low-fat meal, which included boiled chicken breast, broccoli, half a boiled egg, a few lettuce leaves, and a segment of corn. She was quite satisfied. However, upon seeing the meal prepared for Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian, she suddenly questioned the quality of her own food. Quite reasonable indeed. They both had no need to lose weight. Moreover, it was she who suggested the low-fat meal. Thus, it was entirely reasonable. She cast an awkward glance at Lin Guanzhi, then pointed at the chicken wings. Can I try this one? And this too. Let me have a bite. Delicious. Truly delectable. Please prepare 2 bowls of rice for me. I can still manage. Ultimately, Su Xin could not uphold her last line of defense. Were the chicken wings and braised ribs not enticing enough to stir her craving for a fruit salad? Chapter 28. The children who cannot part from their mothers after dinner. Su Xin came to her senses and indulged herself until she was full. In an instant, regret washed over her. She had not shortchanged herself. Oh dear, why didn't you stop me? Tonight, I ate so much. All my efforts to lose weight these past few weeks seem wasted. Lin Guanzhi looked innocent, replying, The key is whether I could have restrained you. When I offer you food, you're displeased, and when I deny you, you're still upset. Being your best friend is quite the challenge. Su Xin shot her a glance, exclaiming, You're hopeless. As bedtime approached, Lin Guanzhi tidied up the guest room and wished to sleep alongside Su Xin. Xie Jinnian had no objections, considering they hadn't seen each other in quite a while, and it was a perfect opportunity for them to catch up. Xie Jinnian took care of the baby in the master bedroom. After settling the little ones, Lin Guanzhi embraced a pillow and headed to the guest room. Thus, the two of them chatted and laughed throughout the night, their conversations seemingly endless. In the middle of the night, the babies awoke and, unable to find their mother, cried incessantly. Xie Jinnian tried every method to soothe them, but to no avail. Eventually, she had no choice but to knock on the guest room door. Lin Guanzhi rubbed her eyes and yawned before opening the door. The moment it swung open, the sound of the babies crying filled the air. Upon hearing their cries, Lin Guanzhi's drowsiness vanished. Before Xie Jinnian could utter a word, she instinctively stepped forward to take the baby. "Oh dear, why are you crying, little ones? Do you miss your mommy? Mommy's here, no need to cry." The little ones looked up at their mother with flushed cheeks, their eyes brimming with tears, their cries utterly pitiful. "Why are my sweethearts crying so sadly? Are you hungry? Mommy S here, no need to cry. It's Mommy S' fault for being away for so long." She coaxed them while leading the babies back to the bedroom. Su Xin watched Lin Guanzhi, who had to rise in the middle of the night to comfort the babies, her heart aching. She realized that caring for a child demanded such immense energy and time. Upon returning to the room, the little ones sensed their mother's familiar presence, and their cries gradually subsided, though their expressions remained woefully despondent, evoking sympathy and tenderness. After feeding, the little darlings gazed up at Lin Guanzhi with tear-filled eyes, fearful of her departing once more. 20 minutes later, the little ones could no longer resist their weariness and drifted off to sleep. Only when the babies were in a deep slumber did she feel secure enough to lie back down herself. This time, she had no intention of returning to the guest room. Instead, she chose to sleep in the master bedroom with Xie Jinnian. This way, should the babies awaken, she could attend to them immediately. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, the two friends settled in the living room, enjoying their drama while engaging in cheerful conversation. Originally, Su Xin intended to spend several more days in Yun City accompanying Lin Guanzhi. However, an unexpected phone call disrupted all her plans. After hanging up, Su Xin wore a sorrowful expression and lingered on the balcony for quite some time. Noticing her prolonged absence, Lin Guanzhi glanced out the window and saw her quietly leaning against the railing. Although Su Xin had faced numerous challenges in life, her demeanor after that call was distinctly fraught with anxiety. Lin Guanzhi was certain that something significant had transpired. Approaching her with genuine concern, she inquired about Su Xin's distress. Taking a deep breath, Su Xin chose to conceal the truth, reasoning that there was likely nothing serious, just a few minor issues. "However, Guanzhi, I may need to return for a while to resolve these matters before I can come back to be with you. But rest assured, I will make it in time for the baby's full moon celebration." The mention of parting brought an involuntary sadness to both of them. "Oh no, I promised to stay here and play with you for a few more days, but now I can't be here for your little ones. I'm so sorry. Once I handle everything, I will rush back to help you organize the full moon banquet for the babies, and I will be your special guest. When I arrive, I'll bring double the flowers and fruits, and feel free to tell me anything you desire. I'll buy you whatever you want, and I won't mind carrying as many packages as necessary." Lin Guanzhi shook her head in concern. "First, ensure you take care of your matters. If you dare to miss the baby's full moon celebration, there will still be the 100-day banquet to attend." Su Xin assured her that even if the heavens rained down knives, she would certainly be there to help Lin Guanzhi celebrate the full moon of her little ones. Subsequently, Su Xin bid farewell to the babies. The little ones gazed wide-eyed at the world, adorably soft and utterly charming, their tender faces seemingly capable of squeezing out water. "Sweethearts, Auntie may have to leave for now and can't stay with you. Will you be all right until I come to visit again? This time, it's Auntie's fault for not preparing a gift for you. I promise next time I visit, I will bring delightful toys for you. You must listen to your parents while I'm away, all right?" The tiny darlings were either chewing on their fingers or staring at the ceiling, engrossed in their own little worlds, completely disregarding Su Xin. "What? How disheartening. Not a single one of them acknowledges me." Lin Guanzhi, nearby, couldn't he help but chuckle. "Look at you. Stop wearing that fierce expression. The babies are clearly reluctant to pay you any mind." Su Xin shot her a playful glare before continuing to amuse the adorable little ones. They were still too young to recognize faces. but she believed that by their next meeting, they would surely recognize their Annie. Oh, my little rice grain is kicking her legs. Those chubby little legs are so energetic. Then, Su Xin called Xie Jinnian to the balcony, her expression turning serious as she cautioned him. Guanzhi is usually quiet and reserved, not particularly talkative, and possesses few skills. I hope you can be understanding. Since I arrived here, I've noticed her personality has brightened considerably. This brings me great comfort, as it indicates that she finds happiness in your company. Two individuals stood on the balcony, gazing towards the living room where Lin Guanzhi was. Su Xin spoke up, mentioning that Guanzhi had been pampered since childhood, raised with utmost care by her uncles and aunts, incapable of bearing burdens or managing household chores, and occasionally exhibiting minor tantrums. She hoped that living together, if Guanzhi faltered in any regard, he would show her ample tolerance. I entrust Guanzhi to you. Should you allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance, I shall not forgive you. Xie Jinnian's gaze was unusually earnest. Su Xin, I vow to care for Guanzhi for a lifetime, ensuring her well-being and shielding her from any distress, even if our days grow arduous. I will strive to provide her and our little ones with a stable and joyful life. Su Xin was greatly satisfied with Xie Jinnian's attitude. After imparting her words of caution, she returned indoors to check on the children and Lin Guanzhi. She hurriedly gathered her belongings and departed, her comings and goings reflecting her spirited nature. Upon her departure, she did not reveal the full truth to Lin Guanzhi, leaving her in a state of worry for several days. After all, her childhood friend had not disclosed the specifics, leaving Guanzhi feeling somewhat desolate. Chapter 29. Mother Xie. How can one not register? It is absolutely essential. It was only when she received another phone call from Su Xin that Lin Guanzhi felt at ease. On this particular day, Mother Xie had brought fresh free-range chickens and ducks from the countryside to Yun City. She had not informed Xie Jinnian prior to her arrival. It was only when she reached the community entrance that she called him to assist with the heavy load. Xie Jinnian, observing his mother drenched in sweat and burdened with packages, felt a pang of discomfort. Mom, why didn't you let us know you were coming? I could have come to fetch you. Moreover, carrying all this alone must be exhausting. Mother Xie smiled, replying, Who would look after Guanzhi and the children if you came to get me? I can handle such small matters, even back in the village. The villagers heard you were planning to open a fresh produce supermarket and insisted I bring these for you and Guanzhi to enjoy. They are all home-raised. Additionally, these fruits and vegetables are all organically grown. Since Guanzhi is still in her confinement period, she ought to nourish herself, well, to facilitate a swift recovery. Once home, Mother Xie instructed him to place the chickens and ducks on the balcony, assuring him she would attend to them shortly after conversing with Lin Guanzhi. Xie Jinnian stepped forward to assist. Observing that Lin Guanzhi was nearing the end of her confinement, he realized that their current arrangement with each other could not persist indefinitely. Mother Xie reminded him, Xiaonian, how did your discussion about registering go the last time we spoke? The little ones have already reached their 1-month mark, and soon Guanzhi will complete her confinement. How can we register them without a marriage certificate? Most women cherish the significance of such rituals. A proposal cannot be overlooked. You know, Xie Jinnian nodded, acknowledging, I understand, Mom. He had been contemplating the matter of registration lately. As they lay in bed that night, Lin Guanzhi sensed something amiss with Xie Jinnian. It seemed he had something he wished to convey. The two lay quietly together. Guanzhi, how do you perceive me as a person? Xie Jinnian inquired, pondering his own character. Lin Guanzhi paused, momentarily taken aback, unable to respond immediately. Xie Jinnian clasped his hands behind his head, reiterating his previous statement. Lin Guanzhi, regaining her senses, felt her heart race. Why did he suddenly pose such a question? Xie Jinnian continued. The babies have already turned 1 month old, and their household registration is still unresolved. Guanzhi, if you find me agreeable, would you consider accompanying me to obtain a marriage certificate? Obtain a marriage certificate? During this time, she had contemplated this very issue. Without such a certificate, the babies would be unable to secure their household registration. Over the past few days of companionship, the bond between them had grown increasingly intimate. The man beside her was gentle and considerate, caring for her and the babies with meticulous attention. He radiated warmth like the sun. and every moment spent with him brought Lin Guanzhi immense comfort. Having made her decision, she inquired of Xie Jinnian, "Will you treat me and the babies well in the future?" Xie Jinnian turned to meet her gaze. "I will certainly treat you both well. You are my treasures. Who else would I care for if not you? I, Xie Jinnian, vow to provide the best for you and the babies, ensuring you live a life of happiness, becoming the happiest woman in the world." These words flowed from the depths of Xie Jinnian's heart, each phrase imbued with sincerity. Captivated by the depth of his affectionate gaze, Lin Guanzhi blinked and replied, "You must keep your word. You can only love me throughout your life. In the future, you must remain devoted to me and never stray." Xie Jinnian cupped her face, affirming, "I swear to love you for a lifetime." Lin Guanzhi agreed to obtain the certificate with him, and Xie Jinnian was so exhilarated that he could not sleep the entire night. In the middle of the night, he took out his phone to message his mother, resulting in her also being unable to sleep due to her joy upon learning that Lin Guanzhi had consented to marry her son. To avoid any lingering uncertainties, on the following day, after breakfast, Xie's mother addressed the couple. "I've seen enough of life. The day Guanzhi completes her confinement is the perfect time to obtain the certificate. Jinnian, as soon as Guanzhi is out of confinement, you two should go get the certificate. Out of confinement, and then to obtain the certificate?" They exchanged glances, both perceiving the peculiar excitement in each other's eyes. Xie Jinnian nodded, looking to Lin Guanzhi for her opinion. Shyly, she nodded in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Xie's mother smiled with satisfaction, feeling a great weight lift from her heart. The decision to obtain the marriage certificate was made with such delight. With Xie Jinnian's companionship, time flew by, and before long, the babies had reached 42 days of age. This day marked the end of Lin Guanzhi's confinement. Xie's mother had prepared the household registration book well in advance, and even transferred 50,000 yuan to Xie Jinnian, reminding him to buy a ring. From the morning onward, Xie's mother wore a constant smile, pushing the stroller and cheerfully saying, "You two go get the certificate. Don't worry about the children. I will take care of them at home." Xie Jinnian held Lin Guanzhi's hand and smiled. "Mom, we leave the babies in your care." Xie's mother nodded with satisfaction, happily sending them off. As it was their first visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau, they were unsure of the location. Fortunately, they had navigation to guide them. On the road, Lin Guanzhi observed with surprise that the navigation was directing them incorrectly. "Jinnian, this isn't the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Have you taken a wrong turn?" she inquired. Xie Jinnian, with a radiant smile, replied, "First, we must purchase the rings, and then we shall head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After today, we will officially become husband and wife. How can we possibly go without rings beforehand? We must buy them for ourselves." Upon hearing Xie Jinnian's words, Lin Guanzhi felt a sweetness enveloping her heart. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, as they stepped into the jewelry store, the sales associate warmly greeted them, secretly astonished by the stunning couple before her. "My goodness, after years in sales, I have never encountered such a perfectly matched pair. The gentleman is remarkably dashing, while the lady possesses an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial being." Shaking her head to regain composure, she remembered her purpose. "Excuse me, sir and madam, what would you like to see?" Xie Jinnian, guiding the somewhat dazed Lin Guanzhi, cheerfully responded, "We would like to view wedding rings." "Wedding rings? My goodness, are you two preparing to wed?" The sales associate was filled with envy as she led them to the section for women's rings. Xie Jinnian inquired, "Do you have any couple rings?" The sales associate beamed. "Indeed, we have many couple rings over here. Please, take a look and see which ones you like." Xie Jinnian drew Lin Guanzhi close and said, "Wife, you choose. Which one appeals to you?" The significance of wedding rings is profound. Any selection is acceptable, as long as it pleases you. Before them lay an array of dazzling wedding rings, leaving Lin Guanzhi momentarily overwhelmed. After much deliberation, she selected four that she particularly liked, all priced under 1,000. Meanwhile, Xie Jinnian was drawn to a pair costing over 10,000. The design was simple yet luxurious, featuring a classic six-prong setting, destined to shine for a lifetime of true love. He gestured for the sales associate to present the pair for examination. Upon seeing the price, Lin Guanzhi gasped, This is far too expensive. Let us stick with the ones I have chosen. Although she had noticed the pair Xie Jinnian favored from start, its exorbitant price had deterred her. The sales associate, with a smile, explained, "This design is a new addition to our collection. The band is crafted from 18K white gold. The six-prong setting is particularly secure, exuding quality and brilliance. This heart-shaped six-prong design, inspired by Eros, symbolizes sacred love, entrusting your heart to one another. It is priced at 99,000, signifying everlasting commitment." Xie Jinnian gently slipped the ring onto Lin Guanzhi's ring finger, and it appeared flawless. He then extended his hand towards her, saying, "Wife, could you please help me put the ring on?" Lin Guanzhi's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she slowly lifted Xie Jinnian's hand. What a sweet moment. Witnessing this scene, the sales associate was moved to tears of envy. "Sir and madam, your love is so sweet. I wish you both a long-lasting and blissful union." Xie Jinnian graciously thanked her and then took Lin Guanzhi's hand as they proceeded to the payment counter. The efficiency of his actions left the sales associate utterly astonished. What? This is happening already? Without introducing herself, she simply placed an order. The lavish fortune has finally fallen upon her. A wedding ring priced at 99,000. After completing this transaction, she will earn a considerable commission. As Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi exited the jewelry store, the sales associates began to fervently discuss. "Oh my, this couple is simply too sweet." The woman hesitates to spend, yet the man immediately purchases it for her. "If only I could have such a handsome and wealthy partner. I would willingly do anything for him." This is truly indulgent. It's like a powerful CEO has fallen for a delicate wife. Good heavens, the man is incredibly handsome. But alas, he has a girlfriend. You seem to overlook the woman entirely. She is quite beautiful as well. Alas! Oh, heavens, how unfair you are. They say when one door closes, another opens. Yet for me, it seems only darkness prevails, with no light to be seen. As she stepped out of the jewelry store, a gentle breeze swept by, and Lin Guanzhi felt a sense of clarity. What is this heavy thing on my hand? A ring worth nearly 100,000. Just like that. Will I be scolded by Xie Jinnian's mother for spending so much? Will she think I am vain? Xie Jinnian urged her not to overthink. With a mix of anxiety and excitement, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Next to it was a photography studio that also offered material copying services. While Xie Jinnian was considering printing their documents, he thought to have their wedding photos taken as well. He had researched online and knew that photos could be taken inside, but he was uncertain of the results. At least outside, they could make minor adjustments. Some couples, dissatisfied with their photos, even chose not to marry in a fit of anger. Upon entering the studio, the owner greeted them warmly. "Hello, you two are here for wedding photos, right? Follow me." Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian held hands, their expressions filled with affection. It was evident that their relationship was incredibly sweet. Everything was prepared. The owner gestured to them now. "Look at the camera. Smile. Yes, perfect. Let's have another one. Good, good. Now let's do a silly pose. 3, 2, 1. After a brief editing session to adjust the brightness of their faces, beautiful photos emerged. With their good looks, they hardly needed any touch-ups. The original shots were stunning. Next came the copying of their household registration and identification cards. After settling the payment, Xie Jinnian chuckled. "I heard online that getting married doesn't require spending money. Yet before even entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, we have already spent so much." Lin Guanzhi admired the photos, thoroughly satisfied with how they turned out. Inside the Civil Affairs Bureau, the hall was filled with people, some there to marry and others to divorce. The two groups exhibited starkly contrasting emotions. The newlyweds, hand in hand, radiated joy as they stepped into the sacred institution of marriage, while the individuals processing their divorces wore expressions of varying discontent. Some were filled with reluctance, while others felt a sense of liberation. Some could hardly bear to glance at the other to the point of nausea. The staff first handed them a health examination form, instructing them to proceed to the second floor for their checkup before returning to complete the necessary paperwork. Many of the tests listed on the form had already been conducted during Lin Guanzhi's recent hospital visit, thus eliminating the need for repetition. The examination results were conveniently stored in the bag that Xie Jinnian often carried. Blood tests, liver, and kidney function assessments, and screenings for any diseases had all been previously completed. After a flurry of activity, they finally obtained the test results after an hour. The two then descended to find the staff. Have the photos been taken? Yes, and the relevant copies are all here. Without lifting his gaze, the staff member accepted the documents. Upon seeing the photographs, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The world had truly become a place devoid of order. He had hoped that bringing their own photos would expedite the process, but he was taken aback by the striking nature of their images. At that moment, he felt less than dapper. Glancing up at the two, he was struck by an expression of disbelief. Wow, both handsome and beautiful. A perfect match. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi wore crisp white shirts, exuding elegance and grace. The young man was charmingly attractive, while the young woman radiated sophistication. Together, they resembled a pair of celestial beings. Reviewing their details, their ages conformed to the standards for marriage. Please examine this document carefully. If there are no issues, kindly sign in the designated area along with the date. After reviewing, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi confirmed there were no problems. The staff member reiterated, "Are you certain you wish to voluntarily become partners?" In unison, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi replied yes. With the finality of the statement, the staff member waved his hand grandly. "Stamp it." Thus, two hefty red booklets were placed into their hands. They exchanged glances, and Lin Guanzhi stood there dazed. Had she truly just registered her marriage? And to a treasure of a man, no less. Everything felt surreal. She looked towards Xie Jinnian, sunlight gracing his profile, accentuating his chiseled features and high nose, casting a golden glow. He was simply stunning. The thought of waking up each day to behold such a handsome face, reminiscent of a character from a comic, filled Lin Guanzhi with delight. On their way home, Xie Jinnian stole glances at Lin Guanzhi. Meeting her was a stroke of fortune. Even if it meant exhausting all his luck in this lifetime, it was worth it. Upon arriving home, Xie's mother had prepared a sumptuous lunch in advance. Seeing the red booklets in her son and daughter-in-law's hands brought her immense joy. She could hardly wait to share the delightful news with Xie's father. After enjoying lunch, Xie's mother left, her spirits high. Once she departed, the house fell into a quiet hush. With thoughts of preparing a celebration for the baby's first month, Lin Guanzhi suggested capturing some milestone photographs. We could use them for the banquet. Xie Jinnian pondered for a moment and wholeheartedly agreed. Without delay, the couple began searching online for photography studios specializing in baby portraits. Numerous options were available, yet most did not resonate with their preferences. Had it not been for the subpar setting, it would have been the quality of the attire that was lacking. The couple aspired to provide their little ones with a more delightful experience. Ultimately, Lin Guanzhi discovered a studio named Little Angel Children's Photography. The online reviews and reputation were exceedingly favorable. Upon further investigation, it became evident that the establishment was indeed commendable, offering on-site photography services as well. They decisively chose this studio. Xie Jinnian made a phone call to discuss the details and arrange for a photo shoot the following day. Chapter 31. The first portrait of the adorable babies, a new day dawned. At 9:30 in the morning, the photography team arrived, consisting of two individuals. One carried a briefcase, while the other held a bottle of milk, clearly adept in their approach. "You bought this downstairs." Xie Jinnian welcomed them at the door, amused by the gesture of bringing milk. After inviting them inside, the male photographer engaged in conversation with Xie Jinnian, while the female accompanied Lin Guanzhi to tend to the children. Once seated, the conversation flowed effortlessly. Lin Guanzhi, not particularly skilled in social interactions, found solace in the woman's eloquence. Otherwise, if it were someone else, the dialogue would have dwindled to silence. The babies, now a month old, had grown remarkably. Although they had weighed just over 4 pounds at birth, after more than a month of dedicated care from the couple, the little ones had flourished. Their eyes sparkled with vitality, their skin smooth and rosy, complemented by the stunning looks of both sets of grandparents. The triplet babies were irresistibly adorable, eliciting affection from all. The term rainbow was not merely a metaphor. It was a reality. Comparing photographs from their birth, the couple could not help but marvel at the significant transformation of their children. Over the course of a day or two, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi had not noticed the baby's changes, but now, The contrast was striking. Previously, the infants had wrinkled, ruddy skin resembling that of little monkeys. Now, they resembled cherubic angels. The gentleman began his introduction. Our studio offers several packages for the full-month photo shoot, priced at $10.99, $15.99, $19.99, and $24.99. The varying prices correspond to differences in shooting locations and the number of scenes, so it will depend on which package you choose. He presented the theme proposals and a portfolio of full-month photographs of adorable babies for their perusal. Prior to this, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi had already selected 2 thematic settings online. He inquired, "Since we have triplets, is the pricing the same for all?" The gentleman replied, "Regardless of the number of babies, the price remains consistent as long as you choose a package." "And what about the fabric of the outfits?" In response, the man retrieved a fabric sample book from his bag. "Rest assured, sir, the majority of our clothing is made from pure cotton, organic cotton, and silk. They are exceptionally soft to the touch, gentle on the skin, and breathable." Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi felt the fabrics and found them quite satisfactory. They opened the album to browse through the images. "Oh my, these little darlings are simply too adorable, each one more charming than the last. Who could possibly resist? Darling, look at this baby lying on their stomach. So precious, resembling a little rabbit. I'm quite fond of this pink theme, and the sunglasses add an extra touch of coolness. Haha, look at this little one, with eyes closed, embodying a carefree spirit. You take your pictures, and I'll take my nap," as is often stated online. The results from the studio are indeed remarkable. The couple can hardly wait to see the outcomes of their little one's photos. Ultimately, they opted for a package priced at 1,999 yuan, which includes 3 distinct outfits. Additionally, they received a complimentary set of 12 infant teething toys, a light blanket, and clothing. Xie Jinnian inquired about the timing for the shoot. In about 20 minutes, came the response. "I'll call the studio now. Once they have the outfits ready, they will bring them over. The backdrop materials are just downstairs in the car, and we shall retrieve them now. By the time the setup is complete, the costumes should arrive as well." The company operates with utmost professionalism, with tasks allocated efficiently, allowing everyone to perform their duties effectively. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi need only to cooperate with the staff to clear some space. Before long, the garments arrived, and the couple inspected them for any quality issues. "I assure you, our clothing has been sanitized at high temperatures," was the promise made. Once the scene was arranged, it was time for the adorable little ones to take the stage. The first set featured characters from the Animal Crossing universe. The babies donned gray and white onesies adorned with bunny ears. The backdrop consisted of a piece of suede fabric, with a handmade lambswool sofa placed in the center. Surrounding it were their plush animal friends, a little tiger, a penguin, an elephant, and a giraffe with a playful monkey hanging from its neck. Naturally, the lion, as king of the jungle, took center stage. Once the babies were dressed, the photo shoot commenced. During this time, the stylist and photographer worked in perfect harmony. One posed while the other captured the moments. With the sound of the camera shutter, the photographer nodded in satisfaction, signaling the stylist to change poses. The little ones sat obediently on the sofa, lay on the mat, and posed with their chins resting on their hands. The babies were exceptionally cooperative, drawing compliment from the staff for their adorableness. Soon enough, the first set concluded smoothly. Next up was the second outfit, the charming snake baby making an appearance. The backdrop featured a deep green wall with a cream-colored floor. The costume was a grass-green snake ensemble, complete with a matching hat adorned with a red snake tongue and 2 black eye spots. Remarkably, that splash of red added a unique flair. Who says red and green clash? With a white mesh base and the same lambswool sofa, along with floral decorations and handmade bamboo, the entire space was rendered vividly lifelike. Thus, the triplets took turns in front of the camera. Midway through, the trio grew hungry, prompting the couple to take them to the bedroom for a feeding. After the babies burped, Xie Jinnian glanced at the time. "It's nearly mealtime. We should prepare lunch." The staff also noted the time, suggesting a break until the afternoon for more shooting. Xie Jinnian graciously proposed, "Why not join us for lunch?" The staff laughed and waved, then proceeded to pack up their belongings and depart. They would return after 2:30. As the appointed time arrived, a gentle knock echoed through the door. Preparations commenced for the third set of photographs, themed around Monet's garden. This particular scene exuded an ethereal charm, complemented by attire that was equally enchanting. At first glance, Lin Guanzhi was captivated by this ensemble, a delicate, lace-trimmed cream chaise long adorned with an abundance of blossoms. As afternoon descended, the little ones grew increasingly lively, proving difficult to lull into slumber despite persistent efforts. It was not out of the question to attempt capturing the babies with their eyes wide open. Thus, the photographer seized every moment. Yawning, pouting, squinting, and nibbling on their tiny hands were all immortalized through the lens, with the shutter clicking incessantly. Once the 3 thematic sets were completed, a family portrait was also taken. This session was delightfully spontaneous, with the photographer capturing images wherever inspiration struck. Throughout the process, the photographer marveled, exclaiming, "Heavens, the beauty of this family is utterly enviable." They could easily grace the pages of a novel as the protagonists. After years in the field, he had never encountered such striking features before. It was hard to fathom how remarkable the children would be as they grew. Upon concluding the shoot, the babies were fed and their diapers changed. Once they drifted off to sleep, the couple, filled with excitement, began selecting photos. Lin Guanzhi found each image delightful and inquired, "Can we receive backup copies?" The photographer assured her, "Of course, I will send them shortly." With her desires fulfilled, Lin Guanzhi continued to gleefully choose her favorites. "Ha! Dear husband, look at this one. Little Sponge is smiling. How utterly adorable. And this one, the little one is sitting up so earnestly. Could it be that he dreams of a stinky surprise? This shot of little Puff with her head tilted is simply exquisite, so healing. It's almost unbearably cute. The family photo is lovely as well." After an extensive selection process, the staff offered them a special discount. "If you book your 100-day photo shoot with us now, we will gift you a bedside portrait complete with a frame." Lin Guanzhi noted, "This family portrait looks splendid. The babies were so cooperative." The couple cherished this particular image, which captured Xie Jinnian holding their eldest and second child while Lin Guanzhi cradled the youngest. They smiled at the camera, radiating joy and happiness. Despite the promotional tactics, the staff's demeanor and service were commendable, and the photographer's skills were exceptional. Satisfied, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi ultimately decided to arrange their 100-day photo shoot with them. Lin Guanzhi, accustomed to taking naps, found herself exhausted from a day filled with photography and could hardly keep her eyes open. "Darling, would you like to take a short nap as well?" Xie Jinnian had initially planned to tidy the house and go grocery shopping, but upon seeing Lin Guanzhi's eager expression, he decided to join her for a brief rest. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Lin Guanzhi on obtaining their marriage certificate. You have been rewarded with a commercial property at Bailu Square. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the baby's full moon photos. You have been awarded 300,000 in cash and baby care products. Just as Xie Jinnian closed his eyes, the system's voice resonated in his mind. To his surprise, there were 2 rewards this time, one for the marriage certificate. Communicating with the system, he pondered, "Is there a delay? Did you just issue yesterday's reward today?" The system remained silent. However, upon seeing the reward, Xie Jinnian was overwhelmingly delighted. He had been granted a storefront, located in the bustling Bailu Square, one of the most vibrant areas in Yun City. This locale frequently attracts numerous students, office workers, and tourists. The area is replete with shops, and real estate prices soar, making every inch incredibly valuable. He had been pondering where to establish a fresh produce supermarket, and just as he was drifting off to sleep, the system presented him with this golden opportunity. Bailu Square. He reminisced about his early days in Yun City when he and his roommates often strolled through that very place. They had once dreamed of owning a shop there someday, and now that dream had come to fruition. With such high foot traffic, a fresh produce supermarket surely promised great business prospects. The thought of effortlessly possessing a storefront made Xie Jinnian let out an exuberant shout. Additionally, he had received 300,000 in cash, leaving him utterly astonished. Indeed, with a system like this, soaring to great heights seemed inevitable. "Hello, is the system there? How do I use these baby care products?" he inquired. The system replied, "The host should use them normally for the babies." Satisfied, Xie Jinnian nodded, appreciating the system's thoughtful design for the little ones. He thought to himself that he would soon test the products during bath time. When the babies opened their eyes again, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Noticing the pleasant weather, Xie Jinnian took out the care products to prepare for the babies' baths. Indeed, the system's rewards were remarkable. He squeezed out some fragrant body wash, which caught the attention of the little one, who thought it looked delicious and reached out eagerly. No, little rice grain, this is for bathing, not for eating. Consuming it can make you ill, he chuckled. The second baby splashed water with tiny feet, and Xie Jinnian poured foam onto his little belly. The sensation was unique, and little rice grain giggled in delight at the bubbles on his tummy, reaching out with tiny hands to grasp them, which only made him laugh harder. Lin Guanzhi, observing from the side, sniffed the air and exclaimed, "Wow, it smells wonderful. Is this the new body wash you bought, dear?" Xie Jinnian nodded with a smile. "Darling, would you like to use it during your bath tonight?" Lin Guanzhi's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she nodded enthusiastically. Although it felt peculiar to use baby products, the scent was indeed delightful, and the packaging was utterly adorable. Seeing the second baby enjoying the bath so much, Lin Guanzhi took over when it was time for the first and third babies. The trio played with bubbles for quite some time. When the two little dumplings emerged from the bath, they expressed that they hadn't had enough washing yet. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Calculating the time, he realized that the baby's full moon celebration was just a day away. That morning, Xie Jinnian received a call from his mother, who informed him that she, along with his father and second aunt, had arrived in Yun City. "Your father and I came with your second aunt today. Tomorrow, before the full moon celebration, other relatives and friends will arrive." Upon hearing that his parents were already at the station, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi drove to pick them up. As he passed by the Bailu Square on his way to the station, Xie Jinnian thought it would be a good opportunity to explore the shops. Meanwhile, outside the Yun City station, his second aunt gazed at the towering skyscrapers before her and couldn't help but exclaim how remarkable big cities are, with high buildings everywhere. The tallest structure in their town seemed insignificant here. She frequently came across the housing prices in Yun City online, hearing that the average cost is around 10,000 per unit. Goodness, wouldn't a typical 3-bedroom home amount to over $1 million? Jinnian has truly made a name for himself, having purchased 2 apartments and a luxury van. Not only does he possess property and a vehicle, but he has also established a family. Xiaolan, Yu, and Wenlu are indeed fortunate. When at home, the second aunt had calculated the value of Jinnian's house and car, and it was astounding, totaling several million, which was quite shocking. Hearing others praise her son filled Huang Xiaolan with immense joy, as every child appears exceptional in their parents' eyes. Huang Xiaolan remarked, "Second sister-in-law, your son Jinhang is quite impressive too. I see the child is very filial and sweet-tongued. He will surely achieve great success in the future. And you and the second brother can look forward to enjoying the fruits of his labor." The second aunt rolled her eyes, thinking, "Let us not kid ourselves. If our son doesn't come to us for money, my husband and I will consider ourselves lucky." She was perplexed as to why her son, who had grown up alongside Xie Jinnian, eating the same rice, wearing the same tattered clothes, and studying the same books, had dropped out of high school to work, while Jinnian had gone on to attend university, purchase a home, and acquire a vehicle. The disparity was staggering. It was better not to mention her son. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. After regaining her composure, the second aunt wistfully remarked, among the younger generation, "It seems that Jinnian's family is the happiest. He married a wife as beautiful as a fairy, and they have been blessed with a pair of triplets." Chapter 33, Second Aunt. How wonderful it would be if such adorable babies were my little grandchildren. The ability to buy a house and a car in a big city and establish a family has left the villagers exceedingly envious. The second aunt had seen Lin Guanzhi's photos in the family group chat, and she thought the girl was even more stunning than a celebrity. If her son were to marry someone as lovely as her, she would wake up smiling from her dreams. The 3 of them waited at the station entrance for over 20 minutes when the second aunt suddenly spotted a familiar van approaching. She excitedly waved, "Xiaolan, look, isn't that Jinnian's car? It looks just like the one in the video shared in the family group chat, with the same emblem and license plate." Her memory was sharp, and she vaguely recalled Jinnian's license plate number. Huang Xiulan's eyes lit up as she nodded with a smile. The plate number was indeed correct. It must be Jinnian's vehicle, as he had mentioned coming to pick them up with Guanzhi. No sooner had she spoken than the van came to a halt beside them. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi stepped out of the vehicle. Mom and Dad, thank you for your patience. Second aunt, it's been a while. You're looking more beautiful than ever. After greeting his parents, Jinnian's gaze fell upon his second aunt. Seeing the familiar figure, Xie Jinnian maintained his charming demeanor. His words as sweet as ever. He was truly delightful. How wonderful it would be if he were her son. Annie smiled warmly and remarked, Jinnian, it has been quite a while since we last met. You have become increasingly handsome, and more mature and composed as well. I heard from your parents that you are now married with children. Xie Jinnian chuckled as he introduced, Annie, this is my wife, Lin Guanzhi. Guanzhi? This is my aunt. Annie's gaze fell upon Lin Guanzhi. Goodness, this child is even more beautiful than in the photographs. What a stunning girl. How wonderful it would be if she were my daughter-in-law. Noticing Auntie's admiration, Lin Guanzhi smiled gently. Hello, Annie. I am Lin Guanzhi, the mother of the triplets. Triplets? Auntie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Aside from discussing agricultural products with Xie Jinnian, she had another significant reason for visiting Yun City, to attend the baby's full moon celebration. Eagerly, she inquired, where are the babies? Xie Jinnian replied with a smile, they are in the car. He then gently lifted the 3 little ones from the vehicle. The children, with their long eyelashes and sparkling, watery eyes, resembled gemstones as they blinked. Their chubby, rosy faces were irresistibly adorable, evoking an overwhelming desire to pinch their cheeks. They were truly angelic beings, radiating a healing aura. Xie Jinnian introduced, Annie, this is San Bao, our little princess. Annie joyfully accepted San Bao from Xie Jinnian's arms. Oh my, this little girl is quite adorable. She's a bit heavy, like a doll. What are you mumbling about? Sweetheart, are you trying to say hello to your great-aunt? Upon hearing this, Annie exclaimed, Oh, Xiulan, look. She's kicking her legs, and with such strength. Meanwhile, Xie father and Xie mother were also engaging with the adorable little ones. Xie father, in particular, was incredibly eager to see his grandchildren. A few days prior, when Xie mother brought fresh chickens and ducks, Xie father had wished to accompany her. However, he was delayed by other matters concerning a supply agreement for a fresh produce supermarket. Thus, he could not join Xie mother on her trip to Yun City. Oh, my little grandchildren, do you remember your grandmother? We saw each other just a few days ago. Have you been listening to your parents while I was away? You've grown quite a bit in just a few days. Xie father leaned closer with a beaming smile. My little darlings, I am your grandfather. It has been so long since you last saw me. I wonder if you still remember. Your grandfather misses you dearly. Do you miss me too? Xie Jinnian glanced at the time and said, Mom, Dad, Andy, it's too hot outside. Let's chat in the car. And so, the joyful group climbed into the vehicle, chatting merrily along the way. As soon as Annie settled into the car, she was taken aback. My goodness, this car is enormous and so spacious. The seats are incredibly soft. This is so comfortable. And there's even a television? I never imagined I would ride in such a luxurious vehicle. At that moment, Xie mother suddenly looked puzzled. This isn't the road back to Tianrun community, is it? Did you take a wrong turn, son? Jinnian, did you miss an intersection? Are you navigating without a GPS? Or do you intend to buy something else? Xie father, lacking a strong sense of direction, paused for a moment. While driving, Xie Jinnian responded, Mom and Dad, didn't I mention that I was going to open a fresh produce supermarket? The hour is still young. Allow me to guide you to our shop. A shop? Has my son already secured a location for his business? Inquisitively, Mother Xie inquired, Where is it? How spacious is it? What is the monthly rent? Mother Xie posed a flurry of questions in one breath. Xie Jinnian, teasingly, responded, Mother, you shall soon discover when we arrive. Upon reaching Bailu Square, Xie Jinnian parked the car and, after settling the little ones, led them towards the square. Looking up, they were surrounded by towering skyscrapers, leaving Auntie in awe. Such is the allure of the metropolis. One cannot witness such heights back in the village. The streets were bustling with traffic and throngs of people. It was still morning, yet the crowds were astonishing. One could only imagine the lively atmosphere come evening. The shop awarded by the system was situated on the periphery of the first floor of the mall. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi pushed the little ones ahead, while Father Xie, Mother Xie, and Annie marveled at the splendor of the city. Shortly, Xie Jinnian halted before a particular shop, producing a key to unlock the door. It was his first visit as well, leaving him uncertain about the shop's condition. Upon opening the door, he was indeed not disappointed by the system. The store spanned 230 square meters, exquisitely decorated. The design aesthetic revolved around themes of greenery, health, and nature, conveying a vibrant atmosphere through fresh green hues. Immediately to the right upon entry was the checkout area, while the left featured shopping baskets and a bar counter for customers to store their belongings and rest. The store was segmented into various sections: vegetables, fresh meats, fruits, grains and oils, seafood, and dried goods. The lighting design of the ceiling was thoughtfully executed, with specialized illumination for fruits and meats, complemented by well-equipped freezers and display cabinets. Hanging on the walls and alongside the shelves were numerous models of apples, broccoli, grapes, and assorted poultry and fish, easily identifiable according to the decorations denoting the products sold in each section. To either side of the entrance lay the vegetable and fruit areas, with the vegetable section equipped with a dedicated misting system for preservation. Following that was the grains and oil section alongside the dry goods area. To the right was the seafood section, while the left housed the fresh meat section. The fresh meat area had a storage room on one side and a back door on the other, designated for deliveries, not accessible to customers. Xie Jinnian had anticipated that the shop awarded by the system would be a shell, but to his surprise, it was fully operational, requiring no renovation to commence business. Chapter 34. Tears of Envy. You truly acquired this shop? Annie surveyed her surroundings, estimating the shop's area to be no less than 200 square meters. Although she had never visited Yunqing before, the journey had revealed a bustling environment brimming with prosperity. She was certain this was one of Yunqing's commercial hubs, where real estate is as valuable as gold. Whether buying or renting, the cost would be astronomical. Curiously, Annie inquired, "Jinnian, what is the monthly rent for such a spacious shop?" As her words lingered in the air, Father Xie and Mother Xie exchanged intrigued glances. Lin Guanzhi shared their curiosity, aware that Xie Jinnian intended to open a fresh produce supermarket, yet she had not heard where exactly it would be established. At Bailu Square, the flow of people is so substantial that business is bound to thrive post-opening. However, as one of the commercial hubs in Yin City, the rent is undoubtedly daunting. In response to her aunt's inquiry, Xie Jinnian responded with a smile, stating that there was no rent to be paid. No rent? Her aunt was taken aback. Such a thing seemed implausible. A shop of this size in their town would cost at least $5,000 to $6,000 a month. How could it be possible in such a large city as Yin City to have no expenses? Jinnian, are you jesting with your aunt? Xie Jinnian bent down to wipe the drool from DeBeo's mouth and reassured, "Aunt, truly, there is no rent because I have purchased this place." "What? You bought it?" Her aunt exclaimed in disbelief. "Did I hear correctly? You have acquired this commercial property?" This shop spans over 200 square meters. While she was unfamiliar with the property prices in Yin City, she was certain that a location as prime as Bailu Square could not be valued at less than $25,000 per square meter. Hearing Xie Jinnian's revelation, both Xie's father and mother were equally astonished. "Goodness, it's hard to believe. Our son actually purchased a shop." It was known that he had just acquired 2 apartments. Wasn't he out of funds? How could he suddenly have procured this commercial property? Amidst their astonishment, Xie Jinnian smiled and presented the property certificate. "Aunt, Mom, Dad, I recently bought this shop and hadn't yet had the chance to inform you. I plan to open a fresh supermarket here. What do you think?" The 3 instinctively nodded, still in shock as they gazed at the name on the property certificate, which distinctly read Xie Jinnian. The owner was indeed Xie Jinnian. This child truly bought the shop. In such a prime location, there was no doubt that business would flourish. Upon seeing the property certificate, Lin Guanzhi's pupils constricted. Unlike her aunt, she was aware of the prices at Bailu Square, where the minimum was $40,000 per square meter. The property certificate for the shop purchased by her husband indicated an area of 230 square meters. Calculating quickly in her mind, the total cost amounted to $9,200,000. She gasped, "Oh my husband has quietly acquired a commercial property Goodness, how remarkable he is. She felt increasingly unable to see through Xie Jinnian. However, this was a positive development. With her husband around, their lives were certain to improve. Upon hearing the total price of the shop at 9,200,000, her aunt felt utterly overwhelmed. How many pounds of vegetables would she have to sell to save up such an amount? The shock was beyond comprehension. Xie's father and mother were equally bewildered. Did their son truly not rob a bank? After touring the shop, it was nearly mealtime, and Xie Jinnian drove them home. On the way, her aunt was still struggling to process the news. Jinnian has truly made something of himself, earning big in Yun City. Upon returning to Tianrun community, they opened the door to a French-style luxury interior that came into view, opulent and majestic. Her aunt had only seen such beautiful homes on Douyin. Was this one of the apartments Jinnian purchased in Yun City? Sobbing with envy, her aunt couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. I wonder if I will ever reside in such a luxurious and exquisite house within my lifetime. Upon returning to a familiar environment, the three little ones became notably more lively. Noticing that the second child was gazing at her intently, Lin Guanzhi cradled the adorable little one and returned to her room to nurse. Xie Jinnian went to fetch some water, saying, "Mom, Dad, Annie, you must be tired from a journey. Here, have a glass of water first. I will go prepare dinner. Auntie, please make yourself at home, just like you would in your own house. Mom and Dad, why don't you show Annie around?" Annie chuckled softly. "Jinnian, you go ahead and busy yourself. There's no need to worry about me. Your mother and I brought some local specialties for Guanzhi to enjoy later." With a smile, Xie Jinnian nodded and carried the bags of vegetables and delicacies into the kitchen. Outside the living room, Auntie sipped her water, sitting on the sofa with an air of considerable restraint, unsure whether to sit or stand. This was her first time entering such a beautiful home. To be honest, this sofa was plush and far more comfortable than the wooden one at her own house. She surveyed her surroundings, everything appealing to her aesthetic sensibilities. After finishing her water, Xie's mother stood up with a beaming smile, inviting Annie to tour the house. The living room featured a creamy velvet sofa paired with a marble coffee table adorned with golden edges and a solid-colored carpet, while a dazzling crystal chandelier hung from above. Stepping into the secondary bedroom, she gasped, "Oh my, what a spacious area. It even has its own balcony with a floor-to-ceiling window. The view at night must be absolutely stunning." The room contained a solid wood bed with a cushioned headboard, a tatama mat at its foot, and a built-in wardrobe beside the door, both aesthetically pleasing and enhancing storage space, understated yet luxurious. Upon reaching the balcony, the expansive view was breathtaking. She could even see the river scenery. It was an enlightening experience, and the comfort it brought was indescribable. The homes of the wealthy truly felt different, amplifying the sense of happiness. During this time, Annie recorded numerous videos to share in the family group chat. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, the eldest child intermittently nursed. After a few sips, he paused to gaze at his mother. Lin Guanzhi gently kissed his tiny hand, whispering, "Little sponge, why have you stopped eating? Tomorrow marks your full moon celebration. If you don't eat enough, how will you grow strong? You are the elder brother. What will you do if friends and relatives think you are the younger one?" Ignoring her words, the eldest child turned his head, fixated on the doorway, straining to hear what his grandparents were discussing outside. Observing her son's curiosity, Lin Guanzhi carried the little one out of the room. Upon seeing the eldest child again, Auntie's eyes sparkled with delight. She approached, exclaiming, "Wow, little sponge, your home is so beautiful. I have never seen such a lovely house. Today, I get to bask in your glory. Come, may I hold you?" Lin Guanzhi looked down at her eldest son with tenderness, asking, "Darling, would you like to play with Annie?" The little sponge gazed at Auntie with a puzzled expression, but showed no signs of resistance. Auntie took the fragrant bundle of joy into her arms. "Oh my, a little one just over a month old is so delightful and soft." Looking at her nephew, Annie was certain he would grow up to be quite the handsome lad. Xie's mother, merely 2 years younger than Auntie, felt envious, seeing her peer already embraced in the role of a grandmother. Chapter 35, Xie Jinnian. "Mother, where am I supposed to find a daughter-in-law and a grandchild for you?" As time passed, the aroma of the dishes wafted through the air. Second aunt sniffed the air, exclaiming, "Wow, how delightful." She had never encountered such a fragrant scent before and wondered whose culinary skills were at play. However, in the next moment, her pupils widened. The delightful aroma emanated from a kitchen. Could it be that Xie Jinnian had prepared a meal? Yet, second aunt recalled that he had not stepped into the kitchen since entering high school. How had his culinary prowess suddenly improved so remarkably? Unable to resist, she inhaled deeply and felt her stomach rumble with hunger. 20 minutes later, the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, and second aunt was incredulous. Jinnian, did you make all of this? Xie Jinnian smiled and nodded. I whipped up a few dishes. Please see if they suit your palate. Did she even need to ask? She hadn't even tasted it yet, and her mouth was watering. Grasping her chopsticks, she found the flavors exceeded all expectations, delicious enough to make her jaw drop. Normally, second aunt could only manage a single bowl of rice at home, but today she devoured 3 large bowls. After the meal, she lounged on the sofa, savoring the flavors and delight. Once the kitchen was tidied up, the triplet babies were in Lin Guanzhi's care, while Xie Jinnian seized a moment to call the hotel, inquiring about the arrangements for the venue. Xie father and Xie mother glanced at the time before returning to Happy Garden to rest. There were 2 rooms available. The couple would share one, while the other could be allocated to second aunt. This way, they would not intrude upon Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian's intimate world. Upon arriving at Happy Garden, second aunt, admiring the exquisite decor, had already exhausted her compliments. Not only had they purchased a home and a car, but they were also married with children. Observing her peers becoming grandmothers, second aunt felt increasingly agitated. After closing the door to her room, she immediately called her son. As soon as the call connected, she launched into a tirade. When are you going to bring me a daughter-in-law? And what about my grandchild? When will you bring him back? On the other end, Xie Jinnian was utterly perplexed. Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? What daughter-in-law, what grandchild? I have neither. By the way, do you have any money? It's scorching outside, and I want to install an air conditioner. Could you send me 800 yuan? Second aunt seethed with anger, demanding money once more. How did I end up with such a useless son? No, wait, that little rascal almost diverted the topic. You bring me a daughter-in-law, and I will pay for your air conditioner in full. Xie Jinnian grew increasingly bewildered. Why had his mother become so strange? He could barely afford to eat, let alone think about a daughter-in-law. It had been a year since he had even held a girl's hand. Mother, stop feeding me fantasies. Just send the 800 yuan over. I can't survive like this. Ignoring him, second aunt sent him a video of Lin Guanzhi and the triplet babies. The questions swirling in Xie Jinnian's mind multiplied. Mother, who are these people? And what with the triplets? Second aunt's eyes glistened with envy. This is Jinnian's wife and babies. Xie Jinnian gasped. Jinnian's wife and children? He widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, is this the wife and children of Jinnian? How can this be? Isn't he still in college? He hasn't even graduated. How could he possibly have a wife and children? His mother was indeed mischievous, going so far as to find such videos to pressure him into marriage. Witnessing her son's reaction, his aunt became even more incensed. She waved her hand and sent several more videos featuring Jinnian. Look at Jinnian. Not only is he married with children, but he has also purchased 2 apartments in Yin City, a commercial property, and even a van. And you? You have been working for years longer than him. You have neither bought a house nor a car. Your mother doesn't complain, but you should at least bring home a daughter-in-law. Gazing at the delicious triplets, her desire to become a grandmother reached its zenith. Xie Jinnian was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, he was profoundly shocked. Jinnian had actually married and become a father? How could this be? His aunt asserted, there is nothing impossible. His wife is like a fairy. She continued, I'm not asking you to buy a house or a car, but you must bring home a daughter-in-law this year. Do you understand? This is not a discussion. It is a notification. Xie Jinnian retorted, Mom, do you think this is like going to the market to buy groceries where one can simply bring someone along? However, upon learning that Jinnian had married and welcomed a set of triplets, he felt a deep sense of reflection. After hanging up, Xie Jinnian clicked on Jinnian's WeChat profile. Meanwhile, Jinnian had just finished speaking with the hotel staff and noticed a WeChat notification light up. Upon checking, he found it was a message from Xie Jinnian. Curious, Xie Jinnian asked, Jinnian, I heard you got married and had a baby. Are you holding a 1-month celebration tomorrow? In their childhood, they had shared a close friendship, but after Xie Jinnian dropped out of high school to work, their communication diminished. Despite the reduced contact, their bond remained intact. Over the past few years, Xie Jinnian had been working in the north, requiring several thousand kilometers of travel, which incurred significant expenses. Consequently, Xie's mother had not informed him about the 1-month celebration for the little ones. Jinnian replied, "Yes, Brother Han. Tomorrow relatives and friends will come to join us for a meal with the babies. How have things been for you lately?" Xie Jinnian chuckled wryly. "Fairly smooth, actually. Congratulations on becoming a father so quickly. I've been quite busy with work lately, so I probably won't be able to make it back." Jinnian waved his hand. "When you have the chance to return, we should gather." Xie Jinnian smiled. "Absolutely. Let's have a drink together when the opportunity arises." After saying that, he sent Jinnian 1,000 yuan. "Jinnian, since I can't make it back this time, this is my gift for the babies. It's not much, just a small token of my affection. Please buy them some toys when you have time." Jinnian accepted Xie Jinnian's kind gesture, but he did not take the money, knowing that everyone was struggling out there. Monthly rent, utilities, and living expenses left little to save after payday. "Brother Han, I appreciate your thoughtfulness on behalf of the babies, but..." Jinnian began to say more when suddenly he heard the babies crying from the room. He quickly ended the conversation with Xie Jinnian and dashed back to the room. From the moment of their birth, Xie Jinnian has been by the side of the little ones. After a lengthy phone call, the human infants, unable to find their father, were overwhelmed with a sense of insecurity and cried heart-wrenchingly. Upon returning to Xie Jinnian's embrace, the children continued to weep pitifully. Witnessing their deep attachment to him filled Xie Jinnian with immense satisfaction, confirming that his role as a devoted caregiver had not been in vain. As the day of the full moon banquet approached, in the evening, Lin Guanzhi received another call from Su Xin. She had arrived in Yin City and was waiting outside their community gate. "Guanzhi, the security guard at your community is insufferable. I told him I'm a friend of the owner of Unit 801 in Building 2, but he wouldn't let me in. Hurry and come and get me." Chapter 36. Su Xin returns. The full moon banquet is about to begin. Upon learning of Su Xin's arrival, Lin Guanzhi felt a surge of joy. After informing Xie Jinnian, she eagerly descended the stairs to greet her friend. Meanwhile, outside the community gate, Su Xin stood holding a bouquet of flowers and an oversized gift box, displaying her knack for making a grand entrance. The two childhood friends embraced warmly upon meeting. Receiving the gifts Su Xin had brought, Lin Guanzhi was overjoyed. On their way home, Su Xin wore a gloomy expression. "I told him I'm a friend of the owner of Unit 801 in Building 2. So why didn't he let me in? I just don't understand." Lin Guanzhi chuckled, tried to console her. "Well, that is part of their duty. If they don't follow the rules, they might lose their job." Noticing Su Xin's silence, Lin Guanzhi switched the topic. "You arrived just in time. It's perfect because it's almost dinner time, and I can treat you to a sumptuous meal." Su Xin beamed with pride. "Of course. I made sure to come at the right moment. Your family's cuisine is simply delightful. I'm still savoring it." Upon arriving home, Su Xin changed into slippers and dashed to the living room to find the babies. "Little ones, your godmother is here. Have you missed me? I've longed to see you all these days. Tomorrow is your full moon banquet. Are you excited? There will be so many people coming to see you." Su Xin had a multitude of words to share with the babies, chattering incessantly. Then, with a swift motion, she presented the gift box containing presents for them. "Look, this is a gift from your godmother. I promised to bring you gifts, and I have kept my word." Inside were clothes and toys she had selected for the little ones. Additionally, she had purchased a handbag for Lin Guanzhi. With a touch of pride, Su Xin handed the gift box to Lin Guanzhi. "Here, this is for you." Lin Guanzhi feigned shock and jumped up, exclaiming, "For me?" Su Xin rolled her eyes playfully. "For the dog." After dinner, the two friends enjoyed a delightful conversation, reflecting on how swiftly time passes. Unbeknownst to them, they had known each other for 20 years. In the blink of an eye, the babies had already been born for over a month. That night, a heavy rain fell, and upon waking, the weather was refreshingly pleasant. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the crisp and delightful scent of the air. The three of them rose early. For today was the day of the baby's full moon banquet, and they could not afford to sleep in. After enjoying breakfast, Xie Jinnian began to gather the essential for the children: diapers, soft cotton wipes, wet tissues, and a change of clothes. These items were indispensable for their outings. Each time they prepared to leave, Xie Jinnian would meticulously check his bag to ensure these necessities were included. And he had also prepared a set in the car for unforeseen circumstances. Recently, the diapers he had purchased for the little ones had just run out. Now that the children had grown considerably, they were ready to wear the next size. At that moment, Xie's mother called, "Jinnian, please send me the hotel address shortly. Your father, your aunt, and I will take a taxi over, and we can meet downstairs at the hotel. Our relatives are expected to arrive around 10. So we need to inform the hotel staff to serve the dishes in advance." Xie Jinnian nodded. "All right, Mom. We are currently packing up. Once we arrive, I'll speak with the staff directly." His mother reminded him, "The weather is rather cool today, so be sure to keep the little ones warm to prevent them from catching a cold. Do you hear me?" Meanwhile, Lin Guanzhi was selecting an appropriate outfit. Most of the guests today were relatives from Xie Jinnian's side, and she wished to make a favorable impression on her husband's family and friends. As the children required milk, she deliberately chose a blouse that could be easily unbuttoned. She paired a cream-colored, intricate shirt with a vibrant red skirt, complemented by a pair of burgundy heels with a modest height of 3 to 4 centimeters. During her pregnancy, she had seldom worn heels and had significantly reduced her use of cosmetics for the sake of the children's health. Occasionally, she would indulge in a face mask or apply moisturizing lotion to maintain her skin. Interestingly, some expectant mothers develop stretch marks and experience dull, yellowish skin, while others, like Lin Guanzhi, find their complexion improved. Initially, she worried that something might be amiss with her health and even searched for answers online until she discovered it was a normal phenomenon, which eased her concerns. Thus, she focused on hydration and moisture. She also attended to her eyebrows and felt that a light touch of makeup greatly enhanced her appearance. Now, her face was pleasantly plump and vibrant, exuding an energetic aura. As she twirled before the mirror, she felt satisfied with her appearance, save for a little extra weight. After Xie Jinnian finished packing, he entered the room and his eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Guanzhi. She looked exceptionally beautiful today. Whose wife is this? So stunning? Though she hadn't overdone her makeup, she always stood out as the most radiant presence, no matter the occasion. Lin Guanzhi smiled modestly. "Oh, stop it." Xie Jinnian pulled her into an embrace, stating candidly, "My wife is the most beautiful in the world, and I want to entertain any rebuttals." He then planted a playful kiss on her cheek. Su Xin, standing nearby with a knowing smile, leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed, holding a gift box. Dressed stylishly, she was determined to support Lin Guanzhi and not let anything go awry. Su Xin clicked her tongue in disbelief, exclaiming, "So unfair. This is just cruelly flaunting it in front of us single folks. Is no justice left?" Her feelings were a mix of pride and indignation. A sense of comfort washes over me as I witness my dear friend discovering her own happiness, while indignation brews within, primarily due to being incessantly fed a diet of romantic bliss. Sensing her desire to speak, Xie Jinnian graciously creates space for them. Su Xin hands her a beautifully wrapped gift box, saying, "Here, this is for the little ones." Upon opening it, they find neatly bundled stacks of red envelopes. A generous gift of monetary blessings for the children, estimated to be around 150,000. Lin Guanzhi blinks in astonishment, her heart swelling with gratitude for such a lavishly generous friend, pondering if she might also receive a stack for herself. Xie Jinnian assists in dressing the children in the outfits she had prepared in advance, and once everything is in order, they are ready to embark on their journey. During the ride, Lin Guanzhi occasionally turns to engage in cheerful conversation with Su Xin, only to realize that, remarkably, Su Xin has chosen to forego her usual fragrance today. Known for her penchant for perfumes, with several hundred bottles gracing her collection, this revelation brings Lin Guanzhi solace, as it indicates an awareness that the little ones are sensitive to such scents. Upon reaching their destination, they park in an open lot, retrieve the children's stroller, and carefully lift the kids from their safety seats. Along with the children, their essentials are not to be overlooked. Arriving at the hotel entrance, they find the staff awaiting their arrival, alongside a signpost directing friends and family to the designated private rooms for the event. Su Xin, clad in her towering heels, strides confidently behind, removes her sunglasses, flicks her hair back, and approaches the staff to inquire about the restroom's location. Guanzhi, I'll just step away to the restroom. You all can head in first. Lin Guanzhi reminds her not to lose track of the private room later. Xie Jinnian leads Lin Guanzhi and the children upstairs into the room. Soon enough, the little ones awaken, prompting Lin Guanzhi to find a position to feed them. Meanwhile, Xie Jinnian calls her mother to inquire when the relatives will arrive, learning they will be there in about 15 minutes. She then summons a waiter, stating, "Hello, we are ready for our meal to be served." Just as the waiter departs, Su Xin enters and takes a seat beside Lin Guanzhi. Observing the room's emptiness, she asks Xie Jinnian whether the relatives have yet arrived. Xie Jinnian replies, "They'll be here in about 15 minutes. Would you like something to drink? I'd prefer some juice, please." As soon as she finishes speaking, Xie's father, mother, and second aunt arrive. Before leaving, Lin Guanzhi had ensured that the children were well fed. They had barely nibbled at their food and were in a freshly changed state. Today, Xie's mother has made a special effort to dress up, donning the clothing and jewelry gifted by Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi. Although she possesses a naturally beautiful appearance, her daily life of labor in the village often left her too weary to dress up. With just a bit of effort, she looks exceptionally radiant. This day marks the celebration of her grandchildren's 1-month milestone, and she is determined to present herself beautifully. It is their first encounter with Su Xin. Indeed, one's companions often reflect their persona. Su Xin's aura signifies she is no ordinary individual. Xie Jinnian proceeds with the introductions. "Mom and Dad, this is Su Xin, Guanzhi's dear friend. Su Xin, these are my parents and my second aunt." Xie's mother greets warmly. "Hello, Su Xin. I am Jinnian's mother." Su Xin returned a sweet smile. "Hello, Annie. I am Su Xin, a childhood friend of Guanzhi. You may also call me Xin." After a brief conversation, they glanced at the time. Xie Jinnian, along with his father and mother, prepared to greet their relatives and friends. "Dear Su Xin, please make yourselves comfortable here. We'll go downstairs to welcome our guests." As they reached the entrance, they encountered Fu Zhou and 2 other roommates, Chun Xingwen and Lu Hu. Xie Jinnian made a simple introduction to his parents. After exchanging greetings, Fu Zhou slipped the red envelopes prepared by the trio into Xie Jinnian's pocket. "This is a gift for the baby's full moon celebration. Don't think it's too little, Brother Yin." Xie Jinnian accepted graciously. "Thank you. A true brother indeed. I shall gladly accept this. Please head upstairs first. I still have to greet some guests," he added. Fu Zhou inquired, "Brother Nian, which private room?" "On the 3rd floor." "At Jinshangyaji," replied Xie Jinnian. Upon entering the room, they beheld the enchanting Lin Guanzhi, accompanied by an exceptionally graceful beauty. Lin Guanzhi smiled as she introduced. "This is my best friend, Su Xin. Xin, these are Jinnian's good friends, Fu Zhou, Lu Hu, and Chun Xingwen, who are also his roommates." Lin Guanzhi embodied the essence of a rare beauty, with features that were simply impeccable. Su Xin exuded a different charm. While she lacked Lin Guanzhi's mesmerizing allure, she was undeniably a stunning beauty in her own right. "Hello, everyone," Su Xin greeted with a smile. Fu Zhou grinned widely. "Hello, beautiful." Lu Hu and Chun Xingwen followed suit with their greetings. However, as she was the sister-in-law's close friend, they refrained from overtly expressing admiration. Fu Zhou, with his cheerful disposition, soon struck up a casual conversation. "Are you also a student at Yunqing University? How come I haven't seen you before?" Su Xin shook her head. "I am from Paicheng and studying at Paicheng University. It's quite normal that you haven't seen me. I'm primarily here to attend the baby's full moon banquet." Fu Zhou then asked, "So you're a senior now?" She contemplated for a moment before responding, "Sort of. I've already started my internship, albeit at my family's company, assisting my parents occasionally." From her demeanor and grace, one could easily discern her affluent background and refined upbringing. Su Xin emanated a sense of free-spiritedness and independence. Meanwhile, outside the hotel, a bus slowly approached. This was the vehicle Xie Jinnian had arranged for relatives and friends from the village, to facilitate their transportation. As it was the weekend, most attendees were elderly accompanied by children, with few young adults present. Upon disembarking, they surveyed their surroundings. Is this truly a five-star hotel? Even before entering, they could already feel an air of opulence. They had heard that expenses in such establishments were exorbitant. Could it be that they were truly dining here? Xie Jinnian has truly made it big, inviting us to dine at such a prestigious place, they mused. Xie Jinnian stepped forward to greet them. Dear uncles, aunts, and sisters-in-law, thank you for taking the time to attend the triplets full moon banquet. Please come inside. With that, he led his relatives and friends upstairs. Huang Xiulan introduced Lin Guanzhi, suggesting that, due to the numerous familial titles in the village, it would suffice to refer to her as aunt or mother, titles similar to those she herself used. Those of comparable age to Xie as father could be addressed as uncle or simply as father. It was the first encounter for them with the real Lin Guanzhi. And oh, how she surpassed her photographs in beauty. A striking beauty with bright eyes and pearly teeth, she resembled a celestial being, enchanting enough to make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. Her beauty was breathtaking. The relatives and friends who beheld Lin Guanzhi were utterly captivated. Previously, they had thought the actresses on television were stunning, yet in comparison to Lin Guanzhi, they paled in insignificance. Not only was Lin Guanzhi strikingly beautiful, but her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a golden oriole. She greeted her relatives and friends with warmth, a moment she had rehearsed countless times in her mind. My goodness, her composure and elegance embodied what it meant to be gracious and refined. Observing Lin Guanzhi, her relatives silently acknowledged how fortunate Xie Jinnian was to have such a wife. However, they were still quite youthful in their perceptions. When their gaze shifted to the triplets, they realized that Xie Jinnian was not merely fortunate. He was akin to a savior of the galaxy. The triplets were irresistibly adorable, with their long eyelashes fluttering like stars in the sky, their chubby little faces and mouths occasionally moving, exuding a sweet, milky fragrance. They possessed chubby little hands, occasionally lifting them to scrutinize intently, as if they were studying their tiny hands. Their soft and squishy appearance was utterly endearing. Moreover, prior to their outing, Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin had taken great care to dress them adorably, making them resemble the joyous babies found in traditional New Year paintings. Noticing the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces, the triplets gazed warily from their stroller. Xie's mother soothed her little grandchildren, assuring them that there was no need to fear, as these were their relatives and friends, uncles and aunts, as well as brothers and sisters who would not harm them. Today, the uncles and aunts had come to celebrate the baby's full month, especially come and see them. It seemed Xie's mother's comforting words had a calming effect. As the little one's expressions shifted to one of less apprehension, relatives and friends were filled with astonishment. Goodness, these little babies are so clever. Can they truly understand? Remarkably, they were merely a month old. Could they all be prodigies? As the full month celebration commenced, the three delightful infants were undeniably irresistible, making it hard not to embrace them. After all had taken turns to greet the triplets, the festivities officially began. Relatives and friends gradually found their seats and commenced their meal. On Lin Guanzhi's maternal side, only Su Xin was present, yet her presence commanded the room with an air of authority. Within the private room, a large screen displayed a continuous montage of the babies, featuring daily photographs and videos, as well as those captured during the previous photography session. The scene was adorned with warmth, with an array of gift boxes piled high on the table, and posters and photographs of the babies hanging on either side of the large screen. The room was adorned with an array of balloons and streamers, creating a whimsical atmosphere that delighted the children. Su Xin maintained a composed demeanor, gracefully addressing the inquiries from relatives and friends. The family background of Lin Guanzhi was seldom mentioned by her parents, leaving the relatives with scant information. During the banquet, a relative inquired about the profession of Lin Guanzhi's family, while others expressed curiosity regarding her parents' occupations. The Guanzhi family operated a business, and her uncles and aunts were often preoccupied, currently engaged in meetings out of town, and unable to join. Indeed, I have known Guanzhi since our births, being just a few days her senior. Our bond is incredibly close. My mother and her aunt are best friends, which has led to our families frequently dining and enjoying outings together. As for me, my family resides in Peaching, where I am currently a senior at Peaching University, interning and assisting my parents with various tasks. At the dining table, Su Xin, as a childhood friend, alleviated the burden of inquiries from relatives. Lin Guanzhi merely needed to sit back, avoid spicy dishes, and enjoy her meal. Xie Jinnian and his mother diligently served her dishes with public chopsticks, ensuring she was thoroughly satisfied. Over the past fortnight, Xie's mother had periodically called her son to check on Lin Guanzhi's diet and recovery, inquiring if she was taking good care of the triplets. Now, seeing Lin Guanzhi in good spirits, more radiant than before, brought her great joy. "Sweetheart, you should eat too. Don't just serve me," Lin Guanzhi exclaimed to her aunt, urging her to indulge in the delicious food. Xie's mother chuckled. "You're already married. You still call me aunt? Isn't it time to change that?" Startled, Lin Guanzhi shyly responded with a mom. This tender utterance brought immense joy to Xie's mother, who beamed like a blossoming flower. "Guanzhi, I truly feel for you. We will compensate you for the change of address later." The restaurant's signature dish was steamed base, renowned for its exquisite flavor, symbolizing prosperity and abundance. Xie Jinnian attentively removed the fish bones for her. His second aunt teased, "Look how Jinnian dotes on his wife." Since the beginning of the meal, he has stopped serving Guanzhi. Jinnian is indeed considerate. He is quite handsome, and you two are a match made in heaven. The gentleman present took note, reminded that when courting a woman, one should follow Jinnian's example of thoughtfulness. Moreover, she continued, addressing the gathered men, one must be proactive with girls, daring to express one's feelings. Otherwise, how will they understand? A girl who likes you does not ponder extensively. She simply seeks someone who is attentive and caring. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, Su Xin was seated with Fu Zhou and a few others, along with the village children, most of whom were around 4 or 5 years old. Children of this age tend to be boisterous and mischievous, darting around the venue with toys in hand. Several had already bumped into her multiple times. As the sole representative from her maternal side, Su Xin was particularly concerned that the relatives of the Xie family might perceive their company as being too few and thus vulnerable to ridicule. It appears that there is a concern regarding the vulnerability of the friend's family to potential bullying from the Xie family. During the banquet celebrating the baby's first month, the children from the Xie family seemed to disregard her presence entirely. If one does not take action, it might lead others to believe that Lin Guanzhi is easily intimidated by the Xie family. As she encountered one of the rambunctious children again, she seized him, feigning a stern demeanor. "Enjoy your meal properly. Do not run about and disturb others. What if you accidentally collide with someone or fall and get hurt?" The boy, nearly on the verge of tears, felt the chill in the air. The surrounding children, witnessing the scene, quickly retreated in fear to their elders. Having successfully intimidated a few little rascals, Su Xin nodded with satisfaction. However, children of that age tend to forget their reprimands quickly, and within 10 minutes, the same group was once again causing a ruckus. The parents, engaged in conversation and dining, were unable to manage them. Observing this, Mother Xie promptly offered Su Xin a different seat. "Come sit here, Xin. My spot is less accessible for the children, and you can still see Xiaomian and the others." Su Xin sepet, zeppelin godasioli, tangju, oni. After relocating, the commotion outside no longer affected her. Mother Xie remarked, "Children are naturally mischievous at this stage, especially boys. I hope you don't take it to heart." As the relatives were all family members, she did not wish to reprimand them openly, a sentiment Su Xin understood. She nodded in acknowledgement. As time passed, and most people had finished their meals, they awaited the conclusion of the ongoing discussions. "Jinnian, I heard from Xiaolan that you purchased a house in Yin City. The videos and photos are stunning. Is it far from here? Could you take us for a visit? I have yet to see such a beautiful house." The second aunt spoke with authority, having previously toured 2 properties and been thoroughly impressed. "Let me tell you, Jinnian's house is even more exquisite than in the videos." "Really? Then shall we go take a look later? It won't take up much of your time. We can leave right after." The relatives were already eager to see Xie Jinnian's new home. Meanwhile, at another table, some dishes remained largely untouched, prompting relatives to inquire about packing leftovers. Xiaolan, these dishes haven't been eaten much. It would be a waste to throw them away. Could we possibly pack them? Mother Xie surveyed the surroundings and deemed it feasible. Waiter, may we pack these? The waiter nodded with a smile. Of course. Would you like to take them with you? Yes, we would like to pack them. All right. I will fetch you some takeout boxes. As the waiter retrieved the boxes, Mother Xie and a few others deliberated on what to pack. This sweet and sour pork is delicious. Let us pack this. And this shrimp is also quite tasty. Upon receiving the takeout boxes, they felt it would be a shame to discard the remaining food, especially since it had been paid for. Packing it would prevent waste. Chapter 39. A Grand Reward. Preparing to surprise my wife upon arriving at the parking lot, everyone was eager to see what kind of car Xie Jinnian had purchased. Upon encountering the vehicle before them, the relatives and friends were utterly astonished. "My goodness, this car is exceedingly large," exclaimed one. The front of the car exuded an aura of coolness. Could this possibly be a luxury van? The interior is remarkably spacious. Having only seen such grandeur through the lens of their smartphones, they were now captivated by its opulence. Oh look, there's even a refrigerator. How sophisticated. And a television as well. The convenience of having a vehicle was undeniable. Future outings would be significantly more convenient, allowing them to embark on journeys with ease. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi had settled the children comfortably, and the relatives, having never encountered such amenities, could not help but exclaim at the high standards. Is this what they call a baby-specific safety seat? They wondered. The ingenuity of contemporary individuals was indeed impressive, capable of crafting an array of remarkable inventions. With the sight of the car, everyone grew increasingly eager to see Xie Jinnian's residence. Lu Hu and Chun Xingwen had already commenced their internships, having taken only a brief morning leave, as they needed to return to work shortly. Brother Yin, sister-in-law, we must head off to work this afternoon, but let us gather again when we have more time. Uncle, Auntie, we'll be on our way now, as we also have to work later. And to the lovely lady, we bid farewell. After exchanging pleasantries, they each departed on their scooters. Since beginning their internships, they had come to understand the challenges of employment. Particularly in this era saturated with graduates, securing a desirable position had become increasingly difficult. For students like them, who were just beginning their careers without any prior experience, taking time off was often a daunting prospect. Xie Jinnian instructed the bus driver to follow behind the luxury van. Upon reaching the community, the group accompanied Xie Jinnian, curiously scanning their surroundings. During the journey, the second aunt engaged everyone in conversation about the housing situation. As soon as the children entered the elevator, they began to whimper, as if on the verge of tears, likely due to hunger. Several hours had elapsed since they last fed the children milk following the banquet. Upon returning home, Xie's mother urged her son to entertain their guests while she entered the house to assist with the children. Once inside, the relatives could hardly believe their eyes, instinctively rubbing them in disbelief. Is this truly where affluent individuals reside? It's simply too luxurious. The tiles gleamed so brightly they could serve as mirrors. And what is this sparkling object beside it? Such a combination elevates the sophistication even further. You might think this is a rural area where one must mop the floors themselves, she remarked. In this technologically advanced age, cleaning is accomplished with robotic vacuums. Look, isn't that a robotic vacuum? I bet you've never seen one before. Indeed, it's surprising how effectively a small device can clean so thoroughly. As they completed their tour, many of the appliances were unfamiliar to them. Coffee machines, dishwashers, and bread makers. These were novelties they had never encountered before. The location of the house was splendid, with ample ventilation and a picturesque view, making it a comfortable abode. Since entering middle school, Xie Jinnian had been residing at school, returning home only on weekends. His opportunities to visit home dwindled further during university, especially as many families in the village began to move away after marrying and having children. Xie Jinnian could only recall a few households that remained nearby. He poured water for everyone. Oh, Jinnian, there's no need to serve us water. We shall be leaving shortly. We have just had a hearty meal and cannot possibly drink anymore. Jinnian, your uncle and aunt appreciate your thoughtfulness. There's no need for such formality. It brings them great comfort to see you thriving. They trust you will manage this home well in the future. Meanwhile, Mother Xie assisted Lin Guanzhi in feeding the little one, taking the opportunity to compliment Su Xin on her beauty and her ability to handle matters so well. Aunt Air echoed her praise, noting that it was impressive for someone so young to already help her parents manage the company. However, she remarked that Su Xin was rather slender and should eat more, otherwise, a gust of wind might whisk her away. As for girls, a little extra weight is inconsequential. What truly matters is health. Isn't it? One should not succumb to body image anxieties. Being happy in one's own skin is paramount. Aunt Air spoke with heartfelt sincerity, expressing all that was on her mind without pretense. Su Xin smiled and nodded in response. Before long, the clock struck 3:30. If they departed now, they would reach home by 5:30. Xie Jinnian contemplated leaving supplies for his fresh produce supermarket and inviting them for a tour of the shop tomorrow. Those who lacked time could always visit later. After the relatives departed, Xie father and Xie mother also took their leave, not returning to the village but heading back to Happy Garden. They had even booked a hotel for the relatives remaining in Yun City, planning to visit by Lu Square together the following day. The little ones, having spent a tiring day outdoors, were now soundly asleep. The elderly couple lingered for a moment, reluctant to leave, before finally departing. Before they left, Mother Xie handed a bag to Xie Jinnian, containing red envelopes from relatives for the little ones. You and Guanzhi take good care of this. Xie Jinnian accepted it and passed the bag to Lin Guanzhi. Mom, let me take you to Happy Garden. Mother Xie wished for him to stay and care for the children. However, Xie Jinnian reassured her that the little ones were already asleep and that Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin were present. Only then did Mother Xie nod in agreement. After the mother and son departed with their relatives, Su Xin sat cross-legged on the sofa, stretching her limbs. Your parents are truly wonderful. They were so supportive at the dinner table, helping you and serving you food. It's evident how much they care for you. Initially, Su Xin had worried about the potential strain in their relationship, fearing she might need to defend Lin Guanzhi if tensions arose. She would never allow them to bully her friend. However, witnessing the scene before her, she realized her concerns were unfounded. Things were not as dire as she had imagined. As Lin Guanzhi organized the gift from their relatives, she remarked, "Indeed, they're all quite kind. They frequently brought gifts when I was in confinement. By the way, what are your plans moving forward?" Su Xin, leaning back on the sofa with a hint of exhaustion, replied, "My father recently assigned me a project to handle alone, and I might have to travel out of town in a couple of days." Lin Guanzhi gasped, "So soon?" Su Xin looked at her and said, "If you wish for me to stay, then I shall not leave. Business can wait. This money is not essential." Lin Guanzhi shook her head. Her childhood friend has just begun an internship, aware that Uncle Su intends for her to eventually take over the family business, which is why she is being deliberately given projects to hone her skills. As Xie Jinnian returned from the Happy Garden, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on hosting a full moon banquet for the babies. You are rewarded with a Bentley Continental and 200,000 in cash." A Bentley Continental? Xie Jinnian was taken aback and searched for the price online, only to be further astonished. The price starts at a minimum of 12 million. The highest configuration begins at 39 million. Chapter 40. Su Xin, is this what love is? Whatever one thinks will come to fruition. Lin Guanzhi received a call from her counselor a few days ago, inquiring when she could return to school. After some discussion, she decided to go back the day after tomorrow. Xie Jinnian had originally intended to buy her a car for her convenience in commuting to school. The system, indeed, is a considerate companion, sparing him the trouble of purchasing one. "System, when can I receive the car?" The system replied, "Anytime you wish." Satisfied, Xie Jinnian planned to surprise Guanzhi the following day. Upon returning home, he learned that Su Xin would be returning to Peaching the next afternoon. Su Xin lamented, "Once I go back, I want to be able to enjoy your cooking. Can you send some over when you have the chance?" Xie Jinnian responded, "Sure, but you'll have to cover the shipping costs." Su Xin's eyes sparkled as she agreed. "Deal. It's settled then." Lin Guanzhi teased her, saying she was daydreaming. "Tonight and tomorrow, make sure to eat plenty. If you ever want something, Just video call me while I eat. Watching her eat would be more torturous than enduring hunger. Su Xin pouted, lamenting that her childhood friend lacked compassion. Lin Guanzhi chuckled. Why not find someone who can cook for you in the future? Su Xin godimat, fought that eat. Before bed, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi counted the red envelopes for the babies. Regardless of the amount, each gift represented the goodwill of relatives and friends. The couple planned to save it as an education fund for their children. Lin Guanzhi, standing beside the crib, wore a gentle expression. In the blink of an eye, the babies had already reached their full moon. Watching them grow up safe and healthy each day filled Lin Guanzhi with a sense of accomplishment. The arrival of 3 little treasures in her life was a divine blessing. Lin Guanzhi quietly observed the babies playing by themselves. The doctor had advised that when the babies were focused on play, it was best not to interrupt their concentration. They should be allowed to play until they sought out their parents for interaction. The 3 little ones, with their slender arms and legs, likely had no idea that their parents were hosting a full moon banquet for them today. After playing for a while, one of the little ones turned to find their mother watching and broke into a wide smile. Such a healing smile melted Lin Guanzhi's heart. Xie Jinnian joined her in watching the babies. Dear, aren't you returning to school the day after tomorrow? Tomorrow, I have a surprise for you. A surprise? My husband is preparing a surprise for himself. What could it be? Surely not a backpack or a notebook. The mystery of the surprise is truly exciting. Today marked a significant day for the babies, with many relatives and friends visiting. That night, Lin Guanzhi tossed and turned in excitement, unable to sleep. Until the early hours of dawn, Lin Guanzhi finally succumbed to a drowsy slumber. As a new day dawned, she and Su Xin rose to brush their teeth, while Xie Jinnian had already prepared breakfast. With a cheerful smile, he arranged the meal and cheerfully said, "My dear, come downstairs with me shortly. I have a surprise for you." The aroma of breakfast and his radiant smile upon waking left Su Xin pondering. Is this what love truly feels like? Intrigued by the mention of a surprise, she eagerly followed Lin Guanzhi downstairs after finishing their meal. Xie Jinnian had already communicated with the system, and the car awaited them at the foot of the stairs. Curiosity piqued, Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin exchanged glances as they descended, wondering what the surprise could be. Upon reaching downstairs, they were greeted by the sight of Xie Jinnian standing before a brand-new Bentley. Upon noticing the 2 women, Xie Jinnian grinned. "Come here, my dear. What do you think of this car? How about this car?" Lin Guanzhi gasped in astonishment. Could it be that her husband had prepared this remarkable vehicle as a surprise for her? She recognized it instantly. When it launched, its starting price was an astounding 12 million. How could her husband afford such an extravagant purchase? Su Xin, too, was familiar with the car, the Bentley Continental convertible, a model they already had at home. Could it be that the surprise Xie Jinnian was referring to was indeed this very car? The Bentley Continental, a 2-door, 4-seater convertible sports car, boasted interiors adorned with the latest in luxurious craftsmanship. The seats and doors featured a diamond stitch pattern for comfort, with natural matte walnut wood accents and Bentley's emblem embossed on the headrests. Gazing at the magnificent vehicle, Lin Guanzhi found herself momentarily speechless. While Xie Jinnian looked at her with adoration, he encouraged her to take a seat and experience the car. The leather seats were exquisitely soft, enveloping her like a cloud. Holding Lin Guanzhi's hand, he playfully asked, "Do you like it?" "I love it," she replied. "That's wonderful. This car is yours now. You could drive it to school starting tomorrow." Previously, their household only had a nanny van, making it inconvenient for Lin Guanzhi to commute to school. After returning to school, she either had to take a taxi or squeeze onto the subway or bus, which was quite cumbersome. With the new car, those problems would soon be resolved. What did her husband mean by saying the car belonged to her? Had he truly purchased it, or had he acquired such wealth? Through their time together, Su Xin had come to understand his family situation to some extent. Given his own capabilities, owning 2 properties and a nanny van had already astonished her. Now, he had acquired yet another vehicle, an extravagant Bentley sports car worth over 3 million. For an ordinary family to spend such a sum on a friend's car was undoubtedly a testament to true love. Naturally, the new car warranted a few spins around the block. After composing herself, Xie Jinnian invited Lin Guanzhi to take the driver's seat. true to its near 4 million price tag. The car handled impeccably and felt remarkably stable. After a couple of laps, Lin Guanzhi was captivated, thoroughly delighted with Xie Jinnian's surprise. Upon returning home, the three little ones had just awakened. Lin Guanzhi promptly checked their diapers and then fed them. Once they were full and content, she carried them into the living room to play. The little ones, just over a month old, were a source of endless amusement, and Su Xin delighted in entertaining them. Time passed in a leisurely manner as Xie Jinnian received a call from his mother, gathering his belongings in preparation to take the little ones out. Shortly, they were to accompany relatives and friends to buy Lu Square to inspect the shops. Su Xin, aware of Xie Jinnian's entrepreneurial ambitions, decided to join them for a closer look. Upon hearing from her best friend that he had purchased another shop there, she was curious to see its size. On this outing, the couple drove 2 vehicles. Xie Jinnian took the nanny van with the children, while Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin drove a Bentley Continental. Upon arriving at Lu Square, their relatives and friends were already gathered at the entrance, astonished to see Lin Guanzhi arriving in yet another new car. Aunt Air expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "How did you acquire another new vehicle? Guanzhi, is this your friend's car?" Su Xin shook her head, replying, "Annie, this car is not mine. It is a gift from Xie Jinnian to Guanzhi. Xie Jinnian purchased it for Guanzhi." The surrounding relatives and friends were left in utter disbelief upon hearing Su Xin's words. What? Another new car? Among the group were those knowledgeable about automobiles, who recognized the brand. Bentley, a luxury vehicle. It was rumored that each model cost no less than $1 million. The car before them appeared brand new, clearly just driven off the showroom floor. A relative took pictures and searched online, discovering its price exceeded $3 million. Upon hearing the figure, everyone gasped in astonishment. Such a sum, if converted to cash, would stack quite high. Not to mention that even a purchase of $100,000 would be a stretch for them. This child, Jinnian, is quite the earner. Partnering with him in the fresh produce supermarket is undoubtedly a sound decision. Neither Xie father nor Xie mother anticipated their son's sudden acquisition of another vehicle. Over $3 million. Goodness, that amount could buy 7 or 8 houses in their town. Just to provide convenience for his daughter-in-law to reach school, he made such a grand gesture. Which family in the village possesses such means? After gently lifting the 3 little ones from the car, the curious children began to explore their surroundings. Pushing the stroller, they entered the shop, followed by their relatives and friends, who eagerly took out their phones to capture the moments. Except for Aunt Air, it was the first visit for all present. They had heard that Xie Jinnian was purchasing a shop here and had assumed it was only 70 or 80 square meters. To their surprise, it spanned a generous 230 square meters. Such space would allow for ample stock if goods were to be sold. They quickly noticed the prime location, bustling with foot traffic and constant movement. Once the fresh produce supermarket opened, it was bound to thrive. The relatives and friends brimmed with confidence in Xie Jinnian. Although the shop was not theirs, they supplied goods to him. The better Jinnian's business flourished, the more profits they would reap. In the afternoon, before departing, Su Xin handed Lin Guanzhi a banquet. Here, this card contains $2 million. Keep it. Please don't hesitate to accept it. This is my own money. I see how well Xie Jinnian treats you. And as he embarks on another entrepreneurial venture, I feel it's only fair not to rely solely on his funds. You may use this money as you wish, no need to repay. However, I suspect you may be reluctant to accept it. So, if you wish to return it, you may do so when you are financially able in the future. Su Xin understood her childhood friend well. Without saying so, she knew she would not refuse. Lin Guanzhi's circumstances were clear to her. Her uncle and aunt had cut off her income for a long time, and she must be short on funds. It was not ideal for someone like Su Xin, who had always relied on the financially struggling Jinnian. Su Xin had given much thought to Lin Guanzhi's situation. Touched, Lin Guanzhi recognized that her friend had her best interests at heart and accepted the bank card without hesitation, secretly vowing to return it once her financial situation improved. Seeing her friend accept it, Su Xin felt a sense of fulfillment and went off to see her godchildren. Little treasures, your godmother might be leaving again. This time, it will be for quite a while, and I want to be able to see you. Will you miss your godmother? I will miss you dearly. When I come back, I will bring you lots of delicious treats and fun toys. Okay? Su Xin teased the babies with a handbell. The little ones, just over a month old, were filled with curiosity for various objects, especially the colorful, jingling toy. Their tiny hands instinctively waved along with it. Su Xin had never encountered such a scene before. The last time she had played with the babies, the three little ones had shown no response at all. This time, her heart was nearly melted by their adorableness. Concerned for Lin Guanzhi and the babies, Su Xin made a point to speak with Xie Jinnian before leaving. She advised him to also focus on Lin Guanzhi and the triplets while pursuing his entrepreneurial endeavors. If she learned that Lin Guanzhi was suffering, she would ensure he faced the consequences. Guanzhi, I am leaving. If you face any grievances, make sure to inform me at once. I will seek justice for you. She declared, babies, your godmother is truly leaving now, so remember me. If next time I come and one of you doesn't remember me, I will have to give you a little spank. With that, Su Xin hurriedly departed. With the conclusion of the full moon celebration, the triplets continued to grow. Under the attentive care of Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi, the little ones became increasingly adorable each day. During this time, the fresh produce market had also started to become busier. Su's parents were shuttling between the village and Yunqing. Neither of them had a driver's license, so they mostly relied on Xie Jinnian's small electric scooter in the city. With their assistance, Xie Jinnian had more time and energy to devote to the babies. That night, a rustling sound emanated from the crib. Upon inspection, the couple discovered that the little one, Mi Li, had awakened and was making soft noises. The other two, Xiao Hai Mian and Xiao Pao Fu, were still sound asleep. It was apparent that the hungry little one was ready for a feeding. After providing Mi Li with milk, the other two still did not stir. Generally, the triplets would wake and cry together, all their needs synchronized, as if prearranged. This time, however, the couple was somewhat surprised. Lin Guanzhi yawned and asked, are Xiao Hai Mian and Xiao Pao Fu still not awake? Xie Jinnian shook his head. No, they probably aren't hungry yet. As Lin Guanzhi fed the second baby while gently patting him, she suddenly felt a warmth spreading in her palm. Looking down, she gasped in surprise. As Xiaomi Li diligently enjoys his meal, he simultaneously manages to relieve himself. What a talent! How does he manage to eat and relieve himself at the same time? Lin Guanzhi exhibited an expression of astonishment. Xie Jinnian, sensing something amiss, inquired, my dear, what is the matter? Xiaomi Li has made a mess, she replied. Xie Jinnian approached to investigate, and indeed, the little one had soiled himself, leaving him both amused and perplexed. This peculiar feat could only be accomplished by him. Once the second baby finished his milk, Xie Jinnian cradled the soiled Xiaomi Li to burp him. Xiaomi Li, why are you so gluttonous, insisting on eating while relieving yourself? Are you too impatient? Do you not trust that your mother has ample supplies? You need not worry about eating alone, dear. Regarding the issue of reserves, Lin Guanzhi felt troubled. Previously, the babies would awaken every 2 to 3 hours, and with 3 babies feeding simultaneously, her burdens were somewhat alleviated. Xiaomi Li was sufficient on his own, and the other two, Little Sea Sponge and Little Cream Puff, managed well too. However, now that the other 2 babies remained asleep, she found herself at a loss. Her shirt had become damp from the task. I must change my clothes, she declared. Nowadays, after feeding the little ones, Lin Guanzhi would always change into fresh garments and undergarments. Counting it all up, she found she needed to change for every meal, plus for afternoon naps and any interim hunger bouts. By day's end, she would require 7 or 8 outfits. These clothes piled up in the laundry basket, which Xie Jinnian would take the time to wash each night or the following morning. They were not overly dirty, requiring only a simple wash. In contrast, Xie Jinnian would wear just a tank top and shorts daily, managing with only 2 or 3 outfits. Due to the frequent need to hold and interact with the babies, it was essential to maintain a clean and fresh appearance. Summer, in particular, posed the greatest challenge and required utmost caution. The little ones were susceptible to rashes in the heat, their delicate skin unable to withstand much discomfort. Moreover, one could not rely on air conditioning too often. Adults could easily fall ill from it, let alone the babies. A cold could spell trouble. However, the babies were not as fragile as one might think. For the first 6 months, They possessed inherent immunity, yet they still required attentive care from their parents, who must closely monitor their needs and physical changes. If the nights were not excessively warm, a small fan would suffice. When it was cool, Xie Jinnian would sit by the cribs of the triplets, gently fanning them until they fell into a deep slumber before he would retire for the night. He diligently checked the baby's bowel movements, anxious that they might not be clean, as discomfort could lead to rashes and other ailments. Recently, things have been quite manageable. The triplets would eat, sleep, and relieve themselves in synchrony, making their care significantly easier. However, not long after they turned a month old, their routines began to diverge, leading to a lack of synchronization. This resulted in Lin Guanzhi returning after feeding and changing, only to find Xie Jinnian still cleaning up after one of them. Within an hour, another baby would awaken, prompting the couple to repeat their previous actions. Consequently, they found themselves investing considerable time and energy into these tasks. Just as Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi had managed to doze off, their respite was fleeting. Once again, a little darling has awakened. Thanks to the system's support, Xie Jinnian enjoys a significantly better quality of sleep than the average person, brimming with vitality. Lin Guanzhi, still half asleep, turned over and sensed the presence of a baby beside her. She fumbled to nurse the little one. Minutes slipped by unnoticed. When Xie Jinnian came over to hold the child, a mishap occurred. It turned out that one of the breast pads had fallen off, leaving droplets on the baby's face, which inadvertently washed it clean. The milk then trickled down onto his clothes, soaking a good portion of the outfit. Completely oblivious, Lin Guanzhi remained asleep. It was only when she felt the baby shift away from her embrace that she vaguely sensed something amiss. Upon waking and opening her eyes, she exclaimed, "Oh my!" Seeing the little one, freshly bathed in milk, cradled in Xie Jinnian's arms, she felt both worried and anxious. "Is the little sponge all right?" Xie Jinnian shook his head, assuring her, "Yes, fine. I'll tidy him up shortly. But you should change your clothes to avoid catching a cold." At that moment, Lin Guanzhi was far more concerned for the baby than herself. While Xie Jinnian burped the children, she prepared warm water and fresh clothes. The little sponge, with milk on his head, yawned while resting on Xie Jinnian's shoulder. Once everything was ready, Lin Guanzhi felt relieved enough to change her clothes and take a quick shower. After the burping was complete, Xie Jinnian removed the baby's clothes, giving them a simple rinse and wipe. From being completely helpless at the beginning to now, after more than a month, he had become quite adept at it. After soothing the eldest to sleep, they returned to bed. Less than 2 hours later, the second child began to whimper again, rousing the couple once more. It seemed to be time for a diaper change. "Dear, you rest. I'll handle it," Xie Jinnian offered. Lin Guanzhi couldn't bear to let him manage alone and forced herself to rise and assist. "It's fine. We're both awake now. Let us do it together, then we can sleep." Caring for triplets was a shared responsibility. One person could not shoulder it all. However, once she got up, she found there was little for her to do, merely helping Xie Jinnian fetch water, search for clothes, and grab diapers. Finally, after they finished tidying up, they collapsed onto the bed, subsequently drifting off into a hazy slumber. The next morning, Lin Guanzhi awoke with a sore throat, feeling pain even when swallowing saliva. She realized she might be experiencing heatiness. After washing up, she immediately informed Xie Jinnian of her condition. He leaned in, inspecting her, and discovered that her tonsils were inflamed, confirming her suspicions of heatiness. As a nursing mother, she needed to prioritize her health, for any medication she took could potentially pass in her milk, affecting the baby. Anti-inflammatory and swelling-reducing medications were certainly off limits. "Are you in discomfort?" Xie Jinnian inquired. Lin Guanzhi shook her head. "I'm all right. It's likely due to consuming overly spicy food." Xie Jinnian promptly called Dr. Zhao. It's important to note that it's not solely spicy food that can lead to heatiness, chronic late nights, reduced immunity, prolonged mental strain, anxiety, and other negative emotions can also contribute to this condition. "Dr. Zhao, is there any way to alleviate the pain? For instance, could consuming some watermelon frost or throat lozenges be beneficial? Would this have any impact on the babies?" Xie Jinnian could not bear to see his wife in discomfort. Although it was not severe, prolonged discomfort would dampen anyone's spirits. Dr. Zhao replied that both remedies were permissible, albeit in moderation. The primary ingredients in watermelon frost include borax, huangbai, and huanglian, which, when ingested by expectant mothers, are minimally absorbed into the bloodstream. The minuscule dosage transmitted through breast milk would have a negligible effect on the infants. The doctor advised monitoring the babies for any unusual reactions, such as diarrhea or rashes, and to seek medical attention promptly should any adverse symptoms arise. For a quicker recovery, it is advisable to consume foods rich in vitamins and dietary fiber, such as bitter melon, cucumbers, pears, and grapefruits. Staying hydrated, eating light meals, reducing late nights, ensuring ample sleep, and engaging in regular exercise can all enhance metabolism. After concluding the phone call, Xie Jinnian went downstairs to the pharmacy for medicine and also visited the market for groceries. Upon returning home, he promptly administered the medicine to Lin Guanzhi, who felt a warm sense of comfort and obediently took it. Later that afternoon, while Xie Jinnian was cooking in the kitchen, Lin Guanzhi assisted by washing vegetables. He had purchased celery, bitter melon, and asparagus, while she was tasked with removing the undesirable parts. As she worked, she admired Xie Jinnian, who resembled a five-star chef. Her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Wow, who is this husband? Not only is he handsome, but he is also such a skilled cook. A man like this is a rare find. Who wouldn't fall in love with him? Soon, the delectable dishes were freshly prepared. Suddenly, Lin Guanzhi noticed something peculiar about the vegetables. Were these chives? They are small and appear quite tender. Let us stir-fry them too. Xie Jinnian was taken aback. Chives? I don't remember buying any chives, and there were none at the vendoress stall. How can my wife have chives to wash? He leaned in for a closer look and could hardly contain his laughter. Dear, this isn't chives, it's grass. Lin Guanzhi's expression turned to shock, her brow furrowing as she waved the so-called chives in front of him. But isn't this chives? Xie Jinnian crouched down patiently to explain. Look closely. Chives and this are quite different. Chives have a certain thickness and a distinct texture. Now observe this. It's thin and lacks substance, clearly not chives. And it is quite sharp, making it easy to cut your hand. Chapter 43. What should we do? The eldest is falling behind the younger siblings. Lin Guanzhi heeded his advice, touching the leaves and realizing they did indeed lack the expected texture. Now smell it. It has a little scent, whereas chives emit a spicy aroma before cooking. Slightly skeptical, she followed his instructions. Upon hearing Xie Jinnian's explanation, she suddenly leapt up, a look of enlightenment dawning upon her. Xie Jinnian was amused by her adorable expression. It is often said that pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years. Could it be true that you, unable to distinguish between vegetables and grass, are truly as foolish as the rumors suggest? After their meal, Xie Jinnian received a call from his father, who informed him that he had nearly concluded discussions with the villagers who grow vegetables and fruits. He would send a specific price quote via WeChat later that evening. The only challenge now lay in sourcing meat. While the village could supply pigs and poultry in the short term, it would not suffice for the long-term needs of the fresh produce supermarket. His father mentioned he would visit nearby villages the next day to seek potential collaborators. Xie Jinnian promptly transferred 300,000 yuan to his father, saying, Dad, please use this money for any deposits required by families who are interested. If it falls short, I will send more. His father quickly replied, This is more than enough. We don't need that much. In the future, we will settle payments quarterly. Since his son had purchased a house and a car, his father had gained considerable respect in the village, especially as he began procuring ingredients for the supermarket. Whenever he walked through the village, people greeted him enthusiastically, akin to the festive spirit of the new year. During this time, Xie Jinnian's father stood tall, speaking with newfound confidence, relishing this sense of pride. Xie Jinnian remarked, Dad, I appreciate all the hard work you and Mom have put in during this period. I will transfer another 100,000 yuan shortly. Feel free to buy whatever you and Mom desire. With the assistance of his parents, the procurement chain for the fresh produce supermarket progressed smoothly. This was their son's inaugural venture, and the elderly couple was fully committed. In the ensuing days, his parents occasionally called. The triplets, now nearly 2 months old, had changed slightly since birth. They tended to eat separately, rarely waking simultaneously for meals. Little Sponge had a smaller appetite and appeared leaner than the other two. However, after a doctor's examination, everything was deemed normal, likely due to little Millet's enthusiastic eating habits. During this checkup, he weighed a full 8 ounces more than Big Treasure, leading even the doctor to mistakenly think he was the eldest. Without your comments, I would not have discerned he was the second child. The triplets were all healthy, providing reassurance to their parents. Nonetheless, improvements were needed regarding Big Treasure's nursing situation to ascertain if any external factors were causing disruptions. This could not continue indefinitely. The couple nodded in agreement. Before departing, Xie Jinnian suddenly remembered they had run out of cod liver oil at home. Dr. Zhao, we have finished the cod liver oil. Dr. Zhao nodded. Very well. I will prepare a prescription for you shortly. You can collect it from the pharmacy then. You are clear on the dosage and method of consumption, correct? Yes. The doctor continued. By the way, during the examination, I noticed the baby's nails have grown. You may want to trim them when you have the opportunity. After the checkup, Lin Guanzhi waited in the lobby with the stroller for Xie Jinnian to retrieve the medication. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Lin Guanzhi suddenly recalled something, her expression turning anxious. Oh no, dear. Aren't we supposed to take the babies for vaccinations and checkups today? Did I forget about my own examination? Xie Jinnian was taken aback. You have not undergone a checkup. The doctor advised waiting for 3 months to see the recovery status before returning for further examination. It has only been 2 months, and the time is yet to arrive. Lin Guanzhi gently tapped her forehead, realizing that she could not have possibly been mistaken. Indeed, the time had not yet come. The theory of pregnancy-induced forgetfulness is vividly reflected in Lin Guanzhi's current state. Xie Jinnian, pushing the stroller, gazed at her with affectionate amusement as she performed. Darling, this morning I awoke thinking I also needed to have a checkup, mentally preparing myself during the journey to the hospital. Lin Guanzhi felt rather muddled, her mind filled solely with thoughts of the baby. Next came the vaccinations for the little ones. The vaccination booklet contained a clearly printed list from the hospital detailing which vaccines the babies were to receive at various months. As the end of the workday approached, the medical staff were engaged in discussions about their dinner plans. Oh my, they are triplets. How old are they? They've already turned 2 months. This is the vaccination booklet. 2 months old. The babies are thriving, each one adorably plump. The vaccinations were administered swiftly, as there were few patients present at this hour. Afterward, they departed alongside the nurses. This must be the eldest. He didn't cry at all during the injection. Such bravery. Meanwhile, the younger siblings were wailing. Look at how strong your brother is. You should learn from him. Xie Jinnian explained to the nurses that this chubby one was actually the second child, while the eldest was the one next to him. The nurses expressed their astonishment. What? This one is the eldest? That shouldn't be the case. In my years of nursing, the eldest typically appears sturdier than the younger siblings. Lin Guanzhi chuckled and shared that the eldest was rather indifferent during feeding, leading the nurses to a sudden realization. Wherever the triplets went, they drew considerable attention. Upon returning home after their vaccinations, Xie Jinnian headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The 3 little ones were lively, and Lin Guanzhi entertained them with a hand rattle. At this stage, the babies were highly responsive to sounds, able to discern noises from various directions. Their gazes followed the movement of Lin Guanzhi's hands. When they heard adults speaking, they exhibited a serious demeanor, searching for the source of the voices. On this outing, the couple had purchased numerous toys for their little ones. Lin Guanzhi organized the toys and meticulously sanitized them, ensuring they were spotless before allowing the babies to play. The collection included black and white cards, hand rattles, play gems, comforting plush toys, clappers, and mobile bells. The black and white cards were designed to stimulate the baby's visual development. When held 20 to 30 centimeters away, the babies would follow the cards with their heads and eyes. At 2 months, the baby's vision and hearing were exceptionally sensitive, and they began to show interest in various objects in their daily surroundings. The mobile bells and arching rattles served a similar purpose, attracting the baby's attention through sound. When a mobile bell chimed, the babies would focus intently, attempting to reach for the toys, seemingly perceiving them to be within arm's reach, yet always falling short, expressing their emotions through kicking motions. The bed bell can also be hung on the crib or stroller, but it is impractical when going out. as a mosquito net is typically used, leaving no place for the bell. In such cases, a handbell becomes quite useful. However, it is imperative that the material is of high quality. Poorly crafted items pose a risk of injury to the delicate hands of infants. In Chapter 44, Diligently Exercising Human Offspring, many unscrupulous merchants in the market deliberately overlook quality issues to increase production. Toys that are rough and poorly made can easily harm a baby's tender skin. Lin Guanzhi tied strings on both sides of a stroller and added one at the front, ensuring that the little ones could easily access the toy without it falling to the ground. This ingenious solution filled her with inexplicable pride, as she realized she had quite the creative flair. Now, the babies were capable of simple interactions with their parents. The couple planned to seize the opportunity to take the babies out for a stroll. By adjusting the height, they could create a soft and comfortable seating area, laying down a cooling mat to prevent any discomfort from the heat. Lin Guanzhi used the handbell to capture their attention. Indeed, the triplets were immediately drawn to the sound, turning their gazes towards their mother. With a bright smile, Lin Guanzhi asked, "Do you enjoy the toy, my little ones?" She offered the handbell to them. Xiaomi Li, with surprising strength for just 2 months old, grasped the bell firmly in his tiny hand. A slight shake resulted in a delightful jingle, causing his eyes to widen in curiosity. He shook it again, producing another cheerful sound. This excitement captivated Airbao, who laughed joyfully at the toy. The noise attracted Xiao Puff, who initially trembled in fear at the sight of Airbao with the handbell, wondering what it was. Gradually, her expression shifted from fear to curiosity, and then to excitement as she wiggled her body in delight alongside Airbao. On the other hand, the bow lacked the same strength as Airbao, dropping the toy shortly after. Lin Guanzhi, unable to let him miss out, held the toy to encourage him, saying, "Come, the bow, look at Mommy. The toy is in Mommy's hand. Come and play." At merely 2 months old, Xiaomi couldn't hold on for long either. So, Lin Guanzhi resorted to using a rattle to entertain them. During this playful time with the babies, she stumbled upon a remarkable discovery. The triplets exhibited a keen interest in vibrant colors, such as orange and red. To validate her hypothesis, she compared an orange handbell with a gray and purple one to see which color they preferred. As anticipated, the babies were more drawn to the bright hues of orange and red. Ecstatic, she shared this revelation with Xie Jinnian, even demonstrating it for him. "Darling, look, I told you they prefer red." Xie Jinnian found it fascinating and remarked on her cleverness. Receiving his praise, Lin Guanzhi felt as joyful as a bunny. During mealtime, the couple pushed the baby stroller to the side, allowing them to dine while soothing their little one. Just a moment ago, the cheerful infant, affectionately nicknamed Little Sponge, was happily playing with toys, but suddenly his countenance shifted, his face contorting into a distressed expression, flushed like a ripe apple. What could this mean? Was he about to relieve himself? The couple immediately stood up, gazing intently at him. A minute ticked by, yet he was still not finished. 2 minutes passed. His features remained slightly furrowed. 3 minutes later, he still hadn't completed his task, so they resumed their meal, deciding to tidy up once he was done. At last, Little Sponge's expression returned to normal. The discomfort caused by his impending bowel movement left him fidgeting and looking quite unhappy, on the verge of tears. No need to wait for that next moment. The tears had already begun to flow. The couple synchronously set down their chopsticks and stood to attend to their eldest. "Dear, you continue eating. I'll handle the cleanup." Lin Guanzhi quickly stepped in to assist Xie Jinnian in changing Little Sponge's diaper. As she lifted his legs, the little one became restless, kicking his chubby legs, making it challenging for Xie Jinnian to clean him up. "Let me do it." After cleaning, Xie Jinnian began to wash him. Once they were done, the discomfort dissipated, and Little Sponge ceased his cries. Xie Jinnian playfully teased him. "Oh, look at that. All better now, isn't it?" Feeling much more comfortable, Little Sponge was now engrossed in nibbling on his tiny hands, gently nudging his little belly with her head. Xie Jinnian remarked, "Oh my, you certainly know how to time it, don't you? Always choosing to go when Mommy and Daddy are eating. Were you doing it on purpose? Come on, tell me, was it deliberate?" The eldest giggled uncontrollably at her teasing. Once everything was tidied up, Xie Jinnian placed him back in the stroller, and the couple resumed their meal. Lin Guanzhi, while eating, entertain them with a rattle. How about it, my little treasures? Is it fun? Little Puff, look at mommy. I have a toy for you. As nap time approached, the couple carried their babies to their beds and began engaging them in interactive games. They employed a curved, suspended bell apparatus, similar in function to a mobile, producing sounds to capture the infant's attention. The babies, curious, reached out their hands and kicked their legs. The little one, with a sturdier physique, could now easily stretch out to grasp and kick. Mesmerized by the ringing toy before him, he couldn't resist reaching out. The eldest and the youngest were equally intrigued, though their strength was slightly less than the middle child's. Each attempt to grab the toy ended in near misses, igniting their curiosity and competitive spirit. Unable to catch it, they were determined to try harder, exerting all their might, using both hands and feet, yet ultimately failing to seize the toy. To remedy this, Xie Jinnian devised a method to strengthen their little leg muscles. She first laid Little Sponge flat on his back, then bent his feet, holding them gently. In response, the little cherubs would kick their legs, extending them. Xie Jinnian held his small hands with a slight force, creating a delightful interplay of strength. With daily practice, the legs of Little Sponge and Little Puff will undoubtedly grow stronger. As for Little Rice, his remarkable strength renders any training unnecessary. On a whim, Xie Jinnian once attempted to engage him in leg strength exercises, completely unaware of the immense power this little one possessed. Consequently, he let his guard down, only to find himself caught off guard when Little Rice exerted force and broke free from his grasp, delivering a swift kick to Xie Jinnian's face. Xie Jinnian stared in bewilderment at Little Rice, while Lin Guanzhi was equally taken aback, alternating her gaze between Xie Jinnian and the little one, having underestimated his strength. Thus, Little Rice requires no training. Even with the toy rack in place, he can entertain himself effortlessly. This approach primarily targets the adorable elder and younger treasures. Moreover, Xie Jinnian encourages the babies to lie flat on the bed to develop their neck strength. At this stage, Little Rice can lift his head for 6 to 7 seconds, turning to look at others in response to his parents' playful antics. Xie Jinnian gently assists him, nudging his little feet, prompting him to inch forward like a wiggling caterpillar. In Chapter 45, the whiny Little Sponge is contrasted by Little Puff, who struggles more. While lying down, she resembles a chick pecking at grains, managing to hold her head up for only a few seconds before it droops. Lin Guanzhi captivates their attention with toys, calling out, "Elder treasure, younger treasure, look at mommy." Mommy has toys. Little Sponge strains to lift his head, following Lin Guanzhi's voice with his gaze. Xie Jinnian provides him with slight assistance. Yet Little Sponge merely wobbles without any intention of crawling forward. Little Puff makes a token effort to move, but only manages to inch forward a couple of centimeters. After several rounds of practice, they conclude today's exercises. The couple has gained a general understanding of the triplet strength and stamina, revealing stark contrasts among them. Henceforth, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi seize every opportunity to engage the babies in physical activity, particularly focusing on Little Sponge and Little Puff. Previously, these two had exhibited minimal strength, but after the couple's enhanced training, their physical condition has markedly improved. As for Little Rice, Xie Jinnian conducts 1 or 2 sets of exercises with him daily, and his progress is notably optimistic. He can now hold his head up for over 10 seconds. Little Puff has also shown improvement. Furthermore, Xie Jinnian fosters the baby's grip and lifting abilities by enticing them with engaging toys or arched rattles, encouraging them to reach out, kick their legs, thereby enhancing their arm and leg strength. When toys are handed to them, Little Rice and Little Sponge can grasp with both hands, albeit with some timing differences. In contrast, Little Puff consistently uses one hand, often switching toys from her right hand to her left, even when presented with the toy in her right hand. Initially, Lin Guanzhi believed that Xiaobao's right hand had not developed fully, meticulously examining her small hand repeatedly, which caused Xie Jinnian to feel a twinge of concern as well. It was not until one occasion, when Xie Jinnian placed a toy in her right hand, that they discovered she could grasp it firmly. At that moment, they realized that the little darling was developing just fine. She simply possessed a distinct personality and preferred her left hand. After playing with the little ones, it was time to lull them to sleep. how to soothe the babies to slumber. That responsibility fell to Lin Guanzhi, for without her, the babies would be quite difficult to settle. They needed to be fed first. A satisfied tummy would lead to a willingness to sleep. As the babies drank their milk, they emitted delightful gurgling, sounds akin to little kittens purring. Particularly, the second baby was the most enthusiastic eater. Typically, once the triplets had their fill, they would effortlessly drift off to sleep, just like the second and third babies who would collapse into slumber without requiring any assistance. However, the little sponge was an entirely different story. Not only did he make mealtime a challenge, but bedtime was no easier. He insisted on nibbling while dozing off. When he lay still, one might assume he had satisfied his hunger and fallen asleep. Yet, that was far from the truth. He was quite the clever little rascal. As Xie Jinnian reached to pick him up, he immediately sensed the movement and resumed his feeding. There was no choice but to let him continue. And soon he appeared to be asleep again. Just as Lin Guanzhi thought of withdrawing, the little fellow began munching once more, refusing to relinquish his meal. After several cycles of this, the couple found themselves unable to discern whether he was genuinely asleep or merely playing. Eventually, Lin Guanzhi became wise to his antics. She learned to gently test for his slumber by observing any motion in his mouth. If he was still nibbling, it meant he was awake. If he had relaxed, he was likely asleep. However, miscalculations were still possible. For instance, in the current moment, Lin Guanzhi cautiously tested and found she could easily disengage his food source, indicating he was indeed asleep. Carefully, she shifted her body back several centimeters, just as she prepared to celebrate her success in hastening the feeding process. Little Sponge stirred and began mumbling softly. Oh no, a misjudgment. Quick as a flash, she took advantage of his silence and returned to continue feeding him. This seamless sequence of maneuvers revealed her past experiences of frequent errors. Due to this unexpected incident, the time spent was more than double than that required for the little millet. Lin Guanzhi sighed, yet upon gazing at the angelic faces of her babies, she found herself unable to harbor any frustration. What did she do? Even in their ruckus, they were her precious darlings. After feeding him for another 5 minutes, Lin Guanzhi resumed her previous method, withdrawing his food supply. A few seconds later, the little one lay quietly without much movement. This time, he truly was asleep. Dear, I'll go change my clothes. You keep an eye on the babies, she instructed. The eldest and the third babies were always less enthusiastic about mealtime, eating little and taking a long time to finish. Every time they feed the little ones, their clothes end up drenched. Lin Guanzhi emerged from the restroom, her expression tinged with melancholy. Darling, she said, look at little Sponge. He always plays while nursing. This won't do, especially since he's already so thin. Perhaps we should let him go hungry for a meal or two. He might be taking his food for granted. Xie Jinnian knew this approach would be futile. The infants were only 2 months old. They couldn't comprehend such matters. All they understood was hunger, and they cried. If they were uncomfortable, they cried. At this stage, their only means of expression was through their tears. Lin Guanzhi sighed. All right, let's give it a try. Xie Jinnian was equally troubled by the situation. If little Sponge continued to neglect his milk, his health would surely lag behind that of the second and third babies. The difference in their physiques was already becoming apparent. I should call my mother and see if she has any advice, he resolved. Lin Guanzhi's eyes brightened. Xie's mother had experience and would certainly have insights. Upon learning about the situation, Huang Xiaolan remained calm, her tone habitual. She recounted anecdotes from Xie Jinnian's infancy. Don't worry, Jinnian had similar habits as a child, but eventually passed. However, he would go through phases. For 1 or 2 months, he would prefer to suck on something while sleeping. Then he would lose that inclination only to return to it later. One day, he simply stopped nursing altogether, weaning himself naturally. I was baffled, wondering what was happening. It turned out he was self-weaning. Perhaps little Sponge, too, is just whimsically wanting to play. This is a gradual process. It requires patience. In time, it will improve. The couple exchanged bewildered glances. What is this? Could it be hereditary? How extraordinary! Xie's mother, though outwardly composed, felt a pang of worry within. Ultimately, she chose to reassure them. The triplets arrived in swift succession, each developing at their own pace, with their weights reflecting the same variance. Chapter 46. Lin Guanzhi perceives her husband as a child. Caring for the babies is a lengthy journey. There is no need for anxiety or haste. It must unfold gradually. It has only been 2 months, and look at how distressed you two are. What will it be like as time goes on? The road ahead is long. Will you not end up in tears? Moreover, with the heat of summer, even adults lack appetite, let alone the children. Let us wait and see. Come autumn and winter, when the weather cools, things might just change. After hanging up the phone, the couple felt a glimmer of consolation, their spirits lightening. Let us give it a try, and perhaps things will improve in a month or 2. Wife, you may have to endure some hardship in these coming months. Lin Guanzhi shook her head. I am not the one suffering. It is you. Thank you, my dear husband. Typically, she only needed to lie back and nurse the babies, entertaining them from time to time, assisting him as needed. Xie Jinnian rises before the rooster crows and sleeps later than a dog. Upon awakening, he finds himself engulfed in an endless array of tasks. The myriad responsibilities around the house are predominantly managed by him alone, leaving him dizzy with the whirlwind of daily chores. With a tender gaze, Xie Jinnian looks at Lin Guanzhi. You should rest, my dear. I shall tidy up the toys in the living room for the little ones. Lin Guanzhi tugs at the hem of his shirt, her large eyes sparkling as she pleads. No, darling, please sleep with me. Once we awaken, we can clean up together. He gently strokes her small head, assuring her that it will be a quick task, and urges her to rest. Lin Guanzhi, however, is resolute in her refusal to let him leave, insisting, we must nap together now. If we wait, we won't have the chance once the little ones wake up. The art of a woman's charm is indeed most potent, especially when it emanates from a goddess of her caliber. Who could possibly resist? Ultimately, Xie Jinnian capitulates. Very well, we shall nap together. The joyous response from Lin Guanzhi is akin to that of a child receiving a cherished gift, her happiness radiating as she has been playing with the little ones. Her smile unwavering, a blend of bliss and excitement. Quickly, cover yourself with a blanket, and you catch a chill, she exclaims. Listen to yourself. Have you truly become an expert in caring for babies? He is no longer a mere infant. Lin Guanzhi wraps her arms around him, declaring, only with you beside me do I feel secure, and my sleep quality significantly improves. So, from now on, will you accompany me during our afternoon rests? Noticing her overwhelming fatigue, Xie Jinnian embraces her. All right, I understand. I shall always be with you from now on. Now sleep. Each time she nestles in his arms, Lin Guanzhi feels an unparalleled sense of security, and soon, she drifts into a deep slumber. Reflecting on the past couple of months, Xie Jinnian finds the experience surreal. In just 2 short months, he has transformed from an unknown individual into a successful person praised by all, basking in familial bliss. He ponders why the system chose him and whether it will remain. Lost in thought, he too succumbs to sleep. With the system's enhancement, his quality of sleep surpasses that of ordinary individuals. After only 4 or 5 hours of rest, he awakens revitalized, brimming with energy. He slumbers until 2:30. Upon waking, he energetically completes household chores, laundry done, rice steamed, and tasks finished, before returning to check on the little ones. To his surprise, upon entering the room, he discovers that little Puff has already awakened. The small creature, with eyes the size of grapes, flails about energetically. Well done, you are full of life. He greets the little one softly. You're up. Little Puff, you are amazing today. You didn't even cry. Perhaps it was the charm of the bed bell. But the little one woke without a whimper. Xie Jinnian lifts the tiny morsel, bringing her to Lin Guanzhi's side. Look, this is your mother. She is still asleep. Shall we wake her? Little Puff tilts her head to glance at Lin Guanzhi, then turns back to Xie Jinnian, her face brimming with curiosity. Xie Jinnian tenderly instructs his daughter, Come, little one, you say, Mommy, it's time to rise. Lin Guanzhi's eyelashes flutter gently. Xie Jinnian feigned ignorance, focusing on the little cream puff. Oh, mother has yet to awaken. What shall we do? Perhaps Xiao Bao should call out once more? Just maybe that will rouse her. Why is she still not awake? Xie Jinnian pretended to ponder. If that doesn't work, little cream puff, why don't you give her mother a kiss? Perhaps that will do the trick. This scenario seemed oddly familiar. Wasn't this the tale of Sleeping Beauty? Yet, It was merely Xie Jinnian's adaptation. Aren't you going to kiss your mother, little cream puff? Very well. It seems your father must reluctantly fulfill this task. Goodness, this is a level of Versailles that is unparalleled. Not to mention, handsome, you are so begrudgingly obliged. Just as Xie Jinnian approached to plant a kiss, Lin Guanzhi suddenly opened her eyes. Darling, I'm awake. Xie Jinnian feigned disappointment. Oh, how is it that you are awake already? Lin Guanzhi, brimming with joy, kissed the little cream puff's cheek. Look who's awake. Remarkably, no tears upon waking today. How impressive, Xie Jinnian affirmed. Indeed, our little treasure is becoming increasingly well-behaved. Waking without fussing, truly remarkable. Just then, a loud voice erupted from the crib. The couple exchanged knowing smiles. If memory served, it was definitely the eldest's booming voice. Despite being the smallest among the triplets, his vocal prowess was undeniable. With just a couple of cries, he had roused the peacefully sleeping second child. The first thing the eldest demanded upon waking was to seek out his mother for nourishment. The best remedy to silence his cries was, of course, feeding. The second child, now awake, also sought milk. What to do? They could only feed them both simultaneously. The second child was still as straightforward as ever. Before Lin Guanzhi was fully prepared, he navigated to his designated spot and began to gulp down his meal. Now, little millet, no need to rush. The second child's strength was considerable. Each feeding left Lin Guanzhi wincing in discomfort. At just 2 months old, he was already this strong. What would they do as he grew? Meanwhile, the eldest continued to eat at a leisurely pace. During the day, the little sponge would eat and play, but come nightfall, he would not exhibit such behavior. The babies would wake for feedings twice during the night, save for one exception, the second child. He paid no heed to how many times it was. If hungry, he would cry. A cry meant milk. Once satisfied, he would drift off to sleep. The little sponge required a bit more effort, taking longer to feed, but it was far less strenuous than his daytime antics. This peculiarity baffled the couple. Why was this so? At that moment, Lin Guanzhi was struck by a thought. Darling, what if we draw the sunshade during the daytime feedings to create a nighttime ambience? Perhaps little sponge will think it's night and refrain from playing while eating. Chapter 47. My dear, you are more beautiful than the stars above. Surprises exchange between us. The little sponge was lackadaisical with his meals during the day, yet at night, he indulged heartily. If he were to apply himself during the day, perhaps he could gradually catch up to the second and third children in strength. Lin Guanzhi felt this was worth a try. Xie Jinnian contemplated and agreed that Lin Guanzhi's suggestion was indeed sound and worthy of experimentation. As a little sponge enjoyed his milk during the day, Xie Jinnian drew the curtains in the room to create an even more authentic atmosphere. He also turned on the small nightlight. The ambience instantly elevated. How should one describe de Bao's milk time? It was effective. The duration was significantly reduced, and the playtime was also curtailed. The couple felt a warm satisfaction in their hearts upon realizing the efficacy of their method. With such results, correcting the little sponge's unfortunate habit of nursing seemed merely a matter of time. The couple gradually glimpsed a brighter future. However, within 3 days, the little sponge resumed his habit of sucking while sleeping, regardless of whether it was day or night. To make matters worse, not only did he cry at night, but the biological clocks of air bao and sand bao also became disrupted. Their cries were not driven by hunger or the need for a change, but rather by the desire to suckle while dozing off. Lin Guanzhi was taken aback, never anticipating such an outcome. Darling, I had no idea it would turn out this way. I merely wanted de Bao to eat a little more. Xie Jinnian understood that she could not bear the blame alone. He too shared responsibility. They had never encountered such a situation, and the chaos in their baby's biological rhythms was not their intention. Seeing Lin Guanzhi appear as a contrite child, Xie Jinnian's heart ached for her. It's all right. This is not your fault. You simply wish for de Bao to eat more, and I failed to recognize the issue as well. We will work together to restore the baby's habits. Before the full moon, the triplets would eat and relieve themselves simultaneously, which had allowed Lin Guanzhi a bit more time to rest. After the full moon, Air Bao's appetite gradually increased. While feeding Air Bao, she could simultaneously attend to de Bao and Xiao Bao. During feeding times, she had to remain vigilant, as long as Xie Jinnian was not present. She had to stay alert to prevent any choking hazards. The situation grew more challenging as the triplets developed varying feeding schedules, demanding even more effort from the couple. The Bao had a penchant for suckling. No matter how long Lin Guanzhi fed him, Xie Jinnian would always be there to watch. When Lin Guanzhi occasionally grew drowsy during feeding, he would take over the task, as there were still diapers to change and baths to give. If the babies were awake, they also needed to be burped. After a series of such operations, it seemed that without a systematic approach, Xie Jinnian might not have managed. "Darling, are you tired?" "Yes, but it is worth it." Lin Guanzhi smiled knowingly. "I feel the same." From that point on, they resumed their previous routine. Daytime feedings no longer required meticulous planning. They simply went with the flow. A week passed, and the triplets' biological clocks returned to their former state. As for the Bao, he remained quiet at night, while continuing his antics during the day. Before they knew it, half a month had slipped by. As was customary, Xie Jinnian woke early to buy groceries, contemplating what to prepare for the day. In the past, he would have struggled to rise early for such errands. In order to ensure that Lin Guanzhi enjoys fresh vegetables and that their children grow strong, he willingly rises early to purchase groceries. After acquiring the desired items, he returns home with a sense of satisfaction. Passing by a flower shop, Xie Jinnian notices an array of vibrant red rose bouquets displayed outside, bustling with customers. He occasionally walks past this shop, but today it seems busier than usual. Curious, he checks his phone only to realize that it is the Qixi festival. He almost forgot about this occasion. Turning back to the flower shop, he decides to buy a bouquet of gypsophila. The shopkeeper, noticing Xie Jinnian's handsome appearance and his purchase of vegetables, immediately recognizes him as a devoted family man. With a cheerful smile, she inquires, "Handsome, is this for your girlfriend?" Xie Jinnian replies while scanning his payment, "No, it's for my wife. One must understand the value of a wife." "Married?" the shopkeeper exclaims in surprise. But upon seeing the ring on his finger, everything makes sense. "How wonderful. You must be very fortunate to have her as your girlfriend," she remarks. Xie Jinnian smiles and replies, "To marry her is the greatest fortune of my life." Soon after, Xie Jinnian spots strawberry seedlings at the entrance of the shop. Lin Guanzhi adores strawberries, and each time he ventures out for groceries, they stroll together, and he always buys her some. The sight of the strawberry seedlings instantly reminds him of her. Lately, Lin Guanzhi has been occupied with classes and the babies, and during their free time, they often take leisurely walks downstairs, maintaining a simple routine. Purchasing seedlings for Lin Guanzhi to plant himself, he imagines the joy of watching the strawberries ripen day by day. What a delightful endeavor it would be. Xie Jinnian gazes intently at the strawberries. The shopkeeper notices his fascination, but refrains from interrupting. "Are these strawberry seedlings for sale?" he inquires. The shopkeeper contemplates for a moment before responding. "Yes, they're 21 yuan per pot. Please pack 2 pots for me," he requests. The shopkeeper shares tips on strawberry cultivation as Xie Jinnian prepares to leave. Observing his departing figure, the shopkeeper reflects, "Oh, it's rare to find such a handsome and family-oriented man. How I wish I had encountered someone like him." Upon returning home, Xie Jinnian solemnly presents the gypsophila bouquet to Lin Guanzhi. "Happy Qixi Festival, my love. I bring you these stars, yet they pale in comparison to your brilliance." Lin Guanzhi, taken aback momentarily, then sweetly accepts the bouquet, exclaiming, "Thank you, darling." She rises on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on him. With their energies consumed by caring for the triplets, both had nearly forgotten the significance of the day. This marks the first time she has received flowers from Xie Jinnian. They are exquisite. She adores them. At that moment, Lin Guanzhi inadvertently catches sight of the strawberry seedlings behind Xie Jinnian. "Darling, did you buy strawberry seedlings as well?" she asks. Xie Jinnian beams and replies, "Indeed. I remembered you love strawberries, so when I saw them for sale at the flower shop, I bought 2 pots. I wanted you to experience the joy of growing strawberries." Lin Guanzhi crouches down to examine the strawberries. Each pot bears fruit, indicating that they will soon enjoy fresh strawberries within a week. Rising, she leaps into Xie Jinnian's embrace, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, darling." Together, they carry the strawberries to the rooftop, where the sunlight is plentiful. In just a few days, one shall indulge in freshly picked strawberries, with the strawberries well watered. Lin Guanzhi joyfully returned to the living room to tend to her flowers. She took out her phone, capturing delightful snapshots of the bouquet. She posed alongside the blooms, immortalizing the moment for posterity. Subsequently, she sent the photos to her dear friend who resided far away, not out of ostentation, but simply to share the joy. Given that it was the Qixi festival, she pondered on how to reciprocate. What gift should she choose? As Lin Guanzhi mulled over the perfect present for Xie Jinnian, he received a call from his mother. I just checked the calendar. Today is Qixi festival. Have you prepared a surprise for Guanzhi? She inquired. Guanzhi works so hard taking care of the baby. We must not overlook the significance of such occasions. Mom, I just bought Guanzhi a bouquet and 2 pots of strawberries. Xie replied, fresh flowers and strawberries. How thoughtful of you. His mother exclaimed with satisfaction. That's the spirit. Being a mother is arduous. One must pay attention to every detail. And being a wife is no easy feat either. As a man, you must show understanding. As a woman, I know that a simple bouquet, a small cake, or a little gift can brighten a girl's day. If you treat her with genuine affection, she will reciprocate sincerely. Couples should embrace and understand each other. This is the key to a lasting relationship. I also recognize how challenging it is for you to care for 3 children at home during this time. If it ever becomes too overwhelming, just let me know, and I'll come to help. Hearing his mother's words filled Xie Jinnian's heart with warmth. Understood, Mom. Since today is Qixi festival, I'll remind Dad to show his appreciation. His mother could not help but roll her eyes, while Xie's father looked bewildered. What's going on? Did you call my name? With a scoff, she remarked, with that wooden head of his, I doubt he has prepared any gifts. If he doesn't ask me for money to buy cigarettes, I'll count it as a blessing. Meanwhile, Lin Guanzhi purchased a watch online, and the merchant delivered it remarkably swiftly within 2 hours. When out and about, if her phone ran out of battery, she could still check the time on her watch. Lin Guanzhi chose an IWC watch, exquisite in appearance, perfectly complementing Xie Jinnian. Upon receiving the watch, she personally adorned his wrist, bringing a smile to his face. Life continued in its tranquil rhythm, each day seemingly the same, yet subtly different. A week swiftly passed. During this time, Xie's parents had completed their tasks in the village, with vegetables, fruits, and meats ready to be transported to Yin City. The grand opening was just 2 days away. On this day, they visited Tianrun community to discuss promotional offers for the opening. Xie's mother proposed, how about we give 5 eggs to each customer who makes a purchase on opening day? Additionally, we could offer a 10 discount store-wide. Xie's father had his own ideas, suggesting we could implement a discount for purchases over a certain amount, such as a reduction of 15 yuan for spending 100 yuan and 35 yuan for spending 200 yuan. We could also provide vouchers for future purchases once customers reach a designated spending threshold. Since the couple decided to open a fresh produce supermarket, they have contemplated various ideas. For instance, they considered a buy one get one free promotion, albeit limited to specific vegetable products. Additionally, there could be a buy more get one free offer, restricted to chicken, duck, fish, and pork. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi found their parents' suggestions exceptionally sound and entirely feasible. Upon hearing that their opinions were embraced, the elderly couple could hardly contain their joy. Lin Guanzhi also envisioned a unique membership discount exclusive to the supermarket. During the opening period, those who sign up for a membership would enjoy extra benefits, such as bonus points or small gifts. These membership points could be redeemed for store products or used as cash discounts. Xie Jinnian and his parents were delighted by the idea of offering exclusive memberships. Xie Jinnian further proposed hosting a lottery event on the opening day to attract foot traffic, with prizes including cash red envelopes, shopping cards, small appliances, and daily necessities. The 4 of them meticulously outlined the schedule for the grand opening, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the day after tomorrow. The signboard for the fresh produce supermarket was already completed, and last week, Xie Jinnian registered the business name with the local administration. The supermarket would be named Jinnian Fresh, derived from the names of Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian, inspired by the phrase in the mountains, days pass unnoticed. Beyond promotional activities, pre-opening publicity was equally essential. They established a local fresh produce group and disseminated information through platforms like Douyin and Xiaohongshu. Xie Jinnian even arranged for 3 classmates from Fuzhou to recruit several part-time university students to assist with distributing flyers. The opening event was generating considerable excitement in the days leading up to it. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly passed. Today marked the grand opening of the fresh produce supermarket. In the morning, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi dressed their little ones in festive attire, donning matching parent-child outfits themselves. One exuded a handsome elegance, while the other radiated warmth and grace. After checking the baby's diapers and feeding them, they gathered their belongings in preparation for departure. The 3 little ones seemed to sense that something special was afoot, behaving remarkably well in their stroller. Unable to contain her excitement, Lin Guanzhi shared with them, "Little ones, today is the day we open our fresh produce supermarket. Shall we go with Mommy and Daddy to cut the ribbon? Our business will surely thrive, won't it, my precious babies?" Though the children were yet to articulate their thoughts, Lin Guanzhi continued to chatter away. Xie Jinnian felt particularly elated as he drove Lin Guanzhi and their 3 little bundles of joy towards Bailu Plaza. Truly one of the most bustling commercial districts in Yunqing. The area was already teeming with shoppers in the early morning. The arrival of the family of 5 quickly captured the attention of passers-by. Wow, look at the triplets. They're dressed in matching outfits with their parents. How adorable. Oh my goodness, I wish I could take them home. They are far more beautiful than the celebrity babies on TV. They look just like little angels, and their parents are so attractive. No one of the babies are so cute. The little darlings, hearing the murmurs of admiration from those around them, curiously glanced about. At just 2.5 months old, their expressions were more animated than ever, embodying an irresistible charm. The curious expressions of the little ones captivated the passers-by. Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian relished the delightful feeling of being praised for their babies, joyfully pushing the stroller forward. In the distance, they spotted Xie father, Xie mother, and Fuzhou standing at the entrance, alongside a throng of customers awaiting the opening discounts. As the couple approached with their stroller, Fuzhou cheerfully ran over to greet them. "Brother Yin, sister-in-law, congratulations. Wishing you a prosperous opening, even before the official launch. So many people have arrived." To promote their new business, the 3 roommates had specially ordered several sets of uniforms emblazoned with the words Jinnian Fresh Produce. Remarkably, the effect was quite positive. Xie Jinnian smiled. "Thank you for your kind words. We appreciate your hard work today." Fuzhou scratched his head. "It's nothing, Brother Yin. Uncle and aunt said the auspicious time has arrived. Soon, you and sister-in-law will be cutting the ribbon." Once the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded, they could officially commence operations. Chapter 49. A thriving scene. The senior's remarkable display with the arrival of the family of 5. The customers gathered outside were left in awe. "Oh my! Is this the owner of the fresh produce store? They are so attractive, and they even have a set of triplets. Absolutely adorable." Some even wept, exclaiming, "This family possesses ethereal beauty. A feast for the eyes, truly delightful." As the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded, the sound of firecrackers erupted. Jinnian Fresh Supermarket was officially open for business. The customers surrounding the store surged inside, instantly filling the space with life. Thankfully, Xie father had arranged for sales staff to guide the influx. Given the store's size, it was clear that Xie father and mother alone would not suffice. Thus, Xie Jinnian recruited 5 employees online, all possessing relevant experience, who could be trained and ready to work in just 2 days. As customers poured in, the store buzzed with excitement. Culinary also supplied vegetables for their family. A few days prior, she had accompanied Xie father and mother to Yun City and was now helping at the store. Witnessing the bustling crowd, Xie Jinnian felt elated, standing at the entrance with flyers and the little ones promoting, "Come and take a look. Jinnian Fresh Supermarket has opened. Our fruits and vegetables are all pure, organic, and pesticide-free, freshly picked for sale. The meat comes from our own corn-fed pigs, truly natural and green. On our first day, there are many discounts. Don't miss out as you pass by." It was the first time the 3 little ones accompanied their parents on an opening day, and hearing their father's enthusiastic words, they looked at him with puzzled expressions. The adorable confusion on their faces captured the attention of passers-by, causing many to stop in their tracks. "Oh my, what beautiful little sprites. So young, and already out here helping their parents earn a living. How impressive. A passerby gently inquired, "Young man, are these all your babies?" "They are so cute." Xie Jinnian nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Wow. Not only are the babies stunning, but their father is quite handsome as well. He looks even more dashing when he smiles." With the charm of the triplets and the presence of Xie Jinnian, more and more people paused outside. Seeing such a pleasing sight of father and children, even those who initially had no intention of shopping found themselves irresistibly drawn into the store. This is the power of beauty and charm. As the number of customers in the store increased, Lin Guanzhi also stepped out to lend a hand. With the addition of another stunningly beautiful young lady, even more people paused in front of the entrance. Shortly after Lin Guanzhi emerged, she suddenly noticed 3 university students eagerly approaching her. Sister Lin, you must be Lin Guanzhi, right? We are also students from Yinxing University, just a year below you. Is this fresh produce supermarket run by you and Senior Xie Jinnian?" With a warm smile, Lin Guanzhi replied, "Yes. We just opened not long ago, and we have some great discounts. What are you looking to buy?" "Oh wow, the campus belle is smiling at us." One of the girls exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sister, your smile is so beautiful. We absolutely adore it." The 3 young ladies nodded enthusiastically. "Sister, our class is holding a barbecue event this afternoon, and we came out for shopping." Lin Guanzhi's eyes twinkled with delight. "That's perfect. You could buy everything you need from our store. All our products are organic and sourced from local farms." "Absolutely, sister. We'll definitely purchase from your store." They chimed in, feeling that they could not let go of the chance to see her smile. Rumor had it that Lin Guanzhi was aloof and unapproachable, yet here she was, engaging them in such a friendly and approachable manner, even sharing her smile with them. In that moment, their gazes shifted to the stroller nearby. Are those triplets? The children of Sister Lin and Senior Xie? They are utterly adorable. How can they be so cute? The sight of the cherubic triplets sent the 3 girls into a frenzy of excitement. Meanwhile, Aunt Air was overjoyed as she observed the bustling scene inside the store. This time, they had supplied Xie Jinnian with tomatoes, carrots, and eggplants, and as the products on the shelves dwindled, her happiness grew. She had never anticipated that the vegetables, typically sold at low wholesale prices in the village, would be so in demand. Moreover, the prices they fetched here were astonishingly high. It felt as though she had discovered a new realm. Making money from wealthy customers is easier than I thought. On the other side, Xie's parents were equally busy, scarcely able to catch their breath. They had not anticipated such a crowd on the opening day. With the sound of the payment notifications ringing in their ears, they felt an endless surge of energy. The trio from Fuzhou and the dozen or so part-time students from Yinxing University were astonished by the scene before them. With this many customers, how much will our seniors earn in just one morning? No wonder people love doing business. It's so profitable. As fellow university students, they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at the vast disparity in their circumstances. With noon approaching and the stock in the warehouse rapidly depleting, Xie's father calculated swiftly in his mind. At this rate, the store would soon sell out of products. He had underestimated the allure of agricultural goods to city dwellers. He quickly called the villagers to expedite the restocking. Upon hearing that the products prepared for 2 or 3 days would soon be sold out, the villagers gasped in disbelief and then erupted in cheers. "We're going to make a fortune. Who knew business could be this good?" Filled with determination, they hurried to restock and deliver more goods. As midday arrived, the number of shoppers continued to swell, and the staff in the store became busier than ever. The adorable little ones had their lunchtime nap routine to adhere to. After Xie Jinnian finished feeding the little ones, they began to yawn. With their parents and Annie nearby in the supermarket, he turned to Lin Guanzhi and said, "Darling, let us take the babies home to rest." It was his first entrepreneurial venture, and Lin Guanzhi wished to stay and assist him further. "Dear, you all return home first. I'll take care of things here for a while and come back later," she insisted. Xie Jinnian disagreed, asserting that their parents were sufficient company. "You have class this afternoon. It's essential to eat and rest. Your health is paramount. We can earn money anytime." Xie's mother approached, echoing his sentiments. "Jinnian is right. Your aunt and I are here. You should return and rest well to ensure you have enough milk for the babies." conceding to their united stance. Lin Guanzhi had no choice but to comply and return with them, planning to help out after her afternoon classes. On the way home, the triplets had already drifted into slumber. Upon reaching Tianrun community, it was 12:30. Xie Jinnian quickly prepared a few simple dishes. After eating, Lin Guanzhi stifled a yawn, feeling drowsy. Yet, she was reluctant to sleep, her thoughts drifting back to the fresh produce supermarket. Darling, if only our supermarket business could thrive like it did this morning, she mused. Xie Jinnian smiled. My love, if we establish a good reputation now, our business will flourish in the future. Once I earn substantial wealth, I shall shower you with gifts, beautiful clothes, exquisite rings, and take you on adventures around the world to save her life. As they conversed, Lin Guanzhi succumbed to sleep with a smile. When she next opened her eyes, it was already 2:30. By this hour, the triplets had awakened, albeit still in a drowsy state. Lin Guanzhi gently coaxed, little ones, wake up. First, have some milk. Mommy has class soon. The second baby seemed to understand her words, nudging eagerly in her arms. Xie Jinnian had washed strawberries, apples, and grapes for her. Dear, there is still an hour before class. It's not too late to have some fruit, he encouraged. Lin Guanzhi emerged from the room, cradling the little one, exclaiming, Here I come. When Xie Jinnian returned to the living room, he saw Lin Guanzhi feeding the second baby while eating fruit herself. Meanwhile, the little one in her arms had fully awakened, holding onto his snack with great diligence, fearful of it being snatched away. Lin Guanzhi managed the dual task of cradling the baby with one arm while eating fruit with the other. The little one had grown quite plump, and holding him with one hand was becoming a challenge. The fruit was pre-cut, easily eaten with a fork. As she munched, her thoughts wandered back to the supermarket. In a moment of distraction, juice dripped onto the little one's face, startling him. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Guanzhi looked down to see the juice on his face. Overcome with guilt, she swiftly took out a tissue to clean him. I'm so sorry, little one. Mommy didn't notice. It was an accident. The second baby continued munching away, seemingly unfazed. After finishing her meal, Lin Guanzhi found the little one had also eaten his fill. Next came the task of feeding the little sponge and the little puff. She reclined on the sofa, vacantly gazing ahead while nursing the little sponge. These two little creatures were not particularly voracious eaters. Feeding the little sponge required a measure of patience, as he needed to be coaxed into consuming even a little. Xie Jinnian kindly organized the books and stationery she would need, ensuring the nursing pads were prepared as well. Once everything was in order, he retrieved a comfortable pair of casual shoes from the shoe cabinet, arranging all matters with meticulous care. Lin Guanzhi observed this scene from the side, her heart swelling with emotion. My goodness, what a celestial husband have I married. He is truly attentive. At last, she managed to satiate the little sponge. A glance at the clock left Lin Guanzhi astonished. Only 20 minutes remained. She hurriedly affixed the nursing pads, grabbed her backpack, and slipped on her shoes. Subsequently, she bestowed a kiss upon each of her 4 little treasures. After the affectionate gestures, an inexplicable shyness enveloped her. Darling, I must be off now. The little ones will be in your care. Upon stepping outside, she flashed a heart symbol at Xie Jinnian, exclaiming, Love you. Xie Jinnian found her adorable demeanor irresistible. It's no trouble at all. Go on. I'll take good care of the little ones, and we will miss you. By the way, have you got the car keys? Lin Guanzhi nodded with a smile. Yes, I have them. Darling, I cannot chat any longer. I truly must depart. Though her words conveyed urgency, her body seemed reluctant to comply. As she closed the door, she lingered, leaning against it, unwilling to part just yet. Once Lin Guanzhi had left, Xie Jinnian aimed to capture the baby's adorable burps, and then he tidied up the living room, hanging the freshly laundered clothes to dry afterward. The triplets lay in their stroller, gazing at their father. Xie Jinnian noticed how much the little ones relished observing the adults at work. Regardless of the task, the little darlings displayed an endearing, bewildered curiosity. He then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the evening's ingredients. Checking the time, he realized that Lin Guanzhi's class was about to conclude. He planned to take the little ones to the school to pick her up, followed by a visit to the fresh produce market. Little ones, shall I go fetch Mommy? You can rest easy, and afterward we'll visit Grandma and Grandpa. The weather was splendid that day, neither too sunny nor windy. Tianrun community was conveniently located near Yunqing University. Xie Jinnian estimated the journey would take about 10 minutes on foot. Once they arrived at the school, he anticipated that his wife would be finishing her class as well. After organizing their belongings, Xie Jinnian pushed the stroller out the door. The little darlings were now 2.5 months old, brimming with curiosity about the myriad of things surrounding them. The passers-by, the towering buildings, the vehicles on the road, and the nearby clusters of flowers and trees. The stroller Xie Jinnian had purchased could be operated in both directions. If there were no one nearby to assist in watching over them, he could turn the babies to face him, allowing for quicker observation of their conditions. As he walked, he playfully engaged them. Isn't the outside world fascinating? There's everything here, little cars, houses, and even grand trees. Once you learn to walk, your father and mother will take you to many delightful and beautiful places. One tiwi? As they strolled, they passed by a flower shop. In the next moment, the owner called out to them. Subsequently, she inquired in astonishment, "Hello, handsome, is this your child?" Xie Jinnian recalled that he had purchased a bouquet here during the Qixi festival. Indeed, they were triplets. Upon seeing the exquisitely chubby little darlings in the stroller, the shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with envy. Truly, the adorable little ones had melted his heart, prompting him to gift them small flowers and decorative bows. "Where are you headed?" "We're going to pick up Mommy from class." Goodness. Sometimes he felt he was rather talkative. As the saying goes, if you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. Some inquiries should simply remain unasked. Indeed, this was unsolicited dog food. Voisme, how imbibe. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yunqing University, Xie Jinnian and the babies instantly became the center of attention. He lowered his head to message Lin Guanzhi. "Have you finished class? The babies and I are waiting for you by the Jinghu Meditation Pavilion." "There's still a few minutes left in class," came her reply, as the teacher summarized the course content and problem-solving approaches at the podium. Today was a large lecture, and the classroom was quite crowded. Lin Guanzhi was diligently taking notes and had not glanced at her phone. At that moment, a female classmate beside her was anxiously tugging at her hair, nearly in tears. Lin Guanzhi recognized her. She had asked the teacher several questions on stage earlier, clearly struggling to comprehend. Stealing a glance at the problem the girl was grappling with, Lin Guanzhi promptly provided the answer. The sound of sweet laughter reached her ears, and the classmate turned in surprise to see who had spoken. "My goodness, it's the campus belle." She was ethereal, simply breathtaking. Not only the boys, but even she, as a girl, found it hard to contain her admiration. Moreover, the campus belle had actually spoken to her. How many would envy such an encounter? The girl flipped to the back of her notes. Correct, completely correct. Not only was she beautiful, but her academic prowess was equally commendable. After regaining her composure, she mustered the courage to approach Lin Guanzhi. "Hello, could you explain the thought process for this problem to me? I asked the teacher earlier, but I still don't quite understand." Naturally, Xie Jinnian refused the opportunity for mutual assistance among classmates. After glancing at the problem, Lin Guanzhi swiftly jotted down calculations. "You see, this problem is quite similar to the one the teacher discussed today. It's merely expressed differently, yet the thought process remains the same. If you follow these steps, you'll arrive at the solution." Chapter 51. Astonishing Return Customers. Jinnian, you are about to soar. Following Lin Guanzhi's explanation, the girl's understanding blossomed. Adhering to her approach and methodology, comprehending the problem was crucial, as the solutions generally boiled down to applying formulas. After employing Lin Guanzhi's method to solve several problems, the girl was elated to discover that her answers were all correct. Overflowing with gratitude, she praised Lin Guanzhi. "Campus belle, you are incredible. Following your guidance, everything has clicked into place. Thank you. Who understands the plight of family?" She mused. The campus belle was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also academically accomplished. A paragon of both beauty and intellect, her grace was matched by her scholarly achievements. As the class bell rang, Lin Guanzhi began to gather her belongings. At that moment, a girl approached her and said, "Guanzhi, I just heard someone mention that Senior Xie Jinnian is waiting for you by the Tranquil Pavilion at school, but I'm unsure of its veracity." "By the Tranquil Pavilion at school? Could it be that my husband and the little ones have come to pick me up?" Lin Guanzhi quickened her pace. She then rushed to the balcony and, to her delight, indeed found them. With light steps and a joyful heart, she bounded down the stairs, making a beeline for the tranquil pavilion, her smile radiant. "What brings you here to school to pick me up?" Xie Jinnian replied with a smile. "I thought I'd come to get you first, and then we could head to the fresh market together." Lin Guanzhi smiled coyly. "All right, let us go." She then bent down affectionately to tease the little ones. "Did you all behave with Daddy at home today? Did you miss Mommy?" "Little Sponge, tell me, did you miss Mommy?" Little Sponge, still unable to speak, gazed curiously at his mother, nibbling on his little hands. Seeing the babies, it seemed they didn't miss her at all. "Well then, Mommy is feeling a bit sad, boo-hoo." In the midst of Lin Guanzhi's interaction with her babies, Xie Jinnian took the bag from her hands, saying, "Dear, allow me to carry this for you." Lin Guanzhi intended to protest, insisting she could manage, but as she turned to speak, she saw Xie Jinnian effortlessly toss the bag over his shoulder with a charming flair. Envious glances from those around them followed until the couple, along with their little ones, departed the campus. Wow, isn't that the campus beauty with Senior Xie? If that's the case, it's solid proof. Is this the sweet scent of romance? It's making me want to fall in love too. Oh my, Senior Xie is so handsome, and Lin is a stunning beauty. This pair is simply magnificent. I'm rooting for them to stay together. Yet, dissenting voices emerged. "Bro, the man who has stolen your goddess is right in front of you. When will you draw your sword?" "Oh no, the beautiful campus flower. My youth has come to an end, utterly finished. Ha, being single is great, no burdens attached. I have no desire to fall in love, boo-hoo." The couple strolled along, pushing the baby stroller, chatting and laughing, oblivious to the chatter of their classmates. Suddenly, little Rice Grain furrowed his brows, his little face turning crimson. If all goes as expected, the little one is about to make a mess. Finding a place to sit, Lin Guanzhi placed a changing pad on her lap and lifted the second child. Xie Jinnian took on the task of changing the diaper. They exchanged playful banter while changing, trying to amuse their son. Xie Jinnian made a mock gesture. "Oh dear, little Rice Grain. Are you trying to suffocate Daddy with that stench?" "Oh, the baby's mess certainly has a pungent aroma. It's making Mommy's eyes water." Thus, the couple engaged in a delightful exchange, eliciting giggles from little Rice Grain. Upon reaching Bailu Square, they noticed that as dinner time approached, the number of shoppers had increased even more than in the morning. From a distance, they spotted a throng of people standing outside the fresh market. Old Jiang's produce is fresh. The loofah I bought at noon made a delicious soup. I heard their pork is raised on corn. The flavor is completely different from what you get at the supermarket. "Excuse me, miss, do you also think their vegetables are excellent?" This afternoon, I purchased a chicken for my beloved partner, who remarked on its delightful flavor and encouraged me to return later. Overhearing their conversation, those around us couldn't help but praise the fresh produce market. One lady expressed her joy at finally tasting such authentic local goods, which are nearly impossible to find elsewhere. According to the proprietor's parents, all their offerings are sourced directly from the village. Whatever the villagers consume, we now have the privilege of purchasing as well. Indeed, I too perceive a distinct quality in their vegetables, both superior in taste and reasonably priced. The surrounding patrons nodded in agreement, surprised by the enthusiastic dialogue. Xie Jinnian had not anticipated such a swift return of customers. Nowadays, elderly individuals are the primary shoppers. If they find the food delightful, they are bound to return. Some recognized their identities and approached the couple with a baby stroller, warmly exclaiming, "Boss, your vegetables are impressive. I haven't enjoyed such fresh organic produce in ages." Xie Jinnian smiled and replied, "Annie, if you like it, please come often. We have just opened, and we hope for your continued support." The crowd nodded happily, affirming their commitment to such a treasure of a fresh produce market. The triplets naturally drew attention wherever they went, adored by grandparents. "Wow, are these all your children?" "Triplets, you are truly fortunate. Young man, your wife is quite beautiful," they exclaimed. "Were the little ones' names? Out for a stroll with Mom and Dad. How delightful." No one could resist the charm of these three angelic babies. The little ones, feeling the affection from their grandparents, beamed with innocent smiles, invoking a chorus of admiration. Lin Guanzhi introduced them. The eldest is called Little Sponge, the second Little Rice Grain, and the youngest Little Cream Puff. Quickly greet your grandparents. Hello, dear grandparents. The adorable little ones obediently chimed, curiously gazing at their elders, melting hearts all around. Upon entering the bustling store, the lively atmosphere was palpable. Xie's father and mother, along with the staff, were busily attending to customers. The second aunt's smile was so wide it seemed nearly uncontainable, astonished by the thriving business. The vegetables just delivered were already being snatched up. She called her partner back home, urging him to hurry and gather more produce from the village, planning to bring it back tonight for tomorrow's sales. Seeing the couple with their triplet babies, the second aunt joyfully approached, exclaiming, Lin Guanzhi, our first day of business is remarkably successful. I've noticed many returning customers. My goodness, so many came this morning and are back again. I even saw someone from a company speaking to your father, inquiring if they could source supplies from us. Goodness, our village's produce is so well received in Yunqing. If only we had known earlier, we could have sold it ourselves instead of letting those wholesalers profit immensely. Chapter 52. Unbelievable and astonishing revenue. Without sales channels, farmers' goods are sold at low prices, while those with resources can easily turn a profit, sometimes even doubling or tripling their returns. With the establishment of Xie Jinnian's sales channel, the villagers are bound to earn more in the future. Since the store opened this morning, she has shared numerous videos in the group, showcasing the bustling scene within the shop, which has stirred excitement among the villagers. The better Xie Jinnian's supermarket business flourishes, the more prosperous their lives will become. Little Powerful has taken a keen interest in the golden corn, extending her tiny hands towards it. Xie's mother cheerfully approaches, saying, Little darling, once you grow a bit more, Grandma will give you some. She continues, you love corn, don't you? In the future, Grandma will take you and your brothers to plant corn. In our village, oh dear, little darling hasn't returned home, has she? Let's wait for a couple of months and have your father bring the little ones back. That is where your father grew up. Not only is there corn, but also cows and pigs. However, Little Powerful is not listening. She only desires the corn at this moment. With no other choice, Xie's mother presents her with 2 peeled corn kernels. The little one eagerly clutches them in her hand. When she opens her palm to take a look, they tumble from her grasp onto the stroller, and in the next instant, her expression shifts from joy to sorrow as she cries out. Lin Guanzhi quickly scoops her up to comfort her. Meanwhile, Erbao is fascinated by the cherry tomatoes. The plump red fruits are quite tempting. As a little foodie, Xie cannot help but drool. However, at just over 2 months old, they are still unable to eat solid foods. Xie Jinnian hastily diverts his attention. Debao, like his siblings, desires everything he sees. If denied, he cries, but fortunately, the couple has become increasingly adept at soothing their little ones. After 6 o'clock, the store experiences a peak period. As they prepare for 8 o'clock, the number of shoppers gradually diminishes and the shelves are nearly empty. After a long day of work, Xie Jinnian glances at the time and says, Mom and Dad, let's call it a day and close the store for now. We can continue tomorrow. Xie's father wishes to sell the remaining items before leaving, suggesting, you all go back. I'll stay a bit longer and close up. However, Xie Jinnian is resolute. Dad, we can earn money anytime. Today's business ends here. The remaining items can be stored in the fridge for tomorrow's promotional activities, and they will sell out quickly. With her son advocating, Xie's father naturally has no objections. Before closing, Xie Jinnian transfers a red envelope containing 200 yuan to each employee, seeking good fortune on the opening day. The employees are overjoyed to receive the unexpected bonus on their first day of work. The trio from Fuzhou, having also worked diligently throughout the day, similarly receives their red envelopes, and Xie Jinnian treats them to a barbecue feast. Upon returning to Tianrun community, Xie's parents eagerly tally up the day's earnings. Air also anxiously calculates alongside them with her notebook. On the way home, the babies have already begun yawning, and as soon as they arrive, the couple swiftly carries them into the house to feed them. After being satiated, Debao drifts off to sleep contentedly, while Erbao and Sanbao struggle to keep their eyes open, gazing at their parents. Xie Jinnian gently coaxes, Xie, Little Powerful, hurry and sleep. If you don't, The wolf grandma will come and catch you. Wolf grandma, how ferocious! Xie Jinnian dramatically performs, prompting Erbao and Sanbao to beam with delight. Xie Jinnian secretly worries, fearing that if she continues to entertain them, they may become even more energized. She decides to refrain from further stimulation. Feeling the comforting presence of their parents, the siblings quickly fell into a deep slumber, much like their elder brother. Outside the living room, Mr. and Mrs. Xie, along with Annie Eyre, were engrossed in calculating the profits from the opening day. Suddenly, Annie Eyre let out a shriek. 12,806 yuan. Xiaolan, Wenlu, our supermarket has made a profit of 12,806 yuan today, after all expenses. 12,806 yuan. Mr. and Mrs. Xie gasped in astonishment upon seeing that figure. Good heavens, to earn so much in a single day. They marveled. If we make over 12,000 yuan in a day, that amounts to 360,000 yuan in a month. And in a year, that could reach 320,000 yuan. The couple and Auntie Eyre stood in stunned silence. Over 4 million yuan. How high would that stack in cash? They exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock they felt. Auntie Eyre murmured, Xiaolan, we've struck it rich. Your family, Jinnian, is about to prosper. Earning over 10,000 yuan in a day was something she had never dared to dream of. Mrs. Xie was still basking in the joy. My goodness, who knew buying groceries could be so lucrative? It's hard to believe. After soothing the little ones to sleep, Xie Jinnian heard commotion from the living room and curiously stepped out to see his parents and Annie Eyre wearing excited expressions. Mom, Dad, what's the occasion for such happiness? He inquired. Mrs. Xie replied, Your father and I just calculated today's earnings with Annie Eyre. Jinnian, can you guess how much we made today? Seeing their beaming faces, Xie Jinnian suspected the amount was considerable. 5,000. Mrs. Xie shook her head. No. Guess again. Raising an eyebrow, he ventured 7,000. Keep guessing. Mom, I can't figure it out. Just tell me how much we made today. Annie Eyre, quicker with her tongue than Mrs. Xie, eagerly exclaimed, 12,806 yuan. Jinnian, we had a fantastic day, earning over 12,000 yuan in one day. Upon hearing that figure, Xie Jinnian took a deep breath. So much. Mom, Dad, Annie Eyre, you didn't make a mistake, did you? All three shook their heads in unison. We've double-checked several times. It's definitely that amount. Son, if this continues, you could earn over 300,000 yuan a month. Mr. Xie grinned widely, the weariness from prior days melting away in this moment of joy. Xie Jinnian, elated, remarked, as long as we're not at a loss. Then since business is thriving, you two should not return to the village. Focus on managing the supermarket in Yun City. The elderly couple was thrilled, of course. We want to go back. With this daily income, who would want to return? In the past, while living in the village, they toiled from dawn till dusk, barely earning 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. Now, they effortlessly made over 10,000 yuan a day. Who would choose to go back? In Yun City, they were making money, had their own place, and could visit their grandchildren anytime. If they truly wished to return to the village, they could do so at any time, as they still needed to manage procurement there. After glancing at the accounts, Xie Jinnian returned to his room with a smile, seeing her husband return in high spirits. Lin Guanzhi asked, Darling, what has brought you such joy? Xie Jinnian exclaimed with delight, My parents have calculated today's revenue. Guanzhi, can you guess how much we earned today? Seeing her husband's joyful expression, she was certain they had made a considerable profit. Lin Guanzhi tilted her head in speculation. 6,000? Xie Jinnian shook his head. No, my dear. Guess again. 10,000? Lin Guanzhi felt that this figure was already quite bold. Xie Jinnian waved his finger playfully. Not quite, my love. It's actually 12,806 yuan. 12,806 yuan? Upon hearing this figure, Lin Guanzhi's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 53. Lin Guanzhi's Concerns. Phone call to Lin Mother. Earning over 12,000 on the first day of business was astonishing. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Lin Guanzhi asked incredulously. Xie Jinnian confidently shook his head. No mistake, that's the correct amount. Lin Guanzhi's pupils dilated with excitement. That is a lot of money. Our business on the first day is thriving. The store was bustling today. I knew it was doing well, but I never expected such a substantial profit. 12,000 a day means 84,000 in a week. What about a month or a year? That could easily sum up to over 4 million in a year. And today, on our opening day, we offered many discounts. Who knows, we might earn even more in the future. Xie Jinnian chuckled. We can't quite calculate it like that. Dear, the significant discounts on our opening day contributed greatly to our earnings. Moreover, without rental costs, we achieved this profit. Once we return to regular prices, business may not be as brisk. Lin Guanzhi nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, she had unwavering confidence in Xie Jinnian. They already had returning customers on their very first day. As long as they maintained quality, their reputation would surely flourish. With a well-established reputation, their business would undoubtedly thrive. Wow, today's income is 12,806 yuan. Lin Guanzhi eagerly shared this news with Su Xin. Knowing that their fresh produce supermarket had opened today, Su Xin was taken aback by the profit. Is this for real? Guanzhi, are you certain you didn't miscalculate? Lin Guanzhi replied cheerfully, no miscalculation. My in-laws double-checked several times, so it's accurate. Su Xin congratulations. Miss Lin has become the boss lady. I'm seeking sponsorship. Lin Guanzhi laughed proudly. Come on, come and cling to my leg. I'll support you. Feeling her childhood friend's joy, Su Xin was genuinely happy for her. Life was certainly getting better. This was the essence of the happiness shared between close friends. The two continued their cheerful conversation for quite a while, when suddenly, Su Xin's tone turned serious. Guanzhi, you've been away for quite some time now. The babies are over 2 months old, and you and Xie Jinnian have opened a fresh produce supermarket, so your financial situation seems stable. A few days ago, Auntie came looking for me again. She's not doing well, and I can tell she misses you dearly. She keeps asking how you are and if I know where you are. But given the circumstances, I hardly dare to tell her. Guanzhi, I heard from my mother that Auntie's health has been poor lately. She was often coughing when she came to see me, looking quite haggard. You and Xie Jinnian have settled down. Perhaps you should find a moment to call back uncle and aunt. Su Xin paused before continuing. If you fear uncle's reprimand, you might first reach out to aunt, for she longs to hear from you. Upon hearing her words, Lin Guanzhi stood frozen in silence for an extended period. In truth, having been away from home for so long, she too yearned for her parents. Typically, she feigned indifference. But Su Xin's heartfelt words ignited within her a profound urge to weep. Indeed, how could a child be away from home without missing their mother? Lin Guanzhi wiped away the tears that had escaped her eyes, her mind swirling with memories of the moments spent with Xie Jinnian and the children during this time. The little ones had yet to meet their grandparents. As for her husband, although he seldom inquired, Lin Guanzhi sensed his underlying concern. He simply chose not to voice it for her sake. The same applied to her in-laws. They too harbored questions, but ultimately refrained from asking. Perhaps it was time to confide in her parents. That night, Lin Guanzhi tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, her mind consumed by Su Xin's words. Her mother had not been well lately, and she wished to reconnect. Beside her, Xie Jinnian noticed her unease. Since the phone call to Su Xin before bed, his wife had been acting strangely. He was not oblivious and could discern her troubled heart. Observing her restless movements, he embraced her tenderly, saying, "My dear, if something weighs on your heart, share it with your husband. It will bring you solace." When Lin Guanzhi turned to him, her eyes glistening with tears, she said pitifully, "Husband, I miss my mother. I haven't called or messaged her in over a year, nor have I seen her. I truly miss her." Lin Guanzhi collapsed into Xie Jinnian's arms, weeping like a fragile child in need of comfort. Xie Jinnian gently caressed her hair and replied softly, "My love, if you miss your parents, you should call them. You need not worry about me or the children. Should uncle and aunt be displeased, regardless of their feelings towards me, I will continue to treat you with unwavering kindness. I have promised to care for you and the children, and even if uncle and aunt object, I will steadfastly remain by your side. The children have grown so much, they should not be deprived of their grandparents' presence. They deserve to know their grandparents. Tomorrow, take a moment to call them, perhaps invite them to visit Yin City and I will ensure they are warmly welcomed. The following day, the couple rose early. For Lin Guanzhi had an 8 o'clock class. Xie Jinnian got up to prepare breakfast. After their meal, Lin Guanzhi fed the children. Subsequently, they parted ways. Lin Guanzhi headed to school, while Xie Jinnian tidied the home before taking the children to the fresh produce market. By the time they reached Bailu Square, it was already 9:30. A throng of customers still congregated at the supermarket entrance. As expected, business was thriving that day. Meanwhile, Lin Guanzhi sat in class, listless and preoccupied. The weight of her thoughts lingered heavily throughout the day. After dinner that evening, she stepped onto the balcony to enjoy the breeze. After mentally preparing herself, she dialed her mother's number. The call connected shortly thereafter. A weary voice from a middle-aged woman drifted through the line, accompanied by a few coughs. "Hello, who is this?" In her attempt to elude her parents, Lin Guanzhi had even changed her phone number, so it was understandable that her mother did not recognize the caller. Hearing her mother's voice, hoarse and frail, sent a wave of panic through Lin Guanzhi, her heartbeat quickening. "Hello, is anyone there? May I ask what the matter is?" When there was still no response, Lin's mother grew perplexed, and a thought suddenly flickered in her mind. Taking a deep breath, she tentatively inquired, "Guanzhi, is that you?" After a moment of silence, Lin Guanzhi finally mustered the courage to reply, "Mom, it's me, Guanzhi." The utterance of "Mom" caused her mother to choke back tears, and her emotions surged. "Guanzhi, how have you been lately? This past year, your father and I have tried every means to find you, but you have been avoiding us. Not only have you changed your number, but you also do not respond on WeChat." The more Lin's mother spoke, the more agitated she became, her tone revealing her anxiety and concern. "Tell me, what parents in this world would genuinely be angry with their child? Your father and I worry about you every day." In Chapter 54, Lin's mother was taken aback to learn that her daughter was married with children. Indeed, what parents would truly be angry with their child? "You have been pampered, and your skills are limited. With you away from home, your father and I fear you may not have enough to eat or wear. Do you have any idea how much we worry about you?" Lin Guanzhi's voice trembled as tears streamed down her face. "Mom, please don't worry. I am doing well. I am fine. But how are you and Dad? I heard from Xie Jinnian that you have been unwell. Is it serious?" Lin's mother coughed lightly. "Your father and I are doing quite well. I have some old ailments. Perhaps I caught a chill from not resting enough, but it's nothing serious. Guanzhi, it has been a long time since you last returned home. Your father and I miss you dearly. When will you come back? If it's not possible, just send me your location, and I will come and find you." Upon hearing her mother's assurance that she was fine, Lin Guanzhi felt a sense of relief. As long as you are well, that is what matters. If you feel unwell, you must see a doctor promptly. Do not always push through. "Mom, I cannot return home right now. I will come back when I have the time." Upon hearing her daughter say she could not return yet, Lin's mother's mind was flooded with the worst possible thoughts. What has happened to Guanzhi? Why can't you come home? Her emotions tightened with concern. "Guanzhi, what do you mean you can't come back? Do you need permission to visit home? Speak clearly to me. Has something happened there? Tell me, and I will help you find a solution. No matter what, I will always stand by your side and support you." Lin Guanzhi felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. She glanced from the balcony into the living room, where Xie Jinnian was bent over, amusing the children with joy and happiness radiating from his eyes. Noticing Lin Guanzhi's gaze, he offered a gentle smile. Since they had been together, Lin Guanzhi had never initiated a conversation about her family. Without her prompting, Xie Jinnian did not inquire. He understood that her silence was likely due to her own burdens. Simultaneously, both Mr. and Mrs. Xie maintained a similar stance, believing that one day their daughter-in-law would come to terms with her situation and confide in them. For now, their priority was to ensure the well-being of her and the children. Lin Guanzhi could sense the warmth and kindness emanating from the Xie family. It was time for the children to meet their grandparents, as well as for her husband to meet her parents. Taking a deep breath, Lin Guanzhi said, "Mom, I need to tell you something, but I hope you are mentally prepared for it." On the other end of the line, Lin's mother was pacing anxiously, nearly frantic with worry. "You girl, just tell me already. I'm about to lose my mind here." "Mom, well, I've gotten married and have a child." "What? Married? And you have a child?" Lin Guanzhi's revelation was like a bombshell leaving her mother utterly bewildered. How could she process such astonishing news? It took Lin's mother a moment to regain her composure. With just a few words, she found herself grappling with this overwhelming revelation. What do you mean? Guanzhi, could you please repeat that? Lin Guanzhi reiterated, Mom, I've gotten married and have a child. Married with a child. Lin's mother confirmed she had not misheard. Once she came to her senses, an overwhelming wave of anger surged within her. She stood up abruptly, flinging the magazine in her hand to the floor. What do you mean you're married and have a child? You need to explain yourself. How could you, as a young woman, just get married without a word? You are driving me to the brink. Lin Guanzhi understood her mother's temperament and had anticipated her outburst when she decided to come clean. She was indeed furious. Hearing the commotion, Lin's father hurried into the living room. What is going on? Who upset you? Who has the audacity? Upon hearing the familiar voice on the other end of the line, Lin Guanzhi panicked and instinctively hung up. Mom, I have some matters to attend to, so I will call you back later. Then, the phone line was filled with the sound of a dial tone. Lin's mother, anxious and exasperated, exclaimed, Hello? I wasn't finished. What do you mean you're married and have a child? Speak to me. Lin's father, completely confused, interjected, What? Married with a child? Who got married and had a child? Have I missed some explosive news? Lin's mother sank onto the sofa in frustration. For a young woman, marriage is a significant milestone. Why had her daughter gotten married and had a child within just over a year, and why was she, as the mother and grandmother, completely in the dark? She felt a wave of anger and heartache wash over her, believing she had failed in her role as a good mother. From the beginning of the call to the abrupt end, she had not grasped her daughter's current circumstances. Was she living in poverty or prosperity? Was she happy? How did her daughter's in-laws treat her? She was utterly oblivious to all of it. Once Lin's mother calmed down, she realized she should not be at odds with her daughter. Instead, she should have inquired about her daughter's situation at the earliest opportunity. Lin's father was oblivious to the unfolding situation as he observed his wife's face contorted with anger. He hurriedly approached her, inquiring about the cause of her distress. What happened? Who has upset you so? Lin's mother snorted in frustration. It's Guanzhi. Upon hearing his daughter's name, Lin's father was instantly invigorated. What did you say? You were just on the phone with Guanzhi? He eagerly continued to question her. Where is she now? How is she faring? When will she return home? Where is she living? The sudden news of his daughter transformed Lin's father into an entirely different man. Meanwhile, Lin's mother remained vexed by her earlier impulsiveness, unwilling to engage with Lin's father. If you wish to know, you may ask her yourself. If it weren't for your sudden appearance scaring her off, I might have had a chance to speak with her further. Now look, you've frightened her away. Lin Guanzhi had always held a fear of her father. Upon hearing his voice, she instinctively hung up the call. In her childhood, Lin's father had relentlessly pressured her to excel in various pursuits. If she faltered in her studies, he would deny her meals. Dance, piano, violin, any endeavor that could further her future was a requirement. As Lin Guanzhi matured, her father became increasingly preoccupied with her marital prospects, hoping she would find a reliable partner to marry and bear children. Yet, he harbored doubts about her judgment, fearing that if she chose poorly, it would lead to her unhappiness. After much contemplation, he decided it would be more prudent for him to arrange her matches, which ultimately resulted in her running away from home a year prior. Lin's father felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of revisiting that incident. Yet he had not anticipated that it was his daughter who had just called. Lin's mother, growing increasingly incensed, reflected, had you not taken it upon yourself to force her into blind dates, she would not have left home. If it weren't for my persistent pleas to Su Xin for assistance, perhaps Guanzhi would not have reached out to me today. Lin's father, still stubborn, retorted, She is our daughter. How could she go somewhere without contacting us? Lin's mother, amused yet exasperated, replied, Do you not know your daughter's temperament? Now that she is hung up, where could she be? How would I know? Tomorrow is May Day. I wish everyone a joyful holiday, and while I'm at it, I kindly request a gentle reminder for updates. Thank you. Chapter 55. Lin's father was taken aback. His daughter had a child and did not inform him. Lin's father fell silent for a moment. Wait, who just got married and had a child? He stared at Lin's mother, perplexed. Dear, you just mentioned someone who married and had a child. Who is it? His heart raced with the unsettling thought that perhaps it was his daughter who had married and started a family. Noticing his wife's expression, his fear intensified. "Dear, could it really be that our daughter has child? Hurry, call her and find out." Lin's mother, her face devoid of expression, tossed her phone onto the coffee table. "I won't call. If you wish to inquire, take the phone and do it yourself. If our daughter is married and has children, you can ask her directly." Father Lin resembled a deflated balloon. "You are aware of the close bond between you and your daughter. If I were to call, she would undoubtedly not answer. Moreover, given her fear of me, it is likely she would refrain from confiding in me about anything." Mother Lin let out a cold snort, acknowledging your understanding of her fears. "You were so strict with her from a young age, and now, perhaps you realize the consequences of your actions. The responsibility for her education lies entirely with me," she said. "So, when will you call your daughter? You must inquire about her marriage and the children. It has been over a year since we received any news of her. Now that we finally have a chance to reach out, Father Lin is undoubtedly eager to learn about her well-being." Mother Lin, still fuming, replied, "Let us wait a bit. It's uncertain whether she will answer if you call now." Father Lin, undeterred, insisted, "Let us call now. There is a chance she might pick up." Mother Lin shot him a glare, exasperated. "Fine, we'll wait a moment. Just keep your mouth shut during the call." Father Lin nodded vigorously, mimicking a zipping motion across his lips. "Rest assured, I promise to remain silent." His mind was consumed with thoughts of his daughter's marriage and children, assuring himself that it would not interfere with the conversation between his wife and daughter. Meanwhile, noticing his wife's anxious demeanor, Xie Jinnian approached her to offer comfort. "It's all right, take your time. My dear, it's already brave of you to share your life with your parents. Regardless of the outcome, I will always be by your side." Lin Guanzhi said nothing, simply leaning quietly against Xie Jinnian's embrace. He continued to reassure her, "It's quite late now. Let us head back to rest and discuss it with them tomorrow." He guided Lin Guanzhi back like a little train, saying, "All right, we'll talk tomorrow. The babies must be hungry, having searched for their mother for quite some time." The little ones, Xiaomi Li and Xiao Pao Fu, were crying heart-wrenchingly, refusing to be consoled. Lin Guanzhi pondered that now her mother was aware of the situation. Her father should also be in the loop, barring any unforeseen circumstances. She then focused on feeding the babies. Simultaneously, in the Lin family villa in Pai City, Father and Mother Lin composed themselves, preparing to call their daughter. Before dialing, Mother Lin shot her husband a warning look to remain silent. Father Lin understood immediately, nodding in acknowledgement and gesturing for quiet. "What a joke. After over a decade of marriage, does my wife think I don't know what she means? She wants me to keep quiet." He then pointed at the phone, gesturing again. Mother Lin, puzzled, wondered what he was implying. Father Lin repeated his earlier motion. Mother Lin remained confused, exclaiming, "Put on speaker." She activated the speakerphone, casting him an irritated glance, as if to say, "You're being tedious." The call connected, but after a moment of waiting, no one answered. Mother Lin felt a surge of anxiety, thinking perhaps she didn't TC the call. "We'll try again later." Father Lin nodded in agreement. Thus, the two sat together on the bed, silently staring at the phone resting on the blanket. A few minutes later, they attempted the call once more, but still, there was no response. Mother Lin's frustration escalated. "This is all your fault. We were having a good conversation, and you had to intervene. Now look, our daughter won tea," answered the phone. Lin's father felt wronged. At that moment, the commotion was so loud that he assumed she was on a phone call with someone. So he kindly inquired. Little did he know she was conversing with Guanzhi. Lin's mother wore a displeased expression and suggested that she would ask Xian later. Since Guanzhi had decided to discuss this matter with them, it indicated she had come to terms with it, and, if necessary, they could follow up tomorrow. Upon hearing his wife's reasoning, Lin's father found it sensible. This matter required patience and careful waiting. Lin's mother shifted her focus and called Su Xin. Upon learning that Lin Guanzhi had already reached out to Lin's mother, Su Xin felt elated for them. Indeed, this was a commendable development. However, when she discovered the gist of the conversation Lin's mother had with her childhood friend, her demeanor changed. The conversation had barely begun when Guanzhi hung up. Regarding Guanzhi's family matters, she preferred her friend to communicate with her uncle and aunt directly. Sensing Lin's mother's anxiety, Su Xin reassured her. Auntie, rest assured. Guanzhi is doing quite well. She has indeed obtained a marriage certificate and has a baby. If she hasn't returned your call, she is likely busy. She will call you back when she has a moment. Hearing Su Xin's words, Lin's mother felt reassured that her daughter was married and had a child. As long as her daughter was happy, she felt at ease. Curiously, Lin's mother asked, what about the baby? Did Guanzhi have a boy or a girl? Su Xin teased. Annie, I know whether Guanzhi had a baby boy or girl, but I cannot reveal that just yet. If you wish to know, you can ask her directly when she calls you. I want her to share it with you personally. Lin's mother pondered. When had this girl learned to keep secrets? She was no longer obedient. Unable to ascertain the child's gender, Lin's mother persisted. You must know where Guanzhi lives, right? Can you tell me her whereabouts? Su Xin chuckled awkwardly. Annie, I cannot disclose that information. Perhaps later, or tomorrow, Guanzhi will call you when she has the time, and she will tell you herself. If I divulge too much, who knows when she might fly over here to confront me. Regardless, you can be assured that Guanzhi is safe and thriving. And the babies are well. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. Goodbye, Annie, and do rest early. With that, the phone emitted a series of beeping sounds. Now, Lin's mother was certain that her daughter was indeed married and had a child, and it appeared that they were doing well with the baby being healthy. She breathed a sigh of relief. Lin's father, anxious beside her, asked, what did Su Xin say? Did she mention where Guanzhi is living? Lin's mother recounted the general situation. Lin's father was astonished and delighted. Their daughter was doing well and had a healthy baby. What about the father of the child? What does he do? How old is he? How many siblings does he have? Lin's mother's expression turned flat. Mentioning this matter irked her. If it weren't for his sudden appearance, she would have known more about her daughter's situation and wouldn't be left pondering here. How would I know? We haven't even asked yet before you interrupted. Chapter 56. Lin Guanzhi. People have friends too, you know. Lin's father sighed in resignation. Constantly bringing this matter up, is it? If he were aware that it was his daughter on the phone with his wife just now, he would not only refrain from speaking, but would be willing to hold his breath. By the time Lin Guanzhi had calmed the baby, it was already 11:30. She glanced at her phone and noticed several missed calls from her mother, along with a few messages from Su Xin. What's your situation now? Annie called to ask about you. She said she couldn't reach you and inquired about your condition. I didn't reveal anything, though. If you have the time, please return Annie's call. Both Uncle and Annie are quite worried about you. Lin Guanzhi thought it was rather late and decided to return the call tomorrow when she had the time. Subsequently, she replied to Su Xin's messages. Su Xin conveyed the message to Lin's mother. Annie, Guanzhi was busy earlier and didn't check her phone. She mentioned it's too late now. She will call you back when she has the time tomorrow. Knowing her daughter was simply occupied and not ignoring her calls, Lin's mother finally felt a sense of relief. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep as thoughts of her daughter consumed her. A new day dawned. Xie Jinnian noticed that Lin Guanzhi still bore a heavy heart. At dismissal time, he decided to surprise her by picking her up from the school gate with the children. Shortly after his arrival, he spotted Lin Guanzhi walking towards him with two classmates. He had seen the two girls, Nong Xiao and Wu Tong, a few times. They were both third-year students who had become Guanzhi's classmates since she had returned to school after taking a break. The three of them usually sat together in class and shared a close bond. Wu Tong, possessing keen eyesight, spotted Xie Jinnian and the triplets from a distance. Guanzhi, look, it's your senior. He has come to pick you up with the babies. Wow, Guanzhi, I envy you. Your senior is so handsome. The babies are adorable. Their smiles resemble little angels. Lin Guanzhi, who had been feeling rather blue, instantly brightened upon seeing her husband and children beaming with joy. As she approached Xie Jinnian and the babies, Nong Xiao and Wu Tong couldn't contain their excitement. Oh my, the babies are here to pick up their mother again. Little Millet, do you remember your auntie? The babies, being well-behaved and dutiful, eagerly looked at their mother, wiggling their tiny feet with affection. The 2-month-old infants wore their emotions on their faces, each one smiling brightly upon seeing their mother. Nong Xiao and Wu Tong were utterly charmed. Wishing they could play with them, they turned to Lin Guanzhi. Guanzhi, your babies are so cute. Can we come over to your house to play with them? Seeing their eager expressions, Lin Guanzhi glanced at Xie Jinnian. He smiled and nodded. He welcomed friends to their home with open arms and had no intention of turning them away. "You're all welcome. Just in time, lunch is about to be served. Why not stay and join us?" "Yay!" Wu Tong and Nong Xiao exclaimed, jumping with excitement. They had heard that Senior Xie Jinnian was an excellent cook, and they were thrilled to have stumbled upon such a delightful surprise today. Lin Guanzhi engaged in a delightful interaction with the little ones before addressing Xie Jinnian. "Darling, why don't you take the children back home? I will accompany Xiao and the others to Baidu Plaza to select some of their favorite ingredients." With their family now operating a fresh produce supermarket, there is no need to shop outside. Xie Jinnian nodded in agreement. "All right, please ensure your safety. I shall take the children home first." The little glutinous rice dumplings were reluctant to part from their mother. Lin Guanzhi's Bentley stood out conspicuously at the school entrance. Nong Xiao and Wu Tong gazed longingly from outside the car window, shedding tears of envy. They had heard from their classmates that this vehicle was worth over 3 million. Could it be that Guanzhi would drive them to buy groceries in such an extravagant car? My goodness, a luxury vehicle worth millions. The two classmates instinctively touched their backsides, questioning whether it was indeed permissible for them to ride in such opulence. Yet, the reality was that they truly could. Without overthinking, Lin Guanzhi invited them to board the car. After collecting the groceries from Baidu Plaza and purchasing a few bottles of beverages, she drove directly back to Tianren Community. Upon returning home, the children were playing in the living room. Xie Jinnian observed the three of them carrying an abundance of items. Nong Xiao, with a grin, exclaimed, "Senior, we gathered a lot of ingredients from your store. You could prepare pineapple beef, pepper salt chicken wings, spicy flour crabs, lemon shredded chicken, and oil-braised steamed prawns. I have no dietary restrictions. I can eat anything." Wu Tong shot her a disapproving glance, signaling her to tone it down. Nong Xiao, with her straightforward nature, had been eagerly anticipating this meal. Xie Jinnian smiled gently, "No problem." He was pleasantly surprised to discover such amusing classmates beside his wife. It was indeed beneficial for Guanzhi to have such entertaining individuals in her life, as it would undoubtedly add joy to her days. With his affirmative response, Nong Xiao hopped away like a jubilant rabbit to join the children in the living room. Wu Tong, being more reserved, felt it inappropriate to merely eat without contributing. Xie Jinnian organized the ingredients meticulously, reassured by the quality of the produce sourced from his own store. He first prepared the beef and chicken wings by cutting and marinating them. Then, he placed a whole chicken into a pot to boil, adding a splash of white wine and slices of ginger to eliminate any unpleasant odors, intending to make shredded chicken later. Every step was executed with precision. Next, he turned his attention to the crabs and prawns, handling the latter with particular care, as improper techniques could easily lead to injury. He began by using scissors to remove the inedible parts of the prawn's head and its whiskers. Subsequently, he addressed the prawn's intestinal tract. There were two methods to accomplish this. One involved making a cut along the prawn's back to easily extract the intestinal tract. The other required locating the middle of the prawn's tail fin, gently pressing and twisting it to separate it from the body, allowing the intestinal tract to be removed alongside the tail fin. This method was both swift and aesthetically pleasing, and Xie Jinnian chose to employ it. With deft hands and fluid movements, he swiftly processed the prawns. When it came to the flour crabs, he exercised even greater caution, wary of being pinched. Yet, Xie Jinnian remained completely unperturbed, taking a small brush to give the flour crab a thorough cleansing. This creature was quite ferocious. One careless moment could result in a painful pinch. However, Xie Jinnian cleverly exploited its weaknesses, steering clear of the areas where the crab could grasp him. Thus, it became increasingly challenging for the crab to capture him. Finally, he made a decisive cut in the middle and then submerged them into a pool of cooking wine for a soak. In less than 20 minutes, the shrimp and crabs were effortlessly prepared. Xie Jinnian's skills rivaled those of a five-star chef, his fluid motions leaving Wu Tong utterly astounded. Previously, she had considered her culinary skills commendable, but upon witnessing the scene before her, she was left in sheer awe. Chapter 57. Envying Guanzhi for having such a remarkable senior. It had long been whispered that the senior possessed exceptional culinary talents, and now, Witnessing it firsthand confirmed the rumors. Xie Jinnian, ever modest, replied, "In truth, I am not particularly skilled. I merely learn and experiment, and over time, my techniques have become more refined." In the midst of their conversation, he skillfully peeled a fresh potato, then uniformly sliced it into shreds and arranged them neatly on a plate for later use. This display captivated Wu Tong's attention entirely. The senior was not only handsome and considerate, but also well off. The Bentley he currently drove was rumored to cost over $390,000, purchased outright. He had also upgraded to a new luxury vehicle costing several hundred thousand. Additionally, he acquired a 230-square-meter commercial property in the prestigious Bailu Square, a location where every inch is invaluable, surely amounting to a staggering sum. This particular property offered a view of the river. Wu Tong had seen on Douyin that the average price in that community was $18,000 per square meter. This unit, being a 3-bedroom, likely spanned around 150 square meters. By her calculations, the total price of this residence certainly exceeded $2 million. Wu Tong drew in a deep breath, wondering if she would ever be able to purchase her own home in Yin City after graduation. She dared not aspire for a prime location like Tianrun Community. Even a modest neighborhood would suffice. Do. In the kitchen, Xie Jinnian stood at the stove, continuously stir-frying, and the aroma wafting into the living room grew increasingly tantalizing. Wu Tong felt she could no longer bear to watch. If she continued, her mouth would surely water uncontrollably. So she hurried back to the living room to entertain the little ones. 20 minutes later, a feast that was visually delightful and fragrant emerged. It left Nong Xiao and Wu Tong utterly tempted. After setting the table, Xie Jinnian called to the three of them, "Wife, Xiao, Wu Tong, wash your hands. It's time to eat." Gazing at the bountiful spread before them, Nong Xiao could hardly contain her eagerness to taste the dishes, especially the salt and pepper chicken wings and the pineapple beef she had been longing for. She picked up a piece of beef and took a bite. The savory flavor of the beef melded beautifully with the sweet and tangy notes of the pineapple, creating a rich, layered taste that was both appetizing and refreshing. "Delicious. This pineapple beef is simply exquisite," she exclaimed. "I once believed my mother was the best cook in the world, but now it seems I was mistaken. I had overestimated her." This remark elicited a hearty laughter from a group. Wu Tong followed suit, taking a bite, and her eyes widened in surprise. The unique flavor was unforgettable, and after that first taste, she found herself irresistibly drawn to take another. "This is undoubtedly the most delectable pineapple stir-fried beef I have ever tasted," remarked Xie Jinnian with a smile. "If it's delicious, feel free to indulge. There's no need for formality." With that, he served a piece to Lin Guanzhi as well. The moment it touched her palate, her eyes sparkled with delight. The dishes prepared by her husband remained as scrumptious as ever. The atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious, occasionally graced by the praises of Nong Xiao. Wu Tong also wore a visage of pure enjoyment. After the meal, Nong Xiao committed an act of audacity she would never have imagined. "Senior, since there are some leftovers, may I take them home?" This declaration astonished Wu Tong, who was seated nearby. What on earth? What kind of behavior is this? Eating and taking home leftovers? This was the first time she had encountered someone with such audacity. She shot a glance at her close friend, as if to say, "Sister, we have already overstayed our welcome. Have some pride. If you are unashamed, I feel embarrassed for you." Yet, in the presence of a true food lover, nothing surpasses the importance of a good meal. Or dignity and face. Are they truly significant? Xie Jinnian had no objections. He retrieved a thermal container from the cupboard and filled it for her. Standing beside the dining table, Nong Xiao gleamed. "The dishes made by the senior are absolutely delicious. Guanzhi, I truly envy you for being able to enjoy such wonderful meals every day." Lin Guanzhi patted her belly. "Indeed, I've gained several pounds over these past few months. If you ever want to come over to eat, feel free to visit anytime." Hearing this, Nong Xiao was naturally pleased, but as she opened her mouth to respond, she was silenced by Wu Tong. Even with her imagination, she could foresee that Nong Xiao would not have anything sensible to say. "Guanzhi, how can we accept this? You've already inconvenienced yourself and the senior enough today." Suddenly, Wu Tong had a brilliant idea. "Senior, could you share the recipes for these dishes with us? That way, We could try making them ourselves at home. Sure, replied Xie Jinnian. Nong Xiao thought this was an excellent idea, adding, and the minced meat, eggplant, and sweet and sour pork. Those are my favorites. I'll ask my mom to make them for me. Perhaps this is the final stubbornness of a true foodie. Ultimately, the two departed from Tianrun community laden with bags, having initially visited to entertain the little ones, but leaving as if they were stocking up. On the way, Nong Xiao reflected, Guanzhi is so blissfully happy. I hope that one day, I too can encounter someone like the senior, where I need only to be charming and lovely. Wu Tong encouraged her. Then hurry and find yourself a boyfriend. Who knows what could happen? One day, you might become a wealthy matron and have 3 adorable babies. And I will be there to support you. Nong Xiao chuckled, and before darkness fell, the two began to dream. This was the first time Guanzhi brought friends home, and Xie Jinnian could sense her joy. Holding the little one, he said, Wife, you can invite friends over more often. Having guests makes the home lively, and the little ones are happier. Lin Guanzhi smiled. Darling, you worked hard today. Xiao and Wu Tong had a wonderful time. I will bring them over again when I have the chance. How about you also invite some friends to our home for a visit? Lin Guanzhi observed that her husband was perpetually busy, but he could relax for a while when friends visited. Xie Jinnian smiled and mentioned that he would take them out when the opportunity arose, rather than inviting friends over to their home. He preferred to spend time with their little ones. Since Nong Xiao and Wu Tong had come to visit, Lin Guanzhi felt considerably more at ease. At 8:30 in the evening, her phone rang again. Upon checking the caller ID, she confirmed it was indeed her mother. What she did not realize was that her father was also on the line. Finding a quiet spot, Lin Guanzhi took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, her mother's gentle, caring voice came through. This time, her mother's tone was noticeably softer than before. Guanzhi, have you eaten? Do you have a moment? I'd like to chat with you. Mom, I've already eaten. Have you? Lin's mother nodded, affirming that she had. Last time you mentioned the possibility of marriage and having children. Is that true? Yes, it is. Although she already knew the answer. Hearing it from her daughter made it a bit difficult for Lin's mother to fully accept. However, once she calmed down and considered it from a different perspective, she realized that she would soon be a grandmother. What a wonderful thing that was. And how are the little ones? How many months old are they? Lin Guanzhi replied, The babies are now over 2 months old, and they are safe and healthy, Mom. You needn't worry. That's good to hear, as long as they are healthy. At that moment, Lin's father could no longer contain himself. He gestured animatedly and mouthed, Ask about that man. The father of the child. Inquire. Lin's mother lightly smacked his hand and shot him a look, as if to say, I know what I'm doing. I don't need your guidance. Chapter 58. Lin's father is anxious. Lin's father was both anxious and helpless. If only his daughter were more afraid of him, he would have asked the questions himself. Just as he was about to speak, Lin's mother intervened with her own query. So what about the father of the child? What kind of person is he? Is he good to you and the babies? Where is he from? What is his family background? What does he do for a living? Does he have siblings? Hearing this barrage of questions, Lin's father chuckled, quite pleased with his wife's inquiries, as they were precisely what he yearned to know. His name is Xie Jinnian. He treats me and the babies very well, and he has good character. I am quite happy now. Lin Guanzhi thought for a moment before continuing. He owns a fresh produce supermarket, but my in-laws manage it while he stays home to care for the children. And what else? Nothing more. Nothing more? Lin's father grew anxious, sensing that the young man's family background might not be that impressive. He wished for Lin's mother to delve deeper into inquiries about the boy, continuously miming to his wife. However, this time, he had no say in the matter. Lin's mother continued, You mentioned that the babies are already over 2 months old. Soon it will be 100 days. The 100-day celebration is significant. Can I come to see my little grandchildren then? Lin Guanzhi remained silent. Lin's mother persisted. Guanzhi, don't worry. If you don't want your father to go, I won't mention it to him. I'll just sneak over to see you. Lin's father widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that his wife would say such a thing about him so openly. Was there no sense of fairness left? He expressed his grievances through his expressions, questioning how she could say such a thing. Was she not pushing him into the flames? If she spoke like that, what would become of her? How could she face her daughter, that man, and her little grandson? Lin Guanzhi hesitated for a moment, then replied, Once I have discussed it with my in-laws, I will send you the address. By the way, mother, if you're feeling unwell, please seek medical attention promptly. Do not procrastinate. Lin's mother felt a surge of emotion and reassured her. Do not worry. Mother is in good health. Even though your father and I are not close by. You must take care of yourself, all right? Lin Guanzhi smiled and nodded. Understood, Mom. At that moment, Lin's mother noticed the displeased expression on Lin's father's face directed at her. She continued, however, your father has been in fluctuating health lately. Ever since you left, he has been despondent, lacking the appetite to eat, and has lost a considerable amount of weight. Lin's father darkened at this remark. Dear, do you have to say it like that? What about my dignity? After a moment of hesitation, Lin Guanzhi spoke, please remind Dad to take care of his health as well. I'm doing well here, so he need not worry. Is he still angry with me? Lin's mother's mind raced. Angry? He hasn't been angry for a long time. He merely says it out of habit. You know how he can be strict, but he loves you dearly. How could he ever truly be angry? He often wonders how you are doing, if you're eating well, and so forth. Just a few days ago, he even mentioned freezing your card. In that moment, he acted impulsively out of anger. However, after pondering for a couple of days, he reversed that decision and even deposited a significant amount of money into it, fearing that you might be struggling. Yet, it seems you have not touched the funds. A year ago, over the matter of arranging a marriage, the father and daughter had a fierce argument, during which Lin's father threatened to throw her out and froze her bank card. Lin Guanzhi held steadfast to her principles, leaving that card untouched for an entire year. Lin's mother saw through her husband's little schemes, yet he remained obstinate. Nonsense. Your mother is merely fabricating stories. I did no such thing. I'm still upset. Hearing her mother's words, Lin Guanzhi felt a twinge of concern. Well, when I have the time, I will reach out to Dad. Mother, it's getting late. I must go attend to the children. You should rest as well. Good night. After hanging up, Lin's father became displeased, glaring at Lin's mother. What are you angry about? I was merely trying to pave the way with kind words. If I hadn't said that, do you think Guanzhi would have reached out to you? At least we have taken the first step. When she calls you, make sure to speak to her kindly. Perhaps you will even be able to attend the 100-day celebration of your grandchildren. After contemplating for a while, Lin's father conceded that there was some sense in her words. When will my daughter call me? Lin's mother scoffed. Now you're anxious? If only you had thought ahead. Lin's father dropped the pretense, trying to placate his wife. Yes, you are right, dear. I am guilty of orchestrating the marriage. I shall never do so again. When you call Guanzhi, just tell her I am unwell and have been regretting my past actions. It is essential to approach the matter with subtlety rather than overt directness. Thus, one might delicately inquire whether it would be permissible for me to attend the baby's 100-day celebration. Lin's mother, both amused and exasperated, could not help but wonder if the pretense had finally ceased. It depends on my mood, she retorted. Lin's father continued to appease her. My dear, you are the best. Do lend me your voice on this matter. Just after the call ended, Su Xin initiated a video call. Upon witnessing Lin Guanzhi's distracted demeanor, it was evident that the conversation revolved around her uncle and aunt. What is the matter? Did your aunt call you? What did you discuss? My mother mentioned that she is preparing to attend the baby's 100-day celebration. She will be there. And what about your uncle? I haven't spoken to him yet. I sense he is still somewhat displeased with me. I believe that if he were to discover that he is not invited to the celebration, it would surely sadden him. The 100-day feast holds significant importance not only for him, but also for the babies. It is a time for family reunion. Furthermore, if he does not attend, how will the relatives from the Xie family perceive you? Lin Guanzhi was swayed by her words. I shall contemplate this and find a way to mend things with him. Mend what? He is not upset anymore. As the intermediary, Su Xin was acutely aware of both sides' sentiments, yet she refrained from disclosing her insights. Upon learning of his wife's thoughts, Xie Jinnian wholeheartedly agreed. The fact that the grandparents could not attend the baby's full moon celebration rendered the prospect of their presence at the 100-day feast all the more meaningful. He recognized that his wife yearned for her parents, and their attendance would undoubtedly bring her immense joy. Since the full moon celebration, Xie's parents have been diligently preparing for their grandchildren's 100-day festivities. The arrival of the children had transformed the Xie family profoundly, and the elderly couple aspired to host a grand and lively celebration. One day, after finishing her tasks at the fresh produce supermarket, Xie's mother visited to see the babies. During her visit, she conferred with Xie Jinnian about the venue for the 100-day feast. They decided to hold it in Yun City once again, opting not to return to the village. As for the location, Xie Jinnian wished to explore a new environment. Recently, he had stumbled upon a captivating venue online, and after sharing the photos with his mother, she wholeheartedly approved. Once the venue was settled, the mother and son discussed the supermarket's daily operations. Our products are immensely popular. We manage to clear the shelves daily, and the vegetables we bring in each evening are snatched up by the next day. Our reputation has soared, and the foot traffic now surpasses even that of our opening day. Even with the promotions discontinued, the enthusiasm remains undeterred. Currently, our daily net profit exceeds that of our opening day by over 1,000 yuan. Chapter 59. Returning to school, Brother Nian, please share your story with the school beauty. Xie Jinnian withdrew 80,000 yuan in cash, saying, Mother, please take this money. I still have some cash on hand. I will repay you later when I am more financially stable. Xie's mother turned her body, continuing to organize the baby's clothes. While we need your money, your father and I lack nothing here in Yin City. Keep your money safe for yourself. Mother, listen to me. During this period, you and father have been tirelessly shuttling between the village and Yunqing, working so hard. If it weren't for your assistance, the fresh produce supermarket would still be far from opening. Please take this money, buy whatever you and father desire. Mother Xie is reluctant to accept this money, claiming we have no need for anything. However, as the supermarket is just starting, it is crucial to have funds available, especially since we have 3 little ones to care for. Diapers, clothes, toys, everything requires money. With so many expenses at home, please keep this money safe for now. We will ask for it when we genuinely need it. Xie Jinnian insisted on pressing the money into Mother Xie's hands. Mother, I won't say more. Just keep the money. Huang Xiulan set the money aside, stating, You may keep it. I won't take it. Xie Jinnian teased, Mother, you have money now. Your son offers it. Yet you refuse. Mother Xie, aware of his jest, continued organizing the children's belongings. Take the money back. We truly have no need for it at this moment. Xie Jinnian reiterated, This is not solely my intention. It is also Guanzhi's sentiment. If you refuse, how will Guanzhi feel when she learns of it? She was exceedingly pleased with her daughter-in-law, yet remained steadfast in her refusal to accept the funds. I want to discuss this further. I will return to the store after finishing tidying up. Suddenly, Mother Xie recalled something and began to criticize Father Xie. Your father has been fussing over something lately. He brought home an enormous money tree, which now sits at the supermarket checkout. He also acquired 2 money turtles, claiming they bring prosperity, treating them like treasures. He cares for those turtles better than himself. Every morning, he takes those 2 turtles downstairs to exercise, insisting they need fresh air. If only he could spend that time stocking the store and opening for business, he could earn more money. Regardless of the species, Mother Xie referred to all as turtles. Xie Jinnian chuckled. I think it's wonderful that father has taken up this routine. Rising early to exercise and cultivate his hobbies is commendable. With employees aiding at the store, as long as it opens on time, it's sufficient. When father assists, if anything displeases you, you will surely voice your concerns. Just like back home, when you asked him to help with copying, you complained about his slowness. When you requested him to sweep, you criticized his cleaning skills. At this point, Mother Xie interjected. That's not true. I would never criticize him without reason. If I do, it is due to his own shortcomings and lack of diligence. Xie Jinnian felt it unnecessary to contest such trivial matters with his mother. Indeed, you are right. Upon hearing this, Mother Xie became somewhat displeased. What do you mean? I'm right. These are facts. If he were thorough and efficient, how could I possibly say otherwise? Xie Jinnian nodded with a smile. That is precisely my point. Mother Xie's personality is such that, while initially shy upon meeting her, once you become acquainted, her true nature emerges, unreserved and forthright. Father Xie, on the other hand, is serious and often slow in his work, yet he firmly believes that meticulous work takes time. Together, these 2 individuals navigate life's ups and downs, often bickering. Yet they complement each other, and their bond only grows stronger. After handing the money to Mother Xie, Xie Jinnian returned to his room. Upon his arrival, Lin Guanzhi rose to inquire, Darling, did you have a quarrel with Mom? Xie Jinnian shook his head. No, how could that be? What could we possibly argue about? I am now a mature and composed adult. In the past, he would have insisted on discussing any conflicts with Mother Xie. Though she had expressed her discontent with others' reluctance to assist, claiming they lacked any perceptiveness, he now understood the challenges of parenthood. It is quite normal for couples to have minor disagreements. After all, who is born with perfectly aligned views? This is a gradual process that requires patience and adjustment. He recognized that his parents, despite their contrasting personalities, had managed to maintain a strong bond over the years, even with mutual grievances. I just gave the money to Mom and chatted with her for a bit, he said, lying down and embracing her. Let's sleep now, just rest for a while. And later we can go to the supermarket together. By the afternoon, when he awoke, Mother Xie had already left. The money remained untouched, lying on a coffee table in the living room. That day, Xie Jinnian returned to school to handle matters concerning his graduation thesis and materials. The responsibility of caring for the baby fell upon Lin Guanzhi's shoulders. Observing her forlorn expression, reminiscent of an abandoned child, he reminded her, "Remember to come back early. The babies and I will be waiting for you at home." He kissed her forehead, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'll rush back as soon as I finish everything. While I'm away, please take good care of the baby. If you get hungry, have a small piece of bread to tide you over. We can prepare lunch when I return." Lin Guanzhi lingered in his embrace, reluctant to let go. "Darling, I will take good care of the babies. You need not worry about that." Xie Jinnian smiled and nodded. "All right, I'm off. Wait for me." As he stepped outside, Lin Guanzhi called out, "Darling." He turned back to see her wistful gaze in the corridor. "Come back early. The babies and I will be waiting for you," she said, blowing him a kiss. Where could he find such a lovely wife? She was utterly adorable. Xie Jinnian looked at her with fondness, returning her kiss. Once his figure disappeared from view, Lin Guanzhi retreated to the room. Since their acquaintance, they had spent nearly every day together, inseparable. After Xie Jinnian left, Lin Guanzhi felt a sense of emptiness. It was her first time alone at home, caring for the baby. Xie Jinnian drove off in his Bentley, arriving at the university. The Bentley, with its striking presence, made him shine even brighter upon his exit. As the most handsome student at Yun City University, the revelation of his relationship with Lin Guanzhi had kept them at the forefront of the campus's trending topics. Wherever he went, fellow students engaged in lively discussions. Many were present to address their graduation theses, making encounters with classmates inevitable. Upon seeing Xie Jinnian, the crowd erupted in cheers. "Wow, how did you manage to win over the campus belle without anyone noticing? Share with us when your romance began." "Alas, dear Xie Jinnian, how could you betray our promise of silence? It is even more outrageous that you now have a child and did not extend an invitation to us for your wedding." A group of classmates gathered, engaged in lively discussions. In Chapter 60, please refer to me as Chef Lin, the increasingly determined Chef Lin. Meanwhile, in Tianrun community, Lin Guanzhi busied herself at home, tidying up while amusing the little ones. Unbeknownst to her, time swiftly passed to noon. Lin Guanzhi's stomach grumbled, signaling her hunger, prompting her to venture into the kitchen in search of a small bread roll. Suddenly, an idea flickered in her mind. Her husband worked tirelessly to maintain their home in perfect order. Why not take it upon herself to prepare a meal today? By the time her husband returns, he could savor a delicious home-cooked feast. Yet, she soon raised an eyebrow, cognizant of her culinary limitations. The outcome was uncertain. However, recalling how well she had cared for both herself and the baby during her pregnancy, coupled with observing Xie Jinnian's cooking over the past couple of months, she felt a surge of confidence. Her mind raced as she pieced together the scenes of Xie Jinnian in the kitchen. First, she would boil the rice, then prepare the ingredients, and finally sort everything. A seemingly flawless plan unfolded in her mind. Lin Guanzhi felt a wave of delight. Would her husband be pleased to find a meal prepared by her upon his return? She was already moved by her own intentions. Without further ado, she set the rice to steam and began to prepare the vegetables. Opening the refrigerator, she was momentarily stumped by the array of ingredients before her. What should she make? After much deliberation, she decided on stir-fried green beans with meat. With the ingredients ready, she heated the oil in the pan, striving to recall every step of Xie Jinnian's cooking process. Once the oil was hot enough, she added the meat into the pan. as the oil sizzled and smoked. Lin Guanzhi felt a wave of trepidation. Yet, there was no turning back. She had committed and must see it through. Covering her ears, she poured the meat into the pan. With a loud sizzle, she instinctively stepped back, bewildered by the splattering oil. She stood frozen, unsure of her next move, while the fire crackled on. If this continued, the pan would burn. Shielding her face with one hand and wielding the spatula with the other, she attempted to stir the contents. The oil continued to splatter wildly, causing her to jump in fright. Quickly, she covered the pot and retreated to a safe distance. At that moment, she remembered the little ones still in the kitchen. In a hurry, she ushered them to the doorway. The adorable toddlers, oblivious to the dangers, looked up at their mother with wide eyes, giggling in delight, clearly entertained by her clumsiness. With a tender smile, Lin Guanzhi gazed at them, amused that they could laugh even as their mother floundered. Once she had secured the children in a safe spot, she returned to the kitchen. Suddenly, a wisp of burnt aroma wafted from the pot. Lin Guanzhi thought to herself, "Oh no, it's ruined." She hastily checked, and at the moment she lifted the pot lid, the aroma intensified. Goodness, could this dish still be salvaged? After a hasty stir, she ladled out the meat. Gazing at the charred remnants before her, Lin Guanzhi fell into contemplation. Could this indeed be edible? She resolved to sample just a morsel. Hot, hot, so very hot. Before it even reached her lips, she had burned herself. Can you imagine? Without even searching for chopsticks, she resorted to using her hands, truly bold of her. While blowing on her scorched fingers, Lin Guanzhi dashed to the sink to rinse them, then applied some toothpaste to soothe the inflamed skin. Now, not only had the dish gone awry, but her hands were also injured. Truly, it felt like she had lost both the watermelon and the sesame seeds. The triplets' eyes followed their mother's every move, believing she was engaged in a game. Each one smiled wider than the last. Lin Guanzhi's spirits plummeted. She had begun with such clarity of thought, yet somehow became flustered the moment she started. Observing her disheveled appearance, her mood soured further. Turning her head, she saw the babies in their stroller, their little heads tilted in curiosity, which compelled her to chuckle. The gloom on her face vanished in an instant. Perhaps it was the presence of her little ones that motivated her. She could not afford to give up and mustered her courage to try again. She aimed to prepare the dishes before Xie Jinnian returned. After finishing the meat, only the green beans remained. This time, she applied her newfound wisdom, cooking on low heat. Adding the meat first, warming it before introducing the beans, then covering the pot. Just as she thought she was foolproof, her mind jolted. Had she forgotten to blanch them? Lin Guanzhi stared at the darkened meat and vibrant green beans in the pot. There was no choice but to press on. She added salt, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and dark soy sauce, then poured in water to simmer for 10 minutes before serving. The presentation of the stir-fried green beans and meat was mediocre, yet it appeared acceptable. Lin Guanzhi, still uneasy, tasted it. Goodness, what was this? It was far from fit for consumption. She glanced at the babies and sighed. Oh dear, what shall we do? After all this effort, I've produced nothing edible. When Daddy returns, there won't be any warm meal for him. Squatting beside the stroller, she entertained the babies while murmuring to herself. At last, she resorted to her secret weapon, stir-fried shredded potatoes. No, she must ensure that when Daddy comes home, there's a meal ready. Rolling up her sleeves, she pressed on. Previously, she had been unaware of the tool for shredding potatoes. The uneven cuts took ages. Now, equipped with the right utensil, the task became significantly easier, quicker, and yielded uniform pieces. In less than 10 minutes, the potatoes were ready. Although it was a signature dish, self-doubt lingered, so she followed the tutorial closely. With the experience from before, cooking this time felt much simpler. Ultimately, it was a success. After tasting it, she nodded in satisfaction. Thus, nearly an hour had passed for 2 dishes, and goodness, one was still unsatisfactory. At that moment, Su Xin called, her tone clearly tinged with disappointment. Lin Guanzhi inquired about what was troubling her. Su Xin sighed and remarked, "Last time, I mentioned my desire to raise a cat. I finally made up my mind and even selected one, but in the end, my mother struck me with a harsh reality. She firmly stated that I could not have one. It truly infuriates me. Despite my numerous explanations, she remains resolute in her refusal. I cannot fathom her thoughts. Since childhood, Su Xin had adored cats, and after school, she would often drag Lin Guanzhi to the nearby cat CAF to admire the felines. At that time, Su Xin's mother insisted they could only observe the cats in the CAF and could not bring one home. Lin Guanzhi recalled how passionately Su Xin protested back then. Eventually, Su Xin's mother relented, promising that once she grew up and earned her own money, she could buy a cat. From that moment on, Su Xin dedicated herself to her studies, vowing to make a fortune in order to have her own cat. However, now that she was capable, she faced an outright prohibition. Who wouldn't feel heartbroken in such a situation? Lin Guanzhi comforted her. Perhaps your mother thinks cats are unclean and shed fur, which is why she disallows you from having one. Additionally, some cats can be aggressive when stressed, so she might be concerned for your safety. Yet, Su Xin was perplexed. Why did she agree in the first place only to retract her promise later? If that was the case, why make such a commitment? Chapter 61. A win-win situation. For Su Xin must triumph twice. Lin Guanzhi empathized with Su Xin's feelings and consoled her for a considerable time regarding the cat dilemma. After their conversation concluded, Lin Guanzhi planned to stir-fry some bok choy. With a total of 3 dishes, that should suffice for her and her husband. Sounds of clanging echoed from the kitchen. After a lengthy endeavor, the fresh bok choy was finally ready. Just then, a loud creak announced the arrival of Xie Jinnian, who had returned from school. As he stepped into the living room, he was greeted by an unusual aroma. While he pondered the source of the smell, Lin Guanzhi approached, pushing a baby stroller, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Darling, you're back. Wash your hands and come eat." "Dear, did you cook?" Xie Jinnian inquired. Lin Guanzhi wore an expression that beckoned praise. "Indeed. I put a great deal of effort into it." Xie Jinnian surveyed the dark, unrecognizable dishes on the table, feeling a sense of foreboding. After washing his hands, he found Lin Guanzhi had already served the rice, waiting at the dining table for him. She offered him a piece of meat. "Dear, give it a taste." "How is it?" She looked at him eagerly. Noticing Lin Guanzhi's burned hand, he leaned closer and asked, "What happened to you?" Lin Guanzhi paused, having forgotten her own injury. "What? Oh, this? It's just a burn from cooking." Upon hearing her recount the tale of her mishap, Xie Jinnian felt a mix of concern and amusement. "Have you applied anything to it?" "I use toothpaste, but it doesn't hurt anymore," Lin Guanzhi replied, blinking her eyes in anticipation of Xie Jinnian's reaction to the first bite. "Hurry and eat. Try it." Xie Jinnian looked at the dish before him, uncertain. "What is this?" Lin Guanzhi felt awkward. "It's stir-fried green beans with meat." "Can't you tell? Just take a bite. The flavor is quite good." Xie Jinnian smiled. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I truly wouldn't have guessed." Lin Guanzhi was aware that the dish's appearance was less than appealing. It should have been identifiable. Xie Jinnian picked up a piece and took a bite. Did this dish secretly cultivate some exquisite recipe? As long as it's edible. Xie Jinnian does not dare to wish for more. During the tasting, Lin Guanzhi thought the flavor was acceptable. However, after taking another bite, she found it nearly inedible. "Darling, stop eating. It's truly unappetizing." Xie Jinnian feigned surprise. "Oh, I think it tastes quite good." Having grown accustomed to Xie Jinnian's culinary skills, Lin Guanzhi could no longer deceive herself after tasting her own cooking. "Darling, I don't wish to eat this anymore. Could you prepare a bowl of wontons for me?" "All right, just wait a moment. I'll cook for you, and I'll eat this." No, this is too dreadful. You should also make yourself a bowl of wontons or noodles so we can enjoy a meal together. I think the flavor is acceptable. You can just pick out what you can't eat." Lin Guanzhi hurriedly cleared the dishes. "Darling, let us not. It's unnecessary." Xie Jinnian chuckled. "It's fine to eat. Look, this potato is sautéed nicely, and the bok choy is decent, though a tad salty. Would it be wasteful to throw it away?" Lin Guanzhi glanced at Xie Jinnian, then at the disheveled dishes on the table. She sighed. "All right then, let us eat together." Xie Jinnian rose. "I want to prepare you a portion of wontons. Just wait a moment." Lin Guanzhi grasped his arm. "No need, darling. I'm fine eating this with you." Seeing his wife's insistence, Xie Jinnian sat down, offering her the edible portions while he settled for the less appealing ones. Lin Guanzhi pursed her lips, self-aware. "Darling, I can't manage the kitchen anymore. From now on, cooking at home will be your responsibility." Xie Jinnian held her scalded hand, reassuringly, of course. I'll take care of all the meals from now on. As long as you're content, that's what matters. If you ever crave something, just let me know. Your hand is burned. You shouldn't be cooking, understand? Would you think I'm utterly incapable, a complete burden? The complexities of a woman's thoughts were peculiar. Having started on one topic, she had already transitioned to another. Xie Jinnian shook his head. Not at all. I find you adorable, beautiful, and I cannot bear to see you hurt. Lin Guanzhi was taken aback by his words. She playfully climbed the figurative ladder. Not only am I adorable and beautiful, but I am also obedient, understanding, gentle, and generous. Xie Jinnian gazed at Lin Guanzhi, his eyes brimming with affection. Indeed, my dear, everything you say is correct. Now, let us eat before the food cools. After a few more words, Lin Guanzhi began to eat. Halfway through, the bow started to whimper, soon followed by air bow and sand bow. The triplets were either wetting or soiling their diapers. The couple resumed their busy routine. After changing the diapers, Lin Guanzhi continued to eat while feeding the little ones. Looking at the unappetizing food before her, she honestly didn't want to eat anymore. Xie Jinnian busied himself in the kitchen and soon emerged with a fragrant bowl of delicious egg noodles. Lin Guanzhi stared at the enticing dish in front of her. Then, at her own lackluster meal, there was simply no comparison. Joyfully, she flaunted her large bowl. Darling, how can you make a simple bowl of noodles taste so divine? It's truly intoxicating. Delightful fare invites indulgence. And after satisfying our appetites, we shall take a brief respite before venturing to the fresh produce market in the evening. The supermarket continues to thrive with its usual stability. On this new day, to my astonishment, Su Xin has arrived in Yun City. Upon her arrival, she couldn't help but share her grievances with Lin Guanzhi. I can no longer endure this. Assisting with the family business at home is utterly exhausting. I've handed everything over to my brother. Let him inherit the family fortune. I simply am not cut out for the business world. As soon as they met, Su Xin poured out her woes, revealing how truly fatigued she had become during this time. Lin Guanzhi offered her a glass of water. Are you really giving up? What do your parents say? Su Xin gulped down the water. What can they say? My brother is here after all. She added, I mentioned coming to Yun City to visit you, and my parents agreed that I could engage in a small business here to pass the time. Just after finishing her drink, Su Xin displayed a look of eager hunger. What about Xie Jinnian? When does your family eat? During her time in Pai City, she hadn't enjoyed a proper meal and longed for his culinary creations. Arriving just in time for dinner, as soon as her words fell, Xie Jinnian emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Su Xin inhaled deeply. Wow, that smells divine. Just the scent I adore. She exclaimed, Xie Jinnian, since you own a fresh produce supermarket, why not partner with me to open a restaurant? I can rent a shop, you handle the training of the chefs. And once they are proficient, you won't need to do anything. I'll manage the restaurant. We could collaborate. You provide the culinary expertise, and I contribute the capital and management, splitting the profits evenly. With her own fresh produce supermarket, establishing a restaurant would simplify the procurement of ingredients. It seemed like an enticing venture. Xie Jinnian pondered the proposal for a moment, asking for 2 days to consider it. Su Xin, uninterested in managing her family's business, yearned to embark on her own entrepreneurial journey. Should it succeed, the sense of accomplishment would be immense. Moreover, with Xie Jinnian's expertise, even if it faltered, she could still savor his meals. She viewed it as a win-win scenario, a double victory for herself. Chapter 62. The adorable progeny loved by all beside her. Lin Guanzhi expressed her surprise. Have you thought this through? Are you certain about entering the food industry? Su Xin noted how set stili. I did express my desire to start business. When I left Pai City, my parents provided me with some funds. Since I must embark on an entrepreneurial path, why not do it with something I believe in? Partnering with Xie Jinnian in a restaurant seems promising. However, since Xie Jinnian requested 2 days to contemplate, Su Xin resolved to wait. As fate would have it, Xie Jinnian had yet to finalize his decision when the day for the baby's vaccination arrived. In the morning, the couple dressed their 3 little ones beautifully and prepared to head out. Su Xin playfully teased the adorable children. Come, Godmother will take you for your shots. Lin Guanzhi shot her a glance. What if the babies understand and start to cry? Su Xin stuck out her tongue. They're still so young. Surely a little teasing won't harm them. Once they gathered their belongings, the trio pushed the stroller out the door. Before leaving, Xie Jinnian had already made an online appointment. And upon arriving at the hospital, they simply needed to collect their number and await their turn. Upon their arrival, the six of them became the center of attention. The triplets are adorably charming, with Xie Jinnian being exceptionally handsome and Lin Guanzhi radiating unparalleled elegance. When they walk together, they embody the perfect match of talent and beauty. A celestial pairing. Su Xin exudes youthful vitality and stands tall with a graceful figure. As they make their entrance, whispers of admiration ripple through the crowd. My goodness, what a perfectly matched couple. The man is staggeringly handsome, and the woman is breathtakingly beautiful. Standing together, they shine with an almost blinding brilliance. How can such flawless individuals exist in this world? They are simply stunning, making me feel as though my own idol pales in comparison. I must support them. The young lady is equally captivating. They truly should be bound together for life. I will cherish you both forever. It is rare to encounter triplets. I have only seen them once before, and they're simply too adorable. Their cherubic faces are so delightful that one could almost squeeze water from them. Oh, how I long to pinch their cheeks. Is that young lady beside them a close friend? She is breathtakingly beautiful. Truly, such beauty befits such a companion. How I wish she were my wife. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi have grown accustomed to such remarks. Su Xin experiences a similar situation. Her stunning beauty often draws attention from passers-by, and many inquire about her WeChat. She is well versed in these encounters. As they arrive at the pediatric ward, numerous children are queuing for vaccinations. Laughter fills the air, mingled with cries of distress. Suddenly, a young boy, around 4 or 5 years old, halts in front of a stroller, gazing intently at the exquisitely adorned infants within. "Auntie, can you give me a little sister? I want a sister," he exclaims. Lin Guanzhi bends down, smiling as she replies, "I'm afraid not, dear. You must ask your mother. Only she can help you have a little sister." Hearing this, the boy's spirits dampen. "But my mother gave me a brother. I don't like brothers. I want a sister." He points at the baby in the stroller. Continuing, "I want a sister just like this one. Can you give me one?" Su Xin kneels beside him, explaining, "That's not a sister. That's a brother. This one here is a sister." The boy ponders for a moment, then points to a small puff pastry, saying, "Then I want a sister just like this cute one. Is that okay?" "Little one, I'm afraid that's not possible. If you want a sister, you'll have to discuss it with your mother. Only your mother can help you have a sister, so why don't you talk to her about it?" The boy gazes quietly at the babies in the stroller again. "What if you just give me a sister, Annie?" The couple and Su Xin are momentarily taken aback. "That won't he do?" Lin Guanzhi responds, noticing the boy's disappointment. The boy's grandmother, following closely behind, chuckles at her grandson's request and gently pulls him away. "Those are someone else's babies. How could you possibly just take one?" She remarks, "If they wanted to take you home, your parents wouldn't agree either." The boy, with utmost seriousness, replies, "Mom says if I don't behave, she'll give me to the big bad wolf uncle, and he'll take care of me." The grandmother is left speechless. "That's just a joke because you misbehaved." The examination for the little ones included height, weight, head circumference, facial features, vision and hearing tests, as well as coordination of limbs and blood tests. The primary purpose of the blood test was to check for anemia. Upon entering the office, the doctor immediately recognized the triplets, recalling them vividly. "Ah, the little ones have arrived," he exclaimed. "First, I will provide you with a blood test order. Please head to the second floor to make the payment, and then proceed to the lab for the blood draw. Once the results are ready, bring the report back to me." Xie Jinnian went to the second floor to pay, while Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin waited in place. After completing the payment, they arrived at the lab, where many children were undergoing blood tests. The sound of their cries filled the floor, each child wailing more pitifully than the last. Hearing this, Xiaomili was triggered and began to wail as well. The second baby, with a loud voice, joined in, prompting the nearby little sponge to cry too. With both the elder and younger siblings in tears, Xiao Baofu thought to herself that she should not be left out. After a moment of contemplation, she too began to cry out. "Let the storm intensify. Now it was no longer just a trio, but a chorus of 7, 8, or even 10. The children seemed to be communicating through their cries. The couple began to soothe the little ones, but as soon as one side was calmed, another erupted into wails. Su Xin, enjoying the spectacle, remarked, "Could this be the legendary contagion? Yawning is contagious, and so is crying." A nurse joked, "You haven't even been examined yet. It's too early to cry." While the babies sobbed, the nurse seized the moment and swiftly administered the injection. The babies had no time to react, and before they knew it, their blood samples had been collected. They looked on in bewilderment, staring blankly at the nurse. Was this the calm before the storm? Su Xin had already taken out her phone, ready to capture this memorable moment. "I'll take a picture now and later turn it into a meme. I've even thought of a name. 3 bewildered faces. When the kids grow up, I'll show them their reactions. How amusing." However, Su Xin misjudged the situation. Perhaps due to the prolonged crying, the second baby was now too exhausted to continue. The eldest, however, thought differently. If someone was drawing blood, it was only right to cry out in pain. His wails rivaled those of the second baby, even startling the third. Little Baofu, too, joined in the chorus of cries, her expression pitiful as she pouted, feeling utterly wronged. The couple tried to console the children for quite some time, with little effect. Lin Guanzhi decided to pick her up and soothe her. "It's all right, Mommy is here. Don't cry, don't cry. Were you frightened by your brother's cries? Our little Baofu is the bravest. It will be over soon." Chapter 63. The reward that comes when least expected after the blood tests were completed. It was time for vaccinations. They waited for an hour before it was their turn. This round of vaccinations included polio and DTP, with 1 injection administered on each side. As the babies seemed to settle down momentarily, Xie Jinnian felt a pang of sympathy, sensing another storm brewing. "I will step out for a moment, Su Xin. Please take care of things here for me," he said, glancing back as he walked away. As Su Xin was about to finish her words, she was abruptly pulled back by Lin Guanzhi. With a smile, she shook her head, indicating that he should leave. This escape could either be an excuse to use the restroom, or an attempt to evade the situation. Su Xin looked puzzled, questioning the need to hide. "Haven't you seen those videos online? Children crying during vaccinations and sobbing when entering kindergarten. Such sights are unbearable for fathers." Su Xin notet tauso mewat papa. Lin Guanzhi gazed at the eldest child in her arms, already sensing the scene that was about to unfold. Su Xin continually encouraged the eldest, little sponge. "As the big brother, you must set an example for your siblings. It's all right. We are strong. It doesn't hurt, not at all. Just endure for a moment. Aren't you the bravest, little sponge?" The nurse administering the vaccinations was quite experienced. With swift precision, she administered 2 injections, finishing before the eldest child had a chance to react. Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin stared in astonishment. Next, within 5 minutes, the triplets had completed their vaccinations. Upon exiting, they spotted Xie Jinnian leaning against the corridor. "All done," Lin Guanzhi replied with a smile. Indeed, an elderly nurse administered the shots today. Her speed was remarkable. The babies hardly had time to react before it was over. Su Xin looked at the triplets in the stroller, feeling a pang of sympathy. The little ones have truly suffered today. They just had a shot in their fingers, followed by 2 more in their arms. It's heart-wrenching to witness. After the vaccinations, a 30-minute observation period was required to monitor the babies for any acute allergic reactions or severe adverse effects. Once the observation period concluded, the blood test results were ready. They retrieved the report and sought the doctor. After glancing at the report, the doctor confirmed all indicators are normal. No anemia, no infectious diseases. Lin Guanzhi breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the babies were safe and sound. Exiting the consultation room, Lin Guanzhi checked the time and realized it was just before 10:30. She found a spot to feed the babies, while Xie Jinnian changed their diapers and prepared their formula. Su Xin busied herself like a diligent maid, panting from the exertion. Suddenly, she locked eyes with the eldest child. "Little sponge, your godmother is working herself to the bone. Remember my kindness when you grow up. When that time comes, you must buy me a grand villa. As for the second child, a helicopter and a sports car will do. And for the third, a designer handbag, jewelry, and cosmetics will suffice." With the tasks distributed, Su Xin felt a significant lightness. She sighed, suddenly disinterested in striving for success. Earning money was exhausting. Once the babies grow up, I'll have everything I desire, so why bother? Lin Guanzhi glanced at her, shameless expression. Did you not say you wanted to have 7? When they grow up, they could be like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. Proudly, Su Xin replied, of course. Each will be exceptionally skilled and full of love. 7 children indeed, Lin Guanzhi remarked, giving a thumbs up. You are something else. It's a must. Anyone can boast, but no matter what, we cannot lose our momentum. It is likely due to the exhaustion from crying for an extended period today that the eldest child fell asleep after finishing his milk. Shortly thereafter, the second and third children also succumbed to slumber. Just as I emerged from the hospital entrance, I was preparing to drive the little ones home when a voice echoed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the mother for taking the initiative to cook for the host. Unlocking a hidden task. Reward: a commercial space at Jia Plaza on Behu Road. Relevant documents and materials have been placed in the host's backpack. Please check. A hidden task? The system has returned, and this time the triggering condition is distinctly different. It was activated by my wife voluntarily preparing a meal for me. Xie Jinnian pondered the intricacies of the system, realizing that not only the children, but also his wife could occasionally trigger rewards. However, the reward for the dishes prepared some time ago had only just arrived. System, have you delayed again? Xie Jinnian attempted to communicate with the system, but his mind was met with silence, indicating that the system had no intention of responding. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. A commercial space at Jia Plaza on Behu Road? Anyone from Yunqing would be familiar with Jia Plaza, having previously worked part-time as a delivery driver. Xie Jinnian was no stranger to it either. Jia Plaza falls under the auspices of the Jia Group, a global commercial real estate enterprise that has been in operation for over 40 years, managing a total of 582 plazas worldwide. Among them, Yunqing boasts 3 Jia plazas, with the one on Behu Road being the most influential, attracting foot traffic 4 times that of the other 2 locations. In such a valuable commercial space, a regular person without the system would hardly dare to dream. Fortunately, Xie Jinnian had a leg up as the system provided him with this opportunity. Upon returning home, the 3 little ones were still peacefully asleep, and the couple carefully placed them in their cribs. After a tiring morning out, Lin Guanzhi soon fell asleep herself. Seizing the moment of leisure, Xie Jinnian called Su Xin to the living room. Regarding your proposal to co-found a restaurant yesterday, I believe this collaboration is feasible. Su Xin's excitement was palpable, but before she could speak, Xie Jinnian interrupted her. However, opening a restaurant is a significant undertaking, especially since the culinary industry carries higher risks. We must deliberate carefully and formulate a comprehensive plan to ensure steady progress. Su Xin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the seriousness of the matter. Her family business was substantial and included ventures in the restaurant industry, so she possessed some experience in this area. Xie Jinnian emphasized that he would primarily be occupied with caring for the children and had no experience in managing a restaurant. Therefore, for future matters, Su Xin expressed her unwavering confidence in their collaboration. Mr. Xie, you will handle the training of the kitchen staff, and I will take care of everything else, ensuring it is executed splendidly. Xie Jinnian was inspired by her enthusiasm. After solidifying their preliminary partnership, Su Xin dashed out after lunch, intending to find a prime location for their restaurant, hoping to surprise Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi later. Obsing Su Xin by Dipato, Lin Guanzhi Quit, Daling. Are you truly going to partner with her to open a restaurant? Indeed, came the reply. In the past, Lin Guanzhi could never have imagined that her husband would partner with her childhood friend in business. Regarding their decision, Lin Guanzhi was wholeheartedly supportive. Su Xin had been out all afternoon, but when she returned, she was visibly upset. Chapter 64. Su Xin was still too young. The harsh realities of society left her feeling disheartened. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. No, she needed to find a way to mend her shattered heart. With that thought, she hurried to her room, scooping up her cuddly little treasure, Bao, and showering him with affection. The soft, milky scent of the little sponge brought a significant lift to her spirits, almost healing her completely. The gloom in her heart dissipated in an instant. Goodness, how are you so sweet? so soft and utterly adorable. Seeing Su Xin rush into the room, Lin Guanzhi followed suit. Are you all right? Su Xin, now in high spirits, playfully teased a bow. I'm fine, just encountered a cunning and despicable little scoundrel while I was out, and it completely disgusted me. It was the first time in years that Lin Guanzhi had seen such an expression on her best friend, piquing her curiosity. What happened? Tell me. I want to hear all about it. Su Xin poked a Bao's little cheeks as she replied. Humph. I won't tell you. Little sponge, look at your mother. So naughty. Always wanted to see me embarrassed. When you grow up, you must help your godmother seek justice. All right? Lin Guanzhi, sitting cross-legged on the bed, regarded her with disdain. That's my baby. It's unlikely he'll speak up for you. Su Xin pouted. Well, you think you're so impressive with your baby. Just wait. I'll have quintuplets, and then I'll have 5 little ones backing me up. Can you really do that? Lin Guanzhi questioned. Why not? As long as the funds are sufficient, I could manage quintuplets or even septuplets. I'll arrange everything. Lin Guanzhi, observing her friend as triumphant demeanor, asked, Did you go out today and end up being battered by society? Su Xin was taken aback. Me? Su Xin? Battered by society? Guanzhi, don't you find that phrase amusing? With my brilliant mind, resourcefulness, and keen abilities, how could I possibly be battered by society? Absolutely impossible. Lin Guanzhi continued to press. What happened to make you so upset? Tell me. Get away. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Lin Guanzhi chuckled as she watched Su Xin's retreating figure. Did she not know her childhood friend well enough? Su Xin was not one to keep secrets for long. As anticipated at the dinner table, Su Xin realized that the more she tried to hold back, the angrier she became. You have no idea. This afternoon, I ran into the most disgusting and treacherous little villain I've ever encountered. Lin Guanzhi covered her ears. I don't want to hear it. Please don't say anything. Just as Su Xin was about to unleash her frustrations, Lin Guanzhi's interruption caught her words in her throat. Wait, didn't you say you wanted to hear? Why won't you listen now that I'm ready to share? I don't particularly enjoy hearing about trivial matters. No, you must listen. If I don't express this, I want to feel right. You absolutely must hear it. Lin Guanzhi feigned helplessness, sighing, well, do share. This princess shall reluctantly lend an ear. Su Xin was at a loss for words, yet inexplicably, she felt even more irked upon hearing this. With a puzzled expression, Lin Guanzhi exclaimed, What? Ultimately, Su Xin divulged everything. The gist of the matter was as follows. Having resolved to partner in opening a store, she aspired to ensure everything was properly arranged, planning to surprise Xie Jinnian and her close friends later. When it came to establishing a store, a suitable location was essential. Thus, she hurriedly set out. After surveying numerous places, she found the geographical locations lacking, and the area and layout were far from ideal. After much wandering, she finally stumbled upon a self-service restaurant that was available for sublease. The location was excellent, with high foot traffic and a thriving business. The space, decor, and equipment were precisely what she desired. The owner bore a sincere and honest countenance, and he shared with Su Xin the reasons for his urgent need to sublet. 2 years prior, an unforeseen storm had demolished his family home, leaving his elderly mother in need of care. That night, when the villagers came to inspect the damage, they took his frail mother to the hospital. Though she was saved, she could no longer feed herself. Last month, while his wife was on her way to the hospital to deliver food to her mother, their car suffered a catastrophic brake failure, resulting in a severe collision. The scene was chaotic. The authorities were alerted, and firefighters arrived to transport her to the hospital for emergency care. The diagnosis revealed cranial injuries, and she remained hospitalized. The weight of the world seemed to collapse on the owner, with dependents above and below him, and now his wife facing such a calamity. The entire burden of the household expenses fell upon his shoulders. The cost of her surgery exceeded $200,000, with subsequent treatments and examinations amounting to $500,000 to $600,000. He felt utterly shattered while at the hospital, his demeanor a portrait of despair as he recounted the events to me, tears streaming down his face. To lend authenticity to his tale, he even presented his medical reports for my perusal. Lin Guanzhi listened intently, asking, Did you comprehend any of that? Su Xin exclaimed, Of course I did not. But I had to pretend to understand, feigning familiarity with the matter. I was quite earnest in my observation. As Su Xin animatedly reenacted the scene, both Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi could not suppress their laughter. Oh, I was utterly taken in by his fabricated story, nearly compelled to sign a contract on the spot and transfer the funds immediately. Just then, the owner proposed to transfer everything to her, the lease for 10 years, along with all the furniture and appliances, for a total of 1 million. That was indeed a hefty sum. After much haggling, the owner conceded a maximum reduction of 80,000, insisting that he could not lower the price further. Sensing my hesitation, he resorted to his sob story once more, invoking his mother and wife to elicit sympathy. I thought to myself, given the hardships he faced and his urgent need to sublet while caring for his family, it would be impolite to continue bargaining. Contemplating the fact that I still possess around 700,000 to 800,000, I could borrow a bit from my brother, and if that fails, I could always solicit some funds from my family. Regardless, I'm confident that I can piece together 1 million through various means. In the end, can you guess what happened? Lin Guanzhi despises being kept in suspense. She urged, "Please, tell me, what transpired in the end?" Su Xin, having quenched her thirst with a glass of water, continued, "Afterwards, I went outside to call my brother and request some money, only to be secretly summoned by the owner of a nearby powder shop. She lingered at the entrance, observing our conversation for quite some time. Presumably unable to bear the thought of me being deceived, she discreetly informed me of the truth. Essentially, she revealed that the buffet restaurant-esque contract would expire in 2 months, after which the landlord would not allow a renewal and would reclaim the property. My heart sank at that moment. I almost fell victim to a grand deception. Later, upon inquiring with nearby businesses, I discovered that the powder shop owner's words were indeed accurate. Goodness gracious! Had I not been short on funds, I might have signed a contract with him and immediately transferred the money. Chapter 65. What? Have you purchased another commercial property? After grasping the situation, it became clear that the landlord intended to raise the rent upon expiration of the contract, which the buffet owner was unwilling to accept. The negotiations soured, resulting in the landlord's insistence on reclaiming the premises once the contract expired. Were it not for the neighboring shop owner's warning, I would have undoubtedly fallen for the owner's fabrications, leading to inevitable deception. Su Xin was infuriated. The deceit had come back to haunt him. Ultimately, I confronted the owner directly, exposing his lies and reprimanding him. Had it not been for the intervention of onlookers, I would have undoubtedly confronted him physically. Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian quickly offered their consolation. Do not be angry. Such occurrences are all too common in society, and many fall victim to deceit. Indeed, one must exercise caution and prudence in all endeavors, refraining from placing trust in others too readily, for this world is not as benevolent as we may imagine. Lin Guanzhi recounted her own experience. Once, while I was at the supermarket purchasing groceries, a young lady approached me in a frenzy, seeking my assistance. I was puzzled as to why, amidst the throngs of people, she chose to approach me. She claimed her phone had run out of credit and requested my help to recharge it, assuring me that she would repay me once her phone was functional. At that moment, I found her to be quite charming, and her appearance did not strike me as that of a villain. Thus, I let my guard down. A mere act of kindness to assist someone in need seemed harmless. Even if she were to abscond later, I would only incur a loss of 100 yuan. However, when she provided her phone number, I sensed something was amiss. It began with an 8. I inquired whether she had misreported her number, to which she insisted it was correct, explaining that she was from out of town and that such numbers were customary there. My suspicions were indeed justified. But what Lin Guanzhi did not anticipate was that the young lady had further tricks up her sleeve. To gain my trust, she even presented her identification card, which confirmed her status as an outsider, and the photograph matched her. At that moment, I found myself pondering whether I was being overly cautious. Perhaps she genuinely was in need of assistance. As I hesitated repeatedly, she proposed another plan, suggesting that I share my mobile hotspot with her while she connected her device. Lin Guanzhi became increasingly animated as she spoke. I share my hotspot, but suddenly received a verification code, leaving me perplexed as to why a simple hotspot connection required such a code. At that moment, my instincts heightened. After years of scrolling through Douyin, I surmised that I had encountered scam. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly, positioning my phone protectively against my chest as she leaned in to view the code, thus safeguarding my personal information. Upon returning home, Lin Guanzhi immediately researched similar situations online. To her astonishment, she discovered that this was a common tactic employed by scammers to extract personal information. By simply obtaining the verification code, they could illicitly siphon off funds from one's mobile wallet and bank accounts. More chillingly, they could even gain access to your WeChat account, deceiving your family and friends into sending the money. Reflecting on this incident now fills Lin Guanzhi with dread. Su Xin expressed his anger, lamenting how some individuals exploit the kindness and sympathy of others, truly beneath contempt. Such people ought to wear their shamelessness like a badge. And it was shocking that a seemingly respectable young woman could engage in such vile acts, shattering one's worldview. Lin Guanzhi shook her head in resignation. At the time, she was already 7 or 8 months pregnant, navigating the streets with her prominent belly. Life had already been challenging. Who would have anticipated such treachery? Ever since her fallout with her parents and subsequent pregnancy, she had faced considerable hardships, bearing the burden alone. Despite her condition, Lin Guanzhi did not seek out Xie Jinnian, nor did she expect him to take responsibility. Conversely, upon learning that the baby was his, Xie Jinnian did not shy away from his obligations. Instead, he resolutely committed to being responsible for the child. She believed that if she disclosed her pregnancy to him, the outcome would remain the same. He would take responsibility. After much winding, fate brought them together again. On a new day, Su Xin planned to continue her search for commercial properties, but Xie Jinnian called her back, stating that she no longer needed to look as he had already purchased a unit. Hearing his words, Su Xin was incredulous. "You bought a commercial property? Is that true?" She questioned, unsure if she had misheard. With a warm smile, Xie Jinnian confirmed, "You heard correctly. I truly bought it at Jia Plaza on Behu Road. Once Guanzhi returns from school this afternoon, I will take you both to see it." Su Xin widened her eyes in disbelief. She had not anticipated that he would acquire another property. Where did he find such financial resources? Now, she possessed a fair understanding of the prices in Yun City's commercial market, having recently researched the costs at Jia Plaza, averaging around 41,000. She was genuinely surprised by the magnitude of the surprise that Xie Jinnian had prepared for her. In the afternoon, before heading out, Lin Guanzhi, upon hearing that her husband had purchased another commercial property, mirrored Su Xin's astonishment. Arriving at the shop in Jia Plaza, Xie Jinnian effortlessly unlocked the door with his key. As soon as they entered, Su Xin exclaimed in awe, "This space is enormous, at least over 200 square meters. This area is even larger than what I viewed yesterday." Lin Guanzhi stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the vastness of the establishment and its uniquely innovative decor. The interior primarily embraced a modern aesthetic, with a complete set of tables and chairs that exuded simplicity without sacrificing elegance. Round dining tables were meticulously arranged, their white tablecloths contrasting beautifully with black leather chairs, creating a classic color juxtaposition. The lighting design of the suspended ceiling was particularly striking, complemented by hanging chandeliers that emitted a soft, warm glow, enveloping patrons in a comforting and homely atmosphere. As they ventured deeper, the walls on either side were adorned with an array of paintings and decorative items, each piece not only enhancing the artistic ambience, but also showcasing a unique taste and cultural richness. This allowed guests to savor culinary delights while simultaneously indulging in a visually stimulating experience. At the far end was the restaurant's reception area, featuring a counter displaying an assortment of wines and beverages, topped with an enormous screen that promoted the restaurant's specialties and offered entertainment for guests. On either side of the reception were staircases. Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin exchanged astonished glances. Was there a second floor? The scene and decor of the first floor had already been breathtaking, and the prospect of a second level left them exhilarated. After a brief shared glance, they eagerly ascended the stairs, while Xie Jinnian pushed the baby towards the right-hand elevator, adjacent to a beverage cabinet. Upon reaching the midpoint of the staircase, the two friends encountered each other beneath a grand crystal chandelier, prompting an excited outburst from both at its exquisite beauty. Upon ascending to the second floor, they were left in awe their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. The trio conducted a brief exploration, discovering a total of 8 private rooms, each spanning approximately 20 to 25 square meters, each with its own distinctive style, ranging from new Chinese to modern, minimalist European and pastoral themes. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, I adore this one." After their tour, Su Xian remained enveloped in joy, reflecting on her previous day, filled with setbacks, while searching for a shop. Little did she anticipate such a significant surprise from Xie Jinnian today. The combined area of the first and second floors was approximately 400 square meters. If calculated at a price of 41,000, that would amount to over 16 million. The concept of 16 million was staggering. Without her parents' assistance, even 10 Su Xins would struggle to amass such a sum. Yet, Xie Jinnian had acquired the entire property single-handedly, leaving her in disbelief. How could he afford such a shop so soon after opening his fresh produce supermarket? Lin Guanzhi remained in a state of shock, having initially assumed it was merely a small eatery. Who could have imagined that the 2 floors combined would encompass over 400 square meters? Was their family truly so affluent? While the supermarket business was flourishing, earning over 16 million so swiftly seemed implausible. Her husband's finances remained an enigma. After exiting the shop, the trio meandered around the vicinity, discovering a pedestrian street to the right of the plaza's first floor. The shops in this area vary in size, numbering approximately 40 to 50. Most of them offer drinks, such as milk tea and coffee, along with snacks, braised dishes, and various types of noodles. Located 3 to 4 kilometers to the north and south are 2 schools, easily accessible by subway within 7 to 8 minutes. Additionally, several apartment complexes and residential communities are nearby. Jia Square stands at the heart of the area, bustling with shoppers. The shops are situated right at the square's entrance, visible immediately upon exiting the subway. With such a prime location, coupled with Xie Jinnian's culinary skills, the restaurant's growth and success seem imminent. After exploring the area, the trio returned to Jia Square, glancing at the time as mealtime approached. They decided to find a nearby restaurant. They stumbled upon a small stir-fry eatery, occupying about 50 square meters, staffed by 1 owner and 2 servers, with a moderate number of patrons. Xie Jinnian perused the menu and proceeded to order several signature dishes. After placing the order, he specifically requested the owner to use less chili. Understanding the situation upon noticing Lin Guanzhi and the baby carriage, the owner's eyes sparkled with envy. "My wife is due next month with twins. I have insider knowledge from the hospital. They're both boys." The trio congratulated the owner, who sighed, "Twins are one thing, but 2 sons, what a heavy burden." At that moment, the owner casually glanced at the babies in the carriage. 3 triplets? How many sons do you have? 2 as well. Wow, wonderful. Congratulations. And you have a daughter too. What a complete family. Truly enviable. Before long, the dishes arrived at their table. As Su Xian enjoyed her meal, she inquired about the establishment. "How long have you been in business here?" "Quite a while now." "How's business going?" "It's decent. We mostly attract young university students, and workers come here after their shifts. Office workers also frequent our place during their lunch breaks. We only serve lunch and dinner, closing at other times." "Is this shop yours?" The owner shook his head. "No, it's rented. I signed a 3-year lease. The contract expires in a month, but the landlord plans to raise the rent, so I'm considering relocating." Just then, a group of over 10 customers entered the shop. The owner promptly greeted them. "As usual, remember to give us extra meat and vegetables. Today, we do like to add braised pork ribs and a portion of stir-fried pork with green peppers, as we just got paid. We come here daily to support your business. So throw in an extra serving of greens, and make sure to add more chili." "Sure thing. Rice and soup are over there. Help yourselves. Eat as much as you want." After finishing their meal, it was already 7 in the evening. The trio continued to stroll nearby with the babies. The evening atmosphere was noticeably more vibrant than during the day, with an increasing number of tourists and pedestrians. Upon returning home, Su Xin intended to discuss the restaurant matters with Xie Jinnian. Noticing her eager demeanor, Lin Guanzhi quickly understood. "Honey, you two carry on with your work. I'll take care of the babies." "All right. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble. This is what I ought to do." Su Xin crossed her arms. observing their sweet interaction. What was she, a mere bystander? Was it truly necessary for them to flaunt their affection before her? Certainly not. She had already dined and was quite satiated, rendering her unable to consume more. Please excuse me. I shall wait over there in the living room while you converse, she declared. Once Xie Jinnian settled down, Su Xin was the first to speak. I will take full responsibility for the restaurant's operations and hiring staff. You need not worry. I am determined to manage the restaurant efficiently. The establishment is yours, supplemented by technology and the training of chefs. How does a 70-30 split sound? Initially, Su Xin had contemplated an even 50-50 division. However, given that Xie Jinnian was providing the premises, which were exquisitely furnished, and thereby alleviating rent expenses, she recognized that such an arrangement would be unfairly advantageous to her. Furthermore, the procurement of ingredients would be directly sourced from the fresh supermarket. Everything seemed to fall perfectly into place. I will contribute a portion of the funds for ingredient procurement and staff salaries, she elaborated, quenching her thirst with a glass of water before continuing. What do you think, Mr. Xie? Xie Jinnian had already formed a notion in his mind. Let's settle on a 60-40 split, with you receiving the larger share. He considered the fact that Su Xin was a close friend of his wife, and the potential earnings mattered little to him. Moreover, he intended to focus on caring for their child, leaving the restaurant's management entirely in Su Xinhui's capable hands. He felt a sense of trust in her abilities, which deeply moved Su Xinhui. She resolved to ensure the restaurant's success. Ultimately, they agreed on a 40-60 split, with Su Xinhui receiving the smaller share. As they prepared for the restaurant, the day of the baby's 100-day celebration approached rapidly. However, with Xie's parents handling the arrangements, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi found themselves considerably relieved. A new day dawned, marked by the usual busy simplicity. As per their routine, Lin Guanzhi and Su Xinhui returned for lunch. After exercising with the babies, Xie Jinnian noted it was time to prepare their meal. Just then, he received a call from Lin Guanzhi, informing him that she would be going out for a study tour with her classmates and would not return for lunch. You need not prepare my portion, just enough for you, and Su Xinhui will suffice, she instructed. No sooner had he ended that call than Su Xinhui reached out, indicating she too would be absent for lunch, engrossed in the bustling preparations for the restaurant. Chapter 67. The transformation of the fresh supermarket. Su Xinhui was preoccupied with her tasks outside and had no time to return for lunch. Xie Jinnian considered his options and decided to pack some food to share with Fu Zhou at the fresh supermarket. Recently, Xie's parents had been busy organizing the baby's 100-day celebration, with Fu Zhou keeping a watchful eye over the restaurant. After packing the meal, Xie Jinnian took the babies out of their stroller and settled them. Once the baby supplies were in order, they set off for Bailu Square. Upon entering the store, Fu Zhou noticed Xie Jinnian approaching with a baby stroller from a distance. He hurried over to the babies and took the items from Xie Jinnian's hands, inquiring, "Brother Nian, what brings you here?" Employee Zhuang Qian also returned to lend a hand. On the very first day of the store's opening, Zhuang Qian had joined the team, displaying remarkable agility and exceptional work capabilities, making her one of the most outstanding employees among her peers. Xie's parents and Fu Zhou were well aware of her competence, often seeking her assistance for various tasks, thus fostering a naturally close relationship among the three. Once they had settled the triplets, Fu Zhou mentioned that both Guanzhi and Su Xin had other commitments and would not be returning. He thought to himself that he had little to do at home, so he brought lunch to share with them. The store was bustling, and Fu Zhou had been relying on takeout for meals over the past few days, a habit he had also maintained during his school days. However, ever since he had tasted Xie Jinnian's cooking recently, he found himself yearning for it. Eagerly, Fu Zhou opened the thermos, eagerly boasting to Zhuang Qian, "My brother's culinary skills are truly remarkable. I must say, they rival those of five-star chef, if not surpass them." As he lifted the lid, an enticing aroma wafted forth, so delectable that it could make one salivate. Initially, Zhuang Qian had thought Fu Zhou was exaggerating, but after tasting the dish, her attitude shifted dramatically. "This flavor is simply divine. I'm entranced." After just one bite, she was astonished, unable to believe how delicious it was, and found herself unable to stop eating. Food surprised endlessly, showering compliments. This braised pork rib is exquisite. I could easily devour 3 bowls of rice with it. Brother Nian's culinary prowess remains consistently delightful. Once the restaurant opens, it will be impossible not to thrive. With such a man, who cooks well, loves his wife, takes care of the children, is wealthy, and handsome, where could one find another gem like him in this world? There surely cannot be a second one besides you. Noticing Zhuang Qian's silence, Fu Zhou turned to look. To his surprise, she was silently devouring her meal, too engrossed to converse. Within half an hour, the table had been cleared of all food. Even the last remnants of soup were appropriated by Fu Zhou to accompany his rice. Brother, if only I could enjoy your cooking every day. Zhuang Qian fervently nodded in agreement. After experiencing Xie Jinnian's culinary delights, dining out in the future would likely feel utterly lackluster. After the meal, Fu Zhou reported to Xie Jinnian regarding the sales and revenue of the store's offerings. The most popular items included oilseed lettuce, cucumbers, and green peppers, which often sold out within 10 minutes of being stocked. Apples, oranges, and other items like pig's stomach, pork ribs, and beef were also selling exceptionally well. The peak customer traffic generally occurred in the mornings and evenings, with the majority being repeat customers. Over the past 2 weeks, following the conclusion of the opening promotions, profits have begun to rise, with daily net profits now exceeding those on the opening day by 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. Through his observations, combined with Fu Zhou's reports, Xie Jinnian gained a renewed understanding of the fresh supermarket business. Fu Zhou, I have something to share. In a few days, we will celebrate the 100-day banquet for the babies. You must come and join us. Naturally, Fu Zhou would attend the event, and without hesitation, he readily accepted Xie Jinnian's invitation. Turning to Zhuang Qian, he said, "You should join us too." Zhuang Qian was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Xie Jinnian would extend an invitation to her. In truth, she was not particularly close to Xie Jinnian, being more familiar with his father, Xie. The invitation to the 100-day celebration for the babies filled her with excitement. Observing the bustling atmosphere of the store, Xie Jinnian contemplated further. It seems we are short-staffed lately. I plan to hire a couple more people. Otherwise, we might struggle during peak hours. At this moment, Zhuang Qian tentatively suggested, I used to work at a supermarket and know a rather reliable friend who is diligent and earnest. She is currently seeking employment. Fu Zhou cast a glance at Xie Jinnian, whose expression remained unchanged. Then have her come over. Let us give her a trial for a few days. And if she proves suitable, we can keep her. You can oversee her initially. Zhuang Qian was both surprised and elated. All right, I will call her right away. There is still half a day left, and I'll ask her to come immediately. After a brief wait in the store, a woman of similar age to Zhuang Qian entered, displaying courteous manners. Her name was Wan Ling, and she appeared quite demure. Fu Zhou handed her the employee uniform, instructing Zhuang Qian to familiarize her with the store's products and layout. Having previously worked in the supermarket handling stock, Wan Ling adapted swiftly. After observing her for a while, Xie Jinnian noted that Wan Ling was quite industrious. Furthermore, her physical strength and agility suggested she was genuinely hardworking. However, true character is revealed over time, so a period of observation would be prudent before making a final decision. Glancing at the time, Xie Jinnian prepared to take the babies home. Now that the fresh produce supermarket was gradually stabilizing, he felt reassured with Fu Zhou's assistance. Brother, let me give you a ride, Fu Zhou offered as he stood up. Xie Jinnian nodded. All right, let us go. The journey from Bailu Square to Tianrun Community took roughly 10 minutes by car. Fu Zhou had been exceedingly busy lately, resulting in noticeable weight loss. Brother, when you're in Su Xin's restaurant opens, should we consider purchasing a vehicle for transporting goods? It will be useful for transporting ingredients back and forth. Xie Jinnian pondered this suggestion and found it reasonable. That sounds good. When the time comes, I'll trouble you and my father to handle the arrangements. My father can cover the expenses. Upon arriving at the community, Fu Zhou parked the car and promptly assisted Xie Jinnian in taking the babies home. Let us sit for a moment, Xie Jinnian suggested. No, brother. The uncles and aunts are not at the store, and I must return to oversee things. Then wait a moment, Xie Jinnian replied as he retrieved his homemade noodles. egg sauce, and mushroom beef sauce from the refrigerator. Take these with you. If you don't have time for a proper meal, you can cook these. They pair well with rice. Fu Zhou accepted the items gratefully. Thank you, Brother Jinnian. Once Fu Zhou departed, the babies began to wake up with their cheerful babbling. A new day of bustling activity was about to commence. Just a moment, darlings. Daddy is preparing your formula. Don't cry, don't cry. Has the little one made a stinky? Oh my, what a strong smell. You nearly knocked Daddy out. Just wait a moment. Daddy will change your diaper right after mixing your formula. Who is crying so sorrowfully? Where is Daddy? He will be here shortly. Do not cry, do not cry. Chapter 68. Purchasing attire for the babies. Ah, look, Daddy is just arriving. Which little rascal is crying so sorrowfully? Undoubtedly. The loudness of the cries is compounded by a voracious appetite. Thus, there was no choice but to feed the second little one first, followed by the little sponge, and finally, the little puff. Indeed, the wisdom passed down from the older generation holds true. A crying child will receive nourishment. After the feeding, it was necessary to change their diapers. An hour and a half passed in a flurry of activity before Xie Jinnian finally found a moment to rest. After tidying up the living room, he engaged the babies in some physical exercise. Thanks to Xie Jinnian's efforts, the little ones were now adept at grasping rattles and playfully tugging at them. Laughter and cheer echoed throughout the living room. With only 3 days remaining until the baby's 100-day celebration, Xie Jinnian felt that something was still amiss. Suddenly, it struck him. He had yet to prepare new outfits for the occasion. Fortunately, he had time and planned to take them along with his wife to shop the next day. The following day, after breakfast, Su Xin learned that Lin Guanzhi planned to take the babies to the mall to purchase clothing, and she decided to join them. After gathering their things, the three set out with the babies. Upon arriving at the mall, they took the elevator directly to the 4th floor, which was dedicated to children's items. They entered a baby store, where a sales associate greeted them enthusiastically. Good day. What can I assist you with today? We have formula, baby food, infant supplies, bottles, diapers, clothing, accessories, travel items, toys, and more. What do you need? The sales associate smiled warmly, her gaze instinctively drifting to the babies in the stroller. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback to find 3 adorable little ones nestled inside. Triplets? Yes, indeed, triplets. Having worked in the baby store for many years, she seldom encountered triplets. The little ones lay peacefully in the stroller, their tiny, curious eyes wide open as they examined the lights on the ceiling. Oh my, what divine beauty! They were irresistibly adorable. Their rosy cheeks resembled peaches, making one want to take a bite. Who could resist such charming little treasures? We are here to purchase outfits for the babies, as their 100-day celebration is approaching in a couple of days. We are seeking suitable attire for the occasion. The sales associate, momentarily lost in the cuteness, was slow to respond, her gaze still fixated on the triplets. After Lin Guanzhi called her twice, she finally came back to her senses. How old are your little ones? She inquired, her eyes sparkling. They are nearly 3 months old. Their 100-day celebration is just around the corner. Do you have any outfits appropriate for such an occasion? The sales associate, momentarily astounded, thought they appeared to be 4 or 5 months old. As she looked up, she was met with Lin Guanzhi's sweet smile. Beautiful, simply breathtaking. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and her delicate features could captivate anyone, even a girl like herself. Heavens! The only flaw in that face is that it does not belong to me. Her gaze then fell upon Xie Jinnian, who stood nearby. It was hard to believe what she was witnessing. A man so strikingly handsome, he seemed to have stepped straight out of a novel. Standing beside Lin Guanzhi, they appear to be a picture of aesthetic delight. After years in the maternal and infant industry, she had never encountered parents with such extraordinary beauty, surpassing even the most glamorous celebrity couples by countless degrees. The sales assistant was utterly captivated by the family's striking appearance. Ah, yes, do follow me. Our store features garments made from nearly pure cotton fabric, 100% combed cotton, with an exceptionally delicate and smooth texture, akin to the feel of clouds. You may experience it for yourselves. Additionally, the breathability is remarkable. Even if the baby sweats, they will remain comfortable and dry throughout the day. I will fetch a few sets for you to consider. These styles are quite popular, and the designs are commendable. We have traditional Chinese styles, British styles, and even lace-trimmed options. Let me show you everything. If nothing suits your fancy, I can find more. We certainly have no shortage of clothing here. As the sales assistant led the couple, she enthusiastically praised, "Your triplets are so adorable and chubby. How many little princes and princesses do you have?" Xie Jinnian smiled and replied, "2 brothers, 1 sister. Congratulations. You have a perfect mix of children. When they grow up, they will surely be exceptionally good-looking. I have never seen such beautiful babies. They look charming in anything they wear." Indeed, the babies were so lovely that they appeared delightful in every outfit. One merely needed to consider the fabric and comfort. Hearing compliments about her godchildren, Su Xin felt buoyant. As long as the fabric is of good quality, I will sell it all. Ultimately, under the sales assistant's guidance, the couple purchased 4 to 5 outfits for each of the babies, knowing that they grow quickly and would benefit from a variety of clothing. They also selected a few hats and socks. The total came to nearly 10,000 yuan. The price was justified, as the delicate skin of the babies warranted the very best. After purchasing the children's clothing, the trio intended to stroll through the mall to see if there was anything else they needed. As they passed a women's clothing store, Xie Jinnian suddenly recalled that since becoming parents, Lin Guanzhi had rarely visited malls, let alone taken the time to shop for herself. At the 100-day celebration, it was essential not only for the children to look splendid, but for his wife to be beautifully attired as well. He paused, stopping at the entrance of the clothing store. Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin, arm in arm and laughing, noticed that Xie Jinnian had not followed. Lin Guanzhi turned back in curiosity. "Dear, what's wrong? Why aren't you coming?" Su Xin glanced at the clothing store and quickly grasped Xie Jinnian's intention. "The children's clothes are all purchased, but your outfits remain unbought, my dear," he indicated towards the entrance. "Shall we step inside and take a look?" Lin Guanzhi contemplated the imminent partnership between Xie Jinnian and Su Xin in opening a store, a venture that undoubtedly required financial investment. Additionally, the celebration for the baby's 100-day feast necessitated inviting relatives and friends for a meal, which would also incur considerable expenses. She was reluctant for her husband to bear too much of the burden. "Perhaps I shall refrain from purchasing anything. There are still plenty of clothes at home, and I can wear my previous ones. After all, it's the baby's 100-day celebration, and as long as they look adorable, that suffices." At this juncture, Su Xin interjected, "Oh, Guanzhi, on such a grand occasion, how can you, as the hostess of the banquet, not dress splendidly? Moreover, with uncles and aunts attending, should they see you in something ordinary, they might assume you're not faring well. What do they think?" Chapter 69, Shopping Spree. A joyous expedition for the family of 5 come on. Let us go inside and take a look. Without waiting for Lin Guanzhi's response, Su Xin had already pulled her into the store. Lin Guanzhi, possessing an elegant demeanor and a graceful figure, complemented by exquisite and flawless features, exuded an air of opulence that made any attire appear regal. Since the arrival of her babies, she had not visited the store to shop for clothes. Each time she found something appealing, she could not help but check the price tag. Upon seeing figures in the 4 to 5-digit range, she would silently return the item. Every subtle movement of Lin Guanzhi was observed by Xie Jinnian. He pointed to a coat displayed on the mannequin in the window, saying, "Darling, try this one on. I believe it would suit you splendidly." Afterward, he beckoned the sales associate to bring the garment over. In truth, Lin Guanzhi had already set her sights on that particular piece upon entering the store. However, upon realizing that even the ordinary shirts cost several hundred, she understood that the one showcased on the model prominently displayed in the window would certainly be priced higher. "Su Xin met in both Li. I too think this one is perfect for you. Hurry and try it on. It will surely look magnificent." The sales associate had been captivated by the babies since their entrance into the store. Oh my, how can such adorable babies exist in this world? Anyone would be compelled to steal a few glances. Oh dear, they are simply too precious. Their chubby little arms and legs, springy skin, and particularly beautiful eyes were utterly enchanting. If only I could magically become a mother and secretly take one home to raise. The sales associate was utterly entranced by the baby's soft and endearing appearances, occasionally winking at them to elicit their laughter. "Excuse me? We would like to try on this outfit." When a sales associate regained her composure, another associate approached to assist her. "Miss, are you intending to try on this particular piece? I believe it would fit you perfectly given your lovely figure." When Lin Guanzhi emerged from the fitting room, she was met with expressions of astonishment from Xie Jinnian, Su Xin, and the sales associate. With her grace and beauty, she would undoubtedly stand out even in the entertainment industry. To this day, Xie Jinnian had never encountered a woman more captivating than Lin Guanzhi. In his eyes, even the most popular stars paled in comparison to her. Lin Guanzhi was thoroughly pleased with the coat. She had often purchased this brand-S apparel in the past, appreciating the sharp tailoring, flowing lines, and exquisite fabric. The sales associate continued to shower her with compliments. "Oh, dear lady, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. It rivals the posters adorning the entrance. This garment seems tailor-made for you, and I find myself unable to achieve the same allure with any other attire." Lin Guanzhi possesses a physique that is naturally suited to fashion. She looks exquisite in anything she wears. Standing before the mirror, she admires her reflection, utterly enchanted. "Please wrap this dress for me." The sales associate, while packaging, suggests, "Certainly, sir or madam, if you see anything else you fancy, do feel free to try it on." Though Lin Guanzhi is mindful of her finances, her affection for this dress is undeniable. "This skirt is lovely as well. My dear, you would look magnificent in it. And this shirt would suit you perfectly. Let us try them on together." Xie Jinnian has a discerning eye, pairing Lin Guanzhi in a way that is both cool and radiant. Xie Jinnian also selects jewelry for Lin Guanzhi, which sparkles brilliantly under the lights. "What do you think of this piece, my love? Do you like it? I believe it complements you splendidly." The bracelet is also quite charming. As Lin Guanzhi gazes at the 5-figure necklace, her heart aches, and she resolutely declines to purchase it. Xie Jinnian embraces her, insisting, "No, today we will do as I say." Meanwhile, Su Xin has entirely become a mere assistant, carrying bags. "Oh dear, we shall heat him today." She then leans in close to Lin Guanzhi's ear and whispers, "A man willing to spend on you is a good man. If he wishes to buy, let him." Xie Jinnian instructs the sales associate to present all the items he has taken a liking to. Each piece radiates a unique beauty when worn by Lin Guanzhi, as if they possess souls, dazzling and resplendent. Xie Jinnian simply declares buy. In the end, he selects 3 pairs of earrings, 2 necklaces, and a bracelet. Lin Guanzhi, however, is adamant about not purchasing anything further. Gazing at the triplets peacefully sleeping in their stroller, she begins to envision their future. Expenses for them will undoubtedly increase. Back at the store, Lin Guanzhi, engrossed in her phone, seems to be keeping a secret ledger. Su Xin, curious, leans in for a closer look. "Goodness, you're actually jotting down expenses." Then, feeling a wave of concern, she pulls Lin Guanzhi outside for a much-needed discussion. "Lin Guanzhi, this isn't like you. Have you really become so cautious with money? Isn't it perfectly normal for a man to earn for his wife to spend? Why has it become so difficult to grasp in your case? If you hesitate to spend, when your partner's income grows and household expenses diminish, eventually there will be no funds for you. What will happen when there is surplus with nowhere to allocate it? Other women will surely take notice. We must earn, yet we must also spend. Otherwise, what is the purpose of our hard-earned income?" After a lengthy discourse from Su Xin, Lin Guanzhi feels a bit lighter in spirit. That evening, Lin Guanzhi categorizes the clothes she purchased, placing them into the washing machine, eagerly anticipating dressing the little ones in their new garments. Once the clothes are hung to dry, Lin Guanzhi and Xie Jinnian sit in the living room, discussing matters concerning her family. Lin's father is the head of 2 publicly listed companies, involved in numerous industries. Lin's mother manages several investment companies and is often preoccupied with her busy life. In her spare time, she enjoys afternoon tea with friends and traveling. The Lin siblings are not numerous, and with some moving away and others going abroad, their contact has diminished over time. The family's background is rather intricate, which may contribute to Lin Guanzhi's reluctance to discuss them. She smiled and said, "When they arrive, I will introduce them to you one by one." Xie Jinnian was already mentally prepared, assuring, "My dear, I will certainly do my utmost to host your parents and relatives well." Lin Guanzhi hesitated. My father might not have a pleasant expression when he arrives. He might even scold you, so be prepared. Xie Jinnian paused for a moment, then shrugged. The relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has always been a topic of great concern, as has the dynamic between fathers-in-law and sons-in-law. After all, a father has cherished his daughter, fearing for her safety and well-being, and now he is expected to relinquish her. Surely, this is a test of the suitor's worthiness. Regardless of how the father-in-law might express his anger or displeasure, I will endure it. As a younger generation, one cannot quarrel with elders, especially when it concerns your own father, who may justifiably be upset at the thought of losing his precious daughter. Rest assured, my husband, I have my ways to resolve these conflicts. Chapter 70. Lin's father. At last, I have received my daughter's call. Lin Guanzhi smiled. This is what you said? So I might just have my father come along. All right. You must trust that your husband will handle it. Lin Guanzhi was reluctant for her father to come, primarily because she feared him. Additionally, she worried that her father might embarrass Xie Jinnian publicly, making him feel uncomfortable. Go ahead and call him. It's only 9 o'clock, and they probably haven't gone to bed yet. After some contemplation, Lin Guanzhi decided, I will go. Meanwhile, Lin's mother was discussing appropriate gifts for her grandchild's 100-day celebration. Lin's father wore a scowl throughout, feeling neglected without a call from his daughter. His wife had suggested that their daughter should call when she had the time, but despite waiting eagerly, he had yet to receive the anticipated phone call. If she did not call him beforehand, he would still attend the celebration, though it would be without a graceful exit. Should we gift the babies a villa or a private jet? But the babies were only 100 days old and would not comprehend such gifts, rendering them meaningless. How about toys? What about clothes? Yet they did not even know the baby's gender, so they decided to prepare for both boys and girls. What else can we give? What does such a young infant need? Lin's mother spoke for quite some time without any reaction from Lin's father, which only fueled her irritation. She nudged him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you just staring blankly? Speak. Was it not obvious? Lin's father looked as though his displeasure was etched on his face. Guanzhi invited you, but not me. What gift should I bring? Lin's mother was both amused and exasperated. If you don't want to go, I can take something for you. But if you go unprepared, what will the in-laws think of you? Moreover, is it not true that there are merely 2 days remaining until the 100-day banquet? I shall call my daughter later and speak to her earnestly. She will surely permit your attendance. Father Lin maintained a stern demeanor, responding, If she does not allow me to go, then I shall not go. Do you expect me, as her father, to humiliate myself by pleading with her? Mother Lin pursed her lips and remarked, Oh, look at you, becoming obstinate again. Do you truly not wish to attend? Do you not long to see your grandchild? Father Lin shook his head and cast a glance at Mother Lin, yet he ultimately remained silent. Mother Lin feigned a sigh. Well, if you do not wish to go, then so be it. I shall manage the gift on my own. I had originally considered taking photos for you if you were unable to attend, but it seems unnecessary now, as you have no desire to see. Very well, I shall not strive for this opportunity on your behalf, since you are unwilling to go. Father Lin noticed that Mother Lin's tone was serious, and his expression shifted to one of alarm. No, do not. Let's negotiate. Guanzhi is so intelligent and understanding. Speak with her, and she will undoubtedly agree. Mother Lin shot him a glance. You are her father. How can you bear to lower yourself? Perhaps it is best not to go. No, such a significant matter warrants my presence, he asserted. As an elder, I shall not quibble with my juniors over trifles. Mother Lin observed his awkward expression, which changed more swiftly than pages in a book, and could not help but chuckle. You, at your age, still behaving like a child. Father Lin protested. Who is old? I'm still quite youthful. You're already a grandfather, and yet you claim to be young? As the couple bickered, Father Lin's phone suddenly rang. It was his mobile. They both instinctively sat up. Upon glancing at the screen, they wondered who could be calling at such a late hour. The number was unfamiliar, hailing from Yin City. Father Lin scrutinized the number for a while, finding it familiar, yet unable to recall where he had seen it before. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Dear, look, isn't this Guanzhi's number? Mother Lin leaned in to confirm, Yes, it is indeed Guanzhi. Answer it quickly. Father Lin became flustered. What should I say? How do I approach her regarding the baby's 100-day banquet? Mother Lin, growing anxious, urged, "Oh, do not overthink it. Just answer. If you miss this call, there may not be another chance." Father Lin, realizing the urgency with only 2 days until the banquet, knew he had no choice but to muster his courage and answer. "Hello, who is this?" As he spoke, Mother Lin rolled her eyes and promptly nudged him with her elbow, as if to say, "Go ahead and pretend. It'll be amusing if your daughter hangs up on you." Lin Guanzhi remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Dad, it's me, Guanzhi. Mom mentioned you have not been feeling well lately. How are you now?" Father Lin cleared his throat, adopting his usual stern tone. "So you do remember, I am your father. It has been over a year since you deigned call home. I thought you were intent on severing ties with us." Upon hearing this, Mother Lin was so incensed that she delivered a swift kick to him. She warned her father with her gaze, signaling that it was almost enough. Once the relationship soured, he would have nowhere to weep. After a moment of contemplation, her father spoke again. "I am much better. What about you? How have you been over there?" "I'm doing quite well," she replied. He nodded in agreement. "That's good." Following this exchange, a silence enveloped them. Her father was still mulling over how to express his desire to attend the 100-day celebration. Observing his anxiousness, her mother grew impatient. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Guanzhi said, "Dad, in a couple of days, please come with Mom to the baby's 100-day celebration." "What?" "I must have misheard." Her father was taken aback, unable to process the request to attend the celebration. He remained dazed for quite some time. Meanwhile, Lin's mother was filled with excitement. Seeing her husband hesitate, she grew anxious. She pinched his arm, signaling him to agree, as this was what he had longed for. Now that Guanzhi had taken the initiative to call him, how could he maintain a stern demeanor? Seeing her father remain silent, Lin Guanzhi felt a pang of worry. "Dad, if you're busy, you can let Mom come alone." Lin's mother, both amused and exasperated, wished she could slap her husband to rouse him from his stupor. Her father, now flustered, exclaimed, "Busy? Who said I was busy? I have plenty of time. I will go with your mother." "All right, I will send you the location later. Let's settle on that. Take care." "Okay." After hanging up, Lin's mother was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Meanwhile, her father could hardly conceal his joy, chuckling to himself, "This time, I can finally see my little grandchild." Lin's mother teased him. "Oh, come on, keep pretending to be profound. Keep up your airs. Aren't you capable? Why stop now?" Ignoring her, he was in high spirits. Whistling a cheerful tune, he rummaged through the wardrobe. "Dear, did you say I should wear this dark blue suit or this black one? Is the black too formal? No, I must keep searching." Lin's mother arched an eyebrow. If it weren't for her assistance, he would surely embarrass himself with his fashion choices. "Step aside. I will help you find something." Chapter 71. A night of excitement for Lin's parents. "Ah, my love, do you think this red striped tie looks better or this patterned one? Should I wear a white shirt or a black one? I feel that black might give off an intimidating vibe. Would that be inappropriate? Wait, where did I put the leather shoes I just bought? I distinctly remember placing them right here. How can they vanish at such a crucial moment? This is truly strange." Lin's mother, already irked, found her husband's incessant chatter even more aggravating. "I'm fed up. You find it yourself. Wear whatever you like." Her father pulled her back. "Dear, please choose for me. You have great taste, and whatever you pick, I will wear." "Really?" "Absolutely. You always choose for me, and wearing what you pick brightens my mood significantly." Ultimately, it took them most of the day to select an outfit. Standing before the mirror, Lin's father examined himself from various angles, finally breaking into a satisfied smile. "I will wear this in a couple of days." Lin's mother pondered over what attire would be suitable for the occasion, as well as how to coordinate her accessories. In short, the evening proved to be busier than the day. By the time they had selected their outfits and jewelry, it was already past 1 in the morning. Yet, the couple remained wide awake, their spirits invigorated by the flurry of activity. "What shall we gift our little grandson for his 100-day celebration?" Lin's mother mused. "If we were to arrive empty-handed, what would others think of us?" Exasperated, she realized that despite their lengthy conversation, Lin's father had absorbed none of it. "What do you suggest we give?" she asked. Lin's father replied without hesitation. "If it were up to me, I would undoubtedly choose to give money, or perhaps a house or a villa." Lin's mother shot him a disapproving glance, asking him to be a bit more original. After a moment of contemplation, Lin's father mused. If I were to be more conventional, I truly cannot think of anything else. My choice remains money. Observing her husband's oblivious expression, Lin's mother sighed inwardly, recognizing that asking him was a futile endeavor. Delighted, Lin's father paid no heed to her opinions, his mind firmly set on his own ideas. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Lin's mother decided to present her grandson with a safety lock, beautiful clothes, and toys. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She was still unaware of her grandson's gender. Turning to Lin's father, she inquired, "Do you think our grandson is a boy or a girl? How can I prepare gifts without knowing?" He shrugged. "How would I know? Aren't you close with our daughter? Didn't she mention it to you? If that fails, you could always ask Xie Jinnian. Given the circumstances, she should be willing to share." Previously, Lin's mother had inquired about the baby's gender from Su Xin, but had received no information. With no other option, she decided to rest. "Let's sleep and discuss it tomorrow." After turning off the lights, they lay down, but Lin's father tossed and turned, preventing Lin's mother from drifting off. In frustration, she snapped, "If you can't settle down, go sleep outside and stop disturbing me." Lin's father was troubled by a lingering question that he couldn't resolve. What demeanor should I adopt at the 100-day celebration? Lin's mother took a deep breath and advised, "You'd best avoid the stern expression you had during your phone call with our daughter. Maintain a pleasant attitude. With so many relatives and friends present, we wouldn't want to create an awkward atmosphere. Any issues can be addressed privately and resolved through calm communication." Lin's father, having witnessed many grand occasions, was still entangled in his own pride. The next morning, Lin's mother sent a flurry of messages to Su Xin. Now that their daughter welcomed them to the celebration, she felt emboldened to ask questions. "Xin, dear, may I inquire whether your little one is a boy or a girl? I wish to prepare a gift, but without knowing the gender, I am at a loss." Upon reading Lin's mother's message, Su Xin chuckled. "Auntie, I can't disclose that. It's a secret. You may prepare gifts for both a boy and a girl. In fact, I suggest preparing several options, just in case. After all, this will be your first meeting with the baby. Having a variety of gifts would be wise, don't you think? Prepare several options?" Lin's mother echoed, considering the implications. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, Lin Mu's heart momentarily shifted as she grasped the crux of the news. What does it mean to prepare several more? Could it be that Guanzhi is expecting more than one? She called out to Lin Fu, "Old Lin, come quickly." Xian has replied. Hearing his wife, Lin Fu hurriedly emerged from the restroom, hastily adjusting his pants before rushing downstairs. "What's going on? I just came from the toilet and didn't hear what you said." Lin Mu handed him the phone, saying, "Take a look at this for me. I'm having trouble understanding." Lin Fu squinted at the message, and his pupils widened. "Prepare several more? Boys or girls, it's all fine. Is our daughter having twins? Or perhaps a boy-girl pair? Twins?" Lin Mu shook her head, equally perplexed. "I don't know. She said both boys and girls can be prepared, and several can be arranged." Lin Fu's heartbeat quickened. Could it be more than just two? If I knew that, why would I have called you down? It's like pulling down my pants to fart. After a moment's thought, Lin Mu declared, "In that case, I'll prepare 4 or 5. Lin Fu found his wife's enthusiasm a bit mad, but then reconsidered. Preparing more wouldn't hurt. Regardless of the number, they would be their cherished grandchildren, and the quantity was of little consequence. At that moment, Lin Mu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, fretting over how many babies there were. "Oh dear, how many babies are there? Are they boys or girls?" Lin Fu felt a pang of curiosity himself. Perhaps he should call her and ask. "I've already asked her twice. This girl is clearly reluctant to share." The more Lin Mu thought about it, the angrier she became. "It's all your fault. If you weren't so harsh and hadn't pressured our daughter to marry someone she doesn't like, she wouldn't be so scared of you and would share more with us." Lin Fu looked puzzled. What does that have to do with this situation? How was I to know it would lead to this outcome? Regardless of how many there are, let us just prepare some gifts. 4 or 5 should suffice. If that is still not enough, we can divide the shares among them. Lin Mu began to gather her things, affirming that the priority now was preparing gifts for their grandchildren. "Every day we discuss so much, yet you can't make sense of it. I want to talk to you next time." As the couple prepared to leave, they encountered Ding Xiangmei, a fellow resident of their community and a business competitor. She had a son and a daughter, the latter being of a similar age to Lin Guanzhi. Ding Xiangmei and Lin Mu were not on friendly terms, often comparing their children unfavorably. Last year, it was rumored that Lin Guanzhi had run away from home due to Lin Fu's insistence on arranged marriage with another family, leading to a fierce argument and her subsequent departure, which had lasted until now. Chapter 72. Lin Mu finally exhaled with relief. Lin Mu had never seen eye to eye with Ding Xiangmei, and with Lin Guanzhi's silent rebellion in leaving home. She had endured a year of snide remarks from Ding Xiangmei. "Oh, sure Hui and Boss Lin are heading out? Where's your Guanzhi? Has she returned yet? When she does, perhaps I can help find her a partner, so you have to choose for her." Lin Mu frowned, thinking to herself that one cannot expect wisdom from a fool. Upon stepping outside, I was unfortunate enough to encounter my arch-nemesis. Lin's mother, surnamed Yan, is known as Yan Shihui, though those familiar with her affectionately refer to her as Shihui. Since her daughter left home, Ding Xiangmai's daughter has found a partner of similar social standing, and people often say that a wooden door meets a wooden door, and a bamboo door meets a bamboo door. Her daughter has found a match of equal status, which has greatly pleased her. Every time Yan Shihui sees her strutting about with that haughty demeanor, she feels an overwhelming urge to tear her smug expression apart. Yan Shihui has met her daughter's partner and finds him rather ordinary. In the past, this might have unsettled her, but now she regards Ding Xiangmai's chatter as mere barking of a dog. Now that she is aware of becoming a grandmother, her heart swells with joy, and she beams with a radiant smile, declaring, "As for your introduction of a partner, there's no need. We are preparing to go out and buy gifts for our grandchild." Ding Xiangmai, momentarily bewildered, thought she misheard. What grandchild? In the next instant, her eyes widened. "Don't tell me your family's Guanzhi has had a child. When did she get married? How was I not informed?" Lin's mother felt a sense of triumph. "Do you really think I need to notify you if my Guanzhi got married? How presumptuous." Speaking of her grandchild, Lin's mother wore a proud expression. "My little grandson is absolutely adorable. You'd better urge your daughter to hurry up. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, my son-in-law is far more handsome than your so-called prospective son-in-law. Your future grandson may not even compare to my grandchild in looks." Lin's father, observing the fierce exchange, felt a sense of dread. Is this the nature of a woman's battle? In truth, Lin's mother had never seen Xie Jinnian, and thus had no idea of his appearance. However, she knew Su Xin, who had always been a connoisseur of beauty. If her daughter had chosen an unattractive partner, she wouldn't have spoken favorably of him during their last phone conversation. Moreover, Lin's mother was well aware of her daughter's discerning tastes. Hence, she deduced from these subtle clues that her son-in-law must be quite handsome. Hearing Yan Shihui's words, Ding Xiangmai's expression darkened. Those closest know their own affairs. Although her daughter's partner was a match in terms of social standing, truth be told, he was not particularly good-looking and somewhat stout. She hadn't anticipated being bested by someone with the surname Yan today. Lin's mother hadn't felt this elated in quite some time. Ding Xiangmai, don't come strutting around me anymore. Let us see if your daughter's boyfriend ever outshines my son-in-law. As old friends, she decided to forego pleasantries. My husband and I are off to buy gifts for our grandchild. Don't hinder us. After more than a year, Yan Shihui finally felt a sense of relief and joy. Ding Xiangmai's face was even more sullen than before. The Yan family seemed to be soaring high. Could it be that Lin Guanzhi truly found a remarkable husband? But if that were the case, why hadn't there been a wedding banquet? Based on her understanding of Yan Shihui, if her daughter were to marry and have a child, she wouldn't be so discreet. Was there something amiss? Meanwhile, within the school, Lin Guanzhi had invited Gnome Xiao Xiao and Wu Tong to join her for the 100-day celebration of the babies. For such an event, Gnome Xiao Xiao is exceedingly fond of it. Not only can she see the adorable, milky-scented babies, but she can also indulge in delightful cuisine. It is truly a double blessing. I am someone who revels in lively gatherings. I will bring Wu Tong along. Curiously, Gnome Xiao Xiao inquired, "Have you made hotel reservations? If not, I can recommend a place. It was where my aunt held her child's full-month celebration, and the ambience and cuisine were quite delectable." Lin Guanzhi nodded. "Yes, the arrangements have been made. The banquet for the baby's 100-day celebration is entirely managed by my in-laws, and they also booked the hotel." She scratched her head, pondering What is it called again? When Lin Guanzhi had previously asked Xie Mu about the hotel's name, she had repeated it several times in her mind to avoid forgetting, yet the name eluded her. Alas, my memory fails me. I shall inquire with my husband later and let you know. Upon returning home at noon, Lin Guanzhi simultaneously fed the babies while heading to the kitchen to ask Xie Jinnian about the hotel. Darling, what is the name of the hotel that my parents booked? I remember my mother mentioning it, yet the name escapes me at this moment. It's the Furong Hotel. Lin Guanzhi was momentarily taken aback. What? Furong Hotel? If she heard correctly, her husband was indeed referring to the Furong Hotel. This establishment is a five-star hotel, a national chain with immense influence both domestically and internationally. The facade of the Furong Hotel is incredibly opulent, and the interior is exquisitely decorated. It boasts various themed styles, from a richly atmospheric Chinese restaurant to an elegantly styled Western dining area. Most of the ingredients are air-freighted from abroad, and the chefs are all five-star culinary masters. Selected through rigorous competitions, truly the CR, me de la CR me. The tableware is of high quality, featuring exquisite craftsmanship, distinctive designs, and is free from any damage or wear, gleaming and hygienic. Wishing to save some money for the babies, Lin Guanzhi suggested, "Darling, perhaps we should consider another hotel. After all, it is a five-star establishment, and the expenses will be exorbitant." Xie Jinnian, slightly irritated, served the last dish he had prepared from the pot onto the table. He then removed his apron, placed his hands on Lin Guanzhi's shoulders, and leaned down to meet her gaze, his eyes filled with the brilliance of stars and the vastness of the sea, both gentle and earnest. Given our current financial situation, a five-star hotel is entirely feasible. Choosing the Furong Hotel was also my decision. After much deliberation, I ultimately settled on this one. He then playfully engaged with the second baby nestled in Lin Guanzhi's arms. The little one, having had his fill, lay comfortably against his mother's embrace, curiously observing them. At that moment, as Xie Jinnian reached out, he was unexpectedly grasped by the tiny hand of the baby, who surprisingly had quite a strong grip. Observing their adorable interaction, both smiled, their eyes twinkling with happiness. I considered many factors in selecting this hotel. Firstly, this is the baby's 100-day banquet, a significant occasion for them that warrants the utmost care, and our finances permit it. Secondly, numerous relatives and friends will gather, and it is essential for both sets of parents to meet formally. If we are to proceed, it must be done splendidly. Thirdly, I wish to introduce you to my family, relatives, and friends in this solemn manner. I also want to assure my in-laws that you have married into a life of happiness and have not endured any grievances, which will bring them peace of mind. Chapter 73. A Marvelous Reward. A late-night call from relatives upon hearing her husband's words. Lin Guanzhi felt tears welling up in her eyes. Xie Jinnian took the second treasure from Lin Guanzhi's embrace, assuring her that their lives would only improve from here on. He was determined to provide a blissful life for her and their child. Lin Guanzhi's eyes sparkled with hope, affirming their shared commitment to strive together. The scene of the couple interacting with their child brought both joy and contentment to Su Xin. The matter of enduring the couple's affection became trivial. What mattered most was her best friend as happiness. After this, the three began their lunch. Su Xin spoke up, "By the way, Guanzhi, I have also informed my parents about this. They will be attending." Lin Guanzhi smiled and replied, "That is wonderful. I intended to notify Uncle and Aunt about this as well, but since you have already done so, it works perfectly." After discussions between Mr. and Mrs. Xie and Xie Jinnian, they tentatively arranged for 5 tables, each accommodating 12 guests, with a total cost of 23,999 yuan per table. The hotel offered complimentary cakes for the children, along with scene decorations, fresh flowers, and fruits. They could also create posters of the children as photos to display and play in the private room. If needed, the hotel provided a host to enliven the atmosphere. Xie Jinnian also reserved 10 luxurious standard rooms at the hotel, priced at 888 yuan per night, for relatives who might not be able to return home. Lin Guanzhi sent the details regarding the location and time to her mother Lin and her friends, Nong and Xiao. Upon seeing the message from her daughter, Lin's mother immediately opened her phone to check. Furong Hotel. Lin's mother rubbed her eyes, unsure if she was mistaken. Could it truly be Furong Hotel? As prominent business people, they were well acquainted with the establishment, often choosing it for meetings, dining with friends, and company gatherings. Lin's father leaned in for a closer look, confirming without a doubt that it was indeed Furong Hotel. This was a five-star hotel. They had not anticipated that the other party would select such a venue. Lin's father nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the choice, while Lin's mother couldn't help but smile, indicating that the other party must have favorable circumstances. Later that night, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for diligently caring for the children for 100 days. Throughout this period, the host has fulfilled their duties and earned the title of good father, along with a marvelous reward, a box of miraculous ointment for injuries and a cash prize of 300,000 yuan. Note, this ointment can heal all bodily injuries. The rewards have been deposited sequentially into the host's backpack and bank account. Please check them. In the late hours, the mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Who understands this? Xie Jinnian awoke, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the time. It was already 1:30 a.m. With a beep, a notification indicated that money had been deposited. Before he could examine his balance, an incoming call screen popped up. It was from Xie Weihong. Xie Weihong is the elder cousin of Xie Jinnian, with an age difference of 8 years. And there is also a son in the family who is in the 2nd grade. 2 years ago, while working at a construction site, Xie Weihong fell and suffered multiple fractures. He was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, and fortunately, his life was not in danger. Although he had several casts on his body, at that time, the site owner provided compensation and covered the medical expenses. Now, although he has recovered enough to walk normally, his left hand can no longer function properly. Not only has his left hand sustained permanent injury, but he also experiences shoulder pain every night, making it impossible for him to sleep, forcing him to consume numerous painkillers daily. After 2 years of taking Western medicine with no improvement, his sister-in-law took him to consult traditional Chinese medicine. Visiting many places but seeing no progress, they eventually gave up. Currently, all household expenses rest on his sister-in-law's shoulders. His son often faces exclusion at school, with classmates mocking him for having a disabled and useless father. Whenever he thinks of these things, Xie Weihong feels a deep sense of guilt, believing he is a burden to his wife and son. In order to avoid disturbing Lin Guanzhi and the baby's sleep, Xie Jinnian quietly left the room. He went to the living room to pour himself a glass of water and then pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello? Is it Jinnian? This is your cousin. Weihong, why are you calling so late? Among his peers, Xie Jinnian shares a good relationship with Xie Weihong. I heard from uncle that you're going to be a father. Is that true? Yes, the day after tomorrow is the 100-day celebration for the babies. Would you and your sister-in-law like to come? Xie Weihong looked at his left hand, which he could not lift no matter how hard he tried, and shook his head helplessly. No, my sister-in-law is quite busy these days, and I need to help pick up Xiao Fei from school, so I want to be able to make it. Suddenly, Xie Jinnian recalled the medicinal ointment rewarded by the system. The system claimed it could heal all physical injuries. An idea sparked in his mind. Xie Weihong continued, I heard from uncle that you had triplets, is that true? Yes, Xie Jinnian replied, 2 boys and a girl. Congratulations. I thought uncle was just talking nonsense after a few drinks. I can't believe it's true. Xie Weihong was both surprised and delighted. You're really lucky. Your home will be bustling with joy. Let us gather with the sister-in-law when you have time. Absolutely. Xie Weihong felt envious, suddenly blessed with both a son and a daughter. However, with your situation, it might be a bit tiring. If you need my help, don't hesitate to ask. I'll do my best to assist. Hearing these words made Xie Jinnian's heart ache. Despite his own difficulties, he was still concerned for others, and a wave of bitterness surged in his nostrils. Brother, don't worry. I'm doing quite well now. Xie Weihong smiled with relief. Among the siblings of the Xie family, you are the most understanding and accomplished. I believe you will carve out your own path in the future. Xie Weihong valued this younger brother and had cared for him a lot during their childhood. Xie Jinnian felt this warmth deeply. After a moment of choking emotion, he spoke. Weihong, you should come to the children's 100-day banquet this time. Perhaps I have found a way to heal your hand. Ever since that incident, Xie Jinnian vowed to earnestly work to find a skilled doctor to restore his cousin to his former agile self. Xie Jinnian yearned to see his vibrant cousin once again. After a moment of silence, Xie Weihong replied with a smile, "Have you perhaps discovered another remarkable physician? If you trust me, come be in city once more. I will cover all your travel expenses. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Xie Jinnian's words, Xie Weihong felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. Ever since the accident 2 years ago, he had contemplated quietly leaving several times, yet he could not bear to part with his wife and children. As a man, he must not falter but face challenges with courage. "Ah, you seem quite confident. Have you struck it rich or made the acquaintance of a brilliant expert?" No. I merely opened a shop and earned a little money," Xie Weihong replied with relief. "Now that you are a father, you're no longer a child. There will be many responsibilities ahead, and I hope you can stand on your own." Xie Jinnian solemnly responded, "Brother, please come to the banquet for the babies." After pondering for a moment, Xie Weihong agreed. "All right, I shall attend. Bring along my sister-in-law and Xiao Fei. The more, the merrier." "Great. I will mention it to my sister-in-law tomorrow." Chapter 74. A joyous celebration. The 100-day banquet arrives. After hanging up, Xie Jinnian stealthily returned to the bedroom. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping babies, he tenderly caressed their small faces, his eyes reflecting an undeniable warmth. "Babies, you must be good and grow up safely. Listen to your parents and do not be mischievous. Once you go to school, you must heed your teachers and strive to learn. If you can achieve greatness in the future, your parents will surely be proud of you. However, if it does not happen, that is perfectly fine. Do not feel pressured. Your parents will always be your strongest support." Meanwhile, Xie Weihong stood on the balcony, admiring the night view. After checking the time, he returned to the room to discuss attending the triplets' 100-day banquet with his wife. She remarked, "Didn't you say you weren't going? Why the change of heart? Go ahead. Among all the brothers and sisters in the Xie family, I share the closest bond with Jinnian. We missed the baby's full-month banquet. It would be unacceptable not to attend this time." Soon, the day of the baby's 100-day banquet arrived. After completing breakfast at 8:30 in the morning, Xie Jinnian left for Furong Hotel to inspect the venue. A middle-aged woman in professional attire greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Xie. I am the manager of the 100-day banquet venue." "Greetings." The manager guided him around the venue, asking, "Is there anything you find unsatisfactory? We can make improvements at any time." Xie Jinnian nodded. The decorations were splendid. Satisfied with the venue, he returned to Tianrun Community. Today was a grand day for the triplet babies, and Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin had adorned the little ones beautifully, transforming them into adorable cherubs. Not only is the decor of the Furong Hotel visually appealing, but the couple has also meticulously adorned their home. Inside and out, the space is filled with delightful elements that captivate the little ones. Early in the morning, Xie Jinnian received countless phone calls. After finishing breakfast and preparing to head out, Lin Guanzhi pushed the adorable trio outside, with Su Xin playfully teasing them with toys. Upon arriving at the venue, the triplet babies were entranced by the vibrant surroundings, which were adorned with an abundance of charming motifs, much to the children's delight. Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin were equally enchanted by the captivating scene before them, leading the children to explore every corner. Xie Jinnian received a call from Xie Weihong, who informed him that they would be arriving at the hotel momentarily. "Dear, I'm going downstairs to greet our relatives and friends. Please take care of the little ones with Su Xin for now. I'll join you shortly," he said. Lin Guanzhi replied, "Honey, I think the babies and I should come down with you." Xie Jinnian shook his head, wanting the children to enjoy the lively atmosphere a bit longer. He arrived at the hotel entrance, and soon a taxi pulled up from which Xie Weihong emerged, followed by Xie Jinnian's second aunt, his wife Lin, and their son, Xiao Fei. Xie Jinnian stepped forward to embrace Xie Weihong and greet them. "Weihong-gu, sister-in-law." Second aunt, he called out, his gaze finally resting on the now-grown Xiao Fei. "Look how much you've grown. I remember the last time we met. You were barely reaching my thigh, and now you're almost as tall as your mother." Xie Weihong patted Xie Jinnian's arm. "You've really done well. You're looking sturdier and more spirited. Marriage and children do change a man." Second aunt chimed in, "Jinnian, you're becoming more handsome by the day. You were already remarkable as a child, but now you possess even more charm." Lin smiled. adding, "Indeed, you're becoming quite the dashing figure. I heard your wife gave you triplets. That's impressive." Her tone conveyed a hint of envy. Xie Jinnian chuckled. "Yes, the little ones are upstairs. Let us go." As they walked, Xie Weihong and Xie Jinnian shared laughter and stories, reminiscent of their childhood days. Xie Weihong surveyed the hotel's ambience. "Looks like you're doing well for yourself now. This five-star hotel is quite the venue. It's my first time here." Xie Jinnian waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "I merely opened a fresh produce supermarket. The business is decent." He glanced back. "By the way, where's uncle?" Second aunt replied, "Oh, I asked him to stay home to look after our chickens and ducks. We recently bought some chicks and ducklings, and with the heat, they need supervision to avoid overheating." Upon reaching the banquet hall, they opened the door to reveal a charming cartoon-themed space. Colorful balloons adorned either side, accompanied by posters and photographs of the babies, while a large screen displayed a presentation meticulously crafted by Xie Jinnian. Seeing this delightful scene, Xiao Fei jumped with joy and, eager to rush inside, was promptly pulled back by Lin. "This is your siblings' 100-day celebration. You can't play around. After the banquet, your parents will take you to play elsewhere." However, the child struggled to contain his excitement and insisted on joining in the fun. Xie Jinnian approached the door of the private room, engaging in a brief exchange with the attendant. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned, holding a toy car and an Ultraman figure. Xie Jinnian presented the toys to Xiao Fei, saying, "Here, Xiao Fei, take these and play." "Wow, it's a car and Ultraman," exclaimed Xiao Fei with unrestrained joy. Xie Weihong, watching his ecstatic son, chuckled. "I rarely buy him things like this." Lin gently patted her son's head, urging, "Don't you want to thank Uncle Jinnian?" "Thank you, Uncle Jinnian," Xiao Fei replied. Xie Jinnian squatted down, placing a hand on his shoulder. "No need for thanks. Go play." Inside the private room, Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin were in the corner entertaining the children. Xie Jinnian led Xie Weihong's family over for introductions. "Second aunt, Weihong, this is my wife Guanzhi. This is my wife's close friend Su Xin, and these are my triplets. Guanzhi, Su Xin, this is my second aunt, Weihong, and sister-in-law Lin, along with my nephew Xiao Fei." Lin Guanzhi beamed with a sweet smile. "Hello, second aunt, Weihong, sister-in-law. I am Guanzhi." Xie Weihong nodded politely, responding, "Hello, sister-in-law." Both second aunt and Lin warmly reciprocated the greetings. After exchanging pleasantries, the group engaged in a lively conversation. The triplets basked in the adoration of everyone present. Xie Weihong and Lin exchanged envious glances, unable to conceal their admiration. Meanwhile, second aunt kept a watchful eye on Xiao Fei, concerned about the little one's rough play and the potential harm to the triplets. Xie Weihong pulled Xie Jinnian aside, remarking, "You've done well for yourself, marrying such a beautiful wife. You are indeed fortunate, and to have her bear you a set of triplets. I'm truly envious, as your cousin." Xie Jinnian smiled and nodded. "Indeed, meeting Guanzhi has been the greatest fortune of my life." Xie Weihong then inquired, "What about Uncle San and Aunt San? Why haven't they arrived yet?" "I just called my mother. She mentioned they would arrive in about 20 minutes, so they should be here shortly," Xie Jinnian replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than he received a call from his mother, confirming their arrival for this 100-day banquet of the babies. Xie Jinnian had also invited his uncle and aunt, as well as his second uncle's family. His parents had gone back to the village to pick them up and were now traveling on a bus. Chapter 75. The arrival of in-laws. Xie Jinnian was already waiting at the hotel entrance. After the bus parked, his uncle Xie Wenyu and aunt stepped out, followed by his second uncle Xie Wenfan and his wife. Among their peers were Xie Wenyu's son Xie Jinju and his wife, along with Xie Jinnian, who had returned from working in the northern regions. The moment Xie Jinnian called his second aunt asking for money to buy an air conditioner, she had decided to bring him back. Their family had been supplying goods to Xie Jinnian's, thus earning a considerable income. After discussing with her husband, they ultimately decided to have their son return home to help with farming. With the money earned, he might even find a suitable match in a nearby village. Xie Jinnian had returned just a week prior. Upon arriving home, his dusty appearance and noticeable weight loss tugged at his second aunt heartstrings. Although his father grumbled a few discontented remarks, his concern for his son was evident. Additionally, Aunt Zhang from the neighborhood had also come, bringing sweet potatoes and potatoes that were quite popular at Xie Jinnian's family market. Those who have tasted the sweet potatoes from her family unanimously sing their praises, describing them as tender, fragrant, and delightfully sweet, with a texture that is both dense and satisfying, providing an immediate sense of happiness and ample satiety. Aunt Zhang, being of advanced age, was initially reluctant to come up, fearing she might inconvenience them. However, Mother Xie wished for her to see just how popular her sweet potatoes had become. Xie Jinnian stood at the entrance of the hotel, exuding a refreshing clarity, having shed some of the previous heaviness about him. His facial features were more distinct and pronounced. Naturally handsome, Xie Jinnian had developed an air of maturity and composure since starting his own family. If he was once strikingly handsome, he now possessed a profound allure that resonated deeply with those around him. Passers-by could not help but be drawn to him. Despite some relatives not having seen him for a long time, they recognized him at first glance, as this particular relative radiated charm. Xie Jinnian approached, greeting his relatives. Uncle, auntie, second uncle, second aunt, and Aunt Zhang. Elder brother, Yuanjie, Jinheng, and Lil Hao are here too. Xie, when you scrutinized Xie Jinnian before breaking into a warm smile. Ah, Jinnian, you've changed quite a bit. You look increasingly vibrant. Your business is thriving, and your uncle has been watching with pride. Keep up the good work. Your uncle and I will support you wholeheartedly. And he added, indeed, if you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to let us know. We'll assist you in any way we can. With a wife and child, you truly are blessed. Second uncle spoke candidly, recalling how skeptical he had been when Jinnian mentioned his plans for a fresh produce supermarket, initially thinking it would surely lead to losses. We couldn't even sell fruits and vegetables for a few cents in town, let alone in the city. Yet, he marveled at how the business had flourished beyond expectations. Xie Jinnian chuckled. Oh, uncle, second uncle, you jest. This success is due to everyone's excellent produce. Let us head inside where it's cooler to chat. As Father Xie led the way, Xie Jinnian seized the opportunity to sidle up to Mother Xie. Mom, we'll soon meet Guanzhi's parents and her relatives. After discussing Guanzhi's family matters with him, he recounted the circumstances of the Lin family to Father and Mother Xie. The disparity in their respective family conditions worried Mother Xie, who feared that the Lin family might not approve of her son. Have they arrived yet? She inquired. Not yet, but they should be here shortly. In the hotel lobby, there were signs directing to banquet rooms, adorned with posters of the triplets. Xie Jinnian and his wife were both quite attractive, and their son, Little Hao, was lively and adorable, though somewhat more earnest compared to the triplets. How fortunate you are, Jinnian, to have welcomed triplets all at once. It will certainly be lively, but the burdens will be significant as well. Walking alongside Xie Jinnian, Xie Jinnian leaned in for casual inquiry. Aren't you still in school? How did you suddenly get married and have a baby? And where did you find the funds? With a smile, Xie Jinnian replied, when fate calls and you meet the right person, it's time to tie the knot. Elder brother, don't underestimate me. I started working part-time to earn money while in university. Now a fresh supermarket has opened, and I've earned a modest sum. You're quite the character, having struck it rich without informing your elder brother. Their son, Xiao Hao, upon arriving at the venue, began to dash about eagerly. Annie followed behind, urging him to slow down, reminding him that grandmother was struggling to keep pace. Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin, upon seeing the guests arrive, stepped forward to greet them. Some relatives who had never met Lin Guanzhi before were momentarily taken aback by her stunning appearance. Goodness, what divine beauty is this? Surely she is not a celestial being descended to earth. Her exquisite features and captivating eyes drew admiration from the relatives. They couldn't help but exclaim how beautiful she was, truly breathtaking. She was a sight to behold, even more enchanting than the leading ladies in television dramas. Her beauty and grace were remarkable, suggesting an extraordinary lineage. Xie Jinnian introduced Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin to everyone. The relatives praised Lin Guanzhi's beauty in unison. Oh my, this young lady is stunning. Jinnian has excellent taste in choosing such a lovely wife. Auntie smiled in agreement, recalling how mesmerized she was the first time she laid eyes on Guanzhi. Xie Weihong and Xie Jinju engaged in conversation, continually lauding Xie Jinnian for his good fortune. Now that he has prospered, he found such a beautiful wife and had such an adorable child. The more they spoke, the more uncomfortable he felt. Some individuals are like that. Witnessing others thrive can sting more than their own financial losses. Xie Weihong defended Xie Jinnian, noting that he has always been ambitious, capable, and diligent, attributing his current success to his hard work. At that moment, Nong Xiaoxiao and Wu Tong arrived at the banquet hall, hurrying in, fearing they were late. Guanzhi, we're so sorry for arriving late. It's all Xiaoxiao's fault. She refused to get up early and took her time getting ready. Lin Guanzhi smiled, reassuring them that it was perfectly fine, as the event had yet to commence. She offered to help them find their seats. Fu Zhou and the others soon followed. Arriving at the private room, "Brother, we just came from the store and encountered some traffic." Xie Jinnian patted Fu Zhou on the back, assuring him it was not too late, as the event had not yet begun. He arranged for the three of them to sit at the same table as Nong Xiaoxiao. Most of the relatives on Xie Jinnian's side had already arrived. They were merely waiting for Lin Guanzhi's side. At that moment, Lin Guanzhi received a phone call from her mother. Lin mother, feeling both anxious and excited, informed her, "Guanzhi, your father and I have landed and have been on our way to the hotel for a while now. We should arrive in about 5 minutes." "All right, Mom. I'll go meet you." After hanging up, Su Xin's parents, who had come along with Lin mother, descended to accompany them. Lin Guanzhi approached Xie Jinnian. "Darling, my parents and Su's parents are about to arrive. Su Xin and I will go down to greet them." "All right, you go ahead. I'll stay here with the baby." To be honest, Xie Jinnian felt a twinge of nervousness at the prospect of meeting his in-laws. Chapter 76. Lin Father. Finally meeting the little rascal who eloped with my daughter. Upon receiving her parents' message, Lin Guanzhi hurried downstairs. After more than a year of separation, Lin Guanzhi found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Standing at the entrance of the hotel, she anxiously scanned her surroundings. At long last, 2 black SUVs emerged in her line of sight, fulfilling her eager anticipation. Simultaneously, from within the vehicles, Lin's parents spotted the figure that had haunted their dreams. Their daughter, at last. Upon seeing her again, tears welled up in Lin's mother's eyes, overwhelmed by the moment she had longed for over the past year. Since her daughter's arrival, Lin's father had not taken his eyes off her. As the cars gradually came to a halt, a mixture of excitement and nervousness surged through the couple. Once the doors opened, Lin's mother could no longer contain her yearning for her daughter. She rushed forward, unable to hold back her emotions. The moment Lin Guanzhi laid eyes on her parents, tears streamed down her cheeks. As her mother sprinted towards her, she hurried to meet her. "Mom, Guanzhi." The reunion of mother and daughter was poignant. Yan Shihui's eyes gleamed with tears as she took in her daughter from head to toe. She had rehearsed countless times in her mind what she would say upon seeing her daughter, how she would inquire about her well-being over the years, and whether she had been at peace. Yet now, a flood of words lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless. She embraced her daughter tightly, reluctant to let go. After a long moment, she finally released her, observing that she had not lost weight, but rather seemed to have gained some. This brought her immense relief. As soon as she expressed her thoughts, tears cascaded down Yan Shihui's cheeks, a blend of joy and happiness illuminating her eyes. Lin Guanzhi also wept, her tears flowing freely as she held her mother close, wishing to never part again. Through her mother's shoulder, Lin Guanzhi caught sight of her father, Lin Yuan, who appeared somewhat awkward and uneasy. Unsure of how to face his daughter, he felt a torrent of words welling up inside him. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to begin. Ultimately, it was Lin Guanzhi who broke the silence. "Dad, you're here." This single utterance caused Lin Yuan to shed the stern demeanor he often wore, his eyes reddening as he nodded with a smile. "Yes, Dad is here." He had secretly observed his daughter earlier and noted that she had filled out considerably, appearing more vibrant than ever. In that moment of reunion, the weight of guilt and unease that had burdened him for over a year finally began to lift. With tears still glistening on her face, Lin Guanzhi stepped forward to embrace her father. "Dad, it's been so long. I've missed you." Despite her lingering anger, he was still her father. And what child does not long for their parents? Upon hearing her words, Lin Yuan's defenses crumbled entirely. His voice trembled as he replied, "I've missed you too. How you been these past months?" Lin Guanzhi nodded through her tears, affirming, "I've been well, Dad." They embraced once more, filling her heart with an unprecedented sense of security. During this heartfelt reunion, the trio shared numerous conversations. Meanwhile, Su Xin also stepped forward to embrace her parents. Accompanied by her uncle's family and her cousin Yinyu, along with Su Xin's older brother Su Xin and his girlfriend. After bonding with her parents, Lin Guanzhi's gaze shifted towards her uncle's family. "Uncle and aunt, and dear cousin, you have all arrived." Uncle nodded with satisfaction, remarking that they happened to have some free time these past couple of days. He had heard from your mother that you were celebrating the 100-day banquet for your child, and they came to share in the joyous occasion. Cousin Yinyu stepped forward, linking arms with Lin Guanzhi, and exclaimed, "I was taken aback when I heard from aunt and uncle that you had married and had a child. I can't believe it's true. Do tell me, what kind of man is he?" Yinyu, the daughter of uncle and aunt, was 2 years older than Lin Guanzhi and had been helping her parents with their affairs since university. The two shared a close bond, and whenever Lin Guanzhi visited her grandmother, Yinyu would always take her out for fun. After greeting uncle's family, Lin Guanzhi's gaze shifted to Su Xin's parents. "Hello, uncle and aunt. It's been a while. Thank you for joining us for the baby's 100-day banquet." Mr. and Mrs. Su smiled, replying, "Guanzhi, it's been so long. You really should have informed us sooner about your marriage and baby." Lin Guanzhi felt embarrassed. "I'm sorry, aunt. I should have told you earlier. I'll make it up to you when I have the chance." Mr. and Mrs. Su had watched Lin Guanzhi grow up, so they waved off her apology, pleased to see her thriving. At that moment, Su Xin chimed in teasingly, "Guanzhi, how could you keep it a secret for so long? The child is already over 3 months old. You must introduce us to the father later." Su Xin knew Lin Guanzhi well, given her discerning taste. It was impossible for him not to be curious about Xie Jinnian. After greeting everyone, Lin Guanzhi led them toward the venue. Just before reaching the entrance, they came across an utterly adorable poster of triplet babies. The photo featured 3 cherubic infants, captivatingly charming, drawing the attention of anyone who passed by. Today, the venue was not only hosting their family's banquet for the baby, but also celebrating the anniversaries of other families' children. Yinyu stood in astonishment before the poster, exclaiming, "Wow, triplets! They're so adorable. Their mother must be incredible. With such looks, their parents must be exceptionally attractive as well." Mrs. Su expressed her envy. "My friends are already grandmothers, while my daughter hasn't even found a partner yet. It's quite frustrating." The little ones looked plump and well cared for, clearly cherished by their parents. Mr. Su glanced at the poster and remarked, "Raising triplets must be quite a challenge, especially with 2 boys. From my experience, hiring a nanny would be essential." Mr. Lin nodded, agreeing with this sentiment. Both men received a pointed glare from their wives, as if to say, "Mind your own business. You weren't this chatty before." They were left feeling baffled. What is the issue? With so many children, how could the parents manage without help? Ladies, you cannot merely focus on the beauty before you. You must also consider the reality. Marriage and parenthood are not just about delightful conversations. Practical and fulfilling domestic life is essential. Observing the expressions of their wives, the husbands, seasoned in their partnership, understood the unspoken sentiment behind the complaints. Before romance, there had been sweet words and thoughtful gestures for the women. After getting married, one must be pragmatic in every aspect. Indeed, it elicits a chuckle. Lin Guanzhi and Su Xin exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the underlying truth, yet they remained silent. Unbeknownst to the others, they pondered what their reaction would be if they discovered that the triplets they had been critiquing were, in fact, the very stars of the day. Moreover, the children's mother was standing nearby, listening intently. "Mom, Dad, Uncle, this way." Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, they were greeted by decor themed around animated cartoons. The walls were adorned with a plethora of cartoon characters, balloons, and streamers, interspersed with an array of adorable photographs of the children, some candid shots, others capturing daily moments with their parents. In the corners, posters of the little ones and gift boxes added to the jubilant atmosphere, enveloping the entire room in a sense of joy and celebration. Such a delightful arrangement. Both Su's parents nodded in agreement. After expressing her admiration, Lin's mother turned her attention away from the decorations and inquired about her daughter, son-in-law, and grandchildren, eager to meet them. Although Lin's father remained silent, his gaze was filled with anticipation. Lin Guanzhi had already spotted her husband and the children. Su Xin stifled a laugh. In fact, you've already met the children. What do you mean? Didn't Tiwi just arrive at the venue? They were perplexed by Su Xin's statement. Lin Guanzhi led them to a young man, beside whom stood a baby stroller. At that moment, Xie Jinnian was diligently changing the baby's diapers, his expression serious yet gentle, so absorbed in his task that he was oblivious to the arrival of others. At this moment, he was focused on soothing the children while changing diapers. Which little one has made a mess? It's wafting up to Daddy. Ah, it's the eldest. What a strong scent. Oh, dear, the second one, little Rice. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Are you missing your mommy? Mommy has gone to greet your grandparents and will be back shortly. Soon, you'll get to see Grandma and Grandpa. Aren't you excited? Observing the man's adeptness in changing diapers, it was evident that he was well practiced in these tasks. Darling, this call brought Lin's parents back to reality in an instant. Not only were they surprised, but so were Su's parents and the uncles and aunts. Xie Jinnian looked up to see a group of individuals gazing at him with astonished expressions. If Xie Jinnian was not mistaken, the two individuals before him must be his wife's parents. Lin's father, handsome and well-preserved despite being in his 40s, exuded a vibrant aura reminiscent of a successful businessman. Lin's mother, delicate and graceful, boasted smooth, taut skin, radiating an air of sophistication, akin to a woman in her early 30s. Every gesture she made was marked by elegance. The resemblance between mother and daughter was unmistakable, with Lin Guanzhi embodying the best traits of both her parents. No wonder his wife was so stunning. His gaze shifted to the right, where, as expected, stood Su's parents. Su's father was tall and well-built, his demeanor exuding an endearing charm. Su's mother has maintained an impressive physique, far surpassing that of an ordinary family. While her appearance may not quite match that of Lin's mother, she remains striking in her own right. The vast array of other relatives leaves Xie Jinnian at a loss for speculation. Lin Guanzhi takes the initiative to introduce them. Darling, these are my parents. Mom and Dad. This is my husband, Xie Jinnian. Upon completing the introduction, Xie Jinnian naturally follows suit, addressing them as Mom and Dad without a hint of hesitation or awkwardness. Lin's mother offers a gentle smile, greeting him with a warm hello. Meanwhile, Lin's father maintains a stern expression, merely nodding slightly, clearly less than welcoming towards Xie Jinnian. This is Su Xin's parents, my uncle and aunt, with whom my family shares a close bond. These two are Su Xin's brother and his girlfriend. Over here are my elder uncle and aunt, along with my cousin, Yinyu. Xie Jinnian responds in kind to the introductions made by Lin Guanzhi. Su's parents are favorably impressed by Xie Jinnian's demeanor, appreciating his charming looks and confident presence. The elder uncle and aunt also regard him positively, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Observing Xie Jinnian deftly changing the baby's diaper reveals that he is no stranger to such tasks at home. Lin's mother's gaze falls upon the second child cradled in Xie Jinnian's arms, her heart racing with excitement. Is this my little grandson? Lin Guanzhi nods with a smile, yes. Mom, his name is Xiaomi Li, and he is a boy. Lin's mother beams with joy, unable to contain her delight. Noticing Lin's mother's yearning to hold the baby, Xie Jinnian graciously offers the child to her. Mom, would you like to hold him? Lin's mother, having longed to hold her grandson for quite some time, eagerly accepts. The little one is not shy and readily adapts to anyone holding him. As he settles into Lin's mother's embrace, a moment of confusion gives way to a beaming smile, melting the hearts of everyone present. Filled with happiness as she gazes at the adorable baby, Lin's mother exclaims, Old Lin, come and see our little grandson. Oh my, he is simply too cute. Look, he is smiling and not at all shy. Lin's father, unable to contain his excitement, implores, let me hold him. Yet, Yin Shui sidesteps Lin's father's reaching hand, playfully protesting. No, not yet. I haven't had my fill of him. Today, she made an effort to forego makeup just to enjoy the closeness with the baby, gently rubbing her cheek against his soft face. Xiaomi Li, ever the charmer, giggles in Lin's mother's arms. Meanwhile, Lin's father grows impatient, his expression betraying his frustration. Come on, let me hold him. I am his grandfather after all. Shouldn't he meet me? Nevertheless, Lin's mother remains resolute, asserting, Xiaomi Li is a good boy. We want to let Grandpa hold him. He has a habit of smoking and drinking, and he smells bad. We ignore him. Lin's father retorts, that's nonsense. I haven't touched cigarettes or alcohol in quite some time. However, Lin's mother dismisses his explanation, turning her attention back to proudly showcasing the baby to everyone. Su's parents, watching with envy, yearn for such a soft, squishy baby themselves. Su's mother shoots her daughter a pointed glance. When will you give me a chubby grandson? Su's father chimes in, somewhat exasperated. Look at you laughing. Just look at Lin Guanzhi. She already has children. When will you bring someone home for us? Su Xin was initially smiling broadly, but the moment her parents reprimanded her, her smile vanished instantly. What? Why the sudden pressure? Wasn't everything harmonious just moments ago? In the blink of an eye, she transitioned from laughter to silence, her amusement extinguished by the looming storm ahead. She sensed that a tempest was about to unfold. Lin Guanzhi, smiling, called out to her father, Dad, come here. Lin's father, although anxious, followed his daughter's call. As they navigated around the dining table, they encountered a large baby carriage. In the next moment, Lin's father's pupils dilated, revealing a look of disbelief. He inhaled sharply, his lips trembling as he called out, Dear, come here. Lin's mother approached, cradling the second baby, bewildered by what could cause her usually composed husband to react this way. When she saw not one, but two babies lying in the carriage, her expression mirrored his shock. Goodness, two more little ones. Does this mean triplets? Our daughter has given birth to triplets. Su Xin's parents and her uncle's family, drawn by the commotion, curiously gathered around. Upon witnessing the two additional babies in the carriage, their expressions were no less astonished than Lin's parents. They were utterly dumbfounded. Su Xin sensed the gravity of the situation. Could this be the calm before the storm? Attempting to escape, she was promptly halted by her mother's commanding voice. Where do you think you're going? The tone was reminiscent of a lioness. Su Xin feigen innocen. Where could I possibly go? Just to the restroom. You haven't even introduced your partner, and you think you can just leave? Su Xin gasped. What does my partner and using the restroom have to do with each other? Typically, if Su hadn't brought someone home, it wouldn't have been a concern. But times had changed. Lin Guanzhi was married with children, and her brother also had a partner. And what about her? She had nothing. So who else was there to scold? Su Xin's mother was nearly in tears with envy. Lin Guanzhi, quick on her feet, placed the first baby into Su Xin's arms, successfully diverting her mother's attention. Su Xin cast a grateful glance towards Lin Guanzhi, appreciating her friendship over the years. Su Xin's mother gazed at the soft, little bundle in her arms, filled with both envy and excitement. Su Xin's father looked as if he wanted to snatch one of the babies and take it home. The triplets were remarkably well-behaved, smiling in their caregiver's arms without a hint of fussiness. At that moment, a hotel staff member approached Xie Jinnian, whispering a few words before departing. Xie Jinnian relayed the information to Lin Guanzhi, who nodded in understanding. It's all right, dear, you can go take care of things. I can manage our parents. Today was the 100-day celebration for the babies, and everyone understood that the father would be busy. Lin's father cleared his throat, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Go ahead. We'll manage here. Xie Jinnian nodded, addressing Lin's parents and his uncle and aunt. Excuse me, I must attend to some matters. After he left, Lin's father turned his gaze to the little puff in his arms, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Oh my, aren't you a precious little treasure? A little prince and a little princess indeed. I'm a grandpa, here to see my little ones. Aren't we excited? Little darling, your eyes are so beautiful. Your chubby little face is truly charming. Would you give your grandfather a hug? Chapter 78. Applause resounds. The little angels make their grand entrance. Lin Yuan cradled the little puff pastry and approached Lin Guanzhi, inquiring, who usually takes care of the children? How many nannies have you hired at home? Lin Guanzhi replied, usually, it's Xie Jinnian who looks after them. No, we haven't hired any nannies. No nannies? How do you manage with 3 children? Do your parents come to help? My in-laws come over occasionally, but most of the time, it's Xie Jinnian who takes care of them. Lin Guanzhi explained. Lin's father furrowed his brow. How can one person manage 3 children? Is that fellow Xie Jinnian reluctant to spend money? At that moment, Lin Yuan's impression of him diminished further. The venue was filled with relatives and friends, and Xie Jinnian was bustling about. Lin Guanzhi planned to discuss this topic with her father later. The relatives from the Xie family were numerous, occupying 3.5 tables in total, with Nong Xiao and Wu Tong sharing a table with Xie Jinnian's 3 roommates, making a perfect 4 tables. The 5th table was occupied by Xie, father, and mother seated with Lin Guanzhi's relatives. The parents from both sides engaged in lively conversation. As cheerful music filled the air, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi pushed the stroller onto the stage. The father, handsome and poised, and the mother, stunningly beautiful. The 3 adorable little ones in the stroller were endearing to all. The couple wore radiant smiles. Xie Jinnian took the microphone. Welcome, dear relatives and friends. Today marks the 100-day celebration of our triplet babies. We are immensely grateful that you have taken time out of your busy schedules to join us for the 100-day ceremony of little Sponge and his siblings. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, our 3 little treasures have reached 100 days. Their presence has brought unparalleled joy and happiness to both Lin Guanzhi and me. Watching them grow day by day is the greatest satisfaction for us as a couple. Since their birth, each laugh and every cry has filled our hearts with profound emotion. I believe some of you are meeting our babies for the first time, so on this special day, Lin Guanzhi and I would like to introduce our little darlings with great honor. Lin Guanzhi lifted the eldest, her face adorned with a doting smile. Dear relatives and friends, in my arms is our eldest treasure, affectionately nicknamed Little Sponge. As the oldest brother, he tends to cry the most and can be quite the handful, showing little awareness of his role as an older sibling. He is not much of a role model for his younger siblings, refusing to drink milk like a good brother should. However, regardless of his antics, Little Sponge remains my most beloved baby. Little Sponge seemed to sense his mother's words and began to whimper, blinking his grape-like eyes in her embrace. This scene elicited laughter from the surrounding relatives and friends. The adorable little human, alongside his ethereal mother, was a sight to behold. The eldest treasure adored his mother, and after a brief pout, transformed into a cheerful little one again. In the audience, Yin Shi and Lin Yuan observed the sweetness between their daughter and the little ones. Lin's father remarked, "It appears that my daughter is genuinely happy and content. Such heartfelt emotions cannot be feigned. It appears that Xie Jinnian indeed treats his daughter and the little ones with great affection." On stage, he cradled the adorable second child, who, upon being lifted, began to squirm in his embrace. This delightful little creature, affectionately nicknamed Xie, immediately evokes thoughts of delicious rice, does it not? Indeed, this little one possesses an insatiable appetite, embodying the very essence of a dedicated eater. And with such voracity comes a great deal of messiness. Due to Xie hearty appetite, he has grown the fastest and strongest among the triplets, displaying remarkable strength and a mischievous spirit. You see, even after a brief embrace, he was already wriggling in his father's arms. The relatives and friends gathered below were utterly charmed by the second child, wondering what color of sack might delight this little darling, wishing they could take him home to care for him themselves. With a visage as exquisite as a work of art, there is no one who could possibly resist his charm. Next, we turn our attention to the final little one. Lin Guanzhi held her princess close, creating an instant focal point for everyone present. Her melodious voice rang out, announcing, "In my arms is our little treasure, affectionately called Xiaopuff, the only princess among the triplets. Our little Xiaopuff is the most gentle of the trio, rarely causing a fuss or competing for attention. She is simply delightful." Her father affectionately refers to her as his little cotton-padded jacket. "Come now, Xiaopuff, greet your uncles and aunts. Today we celebrate the 100-day banquet for the babies and their brothers. Thank you all for being here." Xiaopuff is overjoyed. Lin Guanzhi waved her daughter's chubby little arm. The adorable child, thinking her mother was playing a game, bounced with unrestrained joy. "Oh my, what a beautiful and charming angelic baby." Many were envious and wished for a princess just like her. Once the introductions concluded, the 3 little ones lay in their stroller, curiously gazing from side to side. Their expressions varied from curiosity and surprise to sheer adorableness, each one capable of melting hearts effortlessly. My precious little grandchildren. Lin's father felt a surge of warmth in his heart, longing to take them back to Peaching and keep them by his side forever. The babies were certainly the stars of the show. As the introduction segment came to a close, it was time for the feast. Yet the couple's duties were far from over. They wheeled the stroller to the dining table to greet relatives and friends up close. Their first stop was at Lin's father and mother's table. Yin Shui beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Oh my, the babies performed splendidly just now. Such good little ones. Truly worthy of being their grandmother's beloved grandchildren. Everyone adores you. Happy 100-day banquet, my little darlings. Grandmother wishes you peace, health, and happiness every day." The triplet babies gazed softly at their grandmother, feeling an innate familiarity with this woman who bore a striking resemblance to their mother. As soon as Yin Shui finished speaking, Lin's father beamed with joy, approaching to bestow his blessings. "Little Sponge, little Mealy, little Puff, your grandfather watched you from the audience just now. You have truly enchanted him." He continued, "Shall we all spend some time together?" However, the three little ones were quite adamant in their desire to remain with their parents. Lin's father wore a look of regret. Confronted with the tender affection of the little ones, he turned to Xie Jinnian with a stern demeanor and declared, "I entrust my daughter to you for the time being. While she is in your care, you must ensure that she suffers no grievances. Otherwise, you shall witness the consequences of your negligence." Even in the presence of Xie Jinnian's parents, he spoke with such audacity. Xie Jinnian understood that every parent desires their child to be safe and joyful, free from any injustices. With a serious expression, he replied, "Father, rest assured, as long as I have sustenance, I shall never allow Guanzhi to endure even the slightest hardship." Lin Yuan grunted in acknowledgement, signifying his acceptance of the assurance. Meanwhile, Xie's mother chimed in, "Since Jinnian is fortunate to have married such an exceptional wife as Guanzhi, you must treat her well. Should I discover that you mistreat her, neither your father nor I will let you off easily." Chapter 79. Astonishing Rewards. "We too are now villa owners." Xie Jinnian lifted the eldest child and promised, "Parents, I shall ensure that you never have the opportunity to worry. Isn't that right, little Sponge? Daddy will protect you and Mommy." The little one reached out with chubby hands to grasp his face. Xie Jinnian feigned distress, exclaiming in mock pain, which elicited joyful laughter from the eldest. Those around them joined in the mirth, realizing how mischievous their eldest truly was. After greeting their grandparents and great-grandparents, the couple proceeded with the baby carriage to introduce their children to relatives and friends on the Xie side. Upon encountering the three adorable little treasures, the relatives were utterly enchanted, showering them with blessings. The second aunt approached with a beaming smile. "Babies, do you remember your second aunt? I often held you." Little Xiaomi recognized her and smiled back at her, bringing a sense of warmth. "Oh my, the cherubic smiles of these human infants are utterly heartwarming." The second aunt exclaimed in surprise, "Did you see that? The second baby remembers me. Xiaomi is so clever." The sheer charm of the delightful little ones captivated the hearts of their relatives and friends. Xie Weihong stepped forward to congratulate. "Jinnian is truly blessed. These children are simply adorable. They're the most intelligent and spirited babies I have ever encountered. Dear sister-in-law, you have endured much to bring forth such lovely children for Jinnian," he continued. "Jinnian, you must cherish her." Xie Jinnian smiled, replying, "Cousin, I will." He then introduced the little rice dumplings. "This is your eldest uncle. Remember him well." Following their father's direction, the triplet babies curiously observed the unfamiliar uncle before them. It is no wonder they're called little angels, as even their puzzled expressions are endearing. With the arrival of the triplets, relatives and friends enthusiastically extended their well wishes. Amidst the joyful laughter, the little darlings soared with happiness. The final table was graced by Fu Zhou and Nong Xiao Xiao. Nong Xiao Xiao cradled a baby and affectionately said, "Little ones, you have turned 100 days old. Annie wishes you robust health and progress in your studies." The little puff had gem-like eyes, long eyelashes, and her smile, swaying in Nong Xiao Xiao's embrace, surpassed even that of a fairy. Wu Tong could not resist picking up the second baby, exclaiming, "Xiaomi, Annie wishes you health and prosperity. May you find peace with each passing year, and grow to be even more handsome than your father." Inheriting the exceptional genes of Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi. It must be said that in the future, the second child and his elder brother may indeed surpass Xie Jinnian in beauty. The second child, curious about Wu Tong's hair, reached out his tiny hands to tug at it. Ending Xiao Xiao and Wu Tong were enviously admiring Lin Guanzhi, saying, "Guanzhi, we wish you a harmonious family. May everything go smoothly, and may you remain forever youthful and beautiful." Lin Guanzhi smiled and graciously accepted their blessings, with the sister-in-law's good friend offering well wishes. How could Xie Jinnian's close companions be absent? The three shared their thoughts with the babies, and then turned to Xie Jinnian, saying, "Brother Nian, let the wine speak for us." With that, they all raised their glasses and drank in unison. The infants, being only 3 months old, had limited energy and soon began to yawn unknowingly. Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi carried them into the private room to rest and feed. As if aware that it was their special day, the babies were exceptionally well-behaved, eagerly drinking from their bottles. After checking their diapers, it was found they were clean and fresh, without any unpleasantness. Once the babies were satisfied, they drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, at the banquet, relatives and friends were engaged in lively conversations. Xie Jinnian kept downing drinks and then inquired about the cost of the food and beverages at this 5-star hotel. He wondered aloud, "Do you know how much a table costs? It can't be cheap, can it?" Xie Weihong, privy to some insider information, replied, "I heard from Aunt San that a table seems to be around 23,999 yuan." Xie Jinnian gasped, 23,999 for a table? That's 119,995 for 5 tables. Add in the 20,000 yuan venue fee, and that comes to nearly 140,000. And that doesn't even include the decoration costs. If everything is accounted for, it should be no less than 160,000 or 170,000. He felt a surge of astonishment. Xie Jinnian had truly earned a fortune. Such a sum would take him a year to save, and yet he had spent it all on a single 100-day banquet. Hearing Xie Weihong's words, the surrounding relatives silently calculated as well, equally astonished at the lavish expenditure for a banquet. Was the fresh produce supermarket in Yunqing truly that profitable? On the other side, Lin's parents were also engaged in animated conversation. Most of the time, it was Xie's mother and Yin Shui exchanging pleasantries. They reminisced about countless topics regarding Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi's childhood. Xie's parents had a very favorable impression of Lin Guanzhi's parents. They were surprisingly easy to get along with. Previously, they had thought wealthy individuals would be difficult to relate to, lacking common ground. However, after their brief interactions, Lin's parents did not conform to that stereotype at all. They were quite amiable, especially the mother-in-law, who often sought out topics of conversation. Much to Xie's mother's relief. Although the father-in-law spoke little, as long as he did not object, there was no hindrance to their son and daughter-in-law being together. The Su family, who had come along, also got along well with the family of the eldest uncle. The atmosphere throughout was harmonious. Once the babies fell asleep, the couple finally felt at ease. They closed the door to the resting room and returned to the dining table to enjoy their meal. It has been over a year since Lin Guanzhi last dined with her parents, causing her to exhibit a degree of unease. Lin's father, however, seemed more preoccupied with thoughts beyond a meal. After taking a bite, he suggested, "Once the celebration for the baby's 100-day milestone concludes, why don't you take us to see where you live?" Prior to their arrival, Su Xin had informed him that Xie Jinnian had purchased 2 properties in Yin City, one large and one small. They resided in the larger one, while the smaller one was allocated for Xie Jinnian's parents. Lin Guanzhi readily agreed, "Of course, parents. Afterward, you can visit our place. In the evening, Jinnian will prepare a delicious meal for you. His culinary skills are remarkable. You must savor it." A sense of pride illuminated Lin Guanzhi's eyes as she spoke of Xie Jinnian's cooking prowess. Ding! Congratulations to the host for holding a 100-day banquet for the triplets, successfully introducing them to their grandparents. Reward, a villa in Maple Leaf Cottage. Maple Leaf Cottage? At the sound of the system's notification, Xie Jinnian's heart raced. If memory served him correctly, Maple Leaf Cottage was one of the most prestigious villa districts in Yin City. All the residences there were exquisitely furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Located on New Moon Road in Baiyun District, it boasted a full array of amenities, including a subway station, supermarkets, hospitals, and bus stations. He had previously come across information about this villa district on Douyin, where the average price per square meter was around 110,000 yuan, with the smallest units being approximately 420 square meters. He was pleasantly surprised by the magnitude of this reward from the system. Chapter 80. Envy and Tears. Xie Jinnian, we are jealous of you. The fully furnished villa was ready for immediate move-in. Today, on the occasion of the 100-day banquet, was indeed a fortuitous day to take residence. Xie Jinnian contemplated taking his in-laws and relatives for a tour later, intending to settle in that evening. After about 20 minutes of dining, Lin's father grew restless, rising to check on the babies in the lounge. Lin's mother, Yin Shi, observed this behavior. The old man, with a sharp tongue yet tender heart, had transformed. He had been talking about how things would be before their arrival, yet upon seeing the babies, he seemed eager to cling to them. Time passed swiftly amidst the gathering. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed, and their relatives and friends were well fed and merry. Some relatives visiting Yun City for the first time cheerfully asked Xie's mother, Xiulan, "Since we're here, could you show us Jinyan's house? We've heard it's quite beautiful, and we'd love to broaden our horizons." Among them, the second aunt had the most authority to speak, as not only was Jinyan's house stunning, but the residences of Xiulan and Wenle were equally impressive. With someone leading the charge, other relatives chimed in, expressing their desire to see the house. Though Xie's mother felt embarrassed to refuse their enthusiasm, she had just overheard her in-laws expressing their intention to visit their son's home. With so many people wanting to go, she wondered if it could accommodate everyone. Sensing his mother's dilemma, Xie Jinnian smiled and reassured her mom, "It's no problem at all. Let us invite our relatives and friends to join us. We can take them to see my newly purchased villa. Today is the baby's 100-day banquet, making it the perfect occasion to move in." Xie's mother widened her eyes in astonishment. "A newly bought villa? When did my son acquire a villa without my knowledge?" Xie Jinnian's words were astonishing, leaving Xie's father and those around him utterly speechless. Su Xin thought she had misheard. "Xie Jinnian, did you just say you bought a villa?" Lin Guanzhi and her mother exchanged incredulous glances. Xie Jinnian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I just acquired it recently. I plan to surprise Guanzhi and the babies during the 100-day banquet." Lin Guanzhi was taken aback to learn that her husband had secretly purchased another villa for her and the children as a surprise. Goodness, is our family truly this affluent? Yet, upon hearing about the new villa, Lin Guanzhi felt a surge of joy. Once the children grew older, the villa's spaciousness would afford them ample room for activities. Lin's mother had not anticipated that this son-in-law would buy a villa, especially as a surprise for her daughter. This young man certainly knows how to earn money. Nearby, Su Xin felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing the news. He was a few years older than Xie Jinnian. Honestly, if he were in Xie Jinnian's position, relying solely on his own abilities, he would not be able to afford even a modest 60-square-meter apartment. Su Xin was self-aware. His current accomplishments were not a testament to his prowess, but rather a reflection of his parents' support. The relatives and friends around them were abuzz with excitement upon learning of Xie Jinnian's villa purchase. Goodness, truly, he is the most successful person in the village. Buying a villa is as easy as purchasing groceries. Why, oh why, isn't it oneself achieving such success? How wonderful it would be if that villa belonged to me. According to his aunt, Xie Jinnian owns 2 properties in Yunqing, a van, a commercial space, and even bought his wife a Bentley worth millions. This was already impressive enough. But to discover he had acquired yet another villa was astonishing. After the banquet concluded successfully, the triplet babies in the lounge had just awakened. Lin's father and mother brought them out. Meanwhile, Xie's parents were busy accommodating relatives and friends with their lodging arrangements. They had already reserved accommodations in advance and shared the hotel information in the family group chat. As the festivities began to wind down, Xiao Fei and his peers ran around gleefully. Xie Jinnian waved to them. "Xiao Fei, you wanted toys, right? Now that the event is over, you can choose whatever you like. Go ahead and grab some." Xiao Fei beamed as he approached, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle." He then hurried off to select toys, followed by several other children, all relatives of the family. They were so enamored with the beautiful toys that they wished to take them all home. The quality of the toys provided by the five-star hotel was distinctly superior, enticing even the adults. The triplet babies, witnessing their older siblings having such a delightful time, also became interested in the toys. Lin's parents doted on their grandchildren, promptly bringing over anything that piqued their interest. Xie Jinnian instructed a server to fetch bags. As they departed, the children joyfully carried numerous beloved toys, enlisting their parents' help with those they couldn't manage to carry. Upon arriving at the hotel parking lot, Xie Jinnian's Lantu van and a white Bentley Continental were parked outside. The van had been driven by Xie Jinnian to bring Lin Guanzhi and the babies today. The Bentley was driven over by Su Xin. The two cars were parked side by side, and upon learning that both belonged to Xie Jinnian, the relatives and friends were utterly astonished. Compared to the nanny vehicle, the Bentley stood out even more strikingly. Is this truly a luxury car worth nearly 4 million? Xie Jinnian, the son of the second aunt, was left wide-eyed. Although he lacked wealth, he could not resist the allure of automobiles. He recognized the model, a Bentley Continental, priced at almost 4 million. It was surprising to discover that their neighbor had purchased such a vehicle. Feeling slightly disheartened, he pondered how he had dropped out of school and ventured into society for years, struggling to afford even an air conditioner outright. Meanwhile, others were buying houses and cars outright, not to mention grand villas. Some relatives and friends, captivated by the car as stylish and elegant appearance, curiously inquired about its price. It certainly looked stunning, and one could tell it was not inexpensive. The onlookers also cast curious glances. They had heard the car was worth several million, though they were unaware of the specific price. Xie Jinnian revealed the figure. If he recalled correctly, the top configuration was 3.93 million, just shy of 4 million. The crowd exclaimed, "3.93 million. My goodness, what an astronomical sum. How high would that stack if converted to cash?" Furthermore, a nanny vehicle was parked beside it, equally fashionable and high-end. According to Xie Jinnian, this one was priced around 600,000 to 700,000. While it did not compare to the Bentley, it was still beyond their means. The crowd gathered around, admiring the cars, thinking they were indeed their dream vehicles. Mr. and Mrs. Lin were secretly astonished at the sight of the two cars in the parking lot. Setting aside the nanny vehicle, the Bentley was truly beautiful. To provide such an expensive car for their daughter, while he himself drove a vehicle worth only 600,000 to 700,000, clearly demonstrated his deep affection for her. Mr. Lin also owned a Bentley and thought to himself that Xie Jinnian had good taste. The three little ones, having just awoken, had not left the warm embrace of their grandparents. Mr. Lin, cheerfully holding his little granddaughter, opened the door of the nanny vehicle, saying, "Little darling, let us go for a ride with Grandpa. Shall we go together?" Chapter 81. Grandpa's love is too much for little Bao. Little Bao expressed her discontent, pouting her lips. Mr. Lin felt a warmth in his palms, and, in the next moment, noticed the little princess's distressed expression. Realizing what was happening, he glanced at his daughter. "Where's the diaper?" Lin Guanzhi, observing her father with the little one, quickly understood. "Dad, hand me the little puff. I'll change her." She could tell from her daughter's expression that a mess had been made. Mr. Lin objected, saying, "I'll handle it. Just give me the diaper." "Dad, do you even know how to change it?" Mr. Lin shot her a look of disdain. After taking the diaper, he hurriedly sat down with the little bundle in his arms. Carefully, he unfastened the diaper, approaching the task with utmost seriousness. Despite having not changed a diaper in over 20 years, he still remembered the process. Though his technique was somewhat clumsy, everyone could feel the love he held for his granddaughter. Mrs. Lin, concerned he might not manage it well, watched closely, worried he might accidentally hurt the little one. Typically, it is the father who changes the diapers for the little one, executing the task with an impressive fluidity and finesse. However, when it is the grandfather's turn, the little darling, feeling quite uncomfortable, cries out in distress. Lin's father is deeply concerned, soothing the child as he changes the diaper, saying, "Don't cry, little one. I understand you are uncomfortable. Your grandfather is almost done. Just hold on a little longer, and I will do my best." Soon, The little treasure is transformed back into a fresh and cheerful baby. Yet, despite this, the little one remains visibly upset, her face flushed from tears. Beside her, Lin's mother feels even more distressed, exclaiming, "Look how uncomfortable our little princess is. Can't we have Xie Jinnian change her? Look how much she's crying." Lin's father genuinely wishes to change the diaper for the little one. Having the chance to see them is rare, and he longs to do something for them. Although Lin Guanzhi knows her daughter is crying heavily, she feels a touch of warmth in her heart. Her father adores the little ones. After a tug-of-war lasting 5 or 6 minutes, the little one is finally in a fresh diaper, once again in a clean and pleasant state. The tiny creature, with a look of utter grievance, reaches out her small hands for her mother to hold her, sobbing softly in her embrace. Lin Guanzhi gently comforts her, saying, "Sweet little puff, no more tears. Your grandfather loves you dearly. He changed your stinky diaper because he cares for you. You need not thank him, but why continue crying? What if your grandfather feels sad?" Alas, the child remains oblivious to such concerns and continues to cry in her mother's arms. The triplet babies have synchronized their biological clocks. When one of them soils their diaper, Xie Jinnian diverts his attention to the eldest and the second. What is going on? Why are these two little ones contradicting their father today? After waiting patiently, there is still no sign of movement from the little treasures. With no other choice, they must head to Maple Leaf Cottage. Xie Jinnian drives the nanny van with Lin Guanzhi and her parents, each holding a cherubic child. Su Xin Dai Lin Guanzhi bin Li, with Su Xin and his girlfriend in the passenger seats. Xie's parents, on the other hand, share a taxi with relatives and friends. 20 minutes later, they arrive at Maple Leaf Cottage. Upon locating the house number, everyone begins to disembark. The villa boasts a spacious interior of 430 square meters, spread over 4 levels. The basement and 3 upper floors are designed in a cohesive Nordic style. Positioned to face south, it enjoys ample sunlight and ventilation. The overall color palette consists of neutral tones such as white, gray, and cream. The first floor living room features marble tile flooring, while the bedrooms on the second and third floors are adorned with light wooden floors. The basement comprises a garage and a versatile entertainment area, complete with a game room, wine cellar, storage room, and home theater, all equipped with soundproof walls and acoustic carpets, alongside a professional projection screen and surround sound system. The first floor include a reception room, dining area, an open-concept kitchen blending Eastern and Western styles, a tea room, a small bedroom, and a storage room. The front yard features a large lawn adorned with a variety of blooming flowers, filling the air with a delicate floral fragrance. The second floor serves as a tranquil retreat, featuring a children's room, guest room, playroom, and a spacious outdoor balcony perfect for sunbathing or enjoying afternoon tea. The third floor houses a grand master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom and a large walk-in closet, while the balcony offers a table and lounge chairs, providing a space to enjoy the breeze. Opposite the master bedroom, there is a study, a children's room, and a small attic storage area. The staircase and elevator seamlessly connect the entire villa, making it exceedingly convenient to traverse between floors. Upon arrival, the astonished expressions of relatives and friends reflected sheer amazement as they beheld the scene before them. The air seemed to sweeten, and one cannot help but wonder if this was the essence of life and affluence. Gazing at the opulent villa, jaws dropped in disbelief, mingling surprise with envy and incredulity. Goodness, this villa is undeniably vast and luxurious. Is this not the very home one dreams of? It is well known that Baiyun district in Yunqing is a haven for the affluent, attracting many prominent figures who prefer to reside here. Xianmu approached her son, Xie Jinnian, equally astonished. He truly bought the villa. This rascal has kept such a splendid secret, having acquired the villa long ago and only revealing it today. What a well-concealed surprise. The more Xianmu observed the house, the more she adored it. Jinnian, you really purchased this place? Xie Jinnian nodded affirmatively, explaining that the spacious villa would provide a comfortable living environment for Guanzhi and the children. Not only did Xianmu appreciate it, but also delighted Su Xin's mother. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her daughter had found a partner not only striking in appearance, but also impressively capable. Her daughter, of the same age, possessed nothing at present. She was determined to have such a handsome son-in-law and a splendid home. Moreover, she yearned for beautiful triplets. She wished to embrace the roles of both grandmother and nanny. Gradually, she succumbed to envy, irrationally extending her admiration to Su Xin as well. At this moment, Lin Yuan and Yin Shi were still holding on to their little grandson, reluctant to let go. Lin's parents, also villa residents, were no strangers to such grandeur. However, upon witnessing the maple leaf villa, they were inwardly astonished. Their son-in-law had indeed accomplished something remarkable by purchasing such an expansive villa through his own efforts. Based on their experience, this property was worth at least tens of millions. Xie Jinnian opened the villa door and beckoned everyone to step inside for a tour. As they entered, they were greeted by a gray leather sofa and a natural wood coffee table, with a uniquely designed crystal chandelier hanging overhead. To the left was a distinctive bar and kitchen, fully equipped with an array of furniture and appliances. Proceeding further led them to the dining area, featuring floor-to-ceiling glass windows that offered breathtaking views while dining. Since supplying goods to Xie Jinnian, Annie had experienced a world far removed from her previous life. She could hardly have dreamed of visiting such an affluent neighborhood. Sitting on the sofa, she marveled at the material, exclaiming that it felt akin to resting on clouds. The leather upholstery was evidently of high quality, hinting at a considerable price tag. Chapter 82. The Grand Villa, we desire it too. The only drawback of high-quality items is their expense. Auntie remarked on the exceptional comfort of the sofa, envisioning a day when she could afford one just like it to boast about in her village. Once hesitant to entertain such thoughts, she now found herself in a different era. Since providing goods to Xie Jinnian, her daily earnings had multiplied several-fold compared to her past. Once she has saved enough money, she intends to truly save her life. Aunt Zhang, at the age of 56, is visiting such a splendid house for the first time. It is even more beautiful than what she usually sees on television. To her astonishment, the house even has an elevator. How extraordinary! Is this truly the residence of the affluent? Aunt Zhang feels as if she has stepped into a new world. At home, her greatest joy is cooking, and a kitchen on the first floor of the villa captivates her. It is equipped with a range hood, a sterilizer, a dishwasher, an oven, an air fryer, a blender, a juicer, and more. She does not recognize the brands. A quick online search reveals they are all high-end brands, with none available for less than several thousand. How remarkable that Jinnian has achieved such success. Just the kitchen itself contains numerous appliances she has never encountered before. Ascending to the second floor, Aunt Zhang's eyes widened in amazement. My goodness, what a luxurious and sophisticated decor style. And the view is absolutely stunning. Each room boasts a spacious balcony, offering a refreshing sense of openness when one gazes out. How wonderful it would be to spend a night in such a beautiful home. Mr. and Mrs. Lin, accompanying their relatives from the Xie family, also toured the house. Yin Shi nods in admiration. This house is indeed impressive, with decor that surpasses their own home. The layout and natural light are excellent, promising comfort for future residents. Mr. Lin silently agrees, acknowledging that Xie Jinnian has a good eye. Securing such a property indeed requires considerable skill. Lin Wan knows she will adore this villa. Not only is the decor exquisite, but the space is remarkably ample. She can already envision her children playing joyfully within its walls. Darling, thank you for doing so much for me and the little ones. Xie Jinnian holds her hand, a smile gracing his face. I promise to provide a better life for you and our children. Living in this villa is merely the first step. Many more surprises await you. The triplet babies appear to be enamored with their new surroundings, curiously looking around in their grandparents' embrace, exhibiting expressions of keen interest. Mrs. Lin introduces the space. Little ones, do you know where this is? This is the new home your father has purchased for you. It will be your new abode. Isn't it beautiful? Spacious and lovely indeed. Your father cares deeply for you, so remember to listen to him and your mother. The second baby, while observing, listens attentively. The clever little one points to what piques his interest, prompting Mrs. Lin to carry him over. What pleases Xie Jinnian the most is the lovely crib that accompanies the master bedroom. The triplet babies will have no trouble sleeping and rolling around in it. After touring the house, no one could find a single flaw. Xie Jinnian shed tears of envy. Approaching his mother, he softly remarked, "Mom, Jinnian is doing so well now, living in a villa worth millions. He is truly impressive." Beside him, his aunt, lacking formal education, often speaks without regard for the occasion. "What good is envy now? You chose to drop out of high school to work, and with limited education. All you can do is factory work, earning meager wages. Your parents encouraged you to pursue your studies, yet you went against their wishes. Now, witnessing Jinnian's success, what is there to regret?" As the words left her lips, an immediate silence enveloped the air around them. Auntie glanced sharply at her husband, urging him to refrain from speaking if he had nothing constructive to say, for the atmosphere had grown quite awkward. Unyielding, Auntie retorted, "What have I said wrong?" Her perceptiveness was truly commendable, prompting relatives and friends to swiftly intervene and diffuse the tension. Xie Jinnian had navigated through the vicissitudes of society for many years, encountering a myriad of experiences. He was well aware of Auntie's reputation in the village as someone with a sharp tongue. He merely chuckled, dismissing her words without concern. However, to be candid, he did feel somewhat disheartened. The achievements of Xie Jinnian had not gone unnoticed by their relatives and friends. Suddenly, a relative inquired, "Wenla, is it true that your family's fresh produce supermarket is quite profitable? You've even managed to purchase such a grand villa." Xie Wenla laughed lightly, responding, "It's going reasonably well." The questioner was Xie Jinnian's seventh uncle, who had initially been approached by Xie Wenla when he was preparing to establish his own fresh produce supermarket. The seventh uncle cultivated over 10 acres of rapeseed in the village and had considered providing a stable supply for his son. However, when Xie Wenla sought his assistance, the uncle declined, believing that supplying the townspeople would yield more profit and be more stable, especially since Xie Jinnian supermarket had just opened, and its future success was uncertain. Ultimately, he opted to maintain his collaboration with the town and turned down Xie Wenla's proposal. Recently, rumors had circulated about the profitability of their fresh produce supermarket, but the figures varied widely among the townsfolk. Going reasonably well implied substantial earnings, yet the exact amount remained elusive. Xie Mu, unaware of her husband and seventh uncle's prior dealings, was candid in her response. "Things have improved significantly since we opened. We now have a steady daily income of around 20,000 yuan. At the mention of her son's supermarket, Xie Mu beamed with pride. 20,000 a day? Gasped those nearby, taken aback. My goodness, that's astonishing. Earning such a sum in a single day left them utterly speechless. The amount was beyond what they could save in an entire year of frugality, while Xie Jinnian had managed to earn it in just one day. What incredible reality. It was no wonder he could afford a house, a car, and such an opulent villa. If the supermarket continued to thrive, who could fathom the wealth he might amass in the future? Education truly pays off. Remarkably, he hadn't even graduated from university yet he was already soaring to great heights in life. For Xie Jinnian's relatives and friends, it would be disingenuous to claim they were not envious. Meanwhile, upon overhearing the conversation about the Xie family, Lin Yuan felt a deep admiration for Xie Jinnian. Prior to his arrival, Su Xin had informed him that her son-in-law had purchased a house and a car through his own efforts. Initially, he had assumed Xie Jinnian came from a well-off family, never imagining he hailed from a rural background. With limited support from his parents, he had achieved this success solely through his own diligence. Moreover, he was quite handsome, devoted to his wife, faithful, and exceedingly family-oriented. It was no wonder his daughter held such affection for him. Today marked the first meeting between him and Xie Jinnian. And regardless of the matters concerning his daughter, Xie Jinnian indeed proved to be an admirable individual. Cousin Yin Yu also overheard the conversation among the Xie family. Unlike Lin's father, she held no particular stance. She simply thought that Xie Jinnian was handsome, possessed good character, and was quite compatible with her cousin. In Chapter 83, Xie's mother's lips had taken on an unusual twist. It was inevitable, given her son's exceptional qualities. Upon their first visit to the villa, after a brief tour, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi took the children to the master bedroom to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. The nanny's car was filled with the children's necessities, including several sets of small clothes and pants. Xie Jinnian planned to move the items from Tianrun community the following day, but he intended to make a quick trip back later to retrieve essentials for the night. Downstairs, relatives and friends were engaged in animated conversation. Suddenly, the second aunt said to Aunt Zhang, "Didn't you mention wanting to visit the fresh produce supermarket? Now that we've finished touring the villa, let Xie Jinnian take you there." Upon hearing this, the relatives and friends exhibited keen interest. They were intrigued to see a supermarket that could earn 20,000 yuan in a day. Seeing the excitement around her, Huang Xiulan did not decline. After informing Xie Jinnian, she prepared to set off. Xie Jinnian replied, "Mom, I'll join you. On our way back, it's convenient to stop by Tianrun Community to pick up some fresh clothes." Lin Guanzhi nodded. "Go ahead, my love. Please drive safely. I will take good care of the children." It seemed that little Powerful was reluctant to see her father leave, reaching out her small hands for a hug. After a considerable effort to divert his daughter's attention, Xie Jinnian seized the opportunity to depart. Lin Guanzhi's relatives decided to visit the fresh produce supermarket the following day. As there were too many people from the Xie family present today, it would be too crowded, with excitement bubbling within them. The relatives and friends were finally ready to behold the true visage of the fresh produce supermarket. Bailu Square was teeming with people, living up to its reputation as one of Yin City's bustling commercial centers, with a diverse stream of passers-by. From a distance, they spotted the sign for Jinnian fresh produce. Aunt Zhang marveled, "Wow, there are indeed so many people in the big city. Even a single square is packed." Shops were abundant, and business was thriving. With such prime real estate, the prices must be exorbitant. One relative could not help but exclaim, "No wonder it's easier to earn money in a big city. There's gold everywhere if you have the brains. If only I had a shop here." Even without conducting business, renting it out would yield considerable profit. I recall that Jinnian has already purchased this commercial property, right? Xilan, how much did your son spend in total? Before Xie's mother could respond, the second aunt interjected, "Commercial properties here are priced at 40,000 yuan per square meter. And this year's property is a total of 230 square meters. You could do the math." Speaking of Xie Jinnian's property prices, the second aunt wore a proud expression. Although Xie Jinnian was not her own child, she had watched him grow up. Moreover, as the first person from the village to visit the property, she felt an inexplicable sense of pride. 40,000 yuan per square meter, a total of 230 square meters. That's quite a sum. 230, 920. In total 2 million. The crowd collectively gasped. Heavens! This is a sum they could never have imagined, even in their wildest dreams. The child Jinnian has surpassed their expectations. If they possessed such wealth, why would they attend classes? Wouldn't it be more delightful to simply lounge at home? Yet, they are not like Xie Jinnian. He possesses both capability and intellect, exemplifying the age-old adage that a chicken lays an egg and an egg hatches a chicken. As one approaches the fresh produce supermarket, the vibrant atmosphere is palpable. A throng gathers at the entrance, engaged in lively conversation, seemingly deliberating on something significant. Aunt Zhang pricks up her ears to listen. "My daughter recommended this place for its fresh produce. Their vegetables are indeed exquisite. The pork and beef are commendable. Comparatively, other vendors cannot hold a candle to them. I must tell you, when my in-laws dined at my home last time, they remarked they had never tasted such fresh vegetables, pure organic produce, free from pesticides. Their chickens are authentic free-range birds, raised on corn in the village, and the flavor is simply divine. I just purchased 2. I plan to gift one." A few aunties at the entrance are engaged in conversation, and Aunt Zhang is keenly attentive. The free-range chickens they supply are quite popular. Besides providing Xie Jinnian with greens, they also offer a good number of local free-range chickens. Witnessing the popularity of these rural chickens among urban dwellers fills Aunt Zhang with immense joy. The fresh produce supermarket attracts many repeat customers, and the proprietors are well known to them. Upon seeing Xie Jinnian, they approach him with warmth. "Boss Xie, it's been a while. It's rare to see you here. Aren't you home caring for the babies today?" "Indeed, the little ones are at home with my wife. Today marks their 100-day celebration, and their grandparents have come to visit." The aunts express their happiness for Xie Jinnian, extending their congratulations. Time flies. The little ones are already 100 days old. We wish them ever-increasing cuteness and intelligence. They are also familiar with Huang Xiulan, Jinnian's mother. Congratulations, Jinnian's mother. Your grandsons are healthy and safe. Your family is truly blessed. Xie's mother happily accepts their blessings, recognizing many of these patrons as regular customers. She even manages a group comprised of their family's members, serving as the administrator. After conversing with the customers for a while, the manager, Zhuang Qian, warmly approaches them. She had rushed to work immediately following the conclusion of the baby's 100-day celebration. Xie Jinnian assures her, "You need not attend to us. Please focus on your duties." Zhuang Qian acknowledges him with a brief response before returning to her tasks. Xie's mother invites their relatives and friends to explore the supermarket, proudly declaring, "This is our family's vegetable market." Curious, the relatives and friends survey their surroundings, eager to uncover the secrets behind a store that earns 20,000 yuan a day. Just as everyone is examining the place, Zhuang Qian's voice reaches Xie Jinnian once more, this time indicating an urgent matter. "Boss, there are some individuals seeking you." "Me?" Xie Jinnian furrows his brow and glances in the direction Zhuang Qian indicated, where 3 women in their 30s come into view. Among them is Deng Yu, the principal of the Red Sun Kindergarten, who has come with her teachers primarily to discuss collaboration with Xie Jinnian. Recently, their kindergarten purchased vegetables several times from Jinnian Fresh Supermarket, and the children were delighted with the food. The chef at the kindergarten praised the quality of their ingredients, noting that they were fresh, healthy, and reasonably priced. To ensure the children could enjoy fresh vegetables daily, Deng Yu sought to collaborate with Xie Jinnian. To her surprise, the shop's owner was remarkably young and strikingly handsome, exuding an air of independence from afar. What a charming man! Deng Yu and the 2 teachers were captivated at first sight of Xie Jinnian. Upon learning their intentions, Xie Jinnian pondered briefly before responding. "It's certainly no problem for your kindergarten to source supplies from me regularly." Wow, the handsome gentleman was indeed exceptional. His voice was magnetic and pleasant to hear. When he smiled, it was as if sunshine illuminated his face. In Chapter 84, Lin Guanzhi proudly showcased her husband, exclaiming that he was an exceptional cook. Relatives and friends were keenly attentive. Could it be true that someone from the kindergarten approached them for a long-term collaboration? With so many teachers and students at the kindergarten, their daily purchasing volume must be substantial. If this partnership were to continue, they could earn a significant profit. Uncle Xie, when you thought the money was incredibly easy to earn. A major project was concluded in mere moments. Xie Jinnian smiled and expressed gratitude for their trust, assuring them that he would arrange for daily deliveries. However, the payment method required same-day settlement. Quarterly payments were not an option. Deng Yu had no objections and asked, "Mr. Xie, could you kindly add me on WeChat? I will transfer the funds to you punctually each day." Xie Jinnian nodded, and thus the collaboration with the kindergarten was amicably established. As they watched the principal and her companions depart, Xie Wenyu and the others were left astonished. "Jinnian, you secured the deal just like that? You'll be supplying them daily, with same-day payment?" Typically, organizations make quarterly payments. Immediate settlements are quite rare. They hadn't anticipated such smooth negotiations. Now that the agreement was made, deliveries would commence daily. As the demand for vegetables and meat in the store increased, the uncles and aunts were entrusted with sourcing supplies. They confidently assured him that it would not be an issue. With the nephew's business thriving, as long as the goods kept flowing, they would continually earn. Even if supplies ran low at home, they would seek produce from nearby villages. Xie Jinnian, concerned for the children, took his leave after touring the premises. He needed to return to Tianrun community to tidy up his clothes and shoes and prepare for the moving company's visit the next day. "Mom, please take Aunt Zhang and the others shopping. I'll head back to Tianrun community first." His mother had no objections, reassuring him, "You can return with peace of mind. I and your second aunt will take care of the others." After Xie Jinnian's departure, discussions ensued among the group. Uncle Qi observed the bustling activity in the store, noting the unexpected number of customers buying groceries. The prices in the big city were considerably higher than those in the town. It is impossible not to feel a flutter of excitement. Aunt Qi leaned closer and whispered, "Business is thriving here in Jinnian. What do you think about opening a shop in Yinqing? I've noticed that products from our village are quite popular." She continued, "If Sangge can make it work, Surely we can too. Selling vegetables could earn us 20,000 a day. Aunt Xie was intrigued. Uncle Xie remained composed and replied softly, let us observe for a while longer. We can discuss it when we return home. Keep your voice down. There are many people around. Aunt Xie nodded quickly, convinced that given their family resources, it should not be difficult to succeed. Aunt Zhang and the villagers supplying goods to Xie Jinnian seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Business in the store was booming. Collaborating with Xie Jinnian filled them with confidence. Xie's parents wore smiles, proud of their exceptional son. As evening approached and dinner time arrived, Lin Guanzhi could hardly contain her excitement as she boasted to her parents, Mom and Dad, Jinnian's cooking is absolutely delicious. Make sure you eat plenty later. And you too, uncle and aunt, cousin, be sure to have a few extra bowls. She urged her relatives, uncle, aunt, Su Xin, Lin Jia, you must savor the meal. How delicious could it be? They had tasted various cuisines, both domestically and internationally, and there was little they had not encountered. Lin's mother, intrigued by her daughter's enthusiastic praise, wondered just how skilled Xie Jinnian truly was at cooking. The revelation that he could cook astounded Lin's father and Su's family as well. They had not anticipated that Xie Jinnian possessed culinary skills. However, they thought it might simply be a case of a lover's bias. After all, how exceptional could the cooking of a young man in his 20s be? Could it rival that of a five-star chef? Lin's father was skeptical, a sentiment shared by Su Xin and his girlfriend. Yet, the truth would soon unfold, proving their assumptions overly simplistic. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Xie Jinnian donned an apron, preparing dinner. The rhythmic sounds of chopping echoed from the kitchen. Surprisingly, it sounded quite impressive. Lin's mother, curious, noted the familiarity in his movements. Could her son-in-law truly possess culinary talents? Unable to resist, she approached for a closer look. In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed Xie Jinnian toss a potato into the air. With a swift motion of his knife, he expertly sliced it mid-air, the technique flawless and fluid. Goodness, this was beyond what one would see in a drama. He was undoubtedly a culinary genius. The perfectly sliced pieces landed uniformly on the cutting board. Lin's mother was astonished, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. My goodness, what a remarkable son-in-law her daughter had found. A young and handsome man, capable of earning money and cooking beautifully. She had noticed her daughter had gained some weight during their first meeting, and now it made sense. It was due to Xie Jinnian's exquisite cooking. Even though she hadn't yet tasted the food, Lin's mother was confident that with such knife skills, the flavors would be exquisite. Observing her best friend's reaction, Su's mother approached with curiosity. Could it be that Xie Jinnian's culinary skills were truly as commendable as Guanzhi had praised? A hint of skepticism lingered in her heart. However, it wasn't long before her expression mirrored that of Lin's mother. Utter disbelief. In Su's mother's eyes, Xie Jinnian appeared to radiate brilliance, seamlessly blending with the kitchen environment. At that moment, he was deftly handling a fish. First, he stunned the fish by striking its head with the back of his knife, then meticulously scaled its body. Next, he skillfully opened it up, extracting the entrails and cleaning the belly. Finally, he executed a decorative cut before marinating the fish, preparing it for later use. In a matter of moments, the fish was expertly processed. His movements were as smooth as if he had indulged in 3 pounds of decadent chocolate. Su's mother was left in awe. Typically, she occasionally cooked herself. To her, handling fish was the most cumbersome task imaginable. She would have the fish killed by the vendor. But after a while, it would lose its freshness. To ensure the fish was fresh, she always bought it live, killing and cooking it herself. Her attempts were akin to a battle with the fish in the kitchen, employing every tool at her disposal, and still taking an hour to complete the task, leaving her drenched in sweat. Witnessing Xie Jinnian finish in under 5 minutes filled her with admiration. Seeing the incredulous expressions on her mother and Aunt Su's faces, Lin Guanzhi secretly rejoiced. She had known that her husband's culinary prowess would surely astonish her mother and the others. It is often said that women possess a strong sense of curiosity. Upon hearing that her brother-in-law could cook, Yin stepped forward to investigate. In the kitchen, Xie Jinnian began to stir-fry. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the vegetables soared from the pan, tracing a perfect parabolic arc before landing gracefully back into the wok. Was this a scene from a movie or an animated feature? His technique was nothing short of extraordinary. The flames danced across his profile, illuminating his sharp features, with long eyelashes framing a prominent nose. His facial contours were strikingly defined, truly a remarkable gem of a man. Yinyu marveled at her cousin's impeccable taste. Half an hour later, as enticing aromas wafted through the air, an array of visually delightful and aromatic dishes emerged from the kitchen. The first floor was suffused with the mouth-watering scent of the meal. Lin's father and the others were taken aback by the unexpected allure of the fragrance. One whiff, and they felt as if they were floating, almost ethereal. Yan Shihui and Su's mother still bore expressions of disbelief. Can you believe it? Such a plethora of delectable dishes was all crafted by Xie Jinnian alone. This level of culinary artistry was unprecedented in their experience. Su's father could not resist leaning in to catch a whiff, his face betraying sheer ecstasy. The aroma was heavenly. Xie Jinnian had truly exceeded all expectations. In the living room, Lin Yuan, engrossed in play with the children, was astonished. His daughter hadn't been exaggerating. The taste of the dishes was unlike anything he had encountered in his years of travels. He found himself eagerly anticipating the moment he could savor the flavors his daughter had raved about. In the kitchen, Xie Jinnian removed his apron, inviting everyone to gather for the meal. Lin's father, reluctant to part with his little grandchildren, decided to push the stroller next to the dining table, allowing him to savor his meal while entertaining the baby. "My dear little ones, grandfather will eat first. You must be good, all right? I will play with you after I finish my meal." The eldest grandchild, with determination, began to kick his little legs in response to Lin's father. As everyone took their seats, Xie Jinnian raised his teacup to initiate a welcoming toast. Today marks the 100th day celebration of the babies, and he expressed his immense gratitude to the parents, uncles, aunts, and everyone present for attending. "It is my fault for not notifying everyone about my marriage to Guanzhi and the birth of the babies during their first month. I sincerely apologize to my parents and uncles and aunts. I cannot guarantee your approval, but I promise to treat Guanzhi and our children with utmost care in the future." Upon finishing his words, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin's father, who was currently amusing the eldest grandchild. They awaited his response, but Lin's father pretended not to hear, feigning indifference. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Lin's mother coughed lightly, discreetly nudging Lin's father under the table before speaking up. "You have kept your marriage and the birth of the babies from us for so long. Naturally, your father and I were quite upset when we found out. However, seeing Guanzhi so happy and the babies safe and healthy has eased our worries. As for your approval, I can only say that I do not oppose it. It will depend on your future actions. Keeping such significant matters from us, any parent would feel angry." Yan Shihui refrained from causing a scene at the 100-day banquet and spoke to him without hostility. Xie Jinnian wore an expression of regret. It was only after being nudged by his wife that Lin's father finally spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. "It is too early for approval. Your mother and I share the same sentiment. We will observe your future performance. Take good care of the babies first." Though Lin's father's words were few, Xie Jinnian could sense a notable improvement in his demeanor compared to their first meeting, and he felt a deep sigh of relief in his heart. Aware of the delicate atmosphere, Su's mother intervened, saying, "If you continue this way, the food will get cold." "Jinnian, Shihui, when can we start eating? We are eager to taste the dishes you have prepared." Yan Shihui looked at Xie Jinnian, who nodded in agreement, prompting everyone to begin. Yinyu, unable to resist temptation, picked up her chopsticks for a taste. The next moment, her face lit up with delight. "Delicious. It is truly exquisite. How could food be this good?" Noticing her daughter's rapturous expression, her aunt curiously inquired, "So, how does it taste?" Having experienced countless culinary delights throughout her life, she had never seen her daughter react this way. With sparkling eyes, Yinyu exclaimed, "Mom, this dish is phenomenal. Incredibly delicious. The flavor is unbeatable. You must try it." She then offered her mother a piece of beef. "Is it really that amazing?" Her aunt, intrigued by the enticing aroma, took a small bite. Before long, she devoured the entire piece of beef. Yinyu, with bright eyes, eagerly asked, "Mom, how does it taste?" Annie nodded in enthusiastic approval, exclaiming how delectable the beef was. She had never tasted anything so fragrant. It was a culinary delight. The only words she could find to describe it were those. The flavors were so exquisite that they brought tears to her eyes. Uncle Su and Aunt Su observed the two of them, and upon witnessing their reactions, they too picked up their chopsticks to indulge in the feast. Upon tasting a dish of braised pork ribs, their eyes sparkled with delight. Unable to restrain their praise, they echoed Guanzhi's sentiments, declaring that Xie Jinnian's culinary skills were exceptional. "Did you perhaps study this art?" they inquired. The flavor surpassed that of Michelin-starred chefs by countless measures. Both were avid food enthusiasts, having savored nearly 800 distinctive dishes from both home and abroad. Yet none had ever evoked such profound emotions in them. Xie Jinnian smiled and shook his head, saying he was simply pleased that Uncle and Anne enjoyed the food. He and T studied it formally, merely learning from his mother. Despite not having formally trained, his flavors far exceeded those of five-star chefs. Who could explain this? Was this what they called talent? Uncle and Aunt Su could not help but admire Guanzhi's discerning taste. Jinnian was already remarkable, and he possessed exceptional culinary skills as well. They hoped that their daughter's future partner would be equally outstanding. After enjoying the meal, Su Xin served his girlfriend, Lin, her favorite dish of chicken stew with mushrooms. The expressions of his future in-laws were one of sheer bliss after the meal. It was impossible for Lin not to be curious. After tasting a piece of chicken, she exclaimed, "Wow, is this truly not the work of divine beings? It is simply exquisite." Lin declared that she could finish the entire pot of chicken stew by herself. Like the others, once she had a taste, she could not stop. Su Xin had tasted dishes prepared by Xie Jinnian before, yet no matter how many times she had indulged, her affection for them remained unwavering. Unlike the others who chatted while eating, she focused intently on devouring her meal. Uncle and Aunt enjoyed their son-in-law's cooking immensely, filling Lin Guanzhi with pride as she served her parents their favorite sweet and sour fish and crispy pork. "Mom and Dad, do try this. Jinnian made it especially for you." She had been encouraging them to enjoy Xie Jinnian's dishes since the banquet ended. It was clearly a moment of bragging. Lin's parents exchanged glances, bemused by their daughter's enthusiasm. However, the aroma was so enticing that they were indeed eager to taste it. Yin Shihui and Lin Yuan exchanged discreet glances, and in unison, they picked up their chopsticks. After the first bite, disbelief washed over them. It was astonishingly delicious. Lin Guanzhi, perceptive as ever, asked with a gleaming smile, "Mom and Dad, I ascend tea it exquisite?" Lin's mother glanced at her daughter, amused by her pride. "Do you think you made it yourself?" The delight was evident on their faces, but Lin's mother refused to admit it was delicious, choosing instead to keep her daughter's joy in check. Lin's father shared the same sentiment. The praise for the food remained a secret treasure in their hearts. Xie Jinnian was not only handsome, but also surpassed himself, excelling in culinary arts. Though, truth be told, he could not cook at all. The atmosphere was undeniably tense, as one party felt utterly overwhelmed by the other. Pride prevented any mutual compliments from being exchanged. The couple was stubbornly resolute. Nevertheless, Lin Guan knew how to maintain a positive demeanor. She recognized her parents' fondness for food and cheerfully served them dishes. "Mom, this one is delicious, and this flavor is quite delightful too. That dish is one you particularly enjoy. Jinnian made it especially for you. All these dishes are from our own home. Don't they taste different? Dad, you must eat more. You absolutely need to try this dish." Lin Guan transformed into a culinary enthusiast. It had been quite a while since the family had gathered for a meal, and she cherished this feeling immensely. Everyone at the table savored the food with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying erupted from the stroller. It was unmistakably the cry of the eldest, little Sponge. The baby's wail seemed to activate an instinctive response, causing Xie Jinnian and the others to stiffen in concern, preparing to rise and check on the situation. However, it was Xie's parents who stood up first, urging, "You all continue eating, we'll take care of the babies." Lin's parents had intended to assist, but were a moment too late. Lin's father, filled with unease, turned his gaze towards the stroller. Huang Xiaolan understood the baby's cries. This time, the eldest wails were not due to discomfort from needing a diaper change or hunger. There had to be another reason. The couple's hearts tightened as they approached to examine the child. They found the little one fixated on his chubby fingers, which bore a fresh red mark on the index finger. Xie's mother quickly scooped up the baby to inspect the red mark, but could not ascertain the cause. She looked questioningly at Xie's father, her expression seeming to ask if he had discerned the issue. Xie's father, equally perplexed, felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing the mark on his grandson's finger. He immediately began to comfort him. "What happened, little sponge? Are you missing your mommy and daddy? They are still eating. They will come and play with you once they finish, all right? Oh dear, your little hand is so red. Did you bump it or hurt it? Does it hurt? Don't cry. Grandpa will blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." The eldest looked up at his grandfather with tear-filled eyes, his long eyelashes adorned with glistening droplets, his expression one of utter vulnerability. Unable to discern the reason for the crying, Xie's mother joined in the comforting. "Don't cry. Don't cry. Is it because you're bored without anyone to play with? Look, Grandma's here now. Let us not cry. Grandma will play with you, all right? You see, your little siblings aren't crying at all. As the big brother, as a young man, you mustn't cry, okay? All right, it won't hurt in a moment. If you keep crying, it won't be a pretty sight, just like Grandpa. He became so unattractive because he cried too much." Xie Wenle was left utterly bewildered. Why was comforting the baby mixed with personal attacks? Xie's father didn't ponder too deeply and began to make silly faces along with Lin's mother to amuse the eldest. To their surprise, this method proved effective. Before long, the little one transitioned from wailing to sniffles, ultimately bursting into laughter. Seeing their grandson transform back into a cheerful little one, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. Once the comforting had been sufficiently effective, they placed the eldest back into the stroller. Unable to ascertain the reason behind the little sponge's red fingers, Mother Xie remained uneasy, steadfastly stationed beside the stroller, quietly observing the infant's every movement. Fortunately, her vigilance paid off, as she soon discerned the cause of concern. Upon returning to the stroller, the eldest child became particularly restless, either kicking his legs or waving his chubby little hands. Several times, he nearly struck his younger siblings in the face, just like now, when his hand inadvertently poked his sister's cheek. Little Bao, not one to indulge her brother, promptly opened her mouth and took a bite. The eldest wailed, bursting into tears. Mother Xie hurriedly approached to inspect, discovering yet another red mark on the little sponge's hand. It became evident that the mark was a result of being bitten by his sister. Despite little Bao's lack of teeth, infant skin is incredibly tender and delicate, making even a small bite quite significant. The little sponge cried heartily, his distress evident. Mother Xie, both amused and exasperated, lifted him into her arms to comfort him. So this was the reason for his tears. Who encouraged such mischief with his sister? He must refrain from poking his siblings' faces or pinching them, lest he provoke a bite in return. Look at your hand now. It hurts, doesn't it? You must remember this lesson in the future. The eldest appeared to comprehend, crying even more sorrowfully. Not only had he injured himself, but his grandmother also scolded him instead of offering comfort. The little one felt terribly wronged, his cries echoing as he gazed longingly at his mother. Now, he sought her embrace instead of his grandmother's. Lin Guanzhi, who had been dining, had been keenly observing the eldest. Seeing his distress, she came to hold him. Nestled in her arms, the little sponge looked up at her with a pitiful expression. Lin Guanzhi kissed his small hand, acknowledging his grievances from being bitten by his sister. "Mommy's kiss will make it all better," she reassured him. "Have you learned your lesson? Do you still dare to bully your sister? Be good, and remember to protect your siblings and cherish your little puff, all right?" Feeling the warmth of his mother, the eldest clung to her, his tears soaking her clothing as she gently wiped them away, smiling through her tenderness. The triplets, each growing in their own way, would inevitably encounter conflicts, but it was through these little bumps that they would mature. As parents, it was essential to guide them gradually, ensuring fairness and avoiding favoritism. The bond the eldest shared with his mother did not go unnoticed by Lin's father and mother, who beamed with approval, appreciating the warmth and happiness of their daughter's family life. Observing the affectionate exchange between her brother and mother, the second child expressed a desire for a hug as well. Mother Xie attempted to embrace him, but the little one was adamant. He only wanted his father. With joy, Xie Jinnian swooped in to lift his precious little darling, who beamed with delight, laughing like a little angel in her father's embrace. It was impossible not to adore this little sprite. After their meal, the three little ones began to yawn, oblivious to the world around them. The couple carried them back to the master bedroom on the third floor, tucking them in with their blankets, while Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi quietly kept vigil by their side. On their first night at the villa, the unfamiliar surroundings left the young couple feeling insecure. It was only after they had drifted into a deep slumber that the others departed. That evening, Lin's parents and Su Xin's family all settled within the villa. Rooms were available on all 3 floors, and Lin's parents had thoughtfully provided toiletries in advance. Meanwhile, the relatives and friends from the Xie family were accommodated at a 5-star hotel. In the suite of the Furong Hotel, Xie Weihong received a message from Xie Jinnian, indicating that he was en route to the hotel with the medicine in hand. A remedy capable of healing his arm? Xie Weihong paused, initially believing that his cousin had consulted a highly skilled doctor. After all, in his condition, medications seemed futile. Only surgery could yield results. To his surprise, the remedy that could restore him was indeed a medicine. Doubt crept into his mind regarding the efficacy of the treatment, and his heart sank somewhat, realizing he should not harbor overly optimistic expectations. Noticing her husband's expression, Yilin sensed the situation was not promising. A feeling of unease settled in her heart. Could it be that the doctor her cousin knew was not reliable? Little Fei, sensing the tension between his parents, remained drowsily nestled in Yilin's arms, unwilling to succumb to slumber. Meanwhile, within the villa, having confirmed that the babies were soundly asleep and would not awaken shortly, Xie Jinnian approached Lin Guanzhi to inform her of his intention to step out. He planned to visit the hotel to discuss matters with his cousin. Lin Guanzhi reassured him. "Go ahead, dear. I will take care of the babies. Please be cautious tonight." Xie Jinnian nodded, taking the medicinal ointment awarded by the system with him as he departed. Witnessing his cousin Xie Weihong's struggles deeply pained him. He wished to expedite his recovery for his sister-in-law and little Fei's sake. On the way, Xie Jinnian communicated with the system. "Is the miraculous ointment you previously awarded me truly capable of healing all physical injuries? Can it restore the body to its former state, regardless of the severity of prior traumas?" The system replied, "Indeed, master." The system's cool demeanor did not bother him. As long as the medicine proved effective, that was sufficient. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xie Weihong, lacking in confidence, inquired, "Jinnian, you say there's medication that can heal the injuries to my arm and shoulder? I won't need to see a doctor to get better?" Sensing the uncertainty in his cousin's eyes, Xie Jinnian nodded earnestly, "Yes. I possess a box of ointment that guarantees complete recovery. Rest assured, cousin, I specifically sought out this medicine, and it will not disappoint you." Seeing Xie Jinnian's earnest demeanor, Yilin felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. Her husband had borne his injuries for 2 long years. Not only was he unable to work, but he also faced the scornful glances of others when out in public, and their child was mocked by peers at school. The ridicule their son endured from classmates and the judgment from neighbors weighed heavily on Xie Weihong, leading to a deep sense of despair. Yilin often caught glimpses of her husband's hidden sorrow as he grappled with feelings of hopelessness and an uncertain future. Since her husband had lost his ability to work, she had single-handedly shouldered the burdens of their household. In the past 2 years, she has consulted countless doctors, and as long as there remains a glimmer of hope for her husband's recovery, Yilin has resolutely persevered, regardless of the hardships she endures. After experiencing numerous bouts of hope, she has often been met with disillusionment. Initially, both she and her husband had succumbed to despair. Yet the words of Xie Jinnian reignited their hopes. After all, her cousin has now become a person of considerable success, having built a substantial fortune in Yun City. Perhaps he knows some remarkable individuals. The arrival of Xie Jinnian stirred a sense of unease in Yilin's heart. If he could indeed cure her husband and restore his health, Xie Jinnian would become their family's greatest benefactor. The little boy usually sleeps early, yet tonight, unexpectedly, Xiao Fei remained awake. Upon seeing Xie Jinnian approach, he obediently greeted him, "Uncle Jinnian, good evening." Xie Jinnian affectionately ruffled his hair, responding, "Good evening, Xiao Fei. Did you have fun today?" Xiao Fei nodded enthusiastically. "I had a blast. These 2 years have been challenging. Had it not been for their son as support, Yi Lin and Xie Weihong would have long since faltered. To them, their son is a little angel who has healed the wounds of their suffering." Curiously, Xiao Fei inquired, "Uncle Jinnian, why are you here to see my dad so late? Are my little siblings asleep?" Xie Jinnian nodded with a smile. "Yes, your little siblings are already asleep." Then he asked, "Xiao Fei, do you wish for your father to recover from his illness?" Xiao Fei turned to look at his father's arm and nodded earnestly. "I hope so. Uncle, I wish my dad's illness would get better. Once he recovers, I can see him smile like he used to." Tears welled up in Xie Weihong's eyes, realizing that his son understood everything. Xiao Fei looked at Xie Jinnian with bright, hopeful eyes. "Uncle, can you really cure my dad's illness? He has been unwell for so long, and I know he is not happy, and sometimes neither is Mom. I wish for both of them to always be happy." Nearby, Yi Lin's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. Xie Jinnian knelt down, gazing intently into the little boy's eyes. "Xiao Fei, you care so much for your father. I promise you, I will do my utmost to help him recover." Xiao Fei joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle, you mustn't lie." Xie Jinnian placed both hands on his shoulders and nodded earnestly. "I will not deceive you." He then produced a small jar of ointment, palm-sized, revealing a modest quantity upon opening it. The ointment was a brownish-yellow hue, exuding a faint fragrance. Unsure of how to apply it, Xie Jinnian communicated with the system. As though sensing his confusion, the system replied, "The host simply needs to apply the ointment to the designated area." After delivering this message, it vanished once more. Understanding the application method, Xie Jinnian turned to Yi Lin, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is the ointment that can heal your husband. You just need to apply it to his arm and shoulder." Yi Lin, incredulous, questioned, "Is it really that simple? Just applying this ointment will cure Wei Hong?" Xie Jinnian nodded earnestly. "Yes, sister-in-law, just apply it." Though Yi Lin remained skeptical, she could see that her cousin was not joking. Having reached this juncture, it may indeed prove to be beneficial. With determination, Xie Weihong rolled up his sleeves as Yi Lin carefully squeezed the ointment and tenderly applied it to the wound. At that moment, Xie Weihong's heart raced, teetering on the edge of hope and despair. He fervently wished for the ointment to yield positive results. Yet he feared facing disillusionment once again. He dreaded experiencing that ephemeral feeling of hope shattering. However, soon his brow furrowed in concentration. As the ointment was gradually applied, a warm sensation enveloped his shoulder and arm. The areas coated in ointment radiated a comforting heat, an extraordinary sensation that felt as if his arm and shoulder had been rejuvenated. It was a remarkable and enchanting experience. As time passed, Xie Weihong instinctively moved his long-neglected arm. A miracle unfolded. His arm was indeed able to move. Though still uncoordinated, it was undeniably functional. Not only could he move it, but he could also effortlessly lift the water cup from the table. Witnessing this, Yi Lin was left utterly astounded. Chapter 88. Gratitude from cousin's family in a conversation with the father-in-law gazing at his clumsy left hand. Xie Weihong was overwhelmed with joy. His arm and shoulder had healed. The remedy truly worked. The couple was moved to tears. Over the past 2 years, they had tirelessly sought help, visiting numerous doctors and major hospitals, only to be met with repeated disappointments that extinguished the flickering hopes in their hearts. Little Fei, witnessing his father's newfound ability to move, joyously bounced around, filled with exuberance he had not displayed in quite some time. "Hooray! This is wonderful. Daddy's hand is better now, and we can play so many games together," he exclaimed. "And with toy cars, Daddy can make me toy cars again." Before the incident, Xie Weihong would often search online for tutorials on toy making during his leisure time. Most of the toys at home were lovingly crafted by him for his son. However, after the unfortunate event, he could no longer continue this cherished activity. Understanding his father's limitations, little Fei had refrained from asking for toys. Xie Jinnian affectionately patted his nephew's head and inquired, "So, will little Fei share the toys with his younger siblings?" With a serious yet bright gaze, little Fei replied, "Of course, uncle. I want to play with my brothers and sisters. I have many toys, all made by Daddy." Seeing her husband's recovery and her son's joyful maturity, Lin was moved to tears. "Jinnian, thank you. Without your help, Wei Hong's hand would not have healed. When your brother and our relatives learned that there was no hope for recovery, we had nearly given up. You alone persevered, seeking solutions. Such immense kindness we cannot repay. In the future, if you or your family ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We will certainly help in any way we can." Xie Jinnian shook his head with a smile. "Sister-in-law, there's no need for thanks. It was merely a small effort. I stumbled upon this ointment by chance. It seems that fate has destined Wei Hong to regain his former self. Sister-in-law, let us refrain from discussing repayment from now on. You and Wei Hong should cherish your life together and take good care of Xiao Fei." Lin, overcome with grief, felt an insurmountable debt of gratitude towards her younger cousin. Wei Hong gently wiped the tears from his wife's face, his voice tender as he said, "My dear, why don't you take Xiao Fei to bed? I have a few matters to discuss with Jinnian outside." Lin nodded, casting a lingering glance at her husband. In the hotel corridor, Wei Hong shed his facade of strength and confided in Xie Jinnian. "Jinnian, do you realize that over the years we've traveled to numerous places? Whenever there was an opportunity, we endeavored to try, regardless of the difficulties. From initial hope to subsequent despair, the doctors have declared my hand beyond remedy. At that moment, I felt utterly despondent. Witnessing your sister-in-law's gradual decline and Xiao Fei's unhappiness at school made me feel like a burden to them. I contemplated disappearing altogether, but I could not abandon Xiao Fei and your sister-in-law. They never gave up on me. As a husband and father, how could I forsake them?" Wei Hong retrieved a stack of cash from his bag, approximately 70,000 yuan. "Jinnian, take this money. It is all I have for now. The rest I will repay you once I earn it. The medication that could heal my arm, which the doctors have deemed hopeless, must be exorbitantly priced, a veritable miracle cure. An astronomical sum that I cannot afford. Yet, I cannot allow my cousin to bear this cost. I must repay him no matter what. I will always remember the kindness he has shown me. For now, I will return this money, and I shall repay the favor later." This 70,000 yuan was the last of their family's savings, and he offered it all to Xie Jinnian. However, Xie Jinnian pushed the money back, saying, "Wei Hong, I cannot accept this. Keep it for your wife and to buy toys for Xiao Fei. I heard from my mother that Sister Lin hasn't bought new clothes in a long time, and she is reluctant to spend on gifts. Times are tough. The ointment he possessed was a gift from the system, costing him nothing, so he could not accept his cousin's money. With a serious tone, he insisted, "Wei Hong, please take this back. The medicine came to me fortuitously. I did not spend a dime. If you insist on giving it, it would be difficult for us as brothers." Without giving Wei Hong a chance to retort, Xie Jinnian patted his shoulder and smiled. "Wei Hong, it's getting late. I should return to accompany the little ones. You ought to return to your wife and Xiao Fei as well. We shall share a drink another day." With that, he turned and departed. Watching his cousin's retreating figure, Wei Hong stood motionless, acutely aware of the debts he owed. The trials and tribulations of the past 2 years flooded his mind, and he felt a myriad of emotions. He was fortunate to have Xie Jinnian as a cousin, truly a blessing. Glancing at the cash in his hand, Wei Hong resolved to find an opportunity to give it to Auntie Xie. As for the remaining funds, he would strive to repay them. He leaned against the corridor wall for a long while before returning to the room. Upon his return, he found Xiao Fei already asleep, and Lin inquired, "Did Jinnian leave? Did you give him the money?" "Onzième Wei Ongnu did. He has gone back, but he refused the money. I plan to wait a while before giving it to Annie San, so she can pass it on to Jinnian." Lin was lost in thought, pondering the kindness their cousin had shown their family. How could they ever repay such a debt? Wei Hong sat at the edge of the bed, exhaling deeply, his thoughts inscrutable. Upon returning to Maple Leaf Cottage, it was already 11 o'clock. Xie Jinnian assumed everyone had retired for the night, but was surprised to find someone still seated in the living room, evidently waiting for someone. Upon realizing that Lin's father was specifically waiting for him, Xie Jinnian called out, "Dad, you're still awake at this hour?" Lin's father gestured for him to come over, his expression impassive as he said, "Come here, sit. Let us have a chat." Xie Jinnian took a deep breath. Was the moment he had anticipated finally upon him? Lin's father, seated on the sofa with a commanding presence, commanded respect as Xie Jinnian steadied himself and took a seat opposite him. "What does Guanzhi like to eat?" Lin's father inquired. Taken aback for a moment, Xie Jinnian quickly replied, "Guanzhi's favorite dishes are spicy shrimp and shredded pork in garlic sauce. Her most cherished handbags are from Hermes and Chanel. The song she loves most is Sevenly Fragrance. Her favorite color is pink, and she adores wearing dresses. Before bed, she has a habit of drinking milk." Xie Jinnian listed many of Lin Guanzhi's preferences and habits in one breath. Lin's father felt a pang of shame, realizing there was much he did not know about his daughter. Xie Jinnian had only been with her for a short while, yet seemed to understand her better than he did himself. Silently nodding, Lin's father acknowledged that this young man indeed cared for his daughter more than he had. Prior to their arrival in Yin City, Lin's father had already contemplated the questions he wished to pose to Xie Jinnian. On the other hand, upon hearing that his father-in-law would attend the 100-day banquet for the babies, Xie Jinnian had been preparing for the conversation he would have with him. Chapter 89. Lin's mother sought to reclaim all that she had lost. Her son-in-law and little grandson brought her great pride. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time in the living room before retreating to their respective rooms. Xie Jinnian walked lightly, his spirits buoyed after his chat with his father-in-law. He sensed that Lin's father's attitude towards him had significantly improved. Upon entering his room, he found a bedside lamp still aglow. Lin Guanzhi and the babies were already asleep. Xie Jinnian tiptoed over to the babies, who were sleeping soundly in unique positions. The second baby occasionally sucked on his little lips, as if dreaming of enjoying a meal, looking utterly adorable. Xie Jinnian felt his heart melting at the sight. The babies were growing, changing day by day, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. After finishing his evening routine, it was already midnight. He lay down gently, careful not to disturb Lin Guanzhi. At that moment, Lin Guanzhi rolled over and nestled into his embrace, seeking his warmth and presence. Sensing something amiss, she rubbed her eyes and murmured, "Husband, you're back?" Xie Jinnian kissed her forehead and replied, "Yes, did I wake you?" Lin Guanzhi appeared half asleep, pausing for a few seconds before shaking her head and saying, "No, I intended to wait for you to return before sleeping, but as soon as I touched the bed, sleepiness overwhelmed me, and I drifted off without realizing it." Xie Jinnian held her close. Perhaps today had been too exhausting. At that moment, Lin Guanzhi propped her chin on her hand and asked, "Husband, how did everything go?" Xie Jinnian wondered if Lin Guanzhi was aware of his outing. However, she did not inquire. He would naturally speak to her when he wished to. "It has already been resolved." Lin Guanzhi nodded obediently. She continued, "Did my parents give you a hard time today? If they said anything unpleasant, please do not take it to heart." Xie Jinnian understood, for it was only natural that her parents would harbor resentment and dissatisfaction upon learning of their precious daughter's marriage and impending motherhood, such significant and perilous matters. Were it his own daughter, Xie Jinnian would not have treated her partner with kindness either. With a smile, he replied, "My parents are quite amiable. They did not speak harshly or show me any displeasure. I just spoke with my father, and he urged me to take good care of you and the little ones." Lin Guanzhi looked up, her eyes wide with surprise. "You spoke with Dad?" "Yes," he confirmed. "He asked me many questions about you. We had a delightful conversation, and he even invited me to have tea together sometime. He also suggested that I take you all back to Pai City when we have the chance." Lin Guanzhi was overjoyed. "Did my dad really say that?" Xie Jinnian affectionately rested his chin on her head. "Indeed, my dear. Would I lie to you?" Lin Guanzhi's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile crescent-shaped as she rolled about on the bed in delight. On a new day, when Lin's parents awoke, they discovered that breakfast had already been prepared. They found no sign of their in-laws in the house. Upon inquiring with Xie Jinnian, they learned that the morning market was bustling, and they had gone to the store to lend a hand. After finishing breakfast, Lin's parents promptly sought out their little grandsons. The three little ones, just waking from slumber, were whimpering in their cribs. Upon seeing their grandparents' large heads approach, the babies were startled and cried even harder. Each day, the little ones would summon their parents with their cries upon waking, But today, they had inadvertently called forth their grandparents instead. Seeing the tiny rice dumplings in such distress shattered the couple's hearts. They quickly scooped them up to comfort them, followed by checking their diapers. After personally changing the little ones and feeding them, they carried the well-fed cherubs to the living room on the first floor. Lin's mother cherished her little grandsons immensely. Since their arrival, her phone had become filled with countless videos of the adorable babies. Moreover, she had captured numerous photos of Xie Jinnian and her daughter together, pairing them with the baby's pictures and videos for a public display on social media. The charming triplets, the exceptionally handsome son-in-law, luxury cars, a grand villa, and prime commercial properties were all featured. Notably, it highlighted the fact that her dashing son-in-law had built his success from the ground up, illustrating the extent of his efforts to be by her daughter's side. Lin's mother's social media was followed by many, and as soon as she posted, it garnered a flurry of likes and comments. Meanwhile, within a villa in Pai City, Ding Xiangmei also came across Yan Shihui's social media post. She opened the video, scrutinizing every angle. From any perspective, the triplets were irresistibly adorable. As for the man in the video, he was strikingly handsome from every angle, and even through the screen, his charisma was palpable. Is this truly Yan Shihui's son-in-law? Upon seeing Xie Jinnian, Ding Xiangmei felt a wave of discomfort. It was not merely that he was a tad more handsome than her prospective son-in-law. It was as if he belonged to a celestial realm while she resided in the dust. They were worlds apart, not even in the same dimension. Tears welled up as she thought of the adorable triplets he had, a trio of beautiful, charming babies. How wonderful it would be if they were her own. It was infuriating. How could Yan Shihui have such extraordinary luck to encounter a son-in-law like Xie Jinnian? Tall, handsome, with an impeccable demeanor, and to top it off, he had built his fortune from the ground up, 2 properties, a grand villa, a Bentley, a van, and a commercial space. Was there no end to this? Upon opening Yan Shihui's social media, Ding Xiangmei's nose crinkled in frustration. The sight of her rival having such an exceptional son-in-law was unbearable. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was aware that Ding Xiangmei would undoubtedly be scrolling through her social media. How delightful it was to think of how furious it would make her. Her daughter had truly brought her pride this time. She planned to visit the fresh produce market soon, recording a video to share on social media, just to aggravate that Ding woman. Upon returning to the city, she intended for that woman to cower in her presence. All the grievances she had endured would be repaid tenfold. This was the war of women. The well-fed little darlings were full of energy. Su Xin and Yin Yu were nearby, making silly faces to amuse them. Yesterday, members of the Xie family had visited the fresh produce market. But Lin Fu and Lin Mu had yet to go. Now that they had the time, it was the perfect opportunity for a visit. After gathering their belongings, the group set out in high spirits. Upon arriving at Jinnian Fresh Produce, Yan Shihui and Lin Yuan were taken aback by the bustling scene. Was it truly possible for a vegetable vendor to attract such crowds? No wonder they earned 20,000 a day. Seeing their in-laws arrive, Xie Fu and Xie Mu greeted them with cheerful smiles. Yan Shihui urged her in-laws to attend to their business, emphasizing that the store's operations were of utmost importance. Xie Fu and Xie Mu were gracious and instructed Xie Jinnian to take good care of their guests. As Yan Shihui surveyed the store, she felt a deep sense of admiration. Her son-in-law was indeed doing remarkably well in his business. With the arrival of Xie Jinnian and Lin Wan, along with the babies, they instantly became the center of attention, particularly the triplets, who attracted regular customers specifically eager to see them. Unbeknownst to them, luck was not universal. Just moments after the adorable babies arrived, enthusiastic greetings poured in from onlookers. Oh my, I heard the little darlings have already celebrated their 100th day. They are growing increasingly adorable. Have you missed your grandmother? She certainly misses you. Have you been obedient to your parents at home? The babies, often taken out with their parents, were becoming less fearful of strangers. The fluffy little ones gazed curiously at the crowd from their stroller, their eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Oh my, every time I encounter triplets, I am tempted to take them home. I wish for the eternal safety and health of these 3 little ones. Just now, the words exchanged between Mr. and Mrs. Xie and Mrs. Lin were clearly heard by all. With astonished expressions, the crowd turned to Xie Jinnian, the proprietor. Is this your father-in-law and mother-in-law? It's our first time meeting them. They must not be from our Yin city, right? The patrons in the shop were quite enthusiastic. Before Xie Jinnian could respond, their gazes shifted to Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Congratulations to both of you. Your daughter has an excellent eye for choosing such an outstanding son-in-law. Not only does Mr. C excel in making money, but he also has a remarkable way of caring for others. Just look at how well he takes care of the little ones. They are so chubby and healthy. The crowd lavished praise upon Xie Jinnian upon their first meeting, clearly indicating his popularity outside. Mr. and Mrs. Su observed the thriving business of the fresh produce store and recognized that their son-in-law indeed possessed a keen business acumen. He had his own methods in commerce. They recalled their daughter mentioning her intention to partner with Xie Jinnian to open a restaurant. Mrs. Su inquired, Xin, didn't you say you were going to partner with Jinnian for a restaurant? Have you chosen a location? While playing with the babies, Su Xin replied, yes. We have already secured the premises. It was purchased by Jinnian. The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. Purchased? Did we hear that correctly? Has Xie Jinnian bought another commercial property? This can't be possible. After all, he just paid in full for a villa worth tens of millions. How could he afford shop? However, Su Xin surprised everyone further. Smiling as she said, Mom, you heard right. This commercial property was indeed bought by Jinnian, located at Jiahe Plaza on Beihu Road. They were not mistaken. Su Xin indeed confirmed that Xie Jinnian had purchased another commercial space. How could this be? Mr. and Mrs. Su and the others were left utterly astonished. Su Xin continued. The shop was bought specifically to open a restaurant. Mom, do you have time later? Could you come by and give us your opinions? Mrs. Su felt a stirring in her heart. She was determined to support her daughter's entrepreneurial venture. Not only would she offer feedback, but she could even assist with the renovations, as their family had experience in the restaurant industry. Let us head over later to take a look and assess the location, she added. Meanwhile, Lin Guanzhi and her family were equally shocked, struggling to comprehend that Xie Jinnian owned a commercial property. Did he possess a treasure trove? How could he have such wealth? Lin Yuan, curiosity piqued, searched online for the commercial property prices at Jiahe Plaza on Beihu Road. Goodness, the average price was 41,000, over 40,000 per square meter, and their son-in-law owned a unit. Mrs. Lin's eyes brightened. Owning a commercial property was excellent news, and she could share it on social media later. Ding Xiangmei, you shall be in for a surprise. Since Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi had brought the little ones to the store, business had evidently improved even further. After touring the fresh produce supermarket, the group headed straight for Jiahe Plaza on Beihu Road. Along the way, Mr. and Mrs. Lin keenly observed the flow of people around them. No wonder the average housing price here could reach 41,000. There were indeed numerous shoppers in this area. Additionally, there were plenty of office buildings and residential complexes nearby. With such a vast consumer base at their disposal, opening a restaurant should yield considerable success, provided the cuisine is satisfactory. Especially after savoring the culinary delights prepared by Xie Jinnian, Yin Shui felt increasingly confident in her son-in-law's second entrepreneurial venture. Upon their arrival, they had presumed that the commercial property acquired by Xie Jinnian spanned a mere 100 square meters. However, upon opening the door, everyone was taken aback to discover that it encompassed 2 levels. The first floor alone appeared to be no less than 200 square meters. Combined, the 2 levels must surely exceed 400 square meters. With an average price of 41,000, this expansive property must be valued at over 16 million. After a moment of mental calculation, Su's parents gasped in astonishment. They realized that their son-in-law was far more formidable than they had anticipated. What astonished Su's father even more was the fact that this commercial space was already beautifully renovated. The aesthetic was stunning, with each corner exuding a sense of design. Based on Su's father's experience, such renovations would not come at a cost of less than 3 million. The first floor was already breathtaking, but upon ascending to the second floor, everyone was once again dazzled. The second floor boasted private dining rooms, each uniquely designed and brimming with distinct charm. It could be said that even as a semi-culinary professional, Su's father viewed this well-furnished restaurant as his dream venue. With such exquisite decor, it would be nearly impossible not to thrive. Yin stood in awe, murmuring, "Brother-in-law, you truly purchased this place?" Xie Jinnian smiled and nodded. "Indeed. Once the restaurant opens, I hope you and Annie will come and support us." Yin grinned and agreed, "Absolutely. With such a beautiful setting and your exceptional culinary skills, I will certainly be here to cheer you on." Meanwhile, witnessing Xie Jinnian's impressive acquisition, Su Xin felt a sense of numbness wash over him. He had once believed Xie Jinnian to be quite remarkable, but now he realized how naive he had been. His counterpart continually presented them with unexpected surprises. Before meeting Xie Jinnian in Pai City, Su Xin had held himself in high esteem, considering himself a distinguished and affluent young man, rare among his peers. However, upon arriving in Yin City, he understood that there are always those who surpass one's expectations. Xie Jinnian's prowess utterly overshadowed his own. Su Xin was profoundly impacted, certain that Xie Jinnian and his sister would surely achieve great success in their joint venture. As proud as he was, he could not deny that Xie Jinnian's culinary creations were so exquisite they brought him to tears. Such culinary artistry, if unrecognized, would defy reason. Meanwhile, Lin's parents were in high spirits, exploring the shop with the little ones. Little Puff felt a sense of familiarity with the surroundings, but had forgotten that she had visited here before with her parents. Lin Yuan, cradling his little princess, explained, "Sweetheart, this is the place where Daddy and Godmother are going to open a restaurant. Isn't it beautiful? Do you like it here? Do you know where a restaurant is? It's a place where grown-ups eat." Little Bao gazed curiously at her grandfather. Lin Yuan continued to tease her, urging Little Puff to grow up quickly, so that when the time came for kindergarten, she could accompany her brothers to work here. Chapter 91. The scent of younger siblings is enchanting. I wish to hold them forever after the tour. This set of shops had truly captured the hearts of Lin's father and the others. Subsequently, the group strolled around Jiaha Plaza, purchasing a plethora of items, most of which were gifts for the three children. Yin Shihui and Lin Yuan would soon return to Peaching in a couple of days, so during this time, they made an effort to buy more gifts to express their affection. Upon returning home, they happened to encounter the Xie Weihong family at the doorstep. Xie Weihong was laden with bags, while little Fei held his mother Yi Lin's hand, peering curiously into the garden. "Wow, Mommy. Uncle Jinnian's house is so beautiful and especially large, with so many flowers inside." Little Fei exclaimed, "When I grow up, I want to provide you and Daddy a house as lovely as this one." Yi Lin affectionately ruffled her son's hair, replying, "Your father and I do not require a beautiful house. I only hope you grow up safe and sound." The little boy looked up at his mother with his innocent, twinkling eyes. Not long after their arrival, they encountered Xie Jinnian and others returning with a stroller. Upon seeing his younger siblings, little Fei buzzed over like a cheerful bee. Spotting the three adorable babies nestled in the stroller, he greeted them with delight. "You remember your brother Fei, don't you? I came to see you today with Mommy and Daddy. I even brought you toys. Shall we play together soon?" Children naturally adore playing with peers, and although little Fei was already in the 2nd grade, the triplet babies were quite fond of their cousin. The second baby bounced joyfully in the stroller, while the clever third baby seemed to respond to the mention of toys with eager babble directed at little Fei, as if trying to communicate something. In any case, the little darlings were overjoyed. With a soft heart, little Fei eagerly asked Xie Jinnian, "Uncle, may I hold my younger siblings? They are so adorable." Being in 2nd grade, he was capable of holding babies, though adult supervision was necessary to ensure their safety. Xie Jinnian nodded with a smile, "Of course, but let us wait until we get home." Lin Guanzhi held great affection for her cousin's son. He was well-behaved, attentive, and exceedingly polite, traits that the babies also appreciated. Xie Weihong and Yi Lin approached as well. Xie Jinnian warmly welcomed them. "Brother Weihong, sister-in-law, you've arrived. Let us have lunch together shortly." "Yes, my wife and I will take little Fei back to school tomorrow, so we came to see you and the babies today," Xie Weihong replied. "What about Uncle and Aunt? Are they not here?" Xie Jinnian responded, "My parents are at the shop helping out." The couple had brought many gifts this time, some for Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi, and others for the triplet babies. Xie Weihong noted that Uncle and Aunt were not present. planning to find them later to exchange the money. Lin's father and mother observed a distinct change in Xie Weihong. If their memory served them correctly, he had been unable to carry anything with his left hand just yesterday, and his shoulder seemed off. Hearing from their relatives that the other party had an accident 2 years ago, falling from construction site, resulting in the impairment of their left shoulder and arm, which numerous doctors failed to heal, it was astonishing to see them today, seemingly unscathed, effortlessly lifting objects. How could this be possible? Had they truly recovered? Yet, it had only been one night. Such a turn of events was utterly baffling. Lin Guanzhi and Lin's father recalled that last night, Xie Jinnian had ventured out to meet the other party. Perhaps he possessed the answers they sought, and the two silently resolved to inquire with Xie Jinnian when time permitted. Upon re-entering the villa, they gazed at the beautiful house before them. Their attention shifted to Lin Guanzhi, clad in faded, worn clothing, and to their dilapidated little home. Over the past 2 years, Lin Guanzhi had borne the weight of their family alone, enduring immense hardship. Xie Weihong felt a pang of guilt. He had wronged his wife far too much. He silently vowed to work diligently and earnestly in the future, striving to provide a better life for his wife and child. While he knew he could not afford the villa before him, perhaps he might have a chance to purchase a modest home in Yunqing. In the future, it would offer better resources for their son's education. Yilin seemed to sense her husband's sentimentality, her eyes reflecting a tranquil composure. In truth, she wished to convey to him that she did not desire to live in a magnificent house. She would find contentment in a life of peace and safety. With her son joyfully by her side, Xie Weihong felt an even deeper sense of indebtedness towards his wife. Little Fei, free from worries, joyfully dashed around the living room, occasionally calling out for a sibling to hold. Lin's father cheerfully beckoned little Fei to the babies, carefully lifting the unshy second child and gently placing them in little Fei's arms, cautioning that the little one was somewhat heavy and asking him to hold them just for a moment. Little Fei nodded earnestly, his eyes sparkling as he accepted the baby. "Wow, my little brother smells so good," he exclaimed, enchanted by a familiar scent. The baby giggled in his brother's embrace, and little Fei mirrored the joy with his laughter. The happiness of young children is simple. Just being able to hold their siblings brought immense joy to little Fei. Lin's father stood nearby, holding his breath and ready to catch the baby should the need arise, though fortunately, little Fei held them securely. Meanwhile, Yin Shui and Xie Jinnian were in the kitchen with Lin Guanzhi, assisting in preparing the meal. Rather than helping, they were more like observers, capturing moments of the couple with photographs. In a couple of days, they would be returning home, and she intended to take plenty of pictures to document their life's moments, which she could later revisit. Little Fei, being a picky eater at home, rarely finished his meals, but here at Xie Jinnian's residence, he devoured his food with gusto. After finishing one bowl, he approached his mother for another. This delighted Yilin. It seemed her son had quite the appetite. She had also tasted her cousin's cooking, which was so delicious it brought her to tears. She simply could not fathom how her cousin managed to be so remarkable and possess such culinary skills. After the meal, Yilin chatted with little Fei by the stroller, while Xie Jinnian and Xie Weihong enjoyed tea on the sofa. "Cousin, what are your plans upon your return?" Xie Weihong took a sip of tea, his gaze turning towards Yilin. "I plan to send Xiao Fei back to school, and then take your sister-in-law out for a couple of days. I feel I have owed her so much over the years, and I wish to take her out to relax." Xie Jinnian felt delighted for his cousin. "How romantic, Weihong. A trip sounds wonderful. Your sister-in-law has had a tough time these past years. Remember to buy her some clothes and gifts. You should scout the route first. When I have time, I will also take Guanzhi and the little ones out for a stroll." Xie Weihong smiled. "All right, I will check it out and share my experiences with you later. When you have time, make sure to take your sister-in-law and the children out to enjoy themselves. Don't just bury yourselves in work. Remember to cherish your family and embrace life's joys." Chapter 92. The reluctance of Lin's parents. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today marked the day Lin's parents were to return to Peaching. Outside Yin City Airport, Lin Yuan and Yin Shui held their grandchildren tightly, reluctant to part. "Little ones, your grandparents are leaving, heading back to Peaching. We will miss you dearly. We will return to Yin City when we can and bring you lots of toys. Be good." Listen to your parents, eat well, and remember to think of your grandparents. Grow up safe and happy, and when you're older, you can come and play at our house. It's also your home. Before their departure, the couple had endless words for their little grandsons. Though their time together was brief, the triplet babies could feel the love emanating from their grandparents. The atmosphere weighed heavily, as if the little ones sensed their grandparents' imminent departure. Their lips quivered, and their expressions turned sorrowful and aggrieved. In the next moment, a chorus of cries erupted. The little ones wept pitifully, with the youngest desperately clutching her grandfather's collar, unwilling to let him go. At that moment, Lin Yuan wished to stay in Yun City forever, longing to accompany his granddaughter. Crystal-like tears fell from the corners of the little one's eyes, and Lin's father's eyes reddened. As a president of several corporations, he had never displayed such vulnerability. Meanwhile, Lin's mother and father were filled with mirth at the scene. The older siblings were similarly distressed, clinging to their grandmother's arms, each one transformed into a small weeping figure. Yin Shihui felt both comforted and saddened, wishing she could remain by her grandchildren's sides forever. As the children cried out, Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi hurried to comfort them. Don't cry, don't cry. Your grandparents Haven Tea left. They have gone to buy toys. They will return soon to play with you. If any little one continues to cry, there will be no toys left for you. Your grandparents are going to buy toys. Come here and let your parents hold you, all right? As they lifted the little ones from their arms, tears soaked their clothes in patches. The youngest cried the hardest, rubbing his nose in tears against Xie Jinnian. With the soothing presence of their parents, the triplet babies' emotions gradually calmed. Lin's parents sighed in relief, for they could not bear to see their grandchildren in tears. Lin Yuan turned away, quietly wiping away his own tears. Turning his head, he earnestly instructed Xie Jinnian, while we are away, I entrust you with my daughter Guanzhi and the little ones. Treat my daughter well. Lin Yuan's words were few, yet his approval of Xie Jinnian was palpable to all. Xie Jinnian nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Dad, I will take good care of Guanzhi and the babies. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder and gazed deeply into his eyes. He then turned to Lin Guanzhi, with your parents not by your side. Make sure to take care of yourself. Do not cause any trouble for Jinnian. You're now a mother, so think carefully when faced with challenges. Should you encounter difficulties, remember, we are always your strongest support. Lin Guanzhi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, filled with reluctance. Dad, I will take care of myself. And you and Mom must also look after yourselves. Take good care of your health, and when time allows, Jinnian and I will bring the babies back to visit you. Don't just focus on work. Take my mother out for a stroll when you can. Before their departure, Yin Shihui had been filled with anticipation and anxiety. But now she felt an overwhelming sorrow. She had endless words for Xie Jinnian and Lin Guanzhi. Looking at her daughter, now a mother of 3, she offered countless reminders. The babies are only 3 months old. Their crying is inevitable. You must be patient and avoid showing anger in front of them. Though they are small, babies have memories. Ensure that vaccinations are administered on schedule and routine checkups are not neglected, especially during the night. If they cry, do not let your tempers flare. You must manage your emotions. Upon returning, Yin Shihui's greatest concern remained the babies. Besides advising her daughter, she also had much to discuss with Xie's parents. Meanwhile, Su Xin was bidding farewell to her own parents. Mom, Dad, please don't think of me while you're back home, for I shan't think of you either. Remember to send me money on time. If you forget, your adorable daughter might starve. She continued, and don't forget about my brother. You both need to hurry up. Mom and Dad are eager to hold their grandchildren. I hope that by the next time we meet, my little niece or nephew will have arrived. Su Xin successfully earned herself 4 eye rolls. Su's mother shot her a glare. You mischievous girl, always causing chaos. The emotions we built up have all been shattered by you. When your father and I are away, if anything arises, go directly to Guanzhi and Jinnian. You two have grown up together. Support each other out there, understood? I do not expect much from my son-in-law. I just wish for your safety and health. Make sure to video call your father and me often. Su Xin was unexpectedly moved to tears by her mother's words. Mom, you are truly wonderful today. I will support Guanzhi. Just remember to send me money on time. Su's mother poked her forehead playfully. Ungrateful child. Su then approached with a smile, saying, Exen. Everything that needs to be said has been said by our parents. I have nothing more to add. If you run low on money, just tell me. If you feel bullied or wronged, you must let me know." With her eyes sparkling, Su Xin replied, "Brother, you are too good to me. I wish you and your wife have quintuplets." Su Xin found himself utterly at a loss with his mischievous sister. Upon witnessing the reluctant expressions of Lin's parents, Su Xin confidently assured them, "Uncle and aunt, you may rest assured. I promise to care for Guanzhi and the little ones, ensuring they thrive." Su Hui, too, felt a profound sense of loss, as this girl had been nurtured under her watchful eye since childhood, and the thought of parting weighed heavily on her heart. Lin Guanzhi also felt a twinge of sadness for Su's parents, urging, "Uncle and aunt, please take care of yourselves. You need not worry about me, for I shall be fine here with Xin. Su's parents nodded with cheerful smiles, recognizing her as a good child, embodying the proper sentiment of such a bittersweet farewell. As time pressed on, Lin's parents cast lingering glances at the children before steeling themselves to depart, turning towards the airport while the little ones remained oblivious. Yan Xie, reluctant to part from her daughter and grandchildren, found herself glancing back repeatedly. Watching her parents' retreating figures, Lin Guanzhi fought back tears, yearning to weep, yet fearing it might prompt the children to cry as well. The feeling of separation weighed heavily on Xie Jinnian's heart, and he enveloped the emotionally burdened Lin Guanzhi in his arms, offering solace. Upon returning home, Lin Guanzhi remained engulfed in melancholy. Xie Jinnian discovered her weeping quietly in the study. However, when she reappeared before the children, her radiant demeanor had returned. Relieved to see his wife restored to her former brightness, Xie Jinnian acknowledged the toll the preparations for the children's 100-day celebration had taken on her, leaving her exhausted and unable to attend classes for several days. As a new day dawned, Lin Guanzhi stepped onto the campus once more, while Xie Jinnian busied himself at home, organizing the red envelopes from relatives for the children. With a full schedule ahead, Lin Guanzhi planned not to return until after lunch. Xie Jinnian intended to have a light meal by himself, but unexpectedly, Lin Guanzhi